It was a beautiful day, the golden sun felt like honey, and the air was fresh and pleasant. A young man was sipping a warm cup of tea, his eyes glued to the computer screen as if drawn by a magnet. He was browsing a gaming forum where new topics were popping up like mushrooms after the rain, promising some insane plot twists. As soon as he clicked on a post, comments from the community jumped out at him. "This game is trash with some stupid dragon that appeared out of nowhere and blew away all my game data." "What the heck? The black demon dragon? It said my character died and I can't log in anymore. What the hell is going on? My character was just deleted." Reading this, our young man was a little confused. The final boss in a dating sim game was that overpowered? He thought the game would have a romantic happy ending if the two main characters fell in love. Scrolling the mouse down further, another post caught the attention of the 500-strong gaming community. "Hey everyone, this boss can't be defeated. This damn horned black demon dragon has a passive magic resistance as high as 99%, with no cooldown, and it always gives me a hard time with its magic absorption skill, while also shooting out some kind of spell. How do I kill this thing? It must be a game bug." The main character suddenly snapped to attention, realizing this was a post from a top-tier idol in the gaming world. Curious, he put down his teacup, his eyes gleaming. The final boss, huh? How interesting. He then rested his chin on his hand, intently reading an analysis by another player on the forum. Isn't it strange? A monster immune to magic, in a world full of magic? That's so ridiculous. Is it really a game bug? People were complaining that their characters were suddenly getting wiped out without a trace. It seems that's it. Just then, an SOS notification popped up on the screen. The Black Demon Dragon, Black Knight of the 13th Moon, has appeared. The main character couldn't contain his curiosity and clicked to reread the game's storyline. In a mythical world, there existed a fanatical cult called the Black Demon Cult. Their goal was to invade other worlds, also known as Persona Gates, to become the final boss of the universe. When their goal was achieved, the Black Demon Dragon would make its debut, and so, 90% of the continent was swallowed by the Persona Gates. Reading this far, the main character's jaw dropped in shock. I only played PvP and never paid attention to the game's story, but this time it's gotten too chaotic. The guy was a bit intimidated, but then thought, aren't I supposed to be taking it on? Maybe I should go all out for once? No sooner said than done. He moved his mouse to the notification bar. "Do you want to fight the Black Demon Dragon? Please select yes or no." Without a moment's delay, he chose yes, ready to fight while the iron was hot. "I will showcase the skills I've honed for the past 10 years, the main character boasted loudly. A brief overview of the character B. Yunung. He was a strange creature in the game, the only one who couldn't use skills. Even though everyone in this game could sling fire like it was nothing, even the old veterans wouldn't bother with this useless character. To put it bluntly, this character was weaker than a side character. But he did have a little bit of magic, just a tiny bit, and only a single skill at that. Back to the battle. The Black Demon cultist was cosplaying as a dragon breathing fire, gathering a supersized, gigantic fireball in its mouth. Immediately after, it opened its maw wide and spat out its ball of power. The orb shot towards B. Yunung with lightning speed. Faced with this life-or-death situation, B. Yunung remained cool and collected, then smirked disdainfully. "It was a total, you're no match for me look." He then transformed, using his VIP Pro Flash Step skill to charge forward and slash at the dragon's neck. He just kept flash stepping, over and over again. The Flash Step spell. Byun-sung's skill allowed him to move to another location within a range of 3 to 10 meters, as fast as lightning. But the problem was, the blink location was random, so if you didn't time it perfectly, you'd get wiped out instantly due to the speed and impact force, which were monstrous. Moreover, the cooldown time and mana cost were insane, and you were even frozen for 2 seconds after using the skill. Therefore, although anyone could learn it, few were foolish enough to use it. However, Byun-sung was a strange case. He had mastered this blink skill. Not only that, he could also control the direction and distance of the teleport. God tier. Furthermore, he even knew how to avoid the penalty. This skill didn't cost a single drop of mana, and the character Byun-sung didn't even have a mana stat to begin with. Unlike other spells, Blink was actually just a simple movement skill, but I became obsessed with this character ever since everything became based on skill levels. So for the past 10 years, I only played this one character who didn't use magic in combat. At this point, Byun-sung had charged forward and slashed a long gash across the Dark Demon King's face. Not only that, he also decisively and powerfully sliced the Demon King in half. He was definitely no pushover, not at all. Right after, he stood majestically like a god descended to earth. A notification popped up. "You have defeated the final boss, the 13th Dark Knight. In reality, the main character couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "What the heck? What? I actually killed the final boss? The Dark Demon King? I know I was equipped with rare artifacts from head to toe, but this is still a trash character. It's a miracle. But anyway, this is awesome. I have to brag to the online community that I just killed the Dark Demon Dragon." Before he could even flex, his computer screen was flooded with a mess of red notifications, tangled like a web, because he had reached the bad ending where 90% of the mythic world was destroyed. However, you have come very close to the true ending. Looking at these lines of text, the main character's jaw dropped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Holy crap, what is this?" Before his brain could process it, another notification appeared. "Please reach the true ending." At this point, the guy was freaking out and screamed, "What is this?" And then, our protagonist vanished into thin air, inexplicably, right in his own room. As soon as he opened his eyes, he was greeted by a completely unfamiliar scene. The main character was now lying face down on the ground. He struggled to sit up, his head spinning like a top, and clutched his head in confusion, groaning. What just happened? His body suddenly started shivering uncontrollably, and he looked around, exclaiming, "Where am I?" Suddenly, a dazzling light caught his attention. He soon realized it was a mirror. He approached it, leaned his face close to the mirror, and then, what the hell? His current appearance made him unable to believe his own eyes. A familiar face that had been with him for over 10 years. It was Byung-sung. But before he could understand what was going on, a notification appeared in front of him. Episode 1, Escape the Pursuit. The main character suddenly realized, isn't this Byung-sung's tutorial quest? He couldn't believe what was happening. He just couldn't believe it. Am I dreaming? At that moment, he felt something in his pocket. The thing that made him freeze for 5 seconds was the acceptance letter for Stella Academy. And at this point, even though he didn't want to admit it, Byung-sung could automatically guess where he was. This was definitely the mythic world. So from now on, I'm going to be Byung-sung. Thinking this, he buried his face in his hands and cried, to tears. But I need to think more logically. That voice told me to reach the true ending. But with my knowledge, this game doesn't have a damn true ending. It has countless possible outcomes. At this moment, his eyes suddenly widened in alarm, thinking, wait a minute, could it be that no one has managed to unlock the true ending in the past 10 years? Damn it, but I don't have any more time to think. If I remember correctly, right after Bitch-yoon wakes up, the dark mages will also arrive and storm the house. With that thought, he quickly rushed to the window to peek outside. Before his eyes were a group of identically dressed men in black. In the falling snow, they were frantically searching for him, shouting, "Damn it, where did that little brat run off to?" Seeing this, the main character was scared out of his wits and hid behind the door. He peeked out stealthily, thinking to himself, "This is dangerous. They're already here." Meanwhile, outside, a guy with completely white eyes noticed something. Then he pointed up into the distance and shouted, "Hey guys, there's a house over there, let's go search it." As soon as he finished, the whole group responded in unison. Realizing the urgent problem at hand, he grew worried, not knowing what to do. He recalled that there seemed to be a time limit for evading them, but he couldn't possibly fight them all by himself. While he was panicking, unsure of what to do, the system suddenly appeared, "You can use Flash." At this suggestion, the main character was bewildered. Huh? I can use Flash? Born with a body suffering from mana leak syndrome, Bitch-yoon, who couldn't accumulate mana, could only place his hopes in one single thing, the spell he had spent his entire life practicing. Returning to the present, outside, the snow fell relentlessly, blanketing the entire forest in white. Inside this old house, Bitch-yoon was still constantly thinking about the system's suggestion, but currently, his Flash skill was only at level 0, with a maximum allowed distance of 9 meters. At this moment, he was extremely confused. This damn system is telling me to use Flash, but I'm not sitting in front of a screen playing a game with a computer and a mouse. So how am I supposed to Flash? Outside, the men from the dark sect were running like madmen towards the house. The sound of footsteps grew closer and closer, making the main character even more panicked. Damn it. Are they here already? I have to act now. There's no more time left. Screw it. I'll just have to risk it all against you guys. Meanwhile, as they arrived, they noticed something, their eyes filling with rage. One of them shouted, "Boss, I found the bastard, he's over there, get after him, bring him back to me alive." And just like that, they frantically chased after him from behind, screaming their heads off. "Stop, don't let him escape, get him." As for the main character, he was running for his life up ahead. This was also the first challenge of the tutorial. Use Flash to shake off the pursuers. As he ran, he thought they are wearing magic boots, so they're faster than me. So the only way for me to escape is to use Flash. Calm down, I've used it countless times before. so I should definitely know how to time it perfectly. At this moment, they had caught up right behind him. They even shouted, "Hey brat, you're not gonna stop?" Glancing back, he suddenly realized this. Damn it, they've already caught up? But the truth is, Flash has a weakness. If the user doesn't control the distance well, they will crash into other objects and die instantly. However, if it were me, things would be different, Bi Yun-sung thought to himself as he ran. At that very moment, the leader of the Dark Demon cult members had caught up right behind him. He swung his sword and roared, "Let me send you to hell. Die, you bastard." In that hair's breadth moment, on the verge of life and death, he used the flash step skill to escape. He thought joyfully, "Awesome, it worked," leaving the group of Dark Demon cult members gaping in astonishment. What was that? Flash step? Is that little punk a mage too? Seeing his foolish comrades losing their cool, the leader turned back to reassure them. Don't lose heart. Flash step has a weakness. The user will be paralyzed for about 2 seconds, so this is our chance to act. As he said this, he turned his face back towards Bi Yun-sung, and was so shocked he couldn't believe his eyes. Damn it, wait, how is that kid still moving? On the other side, Bi Yun-sung was still running for his life, encouraging himself as he ran. Careful, I have to be more careful. Come on, I have to use this rough terrain to escape. If a player doesn't learn how to use flash step at this point, the only way out is death. In fact, up to 99% of players who chose Bi Yun-sung couldn't complete the tutorial. As for the remaining 1%, although they passed the tutorial, they couldn't grasp how to control the flash step distance and chain flash steps. Thinking this, he frantically used flash step and then flash stepped again, moving from one position to another. This left the Dark Demon cult members utterly amazed. Whoa, he dares to use flash step on terrain like this? Is this kid insane? Then he turned to his comrades and said, "Whoever can use magic, get to the front. We'll attack him from a distance." As he finished speaking, 3 of them volunteered and stepped forward, their faces filled with killing intent. Noticing they were no longer chasing him from behind, our protagonist glanced back, and another worry popped into his head. Crap, are they planning to use magic? And the second part of the tutorial is to use flash step to dodge magic arrows. Damn it. When playing the game, I could see what was behind me through the screen, so it wasn't hard to dodge. Suddenly, the system displayed a skill notification. Monolink Syndrome has been activated. Monolink Syndrome disables the Sixth Sense skill and accelerates perception. As soon as he received the notification, Bi Yun-sung suddenly felt blades of energy approaching him, even without having to look back. And just like that, he was able to easily dodge these energy blades. At the same time, a massive wave of dark energy rushed towards him. Bi Yun-sung suddenly realized this was the moment to use the flash step skill, and he luckily escaped the fatal attack. A deafening explosion rang out, boom boom boom, just like a meteor crashing to Earth. Its pressure was so immense that Bi Yun-sung couldn't stay on his feet and had to crouch down, bracing himself with his hands. The smoke and dust from the explosion gradually cleared, but its aftermath left behind a massive crater. Only then did Bi Yun-sung regain his composure and think, "Holy crap, I almost bought the farm, but now was not the time to rest." And so, he just took off running again. Suddenly, his eyes widened in absolute terror. Before him was a bottomless abyss. One wrong step, and it would be a one-way ticket to the afterlife. Insanely difficult. And this was the third challenge of the tutorial, using flash to cross the deep chasm. He suddenly thought that perhaps the only way to get to the other side was to perfectly time the flash distance. After that, I'll meet some mages passing by and escape. That would be the end of the tutorial. But to pass this part, I have to cast the flash spell, which activates in 0.1 seconds. But failing even once means death. There were about 20 floating rocks. In this place, with only 0.1 seconds, it was truly easier said than done. I really don't know what kind of bastard wrote the script for this tutorial. So damn malicious. However, this wasn't impossible, the problem was. As he thought this, the voices of the black magic cult members suddenly shouted, "There he is, right in front of us." At the same time, their group had caught up to him. The main character was startled, turning his head and thinking to himself, "The pursuers are closer than I thought. The distance between me and them is probably about 100 meters, and the cooldown for flash is 3 seconds, so I don't have enough time to get to the other side. That means I only have one option left: kill them all." Then, Bi Yun-sung crouched down behind a tree trunk to plan his fight. He suddenly thought, "This is crazy. Why did I even think I could handle this, after just finishing a battle? If this were a game, the system would not allow Chin-Lu to tail me like this. But this is reality. There's no rule that says I have to blindly follow the game's system, killing someone who isn't even worth my time. The reason isn't because these guys are my parents' enemies like in the game's plot. They've finally arrived. Bi Yun-sung firmly gripped his sword in a defensive stance, his face shining with determination. Come on, bring it on. I can take you all on. And just a few seconds later, they had caught up to Bi Yun-sung's position. The man seemed still furious, his face red as he yelled, "It's him! It's this little brat! Quick, get this punk for me!" After he spoke, the whole group shouted in agreement and charged forward aggressively. Every single one of them looked incredibly pissed off. Meanwhile, Bi Yun-sung remained quite calm, not flinching in the slightest, showing this kid had some serious nerve. One of the black magic cult members sneered, thinking, "You dare fight us alone? How foolish, you're finished, you little punk." But the main character was still highly focused, observing to make an accurate judgment. He suddenly realized the distance to the target was now about 8.7 meters. Immediately after, he unleashed his flash skill and rushed toward the man. The man in black didn't even have time to understand what was happening before he was about to die. The leader standing nearby also had his eyes wide with astonishment, but Bi Yun-sung's face now shone with a determination that showed no mercy. The speed was too fast and too dangerous, causing the man in black to spit out a large mouthful of blood. It sprayed directly onto Bi Yun, watching the fresh blood drip lightly from his fingertips. But at this moment, Bi Yun-sung felt no guilt whatsoever, because if they didn't die, he would be the one to die. He had to kill them all to survive. Thinking this, he slashed the man with a powerful blow, then furiously kicked him to vent his anger. It looked like a rather light kick, but the man was sent flying back toward the other black magic cult members. This made them even more furious. Meanwhile, after taking down one of them, he immediately ran away. It was probably because his flash also needed time to cool down, so he couldn't risk his life right now. Meanwhile, the black demon cultists realized he was running away and got even more pissed. They screamed like madmen, "Damn it, he's running! Don't let him escape, no matter what." As Bi Yun-sung ran, he thought to himself, "I just took one of them down, but it won't be this easy next time. But what should I do? Holy crap. Why is it so quiet behind me? Did they stop chasing?" Just as he thought that, they were already standing right in front of him. He didn't even know when they got there. But now, there was no more time to run. He suddenly thought, "Don't tell me they're using magic again, if I dodge, those bastards." Meanwhile, the leader of the black demon cultists was barking orders at his underlings. "Do it!" The moment he finished speaking, a strange magic spell appeared. Immediately after, it shot straight towards Bi Yun-sung's position. All he could see was a massive bolt of fire hurtling towards him. Bi Yun-sung was extremely tense, and it wasn't just one bolt, but many. Fire arrows were flying straight at him. Faced with this situation, he still didn't know how he was going to escape. He could only curse furiously in his mind. "Damn it, this freaking spell. Ah, that's right, I have an idea." In front of him, a tree branch was growing out of a crevice in the rock. In this life or death situation, he used the skill Flash Step to dash towards that branch. And then, a huge explosion occurred right after. Boom, boom, boom. The explosion created a large crater, with dust flying everywhere. On the other side, one of the black demon cultists smirked smugly. "Serves that little punk right." But his joy was short-lived as he suddenly realized there was no body in the crater before him. He muttered in surprise, "Where did he go?" While he was still confused, Bi Yun-sung had not only escaped their magic, but was also using Flash Step to charge straight at their boss. By the time the boss realized it, Bi Yun-sung was right in his face. The two of them stared at each other, eye to eye. The Flash Step skill requires equal momentum before and after use. Without any hesitation, he used Flash Step again, rushing in to land a powerful slash on the man. All that could be heard was a blood-curdling scream echoing into the distance. Witnessing this scene left the entire group of black demon cultists completely shocked. Holy hell, what's happening? Not stopping there, Bi Yun-sung pushed the sword deeper, through the man's body, causing him to cough up blood and die on the spot. Even now, they still couldn't understand where this kid got such a powerful spell, or why he had become so brutal, and after taking care of two of them, it seemed he was getting tired. His whole body was covered in blood as he thought, "I've taken down two of them now, but I need to hurry, before they recover." The scar-faced man spoke up. "What a freak, his reaction speed is too bizarre for a mage. Who the hell are you?" Hearing this, Bi Yun-sung thought to himself, "My reaction speed must be far superior to all other players. But that's only in this game. I can't keep dodging their attacks forever. Especially at this range, I have to finish them all off quickly." Thinking this, he recklessly charged forward, to attack. The scar-faced man, who had been observing, exclaimed, "I've figured out your movement pattern. This kid can only use flash step and his dagger. I just need to defend my face and neck, and he won't be able to touch me." So, he held his sword tightly in a defensive stance with a provocative attitude. Come on, bring it on." Then he shouted, "Ice Tide." Meanwhile, Bai Yunsheng, Baek Yun-sung was still showing off his amazing flash step skills. Meanwhile, his opponent unleashed a powerful blast of energy directly at him. He was quite confident in his strategy, thinking to himself, "Haha, I'm about to get you now. Let's see how you writhe in pain." But his confidence didn't last long, as he was completely shocked. Not only was Baek Yun-sung unharmed, but he had also dashed towards Scarface's accomplice and logged him out with a single slash. Witnessing this scene made Scarface's hair stand on end as he trembled and exclaimed, "Damn it, you used to just run and hide, like a scared little rat, and now you dare to fight back?" The main character, covered in fresh blood, coldly replied, "Yes, but that was the old me. In any case, I have to thank you all for helping me get stronger day by day." After hearing this, he retorted bitterly, "You damn bastard, that's only because we went easy on you. Now die." As he finished speaking, the powerful footsteps of Baek Yun-sung drew closer. His face was now filled with killing intent, looking incredibly fierce. Then, he quickly threw his spear towards him. Seeing the spearhead coming at him, he guessed to himself, a flash step aimed at an unguarded spot. He must be planning to throw the spear to make me block it, then ambush me from behind. Ha. Dream on. Sweetie, it's not gonna happen. Just as he thought that, the spearhead was right in front of his face. The guy just casually swung his sword and cut the spear in half. Then he smirked smugly, thinking, "And now, I just need to turn around and finish him with one blow." But it seems his judgment was wrong. Suddenly, he just stood there, dumbfounded, and weakly uttered, "Ah." Then he gritted his teeth, his face contorted in inexplicable pain. This time, Baek Yun-sung didn't attack from behind as he had predicted, but he attacked directly from the front. He used all his strength to pierce through his heart, much to his astonishment. Scarface still couldn't accept it, and weakly cried out, "Damn." He intended to attack from the front all along, and so, Chapter 1, Escaping the Pursuit, is complete. After killing the whole group, the system displayed a notification. You have gained additional experience, and received an additional gift from the Constellatio project for developing a unique story. Meanwhile, the main character seemed quite exhausted and collapsed to the ground, his breathing becoming rapid and heavy. Gasp, gasp. He looked down at his blood-soaked hands, and then glanced around. Just like many other transmigrated characters, at first, they think it's all just a dream. But no, it's all real. This isn't a dream. The main character recalled the moments he just fought to survive in this place. That was his first flash step in this world, his first battle. And moreover, this was also his first time killing someone. The truth is, I've killed people to survive. A moment later, the main character stood up, brushed the dirt off his clothes, and looked at the road ahead. The main character told himself, "Anyway, since I've already transmigrated here, the first thing I need to do is get out of this place quickly." Suddenly, a thought popped into his head, and he turned to look back at the group he had just defeated. He was still quite hesitant. His eyes filled with a hint of sadness, but then he bent down and started patting down their pockets and clothes, thinking, "This might be a little despicable, but I have to be realistic. Right now, I don't have a single cent to my name." After fumbling around for a bit, he finally found a pouch of sparkling gold coins. He rejoiced inwardly. This must be about 2 million won. It's better than nothing, a silver lining in a bad situation. However, his joy was short-lived as he quickly started worrying about another problem. He looked at the path ahead with a sense of dread. Before him was a bottomless cliff, and if he wasn't careful, a single slip would mean he was a goner for sure. Standing on the precipice between life and death, he was bewildered, wondering how he was supposed to cross this chasm. Suddenly, a loud voice called out from the other side of the cliff, "Is anyone there?" He immediately looked up. Seeing the main character still standing there dumbfounded, the group waved their hands and called out again, "Hey, over here, we're over here." He realized that this was the group of mages from the tutorial section. Immediately after, he instantly shouted like a madman, I'm here, someone on the other side replied, "But there's no bridge nearby. Do you think you can make it across?" "Yes, I'm on my way," the main character answered. Receiving his signal, the girl immediately turned to the others and said, "Let's wait for him for a bit, since he said he can cross." The young man, with blue hair standing beside her, spoke up, still doubtful, "But crossing this cliff is no simple feat. He would need to be at least a third-rank knight, maybe? Can that young man really do something like that?" she replied. I'm not sure either. As she said this, her eyes suddenly widened in astonishment. He was leaping from one rock to another, with such ease and skill. The entire group stared, mouths agape at the sight, each one watching with bated breath. At this moment, Bitch Young-sung was concentrating intently, trying to cross one section at a time. Quick as a flash of lightning, he had already made it halfway across. The group watching this spectacle couldn't believe their eyes, exclaiming, "What kind of skill is that? Some kind of jumping magic?" Someone else answered, "That's flash step." The voice came from a young girl with blue hair standing in the back. She had a very pretty and adorable appearance. The woman, with purple hair, turned to look at the little girl, then looked back towards the main character and said in confusion, "That's flash step?" But flash step can't be controlled with such precision over direction and distance. That's pretty much impossible, yet he looks so effortless and skilled. To an outsider, it looked that way, but the main character was actually struggling quite a bit. Suddenly, the woman saw something that made her eyes go wide in alarm as she stammered, "Who are those two? Are they with that guy?" Just then, on the other side, two figures in black robes were approaching the cliff's edge. While the group on this side was still confused, one of the figures on the other side began to use a magic staff, creating an orange-colored power that radiated outwards. Immediately after, he aimed, his hand forward, forming a bizarre magic circle, which then shot straight towards the main character. Suddenly, a shout rang out, "Hey, watch your back!" At that very moment, the main character sensed the terrifying power hurtling straight towards him and cursed inwardly. Freaking hell. Just as it was about to hit, he used his flash step magic to move to another spot, narrowly escaping with his life. Behind him, a massive explosion erupted with a deafening boom. He turned his head to see who had ambushed him. As the smoke and dust from the explosion cleared, the silhouettes of two black-robed figures appeared. He suddenly thought, so it's those mercenaries from before. They've been revived. This is too dangerous. The cooldown for flash step is still 3 seconds. Dodging all of their spells is impossible. I have to find another floating rock to stand on. As he thought this, a sudden flash, his eyes widened in panic. What the hell? What is this? It turns out the dark mages weren't about to let him escape that easily, and had immediately activated a magic spell and fired it straight at him. Luckily for Byun, he managed to lean his body to one side to dodge the blast of power. But life is never that easy, and just as he dodged, the rock beneath his feet cracked, completely in two. He tried to keep his balance but failed, falling backward into the endless void, and yet, his will to survive was still burning strong. He struggled desperately on the brink of life and death, telling himself he had to live. He absolutely had to live. But life isn't a fairy tale. The floating rocks seemed to mock him, being so far out of reach. A faint glimmer of hope remained, wishing he could just land on a single rock. And then, as if the universe heard his plea, his eyes lit up as he spotted a large rock nearby. It seemed his luck hadn't run out yet. The heavens were still on his side. Without a second of hesitation, he immediately cast a flash spell, launching himself like an arrow toward the rock. His effort paid off, as his hands managed to grab onto the edge of the rock, his hands gripping his hope for survival like a vice. He glanced back, his voice trembling. Did I actually survive? But his relief was short-lived, as he hadn't even caught his breath when a massive orange energy blast appeared from behind, that screamed danger just by looking at it, came roaring towards him. A desperate thought flashed through his mind. Maybe this is where I die. Just as the Grim Reaper was about to touch his heels, when our protagonist was ready to bite the dust. Oh my god. A blast of jade green power shot out from nowhere like a savior. Right after, the two energy blasts collided, creating a massive explosion. Boom. The shockwave was so powerful it seemed to tear space itself apart, and he had to use all his strength just to hang on. Then, as always, the calm came after the storm, and as the smoke and dust cleared, the protagonist was completely unharmed. That's the power of plot armor for you. Of course, the main character wouldn't die that easily, right? His head still ringing, he dazedly wondered, what was that spell just now? An ice spear wrapped in lightning? Whoa, who's such a pro that they can combine two skills into one overpowered attack? Not to mention, their aim was perfectly calculated, not off by a single millimeter. What kind of master could unleash such a perfect technique? He looked off into the distance. The entire group of remaining dark mages was glued to a slender, blue-haired figure standing at the center of attention, her beautiful face still as cold as ice, without a single ripple of emotion. After witnessing that display, every single one of them was pale as a ghost. One of them stammered, "It's impossible. How could she do something so extraordinary?" The two mercenaries on the front line, on the other side, saw this was a losing battle and decided to bail. Stella was still too green and inexperienced, so she quietly disappeared. The protagonist watched the backs of that ragtag group of heroes as they left and let out a loud sigh of relief. Phew, thank God, I'm still alive. After struggling for a moment, the young man finally landed safely on the other side, where he was warmly welcomed by everyone. Only the blue-haired girl, the cool and aloof one, completely ignored him, turning away without so much as a glance. Seeing his savior, the protagonist quickly ran after her, calling out eagerly, "Hey, wait up! Thank you for saving me back there." The heroine gave him a quick glance, her voice still as cold as ice. "I didn't do it for your gratitude, so you don't need to waste your breath thanking me." With that said, she coldly turned her back on him again. The protagonist froze for 5 seconds, then mumbled, "Oh, okay then." Watching her proud figure walk away, he sank back into his thoughts. This girl is really interesting. I've never heard a voice so lovely before. Although she seems pretty hard to approach, whatever. The important thing is that the bandits who ravaged and plundered the village have paid the price. The truth is, most of these village raids were orchestrated by the dark magic cult, but luckily this nightmare has finally ended here. That was a real near-death experience, but after getting past this godforsaken cliff, it's like we've set foot in the mage's territory. Even if the dark magic cult grew wings, they'd have a hard time following us here. With that thought, he breathed a sigh of relief and chuckled to himself. Those bastards don't even know who I am yet. Suddenly, ding! The system announced a new notification. Chapter 2. Enrollment in Stella Academy. Looking at the brand new quest board, he couldn't help but be stunned. This is Chapter 2? Well, that doesn't sound too bad, does it? But still, how am I supposed to go through school at this age? And so, the whole group got on the carriage and headed straight for Stella Academy. Night fell, and the road they traveled grew strangely desolate and quiet, with only the steady sound of the carriage wheels clattering along, lulling them to sleep. Inside the carriage, perhaps exhausted from a day of life or death struggles, the main character was sleeping like a log. Suddenly, he let out a few muffled groans in his sleep. His mind drifted into the realm of memories. Fragments of the past returned one by one. An image of a chubby little boy tugging at his mother's clothes appeared before him, his voice chirping, "Mommy, Mommy," and his mother replied gently, "My sweet boy, you'll become a great mage when you grow up. I believe you can do it, my good, precious son." He remembered flipping through his mother's old diary pages, only to realize how hard his parents had toiled to raise him. Back then, the little boy promised himself that he would study hard to make his parents proud. On long nights spent poring over books until he unknowingly fell asleep, his mother's gentle hand was always there to cover him with a warm blanket. The stream of memories suddenly flooded back, replaying a certain day when his mother received news from the doctor. She was utterly bewildered and exclaimed, "Doctor, did you just say my son has some kind of syndrome?" The boy himself was devastated at the time, unable to believe the cruel truth. "No, it can't be." As he spoke, his eyes welled up with tears. But were these the memories of Bion or just fragments of his own past? His train of thought was abruptly cut off. The main character jolted awake, his head spinning slightly. He unconsciously brought a hand to his head. Glancing out the window, he saw that dawn had broken and sunlight was beginning to stream in. Noticing the main character was awake, one of his traveling companions in the carriage asked, "Ah, you're awake? It seemed like you were having a nightmare. You were saying something, but I couldn't understand a word of it. I was about to wake you up." Just then, a voice called from outside, "We're about to depart for Lajocha, the satellite city of Acanium." The carriage slowly came to a stop, and another voice called out, "We'll be stopping here for a short rest." The group quickly moved out of the carriage to breathe in the fresh air. His body feeling a bit stiff, the main character stretched out refreshingly. Suddenly, he was a little surprised, his eyes widening as he looked in one direction. Coincidentally, the blue-haired girl was staring at him without blinking. In that instant, he was about to raise his hand to greet her out of courtesy, but before he could even speak, she coldly turned away. This action left him feeling a bit awkward, could only force a smile, thinking to himself that this guy was seriously cool. However, things were going pretty smoothly compared to his previous worries. He was secretly glad that this timeline was closer to the modern era rather than the days of the distant Central Plains. Magic still existed in this mythical world, but within the safe cities, trains, airships, and sky roads were all sturdily built. And to make the long journey more chill, the group would travel to Lioa on an ultra-modern airship. Lioa was on the route to Acanium. In Acanium, a place known as the capital of magic, everything would truly begin. Mysterious magic towers, solemn mage conferences, and 5 prestigious academies were all located in Acanium. The academy with the most powerful mages and the most elite students was Stella Academy. Therefore, Stella was a gathering place for countless geniuses and nobles from all over the world. However, the main character still couldn't wrap his head around why Bion, the person he was possessing, could set foot in this prestigious school. He almost forgot his lines. He hadn't even checked his own skills yet. Thinking that, he hurriedly opened the system to check, and immediately, the status window appeared crystal clear. Mana Leak Syndrome Level 1, Strength increased by 3%, Speed increased by 5%, Agility increased by 10%. Sixth Sense. Consumes the user's mental power to activate. Detects mana within a 12-meter radius. Acceleration Wave. Looking at the status window, he silently thanked the abilities that Bion possessed, Sixth Sense and Acceleration Wave. Without these two, he probably would have been wiped out a long time ago. In this game, a cursed power prevents one from concentrating mana in their body. Mana Leak Syndrome was the very curse that Bion had to endure. However, there was a silver lining, as this allowed him to sense surrounding mana through his sixth sense. It also helped him detect any attacks aimed at him, even without seeing them. As for Acceleration Wave, it allowed him to perceive everything as if time were in slow motion. If there was danger or a surprise attack, he could react faster than a normal person could even perceive. It was a must-have skill for Bion since he couldn't use mana. But everything comes at a price. Using Sixth Sense for too long would consume a lot of mental power, so overusing it could lead to many unforeseen consequences later on. Reading this far, the main character swiped to Bion's stats section. Status: Strength 1 star 59%, Agility 1 star 97%, Speed 1 star 81%, Stamina 1 star 51%, Endurance 0 stars 97%, Mental Power 1 star 43%, Remaining Mana none, Skills Flash Level 0, Trait Mana Leak Syndrome Level 1. After studying the information, he suddenly thought that the starting stats weren't actually that bad. The original Bion had very low agility, but in his hands, it would be different. He was determined to push this stat. In this game world, there wasn't just one type of level, but also levels for each individual stat. Skills were displayed as levels, while stats were shown as stars. The highest stat level was 9 stars, but reaching that realm was as hard as ascending to the heavens. He had grinded this game for over 10 years, but the highest he ever achieved was only 8 stars in both stamina and agility. But for now, he should focus on investing in agility to buff his sixth sense and reaction speed. He could work on his stamina and flexible in many different ways. That's the gist of it. But the pressing issue right now is the mana leakage syndrome. Otherwise, you won't last long on this thing. You need to level it up to quickly uncover the secret of your true form. And Stella Academy is the key to suppressing that syndrome. You have no other choice if you want to turn the tables on this world's ending and cure your chronic illness. Thinking this, the main character sighed wearily. Phew, to be honest, I don't even want to go there. Someone please save me from this ordeal. Suddenly, the system blared again. You have missed some important notifications, he exclaimed in surprise. Huh, I've never seen this before? But before he could check, an urgent voice called out, Hey you guys, let's get a move on. The main character had to put those notifications aside for now. The blue-haired girl was still eyeing him carefully, but maintained a cold expression without saying a single word. In front of them was a giant airship, hovering in mid-air, looking both modern and incredibly cool. On the ship, everyone seemed excited and expectant. Suddenly, an announcement came over the loudspeaker. Attention, we are approaching Acanium. Please remain in your seats. Just then, some guy saw something and looked utterly astonished. Immediately after, he used a sarcastic tone to mock. Hey guys, look at that dude, looking around like a country bumpkin who's just come to the city. Has he never been on an airship before? Ha ha. Following their gaze, the main character they were talking about was none other than Bion. He was looking around bewilderedly. Everything here was unfamiliar to him. They continued to gossip. That guy must be from the countryside, right? He looks as clueless as a cow in a bow tie, doesn't he? Tusk. I don't get why Stella even lets trash like this in. At this point, the main character heard that those taunts were aimed at him. He immediately looked up. They still wouldn't stop, and continued scornfully. If word of this gets out, it'll be so embarrassing. A few guys like him are enough to taint the entire academy. He kept his eyes on them, but then decided not to bother with their taunts, just sighing once before turning away. His reaction made the guy a bit awkward. He thought to himself, a bunch of immature brats, I'm an adult, I won't stoop to their level. And it was his attitude of completely ignoring them that made the young master furious, who then yelled, Hey, you little punk, how dare you look at us like that? You got a death wish or something? He gritted his teeth and continued. You little brat, you stop right there. Suddenly, a soft voice spoke up. Hey, what's all the commotion about? The guy flinched, whipping his head around towards the voice, and his eyes widened in utter astonishment, his eyes bulging, as the figure of a girl with long, flowing hair appeared in the distance. Immediately after, he stammered, Princess Bion. Hearing this, the main character also turned to look, thinking, did he say Bion? Following his gaze, before everyone was a princess of devastating beauty, with a cold and noble aura to the extreme, and this was the princess of the Adolebet kingdom, Bion Adolebet. She said nothing more and coldly walked past the group. When the princess passed by where he stood, the guy quickly put on a sycophantic smile and placed his hand on his chest to greet her politely, Your Highness. But before he could say more, the princess shot him a piercing glare, gave him a look as sharp as a knife, then coolly ignored him and walked straight past. This left him utterly embarrassed, his mouth agape and speechless. She just coldly proceeded inside, leaving the whole group staring at each other in bewilderment, their moods plummeting. Meanwhile, over here, she had just walked past the main character. He suddenly realized that she was the sworn enemy of this world. Just as the script dictated, Hongbei was a key character in the game. She and the heroine were always at each other's throats, but in the end, she was the one who always bit the dust. No matter which route was chosen, she always met a tragic end in most of the outcomes, or she would have to take her own life after being ostracized by the entire academy. She had to endure the most humiliating things in front of everyone, as if the developers had it out for her and wanted her to taste every hardship life had to offer. At this moment, he fell into deep thought. I've heard she's really popular among male gamers. Her beauty is truly on another level, but she's so cold, it feels like she'd send me to meet my maker if I even dared to start a conversation. Suddenly, his stomach let out a loud growl, so he placed a hand on his belly and rubbed it. His most pressing issue right now was to fill his empty stomach first. The moment he stepped onto the second floor, at one of the stalls, countless sparkling pastries of all colors were laid out before his eyes. He randomly picked one, but the moment he held it, his face went pale as he thought, good heavens, why is this so darn expensive? But he had no choice but to bite the bullet and eat to fill his stomach. After finishing his food, the main character walked out, looking as dazed as a lost deer. He thought in frustration, damn it, is eating at Acanium always this hard on the wallet? I'm so screwed, I'm totally screwed. Just then, an announcement blared from the speakers. Attention, attention, an urgent announcement for everyone. We will be arriving at Acanium in approximately 10 minutes. All passengers, please make your way to the ground floor. I repeat, we will be arriving at Acanium in approximately 10 minutes. All passengers, please make your way to the ground floor. We sincerely thank you for your cooperation. Hearing this, the main character smiled and thought, it's finally showtime. Well, this is my reality now, after all. With that thought, he excitedly cheered, let's do this. A short while later, the group arrived at Stella Academy. Looking at the crowd of strangers, he felt a little out of place. Then he took a deep breath. Thankfully, I've already dealt with the immediate problem. The members of the demonic cult can't tail me anymore. But can I survive in this godforsaken place? No. Survival in this world is incredibly tough. I wish I had some kind of cheat item to save me in this situation. At that thought, he suddenly remembered the system notifications he had previously ignored. He immediately opened the system to check them. The notification read as follows. The Star Project grants you a special reward. Option 1 is the weapon you used in the game, but at a lower level. Option 2 is a skill you obtained in the game, but with reduced power. Option 3 is experience. Looking at the options, he pondered thoughtfully. Oh, it seems this system isn't half bad. But let's see. What should I lock in? Should I take Reflector or Browse Lightning? And the system, as if reading Bion's mind, immediately provided an answer. According to the search results, the rank of those items is too high, so they will be downgraded. What about Super Space Flash then? According to the search results, that skill is an upgraded version of Flash and cannot be obtained. However, you can use a portion. Reward to enhance the Flash skill. After reading it, he was stunned for 5 seconds, silently cursing the cunning system. Damn it, do I really have to downgrade? Seeing him complaining to high heaven, the system explained, due to a shortage of narrative energy, we cannot fully materialize it. Huh, what's that? The thing that affects the story's progression is called narrative energy. If you continue to uncover the story's hidden plot points, it will accumulate. So, in the short term, you can't let me have overly overpowered items just because I'm a newbie? He anxiously awaited the system's response. When there was no reply, he asked again, what about the Warbler goggles? Based on the system's results, we've concluded that it can be provided. Alright then, I'll take it. As soon as he finished speaking, the system immediately tossed him the warbler goggles. He then held the goggles in his hands and examined them. He thought with a sigh, I never imagined I'd have to wear this ridiculous thing. Note, the goggles are an item that stores all the information a player has collected while grinding the game. In the world of mythology, recalling or reading information about monsters you've beaten or knowledge you've acquired is impossible. Therefore, players have created countless information-storing items in their own unique styles, and the main character is no exception. He uses the warbler goggles to store information. He excitedly put on the goggles to test them out. At that moment, the goggles emitted a mystical blue light. Immediately after, a notification appeared. Warbler goggles. Rank indescribable. Cannot recall last night's dinner. No problem, because these goggles will save the details of everything you have ever seen and learned. Special feature, sealed warbler folder. Using mental power to activate it, he then opened another folder to check. Then the system displayed another notification. Alchemy ingredients, hunting grounds, dungeons, characters. Seeing this, he felt quite satisfied. Because this place is exactly like the real world, he was at a loss for words about what he could do using the system. But with these goggles, I can recover about half of the power I've used. Suddenly, there were whispers from behind. Hey, isn't that ActionToon? Oh, you mean the daughter of that traitor Dutchman? My god, how dare she show her face here? Shh, keep it down, she'll hear you. The main character heard a familiar name in the conversation and got a little curious. Speaking of which, that reminds me, one of the cool features of the warbler goggles is that it lets me register or check information on characters in the storyline. Let me try scanning her and see. Immediately after, an information panel appeared. Isam is a fake heroine, an ice and lightning mage. Loves drinking cucumber water before eating pizza. Eldest daughter of Monducci, her father's death caused her family to go into a steep decline. Outcome: kicked the bucket. After reading this information, the main character thought to himself, oh, so she's a knockoff hero? Speaking of Anne, a fake hero, there's one thing I have to expose. Although I'm currently living in the world of the game mythology, there's a fact that this mythological world was inspired by a romance novel called Don't Love the Princess, and that novel tells the story of the heroine, Ayun, who lost all of her relatives. She grew up in suffering by confronting the schemes of the main villain, Hong Beijan, and the result is a happy ending with the male lead. In the finale, her revenge plan nearly goes up in smoke, and the other male characters gallantly step in to protect her. It had a gut-wrenchingly sad ending after receiving tons of backlash from readers. But the real kicker here is that even though the game's world is based on the novel, the plot is a world apart. In the game, a character named Flame was added and simultaneously usurped the role of the heroine. What's more, this Flame character had a completely unique backstory. She was once an ordinary woman from the modern world who was addicted to reading the novel Don't Love the Princess and was then unwillingly reincarnated into this world. So unlike in the novel, An became a fake heroine in the game, while Flame took the throne as the real hero. And no matter how hard gamers tried, she still couldn't clear any of the roots. This was the consequence of her being kicked out of the true hero's position. But what does that have to do with anything? Still, it's strange. I don't know if I'm just being delusional, but I feel like I've seen her somewhere before. But it's probably just my imagination. Now it's time for me to face this harsh reality head on. After a long and stormy day, a new day dawned, with brilliant sunbeams shining all over Stella Academy. Inside, the students had put on their uniforms and were standing in neat rows listening to a speech. At that moment, the headmaster began to speak. As you all know, the dark mages are sorcerers, those who have consumed the power of other worlds and transformed into monsters. Even now, those dark mages continue their invasion plots, opening gates called personas or releasing ancient dungeons to devour the magical world. And our mission as mages is to be the shield that protects the world from these evil forces. Hearing this, murmurs began to spread among the students below. Starting a new semester with a speech as bland as dishwater? Yeah, it's boring as heck. At the same time, the voice of the speaker continued. And, next, we will have the oath-taking ceremony for the 4 students with the highest scores, who will also represent the new students. Now, please come forward. Immediately after, the shining faces stepped onto the stage one by one. They were all handsome young men and beautiful young women, exceptionally good-looking, and with faces that shone like the morning sun. Looking at them, the protagonist thought to himself, they all have faces that shine so brightly like stars, as if they were the main characters themselves. But who is the brightest star here? That's right, it's him. The headmaster's voice rang out again, representing all the new students present here today. Ma Yu-seong, please come up and give your speech. At this, the crowd of fans below looked on with hearts fluttering in admiration. Oh my god, he's the one with the highest entrance score? How can someone be a top student and so devastatingly handsome at the same time? Baejeon watched and had to nod in agreement. So, this is the famous Ma Yu-seong? A side note, in the game Ma Yu-seong is the living embodiment of the phrase, throughout heaven and earth, I alone am the honored one. With a 9-star mana stat, possessing potential on par with the gods, he is a genius among geniuses, one who can control all the elements. And that's also why he's known as one of the strongest characters in the game, elements in the world. Even if I can't make it to the grand finale, I still have to avoid the disastrous endings by pulling Ma Yu-seong over to the side of justice. However, that cute, short-haired girl is probably the one, right? The main character started racking his brain, but he'd have to play it by ear and see what moves she makes from now on, because she's also from the same world, transmigrated here, just like me. Maybe teaming up with her isn't a bad idea, but will things get more complicated if she sees me as her sworn enemy and I get taken out? But I have the home field advantage with information, so I shouldn't act rashly and ruin anything. Flame is a huge fan of romance fantasy novels, while the main character is a veteran gamer of this fantasy game. I swear on my life I'll do just that, although my influence on the plot doesn't even compare to some small fry villain. Moreover, the heroine has a special ability that allows her to purify dark mages. But ironically, she also has the power to bring misfortune to those close to her. Hanging around her will definitely affect me. My role is to support the main characters from a distance and minimize any involvement with them. As he was thinking this, the speech from the school prince also came to an end. Below, everyone began to applaud in unison. The headmaster's voice rang out. Then I declare that we will officially conclude today's entrance ceremony here. Right after attending the entrance ceremony, Bong's system displayed a new notification. Congratulations on successfully completing the mission to enroll in Stella Academy. After the opening ceremony ended, all the students gathered in a certain lecture hall, each one freely choosing a seat they liked. The main character seemed rather melancholic at this moment, thinking to himself that he'd graduated from college 8 lifetimes ago, and now he was suddenly a high school student again. An indescribably strange feeling, but there was something pretty cool about this place. Then he held the watch in his hand, thinking, that's right. Having this baby is pretty sweet. This is a Stella watch. It certifies that you are a student of the legendary Stella Academy. If you possess it, you'll receive privileges and services far better than other mages. Thinking of this, he happily tucked the watch carefully into his pants pocket. Hehe, I have to take advantage of this golden opportunity. Just then, someone opened the door and walked in. A man with a stone-cold face entered and stepped onto the podium. Speaking clearly, I request that all of you maintain order in the classroom. We will begin the test immediately. So, aside from writing utensils, put away all other items. If anyone is wearing glasses, they must be inspected by me first. The opening ceremony just ended, and we're already having a test. This is intense. The curriculum at Stella Academy is more rigorous than most universities in Korea. Students have to take a test on the very first day of school. It's called the placement test. This means that through this test, students will be evaluated and assigned to their classes. After distributing the test papers to all the students, the teacher returned to the podium and said loudly, "Attention students, you have 45 minutes to complete the test. The time starts now. Please focus on your work." And for someone who went through this curriculum a very, very long time ago and seemed to have forgotten everything, the main character looked at this test paper and felt sick to his stomach, his face breaking out in a sweat, drenched in sweat, thinking to himself, "Oh my god, I can't even understand the questions. How am I supposed to do this? This is seriously impossible." The test for placement had nothing to do with the entrance exam. It was infamous for its earth-shattering difficulty. The students were divided into classes from F to A and an S class, based on their test scores. And of course, most of the important figures were in the S class. Ironically, Leo was dead last among the 1,141 students. The protagonist looked at the test paper and hesitated like a shy girl. Maybe I should just turn in a blank paper to get it over with? I've already been accepted anyway. They probably won't kick me out for this. I'll just consider it volunteering for the F class. He glanced around the room, and at that moment, it seemed like everyone was burying their heads in their papers, except for that guy, Ma Yu-seong, who was just chilling leisurely, resting his chin on his hand, lost in thought about something. The protagonist looked back at himself with a wave of disappointment. Is he already finished? Did he really solve everything already? No wonder he looks so bored out of his mind. In the game, Ma Yu-seong's character was incredibly dull. He was born into the most powerful family on the continent and possessed a genius intellect and top-tier talent. Everything was a piece of cake for him. Therefore, depending on the female lead's choices, Ma Yuseong would either lean towards the side of good or fall to the side of evil. All the members of the demonic cult who wanted to destroy humanity were extremely interested in him. And from the very beginning, the biggest headache was his family. But anyway, watching a genius just made me reflect on myself. He suddenly realized, oh, wait a minute, how could I be so stupid? I can just use the bun glasses. I used them before to accumulate skills I learned in the library. Maybe they'll actually be useful to me right now. And what's the harm in trying? Let's see. Thinking this, he reached into his breast pocket and pulled out the glasses. Just as he was about to put them on, the proctor seemed suspicious of his actions, approached him, and said, "Hold on, is there something wrong with your glasses? I already said that if you were going to use glasses, you had to let me inspect them first. Let me see them." At that moment, the protagonist finally remembered, telling himself, "Ah, right, crap, I completely forgot about that." He then handed the glasses to the teacher, who took them and began to inspect them closely. Meanwhile, the protagonist was pale with fear, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, thinking, "It's over, Leo, what do I do now? If he finds out these are magic glasses, I'm so screwed." He looked up, silently praying to all the gods to help him get through this ordeal. Suddenly, the damn system displayed a notification. A lost part of the bun glasses has been detected. Do you wish to summon it? This scared the crap out of the protagonist. No, please just stay put. System. On the other side, the proctor was still using his magic to inspect the glasses. After fiddling with them for a while and finding nothing unusual, he returned them to the protagonist and said, "I don't detect any mana here, but next time, remember to ask for permission first." The protagonist breathed a sigh of relief, as if a huge weight had been lifted from his shoulders, happily replying, "Ah, yes sir, I'll remember that." At the same time, he was secretly celebrating, so damn lucky. If the original feature was active, I would have been toast. He then put the glasses on, looking much more intellectual. Immediately after, the answers to every question appeared crystal clear in his mind. Following them, he scribbled down furiously while thinking smugly, I hit the jackpot. Maybe I'll even take first place. At this rate, I'll definitely escape F rank. Maybe I'll even get promoted to A rank. While he was busy copying, the teacher's voice rang out, "Time's up for the test. I need all of you to stop writing and turn in your papers." As soon as he finished speaking, the proctor used magic to collect the students' tests. At that point, no one could try to squeeze in another word. Watching the test papers fly towards the teacher, the main character's face fell, thinking, "Wait, I've only answered 3 questions." At that moment, the teacher held a stack of the students' tests. He glanced over the examinee's work, and suddenly his eyes widened in astonishment. Meanwhile, B. Young was feeling maximum disappointment, thinking to himself, "I thought I'd finally escape F rank. It seems it was a bit too much for this young guy." Then, he reached up and took off his glasses. Suddenly, the teacher noticed something unusual, turned to him in alarm, and shouted, "Hey, you student over there, give me your glasses right now." The main character's hair stood on end as he stammered, "Yes, sir." The teacher held the glasses in his hand, thinking deeply, "This is strange. It can't be." Then he turned to the student and said, "You, go get Dr. Gran for me immediately." The student replied, "Yes, sir." But inside, he was utterly bewildered. What's suddenly wrong with the teacher? I even wrote everything out meticulously so I wouldn't be suspected of cheating. It's over. Have I been exposed? A while later, in the doctor's office, the teacher's anxious voice spoke up. "Doctor, what do you think?" The person holding and examining the glasses was the professor of magic engineering, Dr. Grahan. He replied, "The fact that this boy could solve this question is indeed problematic." The teacher hurriedly asked, "So, did he cheat?" The doctor immediately answered, "Cheat? No, he's completely clean. I don't sense any magical energy from the glasses or any other item. He definitely did this on his own, using his own abilities." The main character, at this point, put on a completely innocent and wronged expression. The doctor laughed with great interest, patted his shoulder, and continued, "Haha, how fascinating. I never expected to encounter a case like this at my age. Anyway, Professor Lee Hanggu, remember to apologize and provide him with extra guidance, okay?" The teacher, now a bit embarrassed, replied, "Ah, yes sir." Then he turned to face the student and said, "I misunderstood you. Please accept my sincere apology." Hearing this, the main character grinned from ear to ear and thought, "Actually, I did cheat, sir, but if the original feature had activated, I would have been toast." Then he replied to the teacher, "It's nothing, sir." A while later, in Professor Lee Hanggu's office, the teachers were gathered there to grade the exams. When he got to a certain student's test, he was stunned. He held the paper in his hands and stared at it for a long time, as if he couldn't believe his own eyes at what this student had written. Suddenly, someone's voice called out, "Oh, Professor Lee Hanggu, are these the first-year students' exams?" Lee Hanggu replied, "Yes, ma'am." The woman added cheerfully, "I hear there are many outstanding students this year, right?" And this woman was a member of the Council of Elders at Stella Academy, Professor Identiman. Lee Hanggu answered, "That's right. This year, we have quite a few prominent students, like Princess Hong Beijan, from the most prestigious fire magic family, from the Fire Nation of Adalabit. Then there's also the successor of the Skivan Empire, who ascended at only 12 years old, thanks to his magical talent, Jeremy Skivan, the prince who surpassed all his older brothers in the war for the throne, and from the most magnificent magic tower in the world, the Full Moon Tower. The successor to Tower Master Heng has also joined our academy this year." Hearing this, Professor Yentiman spoke with satisfaction. "Oh, I heard that creating questions for the elite students from prestigious families is quite a challenge, isn't it? There are sure to be some tricky questions this year." Professor Lai replied, "As long as the elder is pleased, I am satisfied." Just as Professor Yentiman said, this year's exam has a new format. The first 3 questions are extremely difficult for students with only average academic ability. Those 3 questions are all trick questions with deep hidden meanings, testing their quick-wittedness and whether a student, if stumped, would quickly move on to the next question. Secondly, it tests how a student will respond to a problem they've never encountered in textbooks. The era of rote learning magic and empty theories is outdated. Now is the era of practical application, requiring quick judgment and innovative, creative thinking. However, that question didn't require an answer. Over 1,000 out of 1,141 students submitted blank papers. The remaining 100 students desperately tried to find an answer, but not a single one gave the correct response. Among the new students, only a mere 3 answered correctly. They were Ma Yuang, the genius of the century. He appeared like a shooting star, but no one knew which family he came from. The second was Flame. She was recommended to the academy by the headmaster, despite being a commoner, but her talent was widely recognized, second only to Ma Yuang by a small margin. Finally, there was Bong, a complete nobody. Ma Yuang and Flame being considered geniuses was a given. But this kid, Bong, who had a mediocre entrance score, it's unbelievable that he managed to ace all 3 of these tough questions, especially since he left the remaining questions blank, without even a glance. The professor standing nearby saw Professor Lee lost in thought and asked curiously, "What's wrong? You seem to be paying close attention to the kid's scores, huh?" Professor Lai replied with a puzzled expression. Well, it's just that I can't seem to understand the scores of some of the students." She continued, "Oh, that's understandable. After all, those formulas don't really solve anything. Even if the kids don't know, you can still handle it." "But do you think this child is a genius?" Professor Lai asked. The senior professor replied nonchalantly, "It could have just been a lucky guess." With that, she turned and walked away, leaving Professor Lai standing there, bewildered. Feeling utterly confused, he let out a sigh and looked up the student's admission file. On top of the file was a note that read, "Special admission due to his ability to control blink, being highly evaluated." Seeing this, Professor Lai had no choice but to accept this surprising reality, thinking to himself, so he was personally scouted by the headmaster. No wonder. That's amazing. Huh. But he's studying combat magic yet specializes in blink? How interesting. But we'll soon find out if this was just a coincidence or not. These 2 kids are truly special. After the students' exam results were out, the academy used them to sort students into different classes. At this time, everyone was eagerly going to see which class they were assigned to. You could hear voices asking each other all around. "I heard the class assignment results are posted on the bulletin board. I'm so nervous I could die. My mom told me not to even bother coming home if I don't get into Class A, face home." The main character trudged behind, dejectedly thinking he couldn't believe the day had come when he had to personally go and check the class placement results himself. Back in the old days, he could have just done it with a single click of the mouse. With that thought, he also headed toward the announcement board. Just then, a kid in a blue shirt kept staring at him, as if he were an alien. Then came the whispers and gossip right behind him. "Is that Baek Yu-sung? I heard he got a big fat 0 on the practical magic portion of the entrance exam." "Really? That's unbelievable. How did someone as terrible as him get into Stella?" I don't get what Stella's admission standards are these days anymore. The main character paid no mind to the gossip around him. The only thing he cared about right now was where his name was located, and nothing else mattered. He moved closer to the announcement board. Glancing over the list, he seemed quite bewildered. Huh? Where's my name? Then he racked his brain, wondering if he had been failed just for answering only 3 questions. Oh my god, no way. I'm totally screwed. While he was still feeling utterly disappointed, the group of students continued gossiping up a storm. Baek Yu-sung. How could he? There must be some mistake. This is surreal. Yuok from the marquee band family ranked 29th and got into Class A. Even Kai, who got a perfect score on the theory part and ranked 17th, was placed in Class A. So how did he? Hearing the crowd calling his name but being all secretive about it, the main character became quite curious. The confusion was written all over his face. What's going on? Should I go and see? I've failed anyway. Cutting off his train of thought, he decided to approach the crowd to eavesdrop. Suddenly, his eyes widened in astonishment as his own name caught his eye. Huh? Hello? Why is my name there? No way. Could there be some kind of mistake? What the heck is this? The pinnacle of prestige that every student dreamed of reaching, none other than S-Class, where the most outstanding elites of the renowned Stella Magic Academy gathered. Completely different from the regular classes, where students had diverse skill levels, the S-Class selected a mere 41 students, and all of them belonged to a single, unique level. He unconsciously raised a hand to scratch his head, filled with doubt. I was placed in S-Class? There must be some mistake. This is crazy. Does this mean I'll be running into the game's protagonist more often now? But getting involved with the protagonist will only shorten my lifespan even more, and I can't even change that. I guess I'll just try to live a quiet life for now and see what happens. Everything will work out eventually. Outside, the academy maintained its usual peaceful appearance. However, in some hidden corner, a woman, seething with rage, mercilessly slapped Princess Hongbian across the face with a thunderous blow. Then she frowned and yelled, "You got all 3 questions wrong." Even Princess Iso of the declining Duchy of Murion still got 2 answers right. That woman was none other than Hong Jae, a professor of fire elementals and also the mother of Princess Hongbian. She continued to berate her. You couldn't even answer correctly the questions that even insects could solve. That means you're even lower than an insect. You should take a good look at yourself. Do you understand? Bion, the frail girl, replied, "Yes, mother." The mother's anger had not subsided, her eyes piercingly staring into her daughter. Then she let out a sigh, her voice choked with emotion. "Listen to me, Bion. You are not become like me, someone who was exiled from the kingdom and is now stuck in this foolish professor position. You cannot become a disgrace to the kingdom." At this, she leaned down, gently placing her hands on her little daughter's cheeks, her voice softening. "You must become an existence greater than even your sister." Then, she gave a gentle smile, like any other mother, looking lovingly at her child. "You understand what I mean, don't you?" Bion's cheeks were now flushed. She thought for a moment before answering her mother. "Yes, of course, I understand, mother." But deep down, she was lying to herself. Those words were just a cover for the fact that she didn't understand at all. She only knew how to live according to what she was taught, handling everything mechanically. But this time, the problems involved magic, sorcery, and even formulas that she had never learned before. What am I supposed to do? At this thought, resentment welled up inside her, and she burst into tears. The tears just kept falling. Why? Why are you tormenting me like this? Meanwhile, in the S-Class classroom, the students had all gathered. The protagonist sat alone at the top desk, burying his face in his hands in frustration, thinking to himself, "I'm so screwed. Of course I'd get transferred to a place full of weirdos like this. Not that I was trying to get close to them anyway, right?" Suddenly, whispers and murmurs arose. "Why is he here? That's what I'm talking about. I just can't understand it. Did you know? Our families protested and asked why he was in the S-Class, and he just said Boo was qualified enough to be in the S-Class. For real? How bizarre." Even though the group was whispering, the protagonist still overheard their conversation. He thought forlornly, "It seems like I'm the outcast here, but it's understandable since they've worked hard and trained since they were young, so they must be devastated to find out someone like me is in the same class as them. A person's class changes depending on their academic performance, so this is pretty normal. And even this S-Class is no exception. It's possible for someone to be demoted to a lower class, or there might be male students who get promoted from A-Class to S-Class later on, so I'll just find them to talk to then." The protagonist glanced around at all the familiar faces from the game, yet by some miracle, he had become classmates with them, making him think, all of this is truly amazing. The characters from the game are standing right in front of me. In a few years, most of the students in this class will become famous across the entire continent, and there are also 5 people among them who might betray the Magic Council. Mayuang is also one of them. It would be great if I could stop it from the very beginning. Suddenly, Professor Lai walked in and said, "Hello, everyone. Please settle down quickly." Hearing the somewhat familiar voice, the protagonist turned his head to look towards the podium. At that moment, the powerful professor was speaking. "I am very honored to meet all of you. I'm sure some of you have seen me before, but I will introduce myself as usual. I am the professor of the S class, Lean 1. Hearing this, the students below started whispering and murmuring again. One of them spoke up. "Oh, so that's the famous Professor Lee Hanwha?" The person next to him immediately replied. "The number of dark mages he's hunted is almost in the 4-digit range already. That's insane. They even call him a level 7 magic warrior. He's truly on another level. Different." Seeing the students murmuring in bewilderment, Professor Lee called for order. "All right, everyone, settle down. This year, it seems there are many talented students here, and there's even a specially admitted student. As you all know, this academy is a place where we nurture combat mages, or as they're also called, magic warriors. You will experience a rigorous educational environment for 3 years. I expect all of you to keep up with the curriculum. I want all of you to show me the best of your abilities during your time here at this school. So, does anyone have any questions?" The class remained silent in response to his question. The teacher smiled and said, "Further. Good. Then let's begin the lesson." Just then, from outside the door, the figure of Princess Hong Bian was entering. Seeing her with a bruised cheek, everyone was surprised. The main character was no exception. He thought in surprise, Hong Bian, who follows the rules more than anyone else, is late? What happened to her? Huh? She approached the teacher, mumbled an apology, and said something. Her face showed signs of exhaustion and disappointment. The main character, curious, took out his crested Mina glasses to check. As soon as he put them on, an information panel appeared. Hong Bian, the villainous fire mage, likes red ginseng candy, occasionally blames herself, and only drinks espresso brewed in the Acalian style, has a wicked mother, and is fated to die. After reading, he thought, it hasn't changed much. Her fate is to die. But if Iso is killed by flame, then Hong Bian will also die. You could call it the inevitable fate of a villain. I'll save her if I can, but I'm not in a position to save anyone. Thinking this, he felt a pang of sadness and took off the glasses. After hearing her explain the reason for being late, the teacher spoke up. You should find a seat. Meanwhile, the main character was still sighing sadly, thinking, I feel pretty bad, but I can only keep my distance. Then he just zoned out, lost in his thoughts. Suddenly, Hong Bian approached his seat. Her eyes, filled with resentment and sorrow, were fixed on him, while he still couldn't understand what was happening. Right after that, Hong Bian sat down in the seat right next to him. The main character flinched, thinking in confusion, uh-oh, what is this? What is this feeling? Could it be that everything has been distorted right from the beginning? After everyone had settled into their seats, the teacher announced, Now, before we begin the lesson, we will have an inheritance ceremony for you to receive your wands. Class S and Class A will hold the ceremony together, and I will provide the details later. Hearing this, BU was a bit bewildered. An inheritance ceremony? That sounds pretty troublesome, doesn't it? But then he smiled, showing his anticipation for the event. At Stella Academy, there are 2 major events. One is the Soulmate Pact, and the second is the inheritance ceremony. For a prestigious academy like Stella, the inheritance ceremony holds a very special place. A while later, the students of Class S and Class A gathered in a rather mysterious location. Professor Lee spoke. Is everyone here? There are many wands prepared here, ranging from the lowest to intermediate ranks. What you need to do is approach the wand you like and take it. The process of changing wands after you've chosen is very complicated. Therefore, I expect you to choose carefully. After hearing this, BU thought, even though he says that, I'm not the one who chooses the wand, it's the other way around. In this world, wands only react to the person they acknowledge, creating a resonance effect. This also means you can't just use a high-class wand simply because you want to. With this in mind, he approached the area where the magic wands were floating in midair. He looked around, extremely hesitant, not knowing which one he should choose. He just stood there, lost in thought. Before, he would have just quickly picked an F-rank wand, but now that he's in the S-class, he couldn't just choose a random one and let them keep looking down on him. Suddenly, a rather simple wand caught his eye. In this world, magic catalysts are divided into two main types, wands and staves. Wands are usually the choice of knights, who prioritize the speed of casting magic. In contrast, staves are favored by bishops. They focus on powerful attacks that require longer casting times. Suddenly, he heard whispers from behind him. "Hey, which one do you think he'll choose?" Another person said, "Since he's in the S class, I bet he won't have any problem with resonance, right?" At this point, the main character seemed to realize that the person they were targeting was him, but he just ignored everything and thought, "You kids can say whatever you want, I don't give a damn. It's just a waste of energy." Suddenly, someone from behind called out to him, "Hey, Buku?" He was confused, not knowing who was calling him, and turned to look at the unfamiliar face. He then asked, "What is it, and who are you?" This guy replied with a bit of arrogance, "Me, I'm Uslal." After hearing this, Buku still couldn't remember who he was, thinking to himself, he's probably just some minor character. This is the first time I've ever heard this name. Whatever, I'll just answer him and get it over with. Then he replied indifferently, "Oh, is that so? I see." Uslal stood with his arms crossed and continued, "Which wand are you planning to choose?" He calmly replied, "I'm just going to pick a random one." Hearing this, the guy smirked sarcastically. "You'd better choose a wand that suits your commoner status. Don't try to aim too high, or you'll have a long way to fall. You'll just end up causing trouble for Professor Lai." What a pain in the ass. The main character's face was like, "You think I'm scared of you?" He didn't even bother to care and turned to walk away, not forgetting to add a taunt. "Oh, alright, you try not to cause any trouble either." Seeing his mocking attitude, the guy got even more furious, blood rushing to his head, his face turning bright red. Immediately after, he seemed to go crazy and screamed, "Damn it, you bastard. Are you looking for a fight? This is so annoying." The main character already wanted to ignore him, but this little punk still wanted to provoke him. He let out a weary sigh and took the crested mina glasses out of his pocket and put them on. At that moment, the kid's information appeared right before his eyes. Name, Uslal Spyland, son of Marquis Spyland, a subordinate of Prince Jeremy. Bullying level 3. After reading it, he took off the glasses and put them away. Thinking with some disappointment, seriously, is this all the information it has? Then he looked up towards the guy, sighed wearily, and wondered if there was anything special about him. Uslal then pointed towards a wand and said arrogantly, "Anyway, I'm planning to choose that one, so you'd better watch closely." Following his finger, he saw that it was a magic staff. Not only that, but it was also an item Itmir. It seemed to be the highest ranked one here, a medium-class staff, high grade. Normally, a high-grade mid-tier magic staff is used by professional mages. On the other hand, no matter how talented you are, a low-grade mid-tier staff is the limit for a student. Even professional mages rarely use a low-grade mid-tier staff. As for the high-grade mid-tier staff here, besides Udemy's, there isn't another one. It's mainly here for show, since they know full well that no one among the students here can claim it. Just then, the instructor spoke up. "You should stand in front of the magic staff that you like." After hearing this, the students approached the magic staffs one by one. It seemed everyone had found their choice, of their own. Immediately after, blue lights began to radiate all around. The people in the back exclaimed in admiration, "Wow, isn't the staff the two wands chose the Harden Makoten? That's a mid-grade staff." Prince Skelvin also chose a mid-grade staff. Looking at the scene, Buso also commented, "Princess Hongbei has chosen the Kuevet La Havan, which is also a mid-grade staff. How many people can even choose a mid-grade staff anyway? This year is insane." Uslal became even more bitter, gritting his teeth in anger and saying, "Son of a bee, damn it, just you wait, I can do it too." As soon as the words left his mouth, he steeled his resolve and walked straight toward the magic staff in front of him. He walked forward. To the astonishment of everyone around, alarmed voices murmured, "Isn't that Usake? Can he really resonate with a high-grade mid-tier staff?" Meanwhile, the character in question was still acting incredibly arrogant. He reached his hand out toward a certain mid-grade staff. He smirked smugly, thinking, "I'll show you guys something that'll blow your minds. Watch what a true S-class talent looks like." Then he gripped the staff, immediately creating small sparks of electricity around it. A loud explosion followed. Boom, boom, boom. The source of the pressure it emitted was so powerful it blinded everyone nearby. And this didn't surprise our main character at all. He thought, with half-closed eyes, just as I predicted, he failed. At that moment, he was thrown back by the power radiating from the staff and sent flying. He lay flat on the ground, grinding his teeth, unwilling to accept it. The students standing nearby who witnessed this cried out in alarm, "Oh no, it looks like he's seriously injured. Hey, someone call a professor, quick." A mid-grade staff of high grade is impossible. What kind of daredevil is this guy? The main character just sighed and thought, well, the bigger they are, the harder they fall. Huh, buddy? You would have been better off giving up from the start. Because as he was thinking this, the figure of another student approached that staff. He seemed quite confident, whistling as he walked. It turned out the owner of that staff had already been decided, and this confident individual was none other than Ma Yuksong. He stood looking at the magic staff before him quite intently, then broke into a smug smile. It seemed he was quite pleased with his decision, but at this action, the surrounding students cried out in surprise. Oh my god, is he going for the scepter? I don't think he can resonate with it. Ignoring the chatter around him, Ma Yuksong coolly reached out and touched it. He gripped it tightly, and immediately, it emitted a blinding light all around, yet he remained standing perfectly still, completely unaffected. Its pressure was overwhelming, causing everyone around to shield their eyes. As expected, Ma Yuxion was able to resonate with it. Holding the magic staff in his hand, he flashed a bright smile. He looked incredibly radiant at that moment. The students around still couldn't believe what they were seeing and exclaimed, "This is unbelievable. No way. Why would a student like the top male student get an advanced level staff? My god. Is this even possible?" The protagonist wasn't too surprised, sighing as he thought that he had already predicted this, and from now on, even more people would know how talented he was. Suddenly, Ma Yuxion glanced in his direction. This left the protagonist quite bewildered, wondering what he was looking at. Then Ma Yuxion smiled so warmly his eyes crinkled, and the protagonist felt a chill run down his spine, his hair standing on end as he thought, "Damn it, is this guy crazy? What the hell is he smiling about?" But then he suddenly remembered the game's plot. Flame also possessed another advanced level staff, Terravon. However, this was the point where their paths diverged. If Flame successfully obtained Terravon, then IU would become interested in her because her talent would open up Ma Yuxion's path. But conversely, if she chose a different staff, Ma Yuxion would choose a completely different path. I have to use Flame to get Ma Yuxion on my side. With this in mind, the protagonist found Flame. She was approaching a certain magic staff. She still seemed quite hesitant and undecided. At that moment, the protagonist realized it was Terravon. He nervously fixed his gaze on it, watching intently. Flame was now getting closer and closer to the Terravon staff. Staring at her back, the protagonist told himself, "That's right, take it, go on." Then Ma Yuxion will become curious about Flame and will have a picture-perfect ending. But ironically, just as she got close to the Terravon staff, she suddenly turned around and walked away. This shocked him so much he could have coughed up blood. What the hell was that? She doesn't like Terravon? Yeah, what's going on? Doesn't she know? Or does she not have enough information? This situation doesn't look good. Flame can resonate with any staff because she's the main character. But what if she chooses a completely random one? Then I'll lose another good option. This won't do. I have to take action. I have to push Flame towards Terravon. Thinking this, he focused, aimed for Flame's position, and then used his flash step skill to dash towards her. In the blink of an eye, he was right behind her. Suddenly, Flame sensed someone standing right behind her, and she quickly turned around, thinking in confusion, "Holy crap, when did he get behind me?" Baek Yuso raised his hand and gave a friendly smile. "Hey there, hello. I was just curious about which staff you were planning to choose," Flame replied, confused. "Why do you want to know? What's it to you?" The protagonist awkwardly replied, I just wanted to give you some advice, since you seem a little lost." Hearing his ridiculous answer, Flame coldly replied, "That's none of your business either. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving." With that said, she also turned her back and walked away. Seeing this, he was about to say something, but wait a minute. He suddenly realized something was wrong here. Flame was supposed to be friendly with everyone. She's a sociable person, right? But why is she being so cold? But I can't just give up like this. My whole life depends on it. Thinking this, he mustered up all his courage and called out, "Hey, wait, I really just want to help you." At this, Flame became even more annoyed and retorted, "You nosy bastard. Mind your own. Worry about myself first. I haven't even picked one yet, and I'm meddling in other people's business." But that didn't stop the main character from trying. He continued, "Hey, but I feel like there's a staff that's perfect for you." After hearing this, Flame angrily shouted, "Are you trying to lecture me? What the hell do you know about staves?" Faced with this attitude, the main character felt a bit intimidated and thought to himself, "What the heck? Did I do something wrong? Or maybe she just doesn't care about a lowly side character like me." He stammered in reply, Well, I've actually heard a lot about you. Don't you think you could get that staff?" Flame answered in confusion, The Taravon? Seeing that she had calmed down, the main character grinned from ear to ear and said, "That's right, that's the one." Suddenly, a sound made the main character's smile vanish. It grew louder and louder, radiating a powerful aura all around. This scared the daylights out of him. His eyes widened in shock, and then a magic staff suddenly flew into his hands. His eyes fluttered open as he exclaimed, "Huh, what is this?" Then he examined the staff closely. A moment later, his face turned pale. "Why is it in my hands? Flame was supposed to be the one to get it. Damn it." At this point, the main character was speechless. Not knowing how to explain the situation, his face a bit embarrassed. As for Flame, she stood there with a blank expression for a moment, then she suddenly grinned from ear to ear and exclaimed, "So what?" He looked at her strange reaction, getting goosebumps, and replied shakily, "Ah, it's nothing." But inside, he was secretly worried about the future. "Well, that's it. I'm screwed. At this rate, even if I want to live a quiet life, I won't be able to anymore." And so, the succession ceremony ended, but its aftershocks still lingered. Now, on the school grounds, Flame was casually walking behind a group of students. She happened to overhear the conversation of two young men in front of her. One said, "Hey, have you heard the hot gossip? This year, 2 students obtained high-grade staves." The other replied in surprise, "Really? Up until now, only 5 people have ever managed that, and now there are 2 more? Yep, that's right. But here's the weird part. One of them only used Blink during the magic demonstration test." Whoa, Blink is just a basic spell. How is that possible? My parents once said that Blink is a rare magic affinity. This is really strange. Their conversation also made Flame think. She didn't understand it either. A while later, in the study hall, Flame arrived. The atmosphere here made her feel at ease as she exclaimed, "Finally, some peace and quiet." All day long, wherever I went, I could hear them whispering about that incident. The news that 2 students had obtained high-grade staves had spread everywhere. But I still don't understand who he is, or how he managed to get the Taravon staff. I read the original novel 3 times before I was transmigrated here. But this OP character never once appeared. They said no one could obtain the Taravon, yet he resonated with it so easily. No, that's not right. He was deliberately showing off to me. That's more like it. Whatever, let's just drop it. Thinking about it now is useless anyway. Suddenly, someone called her name. "Hey Flame, are you here to study too?" Hearing someone call her, she turned around, smiling brightly, and replied cheerfully, "You kids are funny. Do you think I'm a bookworm?" The blonde girl continued, "Of course not. You just always say there's nothing to do and then end up studying." Flame replied shyly, "Hey, that's not true." Another girl, the girl standing next to her, spoke up, asking, "But Flame, why did you call us kids? We're the same age, aren't we?" Flame had to make up some reason and gave a vague answer. "Ah, it's probably just a habit of mine. Where I used to live, everyone used to treat me like an old lady. Hee. But the truth was, she knew she was living inside a novel, so how could she act like a child?" Another voice spoke up, "So, are you planning to study alone today?" Looking over, she saw a cute girl with red hair. She suddenly wondered if this girl was Jackie. How is this girl's fashion sense so similar to mine? Despite thinking that, she still replied cheerfully, "Oh no, there's a meeting soon, so I was just planning to attend. Well, I'll get going first. Okay, let's grab a drink next time." With that, Flame also hurriedly turned to leave. She didn't forget to wave goodbye. Bye-bye. Just a moment ago she was so cheerful and friendly, but now she reverted to her cold demeanor. At that moment, she thought, it's really hard for an adult like me to go back to being a student. It is. Lost in her silly thoughts, she wasn't looking where she was going, and right after, she bumped her head smack into someone. She clutched her head and groaned. "Ouch, that hurts." Suddenly, the person she bumped into spoke. "Flame?" Hearing that warm voice, she looked up in surprise. "Hey Gujang, is that you?" The young man immediately asked with concern. "Are you okay? You were walking in such a hurry. What were you thinking about?" Flame replied, I'm fine." He looked at Flame for a moment and then asked again, "You don't look so good. Is something wrong?" Hearing these warm words of concern, Flame's eyes suddenly sparkled, thinking he was worried about her. Then she shyly replied, "It's nothing." The young man heard this and changed the subject. "Well, it's good that you're okay, so you're going to study too." That's right. Are you heading to the training room for S ranks again?" Flame replied, "How can I be lazy with daily training? You're quite dedicated yourself." Hey, you shouldn't be the one saying that." "Oh, really?" And so, a small cat and dog-like argument began. Right after that, the young man said nothing more and just looked at Flame affectionately. Then he smiled and waved his hand in front of her face. "Well, I'll be going then. See you later." He just left like that, leaving Flame bewildered. She was imagining some kind of romance story scene, but that didn't happen. Flame was a little disappointed, turning to leave while thinking, yeah, what a boring guy. Suddenly, her eyes widened in shock. From behind a nearby door, the purple-haired girl was still peeking at her. Seeing this, Flame raised her hand to wave, but the girl said nothing and just left. Faced with this action, Flame was a bit confused, but then she thought it was already late, and it wasn't the time to chase after her. A while later, she finally arrived at the self-study room. Standing in front of the door, she thought to herself, a special supplementary class, huh? As I recall from the original novel, ISO and Hong Byeon will be at this meeting. I'm curious to see how the heroine and the villainess of this novel will confront each other. Right after that, she opened the door and walked in. Just as she predicted, all the important characters had appeared. She slowly scanned her eyes around the room, and what caught her eye was the person in charge, an A-rank guy. He seemed quite surprised by the presence of the members who were there today. Flame quickly chose a seat up high so she could easily observe everything. As she slowly sat down, she thought, this must be a supplementary session for students wanting to level up, which explains why so many famous S-rank students are here. Just then, Flame's eyes landed on Mao Xian and Becky Yu, seeing the two of them chatting quite cheerfully. This came as a surprise to Flame. In this world, Mao was actually interested in some no-name guy like BU. Flame thought this couldn't be just a coincidence, and the fact that BU couldn't solve any question except for those 3 hellishly difficult ones was also completely illogical. Perhaps BU knew from the start that if he solved those questions, he would definitely be ranked as S-class. And if BU truly knew the future, his actions back then were truly terrifying. Meanwhile, BUCO was sighing to himself, wishing someone would just throw this guy out of his sight, but it was the complete opposite. He beamed at Yu and asked, "Oh, Yu? Why did you come and sit here? With your skill level, you don't need to attend this kind of class at all. Or is there some reason you can't talk about?" The main character gave a forced laugh and replied, "Haha, there's no particular reason, I just felt like checking it out." But in reality, he was lying to himself. He was basically forced to join this class. It was all because of his bad grades. He was fed up with the person in front of him, finding it hard to understand why the guy was so focused on him. Just then, a voice spoke up. All right, settle down everyone. Let's stop the chit-chat. Today, we're going to discuss the problems from the recent ranking test. As you all know, this ranking test was extremely challenging. It was so difficult that even the upperclassmen were stumped and called them the 3 hell questions. And I will slowly explain them to everyone in more detail. He said that, but inwardly he was quite worried. He didn't understand why those famous people were also here. His goal was simply to boost his reputation by helping the clueless kids in this class. Suddenly, an idea popped into Kai's head. He glanced over at BU and thought, wait a minute, this might be my chance. I've heard that BU is the one who got the lowest score on the entrance ranking test, so I just need to show him that I'm much better than him, and that'll be enough. With this thought, Kai continued with great confidence. Everyone, please pay attention. I will now guide you through solving the first question. Kai then began to explain while writing on the board. This question is actually a trick question. It's trying to lead everyone down a dead end. First, we have to do it like this. At that moment, the crowd below was listening and diligently taking notes. Mao Xian also glanced over at Yu, and seeing him deep in thought, he asked, "What do you think? Do you think his point of view is accurate?" Yu was bewildered by this question and looked up at the person next to him. He was grinning from ear to ear, awaiting an answer. Faced with this strange attitude, the main character's face turned pale as he thought, what the hell? He's asking me if I think that guy's point of view is accurate? I don't even understand what's being taught up there, let alone what the 3 hell questions are. But anyway, honesty is a good virtue. With that thought, Yuso replied, no, I don't know either. The words had barely left his mouth when the nearby students, who had been eavesdropping, turned to each other and said, "What? It's BU." He said Kai is wrong. It seems like these two are intentionally saying this to slander Yu, since everyone knows he had the lowest entrance score. At that moment, Kai, who was focused on writing on the board, overheard their words and paused. He gritted his teeth, a bit resentful. Suddenly, the main character noticed something was off here. He looked around, to the left and then to the right, thinking in confusion. Huh? What the hell is this? Why is everyone staring at me? Meanwhile, Kai also stopped, no longer writing, and snapped the chalk in his hand, saying, "That's right, I did it wrong." The main character was completely stunned upon hearing this. What the heck is going on? Right after that, Kai suddenly flashed a smug smile and continued, "Well, BU, why don't you come down here and help everyone solve this part?" Hearing this, the hair on the back of his neck stood up. Panicking, he thought, "Nani, what the hell is he talking about? Suddenly, he saw Ma Yuseong's gaze and was a bit surprised. He was beaming with a look of trust, as if to say, "You can do it. Go for it." But at this point, he probably understood everything. It was this guy and his cronies who were intentionally pulling this stunt. Thinking this, he slowly stepped down from the podium. As he walked, he thought, fine. If you want to humiliate me, you've made a big mistake. I'll make you eat your words and be so impressed your eyes will pop out. At that moment, everyone's eyes were focused on him. As soon as he reached the podium, he took something out and quickly read through the other guy's solution. It turned out the thing he took out was a pair of horn-rimmed glasses. He suddenly thought, 3 hellish questions? Looks more like a play on words, to me. The question was basically like this. A mage casts a spell as follows. O Mother Earth, please shed your tears. And from that, let the dust become twice its original amount. The question posed was, why is that? The answer to this question is also very simple. Is it that the dust is crying? They are just in a state of separation. The main character scratched his hair in frustration, muttering a curse at whoever had nothing better to do than come up with this brain-twisting question. It was a complete joke, and yet, in this place, it was a huge problem for those guys. But thinking about it, that guy Kai's way of solving the problem was completely unconventional. It was like dust to dust, just totally speechless. His ridiculous method, though blatantly wrong, somehow pulled a correct answer out of thin air. It must have been pure dumb luck. If he encountered another similar question, he'd definitely be out of his league. And from now on, this stage is all mine, you punks. With that thought, the main character whipped around to Kai and declared, bluntly, I can't really show you how to solve this question, but I will tell you where you went wrong. Kai jumped, stammering. What? The main character calmly continued. The problem is with the foundation of Earth. But what if it were water or wind? Do you think your method could solve those problems? If so, I would use a different, more understandable method. But if you do it that way, you'll need many different approaches to solve the same type of question. Therefore, you only got the right answer by sheer luck. This also doesn't mean that your answer aligns with the intent of the person who created this question. After hearing this, Kai's jaw dropped, wanting to argue back, but only 2 words got stuck in his throat. It's, before he had to swallow his pride. He was right. Seeing Kai's dejected state, the main character felt a little bad, thinking he might have been too harsh and discouraged him. He then continued, anyway, the method, the solution for it would be like this. Kai listened while diligently taking notes, and the group of students below also enthusiastically scribbled away. Witnessing this scene, he could only stare wide-eyed in surprise, wondering why everyone was suddenly so focused on writing down his words. Isun and Hongbion were supposed to jump in and argue, but now both of them were busy analyzing his solution. What in the world was going on? It was so unbelievable. By now, the sun had also begun to set, painting a large patch of the sky purple. Inside, Ma Yuksong waved goodbye to On. Bye-bye. See you tomorrow. The guy flashed a bright smile, and then left. On also awkwardly raised his hand to wave back, goodbye, after Ma Yuksong was out of sight. On buried his face in his hands, thinking despairingly, I'm so screwed. If I keep getting stuck with this Ma Yuksong guy, I'll be a goner for sure. I don't want there to be a tomorrow. I never want to see him again for the rest of my life. With that thought, he slowly lowered his hands and looked at his own long, slender fingers. When an idea suddenly struck him, it must be because of the phone. Now I can't even use it if I want to, which is so annoying, but it's also because of it that Ma Yuksong noticed me. Damn it. Why do I have to keep running into that guy? But it's also weird. Besides Flame, no one else has ever used it before. As he was walking aimlessly, he suddenly noticed Hongbion still standing hesitantly nearby, a somewhat melancholic look on her face. He thought to himself, what's up with her? Whatever, her gloomy face has nothing to do with me. I'm not wasting my energy on it. And so he started to walk right past her. Suddenly, she spoke up. Hey, Burson. He was still stunned, wondering if he had misheard. When she continued, I have something to ask you. The main character was visibly surprised, never expecting that someone as perfect as her would need to ask him anything. He replied, Hongbion, what's up? She didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. Why didn't you explain your answer earlier? The main character froze for a few seconds upon hearing that, thinking to himself, but I thought I did explain it. To be honest, he had no idea how to explain it anyway. For a question with no answer, how could you explain it on faith alone? She must have misunderstood something. He awkwardly scratched his head. Well, I didn't really. Explain it. Hong Baeon immediately cut him off. I understand. You just didn't want to reveal it in front of everyone. Right? Her words made him even more flustered, thinking to himself, that's not it at all. She then said, in that case, I'll compensate you. The main character almost fell over, in shock. What are you talking about? Baeon declared firmly. I said I will compensate you handsomely, so whatever you have in that head of yours, just explain it so I can understand. He was blushing all the way to his ears, his mouth hanging open. Huh? A moment later, the two of them snuck over to Mr. Lai's office, and after fumbling around for a bit, they finally found their tests. He glanced over at Hong Baeon's paper and said, I really don't get why you're paying me to explain 3 questions from the placement. Test, Baeon replied. I have my reasons, which are personal, so just explain it. Yes, my lady. The main character obediently looked over her test and asked, Huh, but you only got those 3 questions wrong, whereas I got all the other ones wrong, and you're asking me for help, aren't you embarrassed? Hong Baeon replied coolly, No, the only thing I feel ashamed of is that I still can't understand the answers to those questions. If you can clear up this confusion for me, I'm willing to do anything. The main character was completely dumbfounded, thinking to himself, Huh, but you're supposed to be the model student. Then he asked, But why are you asking me? You're a princess. You must have plenty of friends you could ask, right? She stammered and hesitated. Actually, out of the 1,141 first-year students, only 3 people answered these 3 hellishly difficult questions correctly, and you were one of them. The MC's jaw nearly dropped when he heard that. What? What did you just say? The girl looked a bit downcast, saying those questions don't actually have answers, yet both Mayu Songfi and you were able to solve them. That's what I'm most ashamed of. The MC couldn't take it anymore, his hands trembling. No, wait a minute. Then he shot up from his seat and yelled, These 3 questions were trick questions? Was no one supposed to be able to solve them? Yes. Didn't you realize that when you were solving them? Hong Baeon replied. After hearing that, he tried to swallow his anger, plopping back down with his head spinning. This is insane. Now I understand why I'm in the S class, and why Flame tried to stop me. I know absolutely nothing about the game's settings in this world. I also didn't know about those trick questions, but Flame is probably different. Because she's read the entire novel, so even if she doesn't know the game's plot, she definitely knows the novel's settings. For example, those 3 deceptive questions. But because a side character who wasn't in the original novel appeared, Flame had to acknowledge the existence of this guy named Burson. Damn it, no wonder she was acting so strange. Seeing his reaction, Hong Baeon asked blankly, What's wrong with you? The MC calmly replied, Oh, it's nothing, don't worry. Just don't forget you promised to do me a favor if I explained the answers to you. Hong Baeon nodded. Of course. The MC continued. I only have one small request, and that is to turn my staff into a magic sword. You're one of the kingdom's blacksmiths. You can do that. Right? Hearing this, Hong Baeon's eyes widened in surprise, but only low-level mercenaries use that kind of weapon. Why would a future mage like you want one? The MC quickly cut her off. It's just my style. I can't exactly say it's because of my weakness, can I? Then he looked at her with expectant eyes. So what do you think? You think you can do it? On her end, the girl thought for a moment, then replied confidently, Of course, that's way too simple for me. That was the perfect answer. The MC was visibly delighted, his cheeks flushing as he thought, Absolutely fantastic. With that, he slowly began to explain. All right, I'll tell you how to solve this question first. He pointed at the test paper and said clearly, The way to do it is to change your perspective. The girl was bewildered after hearing that. Change my perspective? The MC knew full well that Hong Baeon's weakness was that her magic was too rigid, and she was stuck in that mindset. Hong Baeon only realizes this in her 2nd year after losing to Flame. I don't think I can make her realize it now, but hopefully I can point her in the right direction. So, what I need to do right now is, he thought. Then continued, Do you understand what a riddle is? Faced with this question, Hong Baeon was a bit surprised, then answered, A riddle, huh? I think I've heard of them. The MC continued, All right, let me give you an example. What's between knee and knee? Immediately, the girl rested her chin on her hand, racking her brain before answering, Is it the inner part of the knee? The MC deadpanned, You're wrong. The answer is, and. Hong Baeon still didn't get it, asking, Huh? How can that be? He then emphasized the question, I was asking you what word is between the word knee and the word knee. You get what I mean now, right? After hearing that, the girl realized she'd been tricked and was fuming. Seeing her looking like she was about to explode, he said nervously, Hey, come on now. Don't get mad at me like that. Calm down. Just sit down and look at this question first. There are also formulas and tricks you don't know about yet. So what I mean is, when you face a problem, you need to solve it more creatively. But can you really do that with just your own creativity? After hearing this, Hong Bion's face fell. She answered, ashamed, no, that's impossible. At this, the main character let out a sigh of relief and said with a smile, of course. Although understanding various spells and how to apply them is extremely important, for a mage, the most crucial thing is their perspective on the world. Through your perspective, magic can transform in unpredictable ways, even with the smallest changes. But on the other hand, you only think about what you've seen and learned in books, which is all impractical theory. Spells aren't just about memorizing and casting them. You might be better than me at analysis and evaluation, but you lack the most important thing for a mage, and that's creativity. After Burson's long lecture, Bion thoughtfully mulled over his every word. She couldn't deny it, nor could she control her emotions, her hands trembling uncontrollably. She was sinking into despair. The main character saw her serious expression and broke out in a sweat. He awkwardly scratched his head. You understand what I just said, right? Even though it might sound a little complex and abstract, Hong Bion replied confidently, of course, I understand. The main character gave a strained smile, thinking to himself, great. Even I don't know what the hell I was just talking about. He continued seriously, I'm very glad you could understand what I said. So, let's begin. I'll ask you a riddle. What did the man say to the horse when he put it to bed? Hearing this, she was a bit bewildered and rested her chin on her hand, thinking, what did the man say to the horse when he put it to bed? After thinking for a long time, she couldn't figure it out and replied sadly, I don't know. The main character immediately gave the answer. The answer is simple. It's time for bed. And then he continued with a series of other questions. Why don't they work harder? I don't know. It's because they're always lying down on the job. So what happens when scissors, rock, and paper join a race? I don't know. My answer is that the rock will roll, while the scissors and paper can't move. Their shapes don't allow them to move. After this riddle, he turned to look at Hong Bion, not daring to utter another word. At this point, her whole body was trembling violently. It seemed she was tormenting herself, so angry that she was frowning and grinding her teeth, looking extremely upset. Faced with her reaction, the main character got a little scared, thinking, oh my god, she looks like she's about to transform. The main character mustered up his courage to ask one more question. So, what did the cloud say to the sea? Ah, my mistake. What does the cloud say to the sea when it rains? She focused intently, thinking hard. She kept encouraging herself internally. Come on, I can do this. Calm down. After a moment of internal struggle, she hesitantly said, I'm falling for you. Hearing this answer, the main character exclaimed in surprise. Oh, you got it right. Finally, she had answered a question correctly and received recognition. Her heart was filled with indescribable joy. That joy was clearly visible on her face. Hong Bion broke into a radiant smile, her eyes sparkling with excitement, and it was this reaction from her that completely surprised him. This was also the first time he had ever seen her smile, even in the game or in real life. The main character was also happy, smiling smugly, thinking that's a princess for you. Her creativity is on a whole other level, entirely different. Feeling like she was being flattered a bit too much, the girl blushed and tried to stay calm, continuing, all right, let's move on from that. Just give me the next question. The main character grinned cheekily. Good, that's more like it, right? So, my next question is, and so, the two of them chatted lively, until it was pitch dark. Outside on the school grounds, there were still a few groups of students who hadn't left, chattering and laughing. At this point, the main character was heading home alone, looking quite tired with dark circles under his eyes. He sighed, thinking dejectedly, what a waste of time, spending a whole 3 hours just to ask some nonsense riddles to Hong Beijan, and it's not like I expect her to remember anything I said. Speaking of Hong Beijan, she's definitely going to be a notorious witch in the future with that super sharp mind of hers, but her weakness is her overly rigid way of thinking, and if I wanted to use that weakness to poke fun at her, even though she's a villain, I'd feel terribly guilty. But I need to quickly forge Terravon into a magic sword, so I have to try even harder. Honestly, it's not like my old self, who could do everything on his own. Oh well, thinking too much gives me a headache. I should hurry and find the books I need for my upcoming class. A little while later, he arrived at a certain place. He looked around, searching for something, and muttered to himself, no, it has to be around here, right? I couldn't have remembered wrong, could I? Then his eyes suddenly lit up, and he whispered excitedly, there it is. That's the one. In front of him was an old, dilapidated house, and inside, It was full of dust and cobwebs. Stepping inside and seeing the desolate scene before him, he thought, wow, this place looks like a total wreck. Looking at the shop owner, he suddenly remembered, but I know one thing. This bookstore owner has a weird habit of pretending to be asleep while secretly peeking at customers. If I remember correctly, this nameless bookstore has Yahello's notebook. He was the valedictorian of Stella Academy 10 years ago. If it were my old self, I could have seen it with just a single mouse click. But in this world, you need books to learn. Moreover, what books you study also affects your leveling up. At first, I bought books from famous shops, but then discovered that all the good books are hidden in these no-name, obscure stores. Thinking that, he went deeper into the store and started searching, walking and thinking excitedly. If I have Yahello's notes for the magic engineering class, what could be more overpowered? I'd definitely get a perfect score. But that's just a thought. In reality, I just need to wear the mockingbird glasses, and my score will be fine. But who knows? What if I find some secret formula? Suddenly, something caught his eye. A green book, nestled in the corner of a shelf. He exclaimed, "This is what I was looking for." Just as he reached out to grab it, another hand reached for it at the same time. And so, the two of them just stared at each other. He was surprised and blurted out, "Isel?" The girl replied in confusion, "Huh, how do you know me?" "Of course, you're so famous," the main character answered. At this point, she also started to recognize him, saying, "Oh, I remember now. You're also in the supplementary group. Your name is Burson, I believe." Hearing this, the main character was a bit disappointed, thinking, "My God, doesn't she remember we met before entering the academy?" The girl continued, I really enjoyed that debate. It's just a shame you couldn't explain the entire answer." The main character then suddenly remembered that Isol was also one of the people who couldn't solve those questions. Then, the girl said, "Anyway, it was nice meeting you." Then she coldly turned and walked away. Faced with her attitude, he was also a bit surprised. But the important thing right now was that thankfully, the book hadn't been taken yet. He quickly grabbed the book and then looked over at Ison, thinking to himself, why is she here? At that moment, she was still picking out books, but it seemed she was very hesitant to buy anything. That much was clear from the way she carefully checked the price of each one. After seeing the price, she would sigh in disappointment and put the book back. Her actions were noticed by B. He could guess why she was here. This bookstore only sold used books, so the customers here were usually poor students like him. Someone from a fallen noble family, like Ison, who had lost everything, could only come to a place like this. Her father was probably killed by dark mages. He suddenly felt she was quite pitiful. How sad. A princess having to buy used books, and on top of that, having to scrutinize the prices for fear of not having enough money. Moreover, Ison also had a tragic ending in the original novel. She died even before Flame. You have become the main character in this world. You could say Ison is the character with the worst luck in the game. Thinking this, he also managed to pick out a few books he liked, which looked quite thick and heavy. He placed the books in front of the owner and said, "I'd like to check out, please." At the same time, Ison also came to the counter. Looking at the pile of books he had chosen, Ison could only stare with envy, but she seemed surprised that he was buying so many. The owner was just as surprised. "All of these? All right then." The main character just nodded slightly and glanced over at Ison. She looked a bit sad, so he asked, "What's wrong?" She replied indifferently, "You seem to like, you've chosen some interesting books, haven't you?" The main character was a bit confused, thinking, "Is she trying to insult me?" He then replied, "Oh, which one?" Ison continued, "All of them. But why are you reading about advanced sealing theory?" Sealing theory is an ancient art that requires special items. That's why nowadays, with alchemists and magic engineers being so advanced, it's a skill that's rarely used. He replied, "Oh, this one? You're right, it's not very useful." Hearing that, she wondered if he was crazy for choosing it. Then she said coldly, "So you knew that?" He said nonchalantly, "Of course, that's why I picked it." Hearing this, her jaw dropped in astonishment. "Huh? What?" The main character hugged the pile of books and gave a sly grin. "Because everyone thinks like you, it'll be easier to get a high grade in this class. Anyway, I'm heading out. Bye-bye." As he walked away, he thought smugly, just as Ison said, hardly anyone wants to take sealing theory. But that's precisely why I'll spend less time on it and can easily get a higher grade than in other classes. With these books, this semester will be an easy game. And just like that, he left, leaving Ison standing there dumbfounded. She was confused, and although she wanted to ask more, her pride was too great to let her speak up. The scene changes to the next day at Stella Academy. Ison was walking nervously down the hallway. This was the first class for void theory, and also her first class since enrolling. She thought to herself, Anyway, this class is supposed to be an easy grade, so it probably won't be too bad. Then she entered the classroom, where quite a few students were already present. As she found an empty seat, she overheard a conversation from a group nearby. Hey, you're taking void theory too? Yeah, but I think I'm screwed. I signed up because I heard it was an easy class. But it seems the rumor spread far and wide, and all the pro students signed up for it. We're so game over. Hearing this, Ison could only sigh. She thought she'd just have to endure it, and try her best in her other classes. A while later, the class ended. Everyone started to file out, and headed out. Everyone looked tired and complained. Ugh, my butt is sore from sitting so long. I'm starving. What should we get for lunch? Let's just go to the cafeteria and figure it out. Someone was trudging along by herself behind them. She sighed, thinking sadly. Oh no. What am I going to do now? With so many people from our class signing up, it'll be hard to get the scholarship. Just then, her stomach rumbled loudly. Holding her wallet, she hesitated. Maybe I should just go eat first? Let's see. I only have 60 meal tickets left for this term, so I'll just have a sandwich today. Suddenly, her eyes lit up in surprise when she saw something. It turned out that on her way to the cafeteria, she happened to pass by a classroom. She recognized a familiar face sitting in there. At first, she wondered what he was doing here. But when she saw the professor giving a lecture, she realized this was the class he had signed up for. But strangely, this class had very few students, and they were all people with poor academic records. This professor must be on the verge of unemployment. But then she realized that if she also registered for this class, she could get a high grade without spending much time, and could also save her energy to study other subjects for the scholarship. But how did that guy know this class would be easy? Oh my gosh, don't tell me he already calculated which classes would be the most beneficial. No, that can't be it. What the heck am I thinking? It must be a coincidence. With that thought, she walked away. The scene changes to the next morning, with the sun high in the sky. In a corner of the classroom, the students were still listening attentively to the lecture. The professor said, I'm sure you all know what the root of magic is. The creator mage, Bai Yi, spread magic throughout the world. Humans and other races learned how to use magic. And the professor giving the lecture was none other than Professor Lylan, who specialized in the study of the divine moons. He continued, that mage taught the elves nature magic, taught the dwarves material magic, and taught humans elemental magic. After that, he ascended to the heavens, blah blah blah. And what followed was an abstract and incomprehensible lecture. The main character listened, but it was all Greek to him, and he thought with a sigh, good grief. At this rate, I'll be a complete failure in 3 years. I could have skipped all this knowledge with a single button press in the game, but this class is also quite important. Who knows? It might reveal what the true ending is. This is all just my speculation. Suddenly, he realized the person sitting next to him looked a bit familiar. Turning his head, he was surprised to think, she's in this class too? I don't remember any main characters signing up for this course. Whatever, it has nothing to do with me. Meanwhile, the professor was still lecturing enthusiastically. Humanity's curiosity didn't just stop at elemental magic, mages traveled the world, secretly learning the magic of other races. Even so, they weren't satisfied, but they also couldn't learn anything more. The creator mage left behind the 12 divine moons and then vanished without a trace. Does anyone know about the 12 divine moons? A clear voice spoke up. It is said that they are guardians who protect the balance of power on the continent, and it was none other than Ison who was speaking. She added, I also heard that they were scattered across the continent and carried that mission until 1,000 years ago. The professor was quite surprised by her answer. He continued, oh, that's right. They possess a special power that protects the continent. For example, the divine moon that represents summer, the 6th moon, is red summer, which carries a brilliant red flame, and it is said that this flame will never be extinguished. If you were to go to the bottom of the Alamanca Sea, you would still see the red fire. Anyone who's curious can go take a look. After hearing this, the main character thought, I must have misheard, no matter how I think about it. Is the teacher joking? If a living creature enters the territory of the Sea King Alamanca, they'd be wiped out instantly. At the podium, the teacher continued enthusiastically, this is Levian's shore, a giant whirlpool in the middle of the ocean that was frozen by the 12th moon, wintergreen. That's why each divine moon has its own power, but a miracle will happen if they combine. A student below asked, Teacher, what is that miracle? The teacher's voice suddenly lowered as he replied, no one knows that. They've been dormant for 1,000 years. At this moment, the main character thought, the teacher is right. I've at least encountered a few divine moons while playing the game, but I only ever met 5 of them during limited time events, and that's after I gathered information from other players. No gamer has met more divine moons than I have. If I'm guessing correctly, then the 12 divine moons must have something to do with the true ending. Since no one has found the true ending in the past 10 years, the answer must lie in content that no one knows about. I was only able to meet 5 moons after risking my life multiple times, but if I want to see the true ending, I have no choice but to start over from the beginning. Meanwhile, in another outdoor class, a massive flame was rushing towards a dummy. A classy woman in a red dress standing in the middle spoke up. Power isn't everything. No matter how strong an attack is, if it doesn't hit the enemy, it's useless. And this woman was Professor Hong Jae, who taught the fire class. The female professor was walking around observing the students practice when she suddenly sensed something was about to happen. Right after that, a massive stream of firepower shot towards the dummy, and then boom, 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 a huge explosion occurred. The professor looked at the source of this power with a rather satisfied expression, but then her eyes suddenly widened in utter amazement. Yet, after the explosion, as the smoke and dust gradually cleared, the dummy was not only not burnt to a crisp, but was still completely intact. The professor looked at this scene, slightly disappointed, and exclaimed, "That was terrible, Bon." Upon hearing this, the girl trembled all over. Bon sadly went to a bench to rest. Her eyes were heavy with disappointment, thinking to herself that she had let her mother down again. Mother will surely be very disappointed. Suddenly, she heard someone's voice call out, "Princess?" Looking up, she saw a girl with red hair and 2 pigtails, who looked super cute. The girl smiled brightly and asked, "Are you okay?" Then she slowly sat down next to Bon and continued, "Don't be sad anymore. You looked truly amazing, Princess." Bon just replied indifferently, "What do you mean? You used magic just like me, but it was so much more powerful. But what's the use? I didn't even hit the target. But your magic was truly amazing. It was wicked cool. To be honest, I've known about you since I was a child." Hearing this, Bon realized this girl was also a fire-type mage like her. It seems her name is Asang. I think I've heard it somewhere before. Rumor has it that a genius fire mage has appeared, but even so, that's nothing compared to my magic. Thinking this, Bon exclaimed, "It's amazing that your accuracy is so high." The girl shyly replied, "But if you practiced more, how could I possibly compare?" Bon stood up abruptly and said, "But that's only good enough for the weak. Anyway, talking to you has made me feel much better. Goodbye." With that, Bon walked away, leaving the girl with pigtails sitting there stunned, as the scene changes to a castle, some sort of platform, looking quite neat and tidy. Miss B was also present, but she looked quite tired, when a voice spoke up, "Your Highness." A strong, stern woman appeared from behind. She continued, "Welcome back." And she was Hongbon's personal guard, Wai Eterin. "My lady, some warm tea and sweets have been prepared for you." Bon replied, "Thank you." Terran continued, "Regarding the task of modifying the magic staff's appearance that you assigned to me earlier, because that magic staff is so good, they said it's possible to create a high-grade magic sword from it." Bon, while eating a pastry, listened with some doubt. "Is that so?" Terran continued. "However, there are some questions." Bon was a little surprised. "Questions?" Terran hesitated. "Well, I heard a rumor that it continuously drains mana from its owner." Hearing this, Bon was astonished and shot up from her seat, turning around in alarm. "What? Isn't that a dark artifact then?" Terran suddenly lowered her voice. "Not exactly. It resonates with the energy of nature." Bon then became extremely bewildered and confused, muttering, "How can something that drains its owner's mana also resonate with the power of nature? But then why is that magic staff only mid-grade?" Terran replied, "That's precisely why it's only at that level." What are your thoughts on this? Its original ability is still to powerfully amplify the user's mana and make it stronger, or even upgrade it to a high grade. But perhaps because it only drains and doesn't release, it was downgraded to mid-grade. Hearing this, Bon could no longer keep her composure, jumping up and shouting, "What? High grade? How could a student possibly use that?" Even Terran herself was quite surprised by this. Meanwhile, Bon was still bewildered, not knowing how to explain it, clutching her head as she continued, "I knew it didn't resonate with everyone from the start, but I didn't think people would use it even if they got their hands on it. Unless they have a monstrous amount of mana, or none at all. I don't get this. I'm sure any normal person would know that." Speaking for so long made her throat feel dry. She took a sip of hot tea to soothe her voice and added, "But anyway, he is definitely someone special." The scene shifts to a few days after the new semester began. In a certain classroom, a teacher was enthusiastically lecturing the students. Offensive magic requires a deeper understanding than any other type of magic. And our main character was also sitting in this class, listening intently. This bald professor was the professor of mana guidance, named Kalim. He continued, That is why the Mana guidance class is mandatory. From now on, in your duels, you will learn guidance with a focus on projection and aiming. And in this class, Ison was also present. She seemed to be listening quite attentively. Meanwhile, at the podium, the professor was still lecturing passionately. Projection means to fire magic from the caster's body, while aiming means to use magic on a stationary target. Next, we will discuss the trajectory formula as follows. From a distance of 760 meters to the north, Chosu is moving at a speed of 12.6 meters per second to the south. So, what is the appropriate trajectory and predicted distance that Longgi needs to use water-based magic? When the teacher finished, the whole class fell silent. Down below, two figures of students were whispering to each other, breaking the solemn atmosphere of the classroom. A voice rang out, full of curious, "What if it's the water attribute?" The friend sitting next to him, seemingly trying to stop him, quickly added, "If you're not a water-type specialist, then it's best not to answer this question." But isn't the teacher making things difficult for us? A wave of sleepiness began to wash over the main character, causing him to yawn endlessly as he silently whined in his head. This is so boring. Why is it even more time-consuming than a Korean class? Suddenly, the professor with the famous hairstyle spoke up, his voice cutting through the enveloping lethargy. "Student Yoon-sung, please stand up and answer this question." With a look of utter boredom, the main character mumbled, "Yes, sir." But inwardly he was screaming, "Damn it, why me again?" After struggling with the problem for a while, Yoon-sung finally found the solution. He confidently turned back and announced clearly, "Sir, I've solved it." Faced with Yoon-sung's presentation, the teacher couldn't hide his astonishment, exclaiming, "Excellent, you managed to solve it so easily. Is your original attribute water?" He quickly waved his hands, humbly replying, "No, sir." "Oh, well that's wonderful. Let's move on to the next question." It was these actions that made Io see him in a completely different light. A short while later, the class came to an end. Everyone was packing up their books, getting ready to leave. A clear voice called out from behind, "Excuse me." By reflex, he turned around and replied, "Yeah, are you talking to me?" In front of him now was Io. She continued, "Yes, I have a question I want to ask you." A thought suddenly flashed through Io's mind. She had been wondering something about Yoon-sung while observing him. It wasn't about his ranking, but that he was incredibly intelligent, even when compared to the top vanguards. He was able to solve the professor's problem so quickly and accurately. That was something truly hard to believe. The difficulty of that question was at least at the university level, if not something only a professor could solve. Even if Stella is a place where geniuses gather, what is Yoon-sung's real identity? At first, I thought it couldn't be, but now I'm sure of it. He definitely has a course registration strategy. At this point, Io finally asked, "I want to ask you what your next course is?" Faced with this unexpected question, Yoon-sung couldn't help but be surprised. He tried to maintain a calm demeanor and replied, "Why do you ask? Don't tell me you like me or something?" Io looked slightly annoyed. "What the heck? You think I'm a pervert? That's so gross." Yoon-sung's face flushed with anger. "I'm the one who thinks this is creepy, right?" But then he suddenly realized he was supposed to be the adult here. What the hell am I saying? Then he scratched his head in embarrassment and asked again awkwardly, "Anyway, why are you asking?" This time, Io answered seriously, "I've been researching the classes that you're taking. It seems like they are all classes where you can easily get high scores. I won't beat around the bush and I'll ask you directly, where did you learn that strategy? Because this is quite important to me." The main character heard this and thought to himself, "I was just wondering what she was going to ask, and now I get it." He immediately waved his hands frantically and replied with a loud laugh, "Haha, what do you mean? The classes? It must just be a coincidence. If that's all, then I'm going to go now." With that, he turned and walked away. Faced with his somewhat indifferent attitude, Io couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "What?" Watching his retreating back, she couldn't help but call after him, "Wait." But by then, he was no longer paying any attention. She had to gather all her courage and run to stop him. "Please, wait." The main character finally stopped walking as she panted heavily, saying, "Please, just a moment." Yoon-sung replied, "What is it? Why are you following me? Go learn that stuff from someone else. There are plenty of skilled people here. Or just copy me. You said you've already researched it." Hearing this, Io stammered an explanation. "But anyone who takes the Divine Equipment course gets an A+, so it's not that important. But if I register for the same class as you, it might negatively affect your grade." As she said this, her eyes suddenly filled with sadness, a sense of guilt creeping into her heart. If he didn't get the scholarship, it would be a huge loss for him, but even in this situation, she was still worried about someone else's grade. The main character looked at her pitiful expression and thought to himself, even though she's a bit annoying, the female lead is still the female lead. Suddenly, she put on an expression of innocent charm. But anyway, can you suggest a class for me? One where it's easy to get a high grade? Come on, I'm begging you. The main character bluntly replied. You think that look is going to convince me? She placed her hands on her cheeks, acting cute. Huh, that's weird. Normally when I look at my own face, all my worries disappear. This overconfident expression made the main character want to gag. He responded indifferently, Are you being serious? Io's face turned bright red, and she grinned widely. Haha, I was just kidding. I knew you'd react like that. So I've prepared a few interesting things to compensate you. The main character shuddered when he heard that. Compensation? His mind reeled as he thought, Holy crap, why are these kids so obsessed with compensation? Is that all they ever talk about? Suddenly, Io said, Do you know about the 7th magic tower? Hearing this, the main character was startled. Yes, I know, Io added. Really? Not many people know about it, because it's a deserted tower that has vanished, and there are many barriers preventing people from getting near where it used to be. But there, as she was enthusiastically telling the story, she suddenly stopped when she saw Yunsheng's strange expression, and she asked worriedly, Wait, what's wrong? Are you okay? Meanwhile, Yunsheng's mind was spinning. I'm going to lose my mind. This was an incredibly important piece of information. Because of this, Flame could increase his influence over the main character. Moreover, Flame knew about this in the original story. Io also knew this, and Io only told this information to the main character, not to a side character like me. Thinking this, he didn't want to hear any more, and waved his hand dismissively. That sounds like a scary story. I don't want to hear it, it's not interesting at all. Then he just turned and walked away. Io was bewildered and quickly explained, It's not that scary. Are you scared of ghosts at your age? Yunsheng reluctantly replied, Alright, I'll tell you. She acted all dramatic again. Oh, come on. You just pretended you weren't going to tell me. Why did you change your mind so fast? Yeah, well, I felt like it, Yunsheng replied curtly. Then he thought, Besides, the fact that Io wants to give me something is enough. With that in mind, he spoke up. Anyway, this isn't related to grades, but it's something extremely useful for you. You should sign up for the Journey of Meditation and Void course as your liberal arts elective. Io was stunned. Meditation? Signing up for that as a liberal arts class? The moon god and meditation courses are prioritized. Are you into cultivation? Not really, the main character replied, but he didn't really know how to explain it properly. He quickly made up a reason. My master is also a bishop like you, and through meditation, one can enhance their magical abilities. Io's eyes widened in surprise. Just with meditation? Based on his 10 years of experience grinding games all night, he slowly explained that in reality, this hasn't been discovered yet. But for bishops who wield large-scale destructive magic, meditation is crucial for precise casting based on formulas and equations. But most importantly, it's the mind, the very thing that controls mana. I haven't told this to anyone else, but you're an exception because you're pretty cute. The girl was flustered, unsure whether to believe him. You just called me ugly a moment ago, but it seems this compliment was exactly what she wanted to hear. She beamed. Anyway, thank you. Even though it's not a subject that will help me improve my grades, I'll sign up for it, Yunsheng replied. That's up to you, do as you please. Having achieved her goal, she happily walked away. Watching her leave, Yunsheng couldn't help but feel a bit worried. He didn't know if what he just did was the right thing, and sighed. I've told her everything, and it makes me a little scared about how the future might change. But if I had just ignored her, Io would have faced that tragedy in this world again. If meditation can help her, then that would be a good thing. As he thought about this, an idea suddenly struck him. He himself was a mage too, but why hadn't he thought about training until now? Big Yun-sung in the game was a rigorous trainer, awakening his latent mana constitution and developing at a rapid pace. In the game, I could gain experience just by pressing a button, but now I have to do it myself. It's probably too late, there are no story segments or hunting quests, so I can't gain any more experience that way. But I should thank IO for this. A short while later, Big Yun-sung returned to his dormitory. At Stella, all students live in the dorms. This system was a side feature in the game, allowing players to freely decorate their rooms. But for Big Yun-sung, this was his only home, as his village had been burned to the ground. The dormitories were also divided by rank. All rooms were the same size, but the number of occupants per room depended on one's rank, and of course, the S-class students always occupied the top floors. Our protagonist, now alone in his room, felt a little lonely, But then he thought that he could finally put it to good use. He took a deep breath. Alright, it's time to begin. Yunsheng sat down and meditated, concentrating intensely on his training. Stats aren't the most important thing. Since this is reality, I need to get used to this body. In the game, Big Yunsung was a genius who could control sword aura by circulating an endless amount of mana both inside and outside his body. No one paid attention to him, so nobody knew. But Big Yunsung was a genius of the sword. He had reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship, and I must walk that path once more. My breathing controls the flow of mana within my body. If I can gradually increase the amount of mana I absorb with each breath, I'll eventually be able to draw in enough with just one. Skills don't level up just by collecting EXP. You have to constantly use them to raise their level. This means I have to practice, and so, he trained diligently all night long. The clock struck 4 in the morning, signaling the start of a new day. Inside the room, Yunsung was still immersed in his training. His entire body radiated a brilliant golden aura. Suddenly, he snapped his eyes open, then raised his hands to feel the refreshing flow of energy circulating through his body. He was astonished. This must be the feeling Big Yunsung once experienced. As someone who had accepted having mana leak syndrome since childhood, even though it's faint, I can still feel it. At the same time, a system notification appeared. The mana leak syndrome skill has leveled up. The flash skill has leveled up. The main character looked at his status window, filled with satisfaction. Awesome, I've taken another step closer to my goal. I will find the true ending no matter what. The scene suddenly changes, shifting to another place with fresh air. A lush green meadow stretching as far as the eye can see. Suddenly, a mysterious figure appears. It turns out this is a picturesque space at Stella Academy. The girl, Flame, was immersing herself in the atmosphere here, thinking that the meadow and the kite-flying wind are all artificial. But the feeling here is so real, it's so comfortable. To give everyone a better understanding, the Stella dormitories are actually a pocket dimension created on the school grounds. This allows people to freely change the space and its properties. All sporting events, other activities, dungeons, portals, and monster training all take place here. For that very reason. Back to the present, the students had gathered in full. Flame stood at the back and scanned the crowd, realizing there were a total of 141 people, 50 from classes Aon and Atu, with the remaining 40 belonging to the S-class. If it were like the novel, there would be 39 people from the S-class. I just thought that including me made 40, but I never expected there to be one more person. That's right, where did Big Yunsung come from? In the novel, there were only 1,140 people in the first year, and with me, it's 1,141. In other words, Big Yunsung was also in the original novel. Well, whatever, I'll figure things out slowly. It's okay, I can do this. I'm the only person in this world who knows about this novel. Class will be starting soon. Suddenly, the group of students in front of Flame started chattering excitedly. Someone spoke up. Prince Jeremy, have you finished registering for classes? The blonde young man in the middle, who was probably the person they were talking about, had a smug look on his face. Of course, we also registered for the soft magic research class because we heard you were signing up too. He grinned widely. Really? Then let's help each other out. As for Flame, she watched his retreating figure. She thought to herself, that's Prince Jeremy. In the novel, he fell in love with Flame along with Io, but was rejected by her. From then on, he became like a different person, and eventually turned into a villain. He may look gentle, but all of his actions are calculated. I should observe him carefully so I don't get involved with him. Unexpectedly, Prince Jeremy also saw Flame. He acted friendly, raising his hand in a wave and flashing a bright smile. Flame waved back, thinking to herself that he was actually quite handsome. Now I understand why he has so many sycophants surrounding him. But I have to admit, his clique is full of the most famous people in the school. With that thought, she turned her face away, determined to gather these people together, because from now on, this world would be her reality, and she had to prepare for the future. But this action seemed to have caught the prince's attention. He chuckled to himself. Flame, huh? Just then, the teacher's voice rang out. All attention, everyone. We will begin with some basic training before today's class starts. I need to know your abilities so I can teach you all properly. I will be your direct instructor. If you don't like it, keep it to yourself. As you may already know, we professors have the authority to add or deduct your points, so you must remember that you will be expelled if you don't meet the required score. And now, I will explain the training session. We will be practicing in a mock dungeon. I will use scenarios from real dungeons, as well as various traps and monsters to test all of you. You will get 4 points for defeating a level 1 monster, and 8 points for defeating a level 2 monster. You get 20 points for obtaining this point staff. The top 5 students will receive a small reward and special shopping privileges. Students with 0 points will have points deducted. If you're afraid of failing or going alone, you can form a party. But remember this well, the points will be divided equally among the party members. If you can eliminate another student, you will take their points. With that said, the professor vanished without a trace, his voice echoing behind. That is all. Good luck to you all. Immediately after, the ground shook violently. The panicked students screamed, "What is this? What's happening?" The ground was shifting when suddenly, it cracked open, and a giant tree shot up from below. Flame couldn't help but be astonished, her jaw dropping in amazement. A giant tree appeared, and it seemed like everything around them changed. Flame guessed that this was the Jack and the Beanstalk map. The scenery became lush and overgrown with dense trees, and the students began to choose their own paths. Some preferred to go solo, while others chose to form parties. In the distance, the figure of Flame walked alone, holding her magic staff. She thought to herself, "Well then, I'm ready to join this game." Suddenly, a voice called out from behind, "Hey Flame." Turning around, she saw her red-haired friend. The girl continued, "Are you planning to go alone during this practice session?" Flame replied, "Aki." She thought to herself, although teaming up for a real dungeon raid has many advantages, going solo is better if you want to get more points. With that in mind, she said coldly, "I'm sorry. But this time, I want to test my own strength, so I plan on going alone." The red-haired girl smirked after hearing this. "Yeah, I know. You'd have to share points with teammates, so it can't be helped." Flame replied, "Yeah, that's right." But in her mind, she was wondering if she was overthinking it, or if the girl was mocking her. Whatever, just let it go. Flame said her goodbyes and left. "Let's go together next time." The girl didn't say anything else, just turned and walked away. Watching her leave, Flame felt a bit uncomfortable. Am I just imagining things? Why do I get the feeling she's copying me? Anyway, back to the main point. Things will probably be different later. 1 hour after the dungeon opened, in a certain corner, a faint blue light glowed. It seemed like Flame had just been through a battle, and she was quite tired now. This is so exhausting. When will this training session ever end? Suddenly, she sensed something unusual. Right after, a giant vine shot out towards Flame. Quick as a flash, she raised her magic staff to block. From the staff, a stream of azure power shot out, striking the vine head-on. A moment later, the vine was defeated and gradually shrank. She looked around and thought to herself, "It's not just monsters, even the plants can attack. This is Stella for you. Even the training can't be underestimated." Alright, I've only got 18 points so far, which isn't too bad. But that gap can be closed with just 1 score bar. I have to keep moving. And so, she ventured deeper into the dungeon. Suddenly, her eyes widened in shock at a blurry figure in the distance, but the bright sunlight made it hard to see clearly. She wondered in confusion, is it a monster? No, it has to be a person. But how could a student conceal themselves to this level? Whatever, it doesn't matter anyway, since I'm also using nature camouflage to hide. With Flame's special abilities of control, defense, destruction, and healing, it seems ambushing the opponent now isn't a bad idea. Just like that, she stealthily crept closer to that figure. As she got nearer, she realized it was Yoon Sung. Is he really all by himself? I remember other students wanted to team up with Yoon Sung, right? Did he turn them all down? How strange. I really can't figure out what he's thinking. But what shocked her even more was the score bar in his hand. Suddenly, a reckless idea popped into her head, and this was the perfect chance to test him. At that moment, Yoon Seung was still oblivious, unaware of anything, just walking forward. On her side, Flame was using her magic staff to create a large orb of light, a large one. She believed that, from a distance of about 15 meters, he wouldn't be able to defend against it. Right after, a strange magic circle appeared. Her entire body radiated an intense orange aura of power. She looked straight at Yoon Seung and shouted, "Light bullet!" As she finished speaking, a beam of light shot straight forward. Just as it was about to hit Yoon Seung, he realized someone was ambushing him. He immediately used his flash magic to move to another spot. After the smoke and dust cleared, Flame was frozen, not understanding what just happened. Where did he go? Where the hell did Yoon Seung disappear to? Her hands trembled with anger. No way. How could he possibly dodge a tier 2 spell from that distance? Damn it, that's insane. Meanwhile, Yoon Seung, on the other side, continuously used flash to get behind his attacker. Only then could he breathe a sigh of relief. Holy crap, is she trying to kill me or what? Jeez, launching a light bullet out of nowhere. Thank God the level of my mana leak syndrome has increased, or I would have been in big trouble. His flash had leveled up to 1, with a maximum range of 12 meters. I still have 2 more uses of flash, so if I use the terrain to my advantage, I could take her down, but it's best to just avoid it. With that thought, he repeatedly used flash to get away from Flame. He glanced back, thinking this distance should be enough. My goal is 5th place, so there's no need to take unnecessary risks. The reward for 5th place is the Easilic route, which can significantly increase stamina and strength. Besides, the top 4 spots are for the main characters anyway, and with the way things are, they only need 3 more score bars. Suddenly, a mocking voice rang out. "Hey guys, come and see who we have here." In front of him now was a group of unfamiliar students. One of them sneered. Oh, if it isn't Yoon Sung from the S class. He then recognized the guy as Raiden, someone who had become quite famous in the academy recently. Looking at the minions next to him, Yoon Sung sighed in annoyance. There were even members of Team Useless, Jeremy's pathetic little gang, a bunch of total trash. But then he noticed something. They had somehow managed to get 3 score bars. For someone so weak, how did he collect so many? Another guy spoke up. I heard he's a total failure. You must have cheated to get into the S class. The blonde guy burst out laughing. Getting into the S class by answering 3 ridiculous questions must mean Stella was tricked. Over here, Yoon Sung thought in frustration. Damn it. They keep harping on the same thing. Don't they get tired of it? The other guys, seeing Yoon Sung didn't dare to make a peep, grew even more smug. Hey, since we've run into each other here, you better hand over your point, stick to us. He just replied coldly. Like hell I will. The blonde guy found this even more amusing. Oh, you want to resist? He flashed a wicked smile. You think you can take us on alone? Haha. Are you planning to use that high-grade medium magic wand? How ridiculous. You can't even use magic, let alone a magic wand? Faced with these provocations, our hero still didn't know what to do. With only a low-level flash step, he wouldn't be able to confront Jiden. A guy from a famous family. If I had 3 flash steps, then I'd still have a way, which is to use the point stick in my hand. Besides, this place is a dungeon, which is another advantage for me. With that thought, Yoon Sung held the point stick out in front of him. Here, it's all yours. The blonde guy, seeing his opponent finally give in, looked satisfied. Not bad, little bro, that's what I'm talking about. Don't get cocky so soon, karma usually comes quickly. Yoon Sung, seeing that he had let his guard down, lunged forward in a flash, then snatched the guy's point stick, grinning slyly. He used that very stick as a weapon to strike directly at the guy's magic formation. The formation immediately cracked, and the guy gritted his teeth, cursing under his breath. Damn it, you worthless commoner. Right after that, he was thrown backward, slamming hard into a tree. Jiden was furious now, opening his mouth to roar. You son of a b times, shh, but the whole group was stunned to see he had vanished. Before they could recover, a familiar voice rang out again. Hey, over here. Following the voice, Jiden whipped his head around. Yoon Sung was standing there, grinning cheekily. That was dangerous, but thanks. And just like that, Yoon Sung had 2 point sticks in his hands. Jiden screamed like a madman. You bastard, give those back. In a taunting manner, Yoon Sung replied, Nah, I don't feel like it. At this point, our hero was quite pleased with his plan. The point stick was truly effective. He had previously learned by chance, while playing a game, that these point sticks were actually a bugged item, with no real value. But because of their absurd level of hardness, they couldn't be destroyed by student-level magic. They possessed the power of most other magical tools. Although it was more useful for magic users, for Yoon Sung, a physical attacker, a weapon with high attack stats would be utilized 100%. Meanwhile, Jiden gritted his teeth and said bitterly, Damn that bastard, how dare he take my point stick? Then he turned and yelled at his cronies. What the hell are you guys doing? Hurry up and attack. At the same time, the dungeon began to shake again. Faced with this situation, Jiden could only think frantically, crap. Why is the dungeon changing now of all times? Thinking this, he roared frantically. Everyone, get close together and prepare your magic. We can't lose track of that bastard. But this very moment was the best opportunity for Yoon Sung to act, and he quickly made a run for it. And his unusual action was spotted by one of Jiden's teammates. He opened his mouth and yelled, Yoon Sung is running away. Hey guys, the moment he finished speaking, they used their magic wands to generate a blue energy blast aimed directly at Yoon Sung. They yelled non-stop, You bastard, where do you think you can run? This terrifying energy rushed towards him. Yoon Sung only had time to think, holy crap, these guys are better than I thought, but you're still way too green. Then, just when it seemed that the energy blast would swallow him whole, he used a flash spell to disappear. Raiden's entire crew was furious, but couldn't do anything to him. Damn it, he used flash again. He's too fast, I can't see him anymore. While the entire group was looking forward, Yunsheng had already moved like lightning and gotten behind them. At this moment, he confidently thought that with his 10 years of experience in this game, using the terrain to his advantage was a piece of cake. Meanwhile, Raiden was absolutely furious. Damn it, we just need to hit him one time. Suddenly, the dungeon began to shake violently. Seeing the tense expressions on everyone's faces, Jordan quickly reassured them, "Calm down, guys. He's still around here somewhere. Wait for the earthquake to stop, and if you guys see him, attack all at once. But if our magic fails, it will backfire, so we have to be extremely careful." As he said this, he scanned the surroundings. Suddenly, he locked eyes with Yunsheng, who was standing right in front of them. Before they even had a chance to attack, Yunsheng was already a step ahead and struck their magic formation directly with his point wand. The force of the blow caused their formation to become unstable and start to shatter. Simultaneously, the formation began to backfire on Raiden's crew. Then came a series of massive explosions. Their formation shattered and blasted them back. This was the undesirable side effect, a magic backlash. The main character quickly retreated to a safe distance. Watching the entire group get blasted by their own formation, the main character gloated to himself, "It's all over." After the smoke from the explosion cleared, Raiden looked up and cursed, "Damn it, that bastard Big Yunsheng." In response, Yunsheng held up 3-point wands and said smugly, "I'll be taking these." Then he gave a taunting grin. "Oh, and if I get a girlfriend in the future, I'll give these to her. Bye-bye, darlings." Raiden was stunned. "When did you take those? Give them back to me." The main character looked at their pathetic state with great satisfaction, thinking, hey, this is enough. Taking their last one would be a pain. He then added, "By the way, that was really fun, but I've played enough. I'm out of here." With that said, he flashed away, leaving Raiden's crew shaking with rage. He screamed like a madman, "You damn bastard!" And this entire scene happened to be witnessed by a certain female student from beginning to end. By this time, Yunsheng had already gotten far away from them. He happily exclaimed, Hey, I got lucky. If I had fought them normally, I would have been the one getting robbed, but because this is a dungeon, everything is different. This is what you call the experience of a veteran. But I have this feeling, I sensed something strange from somewhere. By the time he realized what it was, it seemed to be too late. A massive flame was hurtling towards him. Seeing this, the main character was utterly shocked and screamed, "What the hell is this? Where is this fire rain coming from?" The flames rained down relentlessly on his position. One after another rain of fire fell. Wherever it landed, a terrifying explosion erupted. As for him, he couldn't fight back, and could only use flash magic to dodge. He was running for his dear life, his expression no longer calm. What the hell? What kind of terrifying magic is this? Holy smokes. Looking back at the forest that had been burned to ashes, he was still in shock, thinking that was way too close. But what's with this magic? Is someone trying to kill me? From behind the cloud of smoke and dust, a figure emerged and approached. She stood before him and yelled, "Hey, you commoner, why didn't you take another staff from them?" And this girl who wielded fire magic was none other than Princess Hongbon. The main character was surprised, thinking to himself, why is she here? At this thought, he awkwardly scratched his head and said, I think you're a bit mistaken. It's not like I can just take whatever I want, And besides, what does me taking those staffs have to do with you anyway? Hearing this, the girl felt awkward, realizing she might have been a bit out of line. But then, Yunsheng had a realization. Don't tell me you want? That's right. You want me to take it from them, so you can then take it from me? What kind of crazy idea is that? Don't forget, I already taught you a lesson before. Hongbon placed a hand on her chest and explained, I am royalty, but since you've already figured out my intentions, let's just fight. As a member of the royal family, robbing a commoner is the last thing I want to do. But in this battle, I have no other choice. I will defeat you and take what I want. Hearing this, the main character was scared out of his wits and quickly replied, Whoa there, what are you trying to pull? Why are you bullying someone weaker than you? You, weak? Hongbon retorted. But I saw you fighting and toying with them just a moment ago, didn't I? You even used magic and defeated them, right? As she said this, although she was reluctant, the princess realized she needed to hurry. If I don't want to get an earful from my mother, I need to work hard to get a really high score. Suddenly, Hongbon sensed a noise approaching from nearby. It was Raiden's cronies. They had caught up to them. One of them yelled, Big Yun? That guy, where did he run off to? Damn it, that bastard is way too cunning. And it seemed Princess Bon recognized this group of people as well. Meanwhile, Big Yun had already started to flee. The princess was now hesitating, unsure of what to do. wondering if she should attack them. But no matter how strong I am right now, there's no way I can take on 6 people at once. That's right, I need to wait for their magic to weaken, then I'll have my chance to strike. In the meantime, Big Yoon also couldn't just sit around and wait to die. He began by attacking Jidin from behind, then used magic to strike directly at their formation. Hongbon, who was watching from a distance, was quite surprised. She never expected that commoner could use other types of magic besides flash. Sure, those guys were weaker than her, but they were all capable fighters. Compared to that country bumpkin, they should be far more skilled, shouldn't they? Faced with this situation, the young girl pressed her lips together, her eyes flashing with determination. Almost instantly, a mystical magic circle appeared, and a surging current of fire energy enveloped her body. It's time to unleash my fire magic, she thought. Snapping out of her thoughts, she launched a terrifyingly powerful magic attack straight ahead. On the other side, Big Yoon also sensed it, receiving this formidable stream of magic. Quick as a flash, he used Blink, instantly appearing in a different location. He suddenly realized the pressure from that magic was closing in, more intense than ever before. Indeed, a giant flame was roaring as it charged forward. He used Blink again, and then again, appearing and disappearing, sometimes soaring high into the air, other times landing lightly on the ground. Meanwhile, Hongbon remained highly focused, her eyes never leaving the flame's path. And then boom boom boom, an earth-shattering explosion erupted, shaking the entire area. Only then did our protagonist dare to breathe a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, this girl's magic is truly terrifying. It's a good thing I have a 6th sense, or I would have been toast. But I've already used Blink 2 times, so how am I supposed to deal with her now? Bon suddenly spoke up. Why aren't you taking out your magic staff? Yoon replied with a blank face. You're already holding my magic staff. Hongbon asked again. What about the one you received at enrollment? Hearing this, he looked dumbfounded and replied, Oh, right, I didn't even think of that. Seeing his act of playing dumb, Hongbon said, Fed up, how long are you going to keep holding back? As she said this, her eyes suddenly turned sharp, glowing a terrifying, fiery red. She stared straight at Yoon, resentful, thinking that she was being very serious in this battle. So why was that commoner treating it like his personal joke? At this thought, she said furiously, Fine, if you're not going to fight properly, then I'll just have to make you eat dirt right here. Yoon felt a chill run down his spine and got goosebumps all over, thinking to himself, Holy crap, I am fighting seriously, I'm not messing with her at all. On the other side, Hongbon was still going on and on. If you're not going to be serious, then right at that moment, behind Hongbon, a sea of raging flames erupted. Her face shone with determination as she thought, Today, I'll definitely make you get a taste of this. Finishing her thought, she directed the flames straight toward Yoon. As for Yoon, he couldn't keep his composure anymore. He frantically dodged, sometimes leaning left, other times swerving right. After a while of struggling, he was completely stunned by the scene before him. He plopped down, his mind blank, not knowing what to do now. But this was no time to rest. He jumped up and looked at the giant wall of fire in front of him. He suddenly thought, Damn it, even if I dodge with Blink, her attack range is just too wide. What am I supposed to do? Suddenly, he heard a strange sound, and immediately turned to look behind him. At that moment, a risky idea flashed through his mind, and right after, he showcased his top-tier Blink skills. Quick as lightning, he jumped to a higher position where the flames hadn't reached yet. He looked back to see the fire burning more fiercely and spreading wider. As for Yoon, he had luckily escaped death by hiding behind a boulder. He glanced down, thinking that he was lucky to have dodged it this time, but it was quite a struggle. Even if I manage to get close to Hongbon, the flames around her will flare up to protect her when I approach. I know this well because I've fought many fire-type mages, but her skill level is much higher than I ever imagined. If this were flat terrain, I would have lost in a heartbeat. In fact, maybe I wouldn't have even had a chance to fight. Yoon stood, watching the sparks fly erratically like rain, when an idea suddenly popped into his head. He thought, Am I going to use the power of these magic staffs? His gaze became more determined. This isn't over yet. Snapping out of his thoughts, he bravely charged straight into the sea of raging flames. Countless firebolts were rushing towards him. At this moment, the mana leak syndrome activated. He possessed a 6th sense, and his cognitive speed skyrocketed. Time seemed to stand still for him. He could easily slash away Hongbon's magic. Witnessing the scene of her powerful firebolts being deflected by a mere commoner, Hongbon couldn't believe her eyes, exclaiming, No way! How can he use a weapon to counter magic? How is this possible? Meanwhile, Baekhyun was still struggling in this fierce battle. He felt that as more time passed, the sensation became clearer and clearer. This wasn't a game controlled by a keyboard and mouse, but a direct physical confrontation with a mage. Clearly, the surrounding magic was growing stronger. His sixth sense was as clear as his sight and hearing. As for Hongbon, she was still bewildered and confused. How can this be? She thought to herself. In this mountainous forest terrain, her fire magic should have the advantage. If that's the case, the only way is to increase my magical power. Putting her thoughts into action, she poured all her power into her magic staff. Baekhyun was still frantically slashing away at those magic attacks. He was fighting for his life. Then he quickly ran behind a boulder to rest and recover a bit. At this moment, he suddenly thought, I can't just keep defending like this. That's right, I have to break Hongbon's magic shield with this staff. After that, he charged through the sea of flames, getting closer to Hongbon's position. His footsteps became increasingly closer and more urgent. When he was just a short distance from Hongbon, he immediately used his flash skill to quickly close the gap. This left Hongbon utterly astonished. She gritted her teeth and turned around in frustration. By this time, Baekhyun had stepped into her fire magic formation. And then, their eyes met, and romantic sparks flew. Baekhyun mentally calculated, when approaching fire mages, their explosive magic will knock back enemies within a 2-meter radius. Thinking of this, he suddenly let out a laugh. For others, this might not be a simple task, but for someone with 10 years of experience like Baekhyun, it was different. He had been through this countless times before. Instantly, he was hit by her magic and thrown back, leaving her with her jaw dropped in shock. But unfazed, Baekhyun quickly regained his balance and charged forward. He decisively used his staff to strike her protective barrier. It created cracks on it. Hongbon still couldn't understand. How can he do that? Meanwhile, Baekhyun didn't stop. He continued to frantically attack it relentlessly. The shield could no longer hold and shattered into pieces. This also caused Hongbon to be injured severely, and she was thrown backward. She whimpered and groaned. Ah! Ugh! However, Baekhyun walked closer. He flashed a bright smile, and then sat down and said, Looks like I win. Hongbon felt utterly humiliated. A princess like her, losing in such a disgraceful way. She said resentfully, Just who are you? Baekhyun slowly stood up and replied, Oh, I'm just an ordinary student. Then he said with a hidden meaning, But the person hiding over there can come out now, right? Realizing she had been discovered, Flame cautiously stepped out. Flame was quite surprised and spoke up, Shouldn't you be hiding? But how did you know I was there? The main character didn't know how to explain, so he could only give an awkward laugh and reply, just call it a hunch. But deep down, he knew it was for a much simpler reason, or to be more precise. It was his intuition for sensing magic. But how could Flame possibly believe such a ridiculous reason? She replied blankly. Oh, a hunch? Then how did you break a magic shield with an ordinary magic wand? After hearing this, the main character froze like a statue. Flame added, Well, explain it then, or are you going to say that was also thanks to a hunch? Hearing this, the main character thought, She's right. This kind of thing would never happen in a romance novel like the original story. It's only natural for Flame to be curious, but I can't tell her the truth. With that in mind, he quickly pointed to the scoring wand in his hand and said cheerfully, Ah, well, about that. This wand is really sturdy, you know. Flame looked visibly annoyed. What does that have to do with anything? So what if it's sturdy? You think you can just swing it around and break a magic shield? If that were the case, the knights in this world would have wiped the floor with us mages by now. Baekhyun had to admit she had a point, thinking to himself, She's right, she's absolutely right. The main character's evasiveness only made Flame more confused, and she blurted out, I've always found you strange, but I never had the chance to ask you this. Baekhyun, who are you really? Hongbon, who had been like an invisible person, was also taken aback as she eavesdropped by the exchange. Meanwhile, facing Flame's barrage of questions, Baekhyun's face was drenched in sweat. He was racking his brain for a solution. Has it finally come to this? It's been less than 1 month, and my identity is already being questioned. Should I just reveal my true identity? No, I can't. Flame doesn't have a good impression of me at all. Doing that would be too dangerous. With that thought, the main character said, Even if you're suspicious of me, I'm not a bad person. Hearing this, a confused Flame replied, Huh? What do you mean? The main character forced a smile, and continued, Well, it's just like I said, I only want to help you. This just made Flame even more confused. Help? Me? Help with what? What are you even trying to say? Stop being so vague, it's really annoying. But the main character didn't explain further and just turned to leave. He waved his hand. I'd love to say more, but I'm out of time. So, see you later. This left Flame so frustrated she was practically fuming, and it was his actions today that made Hongbon see him in a completely different light. It seemed like she was plotting something crazy. The main character thought, looks like I'm in the clear. I'll just slip away. I hope those two let me off the hook. Suddenly, someone threw the scoring wands at him. Thwack, thwack, thwack. The culprit was none other than Hongbon. After throwing them, she stood there stunned, surprised. That's weird. As for the main character, after taking the full combo, he clutched his head in pain and turned around to yell, "Damn it, if you have something to say, just say it. Why resort to such a cheap trick?" Hongbon spoke up. "I thought you would catch them. You can easily dodge all sorts of magic and traps, but you can't catch these?" Baekhyun heard these absurd words and was at a loss. "I guess I'm cornered. My magic leak syndrome has its limits. There's no way I can maintain that intuition forever." As he thought this, he pretended to be in pain. "Ouch. That hurts. The duration of the magic leak depends on my mental strength. Since my mental strength is depleted, I've lost my quick reflexes and now I have a headache. Anymore." But suddenly, the main character wondered, "So why did you throw this at me?" Hongbi replied without hesitation, "You won, so take it." Although it seemed these point sticks were quite important, he thought to himself, could it be that she's feeling hurt? But if I take all of these, my score will skyrocket. And besides, these things aren't of any use, to me anyway. Thinking this, he bent down, picked up one point stick, then stood up and said cheerfully, "All right then, thank you, but I'll just take this one. You can keep the rest." "Well, I'll be on my way." With that, he also turned to leave, not forgetting to wave goodbye. As he walked, he was lost in a delusion of grandeur, thinking and smirking to himself, "They must be so impressed by my actions right now. What a kind-hearted man, someone who is always merciful. To the defeated, this is so freaking cool. I hope they think so too." But the harsh reality was that they didn't think that at all. Fale exclaimed, "What? Is there something wrong with that guy? He's a total psycho." Hongbi probably felt the same way, and said wearily, "He's probably a commoner, so his head's a little messed up." But deep down, she was now also wondering, what is this guy Bun's true identity? Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, Professor Lee and the other professors were intently watching every move and action of the participants. The projected images were incredibly vivid and realistic. Watching this, someone exclaimed, "Oh ho ho! This year's first-year S-class students are all rare and exceptional talents." Following the voice, Professor Lee Hangen also turned to look. He was stroking his beard as he continued to speak. "All in all, watching this has been worth the price of admission, wouldn't you say?" And this man was Tess, an elder of the Magic Council. The woman standing next to him agreed with the senior's opinion, speaking up, "That's right, it's very interesting." She was smiling with her eyes crinkled in satisfaction. Perhaps she was thinking to herself, "I was way more amazing than this when I was young, heh." And this woman was Jarina Aeon, a member of the Blue Tower Council. Their appearance took Professor Lee Hangen quite by surprise. He thought to himself, the Magic Council, the Blue Tower Council. It's just a session to observe the students' training, yet it has gathered so many influential figures. But I guess that makes sense. You have to do this if you want to recruit talent. Most of the other professors were probably also watching this training session. Suddenly, everyone around them started exclaiming in awe, "Look, look!" At that, Professor Lee also turned back to look at the screen. Before them was the image of two male students who seemed to be preparing to fight. Everyone quickly recognized the identities of these two students, exclaiming, "He Gujang and Ma Yu Song are facing off." Immediately after, He Gujang made the first move. He used his magic staff to create a powerful magic attack and aimed it straight at his opponent. Meanwhile, Ma Yu Seong remained unfazed, standing calmly and observing, and then, as the attack drew near, he activated his power and leaped high into the air. He even jumped 3 consecutive times like that, to dodge his opponent's magic. And it was this very act that left everyone gasping in admiration. Jarina Aeon said, "Oh, holy crap, he can actually activate a level 3 magic leap 3 times in a row? That's incredible." Professor Tess was no less astonished. Indeed, he managed to do that at the age of 17? Professor Lee kept his eyes glued to the screen, thinking, normally, for an average mage to reach level 3, it would take at least 25 years old. Yet Ma Yu-seong, at only 17, can already master level 3 magic? That's unbelievable. Suddenly, an excited voice cried out in surprise, "Look, look, both of them can skillfully use 3 elemental attributes. The battle grew more intense and dramatic between the two evenly matched opponents. Witnessing this scene, Mage Li also thought in awe. A normal mage can only control one attribute, and has to train arduously just to control two. That's right, being able to control 3 attributes is proof of an innate gift, and they were blessed with that talent from birth. Watching this, Professor Li's eyes suddenly widened as he exclaimed in shock, "Wait, is that the final boss monster?" At that moment, a giant eagle appeared, its eyes filled with a murderous aura that radiated outwards. This startled both Ma Yusong and He Guzhang, causing them to stop fighting. But before they could even react, the bird suddenly opened its beak and shrieked in pain. Its agonizing cry echoed throughout the dungeon, and right after, it slowly began to fall. This left them both so horrified they were speechless. They had no idea what the hell was happening. The bird crashed right in front of them, lying flattened on the ground. Immediately after, a coy voice spoke up. "Oh my, are you two fighting?" That voice came from the girl An, standing up high. She continued, a bit shyly, "I'm sorry for interrupting you two." Watching this, Professor Li Damchu thought, "Oh, is that little girl Aeon?" A hidden monster only appears when certain conditions are met, and it's not only hard to find but also very difficult to defeat. And yet that little girl managed to hunt it all by herself? But seeing her achievement, the professors in the back seemed not to have expected this, but they also felt a bit of pity for the poor girl. One of them said, the eldest daughter of the traitor. What a shame. If her father hadn't committed such a heinous act, her talent would have blossomed even more." As he said this, his eyes suddenly widened in shock. What's this? Is that the princess of the Adon Levis kingdom? But who is her opponent? His face is completely unfamiliar. At this point, Professor Li also couldn't keep his composure and blurted out, "What? Is that magic? Blink?" Speaking of blink, for hundreds of years, many scholars have tried to control it, but they all either died or were crippled, so they had to give up. It's truly a magic that cannot be easily controlled. And yet, that kid can control blink as skillfully as if it were his own limbs. The elder of the TL Magic Council thought to himself. He was no less astonished than Professor Li. Suddenly, in the silent atmosphere, someone couldn't help but ask, "Who on earth is that boy?" Professor Li immediately replied, "That student's name is Bekan. He is an incredibly special student, able to use blink as his signature magic." Hearing this, everyone was utterly astonished. Another person spoke up, "Holy crap, blink can be a signature magic?" This is a completely different case from the innate talent of Ma Yusong and Hegon Ang or Aeon. The elder of the Magic Council also said, quite bewildered, "Oh, is that so? But why isn't he using any other magic and just toying with her? If he used magic, the duel would be over in an instant. I really still don't get it." Just as he finished speaking, someone who had just entered said, "No, he is fighting for real." According to Towards the Voice, the entire group present turned to look. It seems the sudden appearance of this person left them utterly shocked, stammering, Are you Elmo Elwin?" He then added, "He was fighting for real from the very beginning. You all didn't see it, did you? How interesting." Watching that student fight reminds me of the Knight's Code that existed in ancient times. Hearing this, a completely stunned person exclaimed, "Did you say the Knight's Code? Oh, how could this be possible? It's unbelievable." And TL was no exception. He was also extremely surprised and said, "Do you mean the Knight's Code that disappeared along with melee weapons?" Note, melee weapons are a type of weapon not involving combustion from gunpowder or other explosives. But for such a young student, how is that possible? It's truly miraculous. Professor Lai, still glued to the screen, finally seemed to realize the issue, thinking to himself, well, so that's what it is. The Knight's Code is quite impressive. The Knight's Code refers to the fighting spirit of sword users in this world of magic. They were the heroes who fought against evil, protecting the world since ancient times. The Knight's Code always fought against evil with a single sword. In a world where magic exists, fighting with a sword, that should be an impossible feat. Yet this student is actually wielding his scoring stick like a real sword. Moreover, if that's Elmo Elwin's speculation, then that kid is truly a rare talent. The principal of Stella Academy, the place known as the best magic school in the world, and Elmo Elwin is a master-level mage. Furthermore, he's also one of the 10 great sages on the continent. If that's what the great sage thinks, then the first dungeon training session has concluded. At this moment, on the dedicated training ground for S-class students, it seems a student is diligently practicing. He's using a magic staff to create magical energy to attack the dummy in front of him. After training for a while, he's exhausted, standing there out of breath. Suddenly, he realizes the magic staff's mana is nearly depleted, but it seems he's still not satisfied with his own power, thinking to himself, damn it, this isn't enough, I'm still too green. Out of the 141 people who participated in this dungeon training, 39 were eliminated for not meeting the standard. Ison was the one who defeated the final boss, ranking first. I myself ranked second. Mao Xion ranked sixth, but I don't feel like I've won. He recalls the moment of battle in the dungeon, back when the final boss appeared. If someone hadn't interfered, I might have found out Mao Xion's true strength. Thinking of this, Ho Jiang grew bitter and gritted his teeth, unable to accept it. Perhaps from their very first meeting, he had felt annoyed by this Mao Xion guy. He does everything so effortlessly, but no matter what, Mao Xion always shows results that far exceed expectations. During the training this time, I had set up magic circles everywhere and meticulously calculated its movements. Despite that, Mao Xion still easily parried the attacks and stopped them. No matter what I do, how can I not beat that kid? What's with that? Is his talent as thick and high as a fortress wall? No, this isn't the time. I don't have time for self-pity, I have to try harder. At the same time, Hongbon had also just arrived at this training room. The first thing she saw was the image of a male student using a magic staff to create a massive, tornado-shaped vortex of power. And when, looking closely, she was quite surprised, thinking, oh, is that Hegon A. Jiang? That kid is always so calm, yet today he's training like a madman. Is he training like he's possessed? But that's not what I wanted to talk about. With that thought, she used her magic to create a fire spell, and streams of blazing orange light emanated from her entire body. Right after that, she aimed straight at the target in front of her and launched the fiery projectile. And then, a massive explosion boomed through the air. It seems that her mood today isn't very good either. Could it be that she's bitter about something, which is why she's become so frantic in her training? The flames continued to rage, and the loud explosion caught Higone Jiang's attention. The boy stopped what he was doing and turned to see who could create such a powerful stream of magic. Meanwhile, Hongbon was still fuming, thinking, I can't believe I only placed third even with the extra points. The Queen Mother was quite pleased, but if I don't get my form back, I'll be punished. Damn it, that commoner is always acting so high and mighty. What rotten luck. Cutting off her thoughts, she unleashed an extremely powerful blast, and a blinding light erupted from the explosion in front of her. Hongbon was now exhausted, panting heavily. And Hegon A. Jiang, standing nearby, was wide-eyed and slack-jawed. His mind raced with questions. That's insane. Is something wrong with the princess today? But I wonder if it's because of her mood or not. But the princess's magic is much more accurate than before. I can't believe the princess's flame magic Hongbon has such destructive power, and she managed to control it so well in such a short time. Are these two things just a coincidence? Hongbon was also quite surprised by her own results, thinking, damn it, even though I don't want to admit it, Baek-yoon's special lecture wasn't ineffective. By applying those riddles, my magic has improved significantly. Even though he's just a commoner, and both his scores and personality are the worst, Baek-yoon is definitely the only one who knows how to fix my weaknesses. But what the hell? Why do I still feel so annoyed? Oh, for crying out loud. Suddenly, someone called out. Her Highness Hongbon immediately looked up. She replied, Yadarin, what is it? The woman continued. Yes, the Turivo staff you requested earlier has been repaired. Should I tell Mr. Bun right now? Looking at the staff in front of her, Hongbon replied, it looks better. Hearing this, Yadarin replied, yes, I understand. I'll be on my way then. Then she turned to leave, but suddenly the princess thought of something, tapped her on the shoulder, and called out, wait. Yadarin was confused. What is it, Your Highness? A moment later, at the second main tower, Hongbon was holding Bun's staff, thinking hesitantly, I heard that Bun was here, so I came. This is the second main tower, where the professor's research rooms are. But what is he doing here? Could he be meeting with the professors? Suddenly, Hongbon flinched, her eyes widening in shock. Then she turned to leave, thinking indecisively, wait, why did I have to come here? I could have just given it to him at the training grounds, right? Doing this makes it seem like I intentionally came looking for that commoner. No way, I really should go back first. While she was lost in thought, a voice suddenly spoke up. Oh my, princess, what are you doing here? Hearing that, Hongbon was startled and looked up, stammering. Teacher Harin, hello. It's been a while. Ah no, professor. Ah, Harin replied. It feels like just yesterday I was teaching the princess magic, and now you've grown up so much. Is that so? Time flies. Oh, but what brings the princess here? Hongbon answered nervously. Ah, I came here for something, but something urgent came up, so I was planning to come back later. Seeing the princess's awkward demeanor, Hareen casually continued. That's probably for the best. It's a bit chaotic in there right now, so you should come back later. After hearing this, Hongbon was a bit surprised and speechless. Huh? Hareen continued. Ah, right now, because of student Byun, all the magic officials have gathered here. This made Hongbon even more astonished. Curious about what was happening, she asked, but why are they looking for that commoner? Hareen replied. The princess must already know that student doesn't use magic, right? Hongbon answered hesitantly. Yes. But inside, she felt quite sad and ashamed, thinking, as expected, the professor saw that match. Why did I have to show such a pathetic side of myself in front of the teacher I respect the most? It's so embarrassing, boo-hoo. Hareen noticed the change in the princess's expression and comforted her. Princess, you don't need to feel so guilty. Your opponent was also giving it his all, Hongbon said softly, but he didn't even bother to use magic. Professor Hareen laughed and replied, Ha, that's not it. It's because of his conviction. Conviction, you say? Hongbon asked in surprise. That's right. After watching the training session, the headmaster believes that this student is trying to revive the Knight's Code that disappeared in the past, Professor Hareen explained, but this only made Hongbon even more incredulous. Professor, what are you talking about? Byun and the Knight's Code? How is that even possible? At this point, she suddenly froze for 5 seconds. She recalled how Byun fought against her, thinking to herself that it was unbelievable. But it was true that Byun used his staff like a sword. He shattered my protective shield with just that scoring stick. And it was the same with this magic sword. Thinking about this, she felt a bit down and then stammered, but if you don't use magic at a magic school, you'll receive a very severe penalty, right? During magic practice, you could get demerits and much more. Hareen's tone suddenly became serious as she replied, That's right, that student knows this full well, but still chooses to walk that path. But it's also amazing, isn't it? Even though he achieved such amazing results through flash steps, he still tries so hard. I can't believe that conviction is real. With that, the professor said her goodbyes and left, leaving Hongbon standing there, lost in thought. She thought that if anyone claimed they wanted to pursue the Knight's Code, they would obviously be ridiculed. It's like a silly joke in this day and age. It's truly laughable. And yet, Byun wasn't joking but genuinely wants to pursue the Knight's Code. I got angry and told him to stop messing around. Suddenly, Byun appeared, interrupting her train of thought. What are you doing here? Not only that, but he was also munching on the 5th place prize, an Edwise jelly, in his mouth. Hongbon suddenly became flustered, her cheeks turning bright red, but then she regained her composure and replied, I wasn't here looking for you, you know. She confessed before he even asked, which made Byun chuckle and say, Hey now, who said you were? In response to his teasing, Hongbon shot him a sharp glare, sharp as a knife. This made the main character fall silent, not daring to say another word. Then, Hongbon held the box out to him and said coldly, Just take it. The moment he saw the box, the main character was overjoyed, his eyes lighting up with gratitude. Oh, you're a lifesaver. Thank you so much. He then opened it to check, and was so amazed that his eyes went wide. Looking at the gorgeous, sparkling sword before him, he thought to himself, Wow, this is the invisible sword. Adon Lisa's craftsmanship is truly top-notch. Helping the princess was definitely a wise decision. I would never have been able to buy this with the money I have. Thinking this, he asked, Can I keep this box? But his true intention was written all over his face. If I sell this, it'll probably be worth a fortune. Heh, Hongbon replied curtly. Do what you want. Hearing that, Bun was ecstatic on the inside. Yes, I've got more money. What a steal. Seeing his excitement, Hongbon shook her head wearily. Sigh, such a commoner. That's all he can think about. But she still had a question in her heart that she didn't dare to ask directly. After a moment of thought, the princess finally gathered her courage and asked, Hey Bun, the main character replied, quite confused. Huh, what's up? Hongbon continued. Do you really not use any other magic? Faced with this unexpected question, the main character froze for a second, speechless. As for Hongbon, after asking, she felt she had been a bit tactless and blushed bright red. Then, embarrassed, she turned to leave. It's nothing. I'm going now. The main character stood there dumbfounded, watching her retreating figure. Then he also turned and left. As he walked, he thought, Other magic? But thinking back, earlier Professor Lee Hagen said something similar. Although he spoke as if he understood my feelings and respected my opinion, I didn't understand a thing. What's so great about it anyway? As long as I have this magic sword in my hand, I can rest a little easier. Right. Thinking this, he exclaimed, Oh shoot, By the way, I should also test out this sword and see how powerful it is, huh? A while later, he arrived at the training grounds specifically for the S-class. Holding the sword in his hand, he mumbled, "Let's see. I just need to pour mana into this, right?" As he spoke, a fiery light radiated from around his hand, and immediately after, a sharp sword appeared. Looking at the sword in his hand, he marveled, "Whoa, it's so beautiful. It's even cooler than I thought." But then he grew pensive, thinking, but if Flame were holding it, it would be different. It would have even more beautiful colors. The female-led, Flame, is a very special being. Even though she's human, she can still use the magic of dwarves and elves. That wand alone is something no one else can use because it constantly drains the user's mana. But Flame can restore her mana using natural energy, and use that wand as a special technique. But what about me? I don't have any mana at all? Even though I've continuously tried to absorb mana, it can't accumulate in my body because of a magic leak, and just gets expelled. In other words, the mana concentration in my breath becomes the signature of Terivo. At that moment, he suddenly remembered it had been a long time since he checked the damn system. He immediately opened the system, mumbling, "I should check my status, huh?" Suddenly, a status window appeared, displaying B. Elson's ability values. Muscle, 1 star, was at 77%. Senses, 2 stars, was at a modest 29%, while Agility, 1 star, was at a very impressive 87%. And Stamina, 1. Why did it stop at 55%? 1-star durability is almost perfect at 97%, but 1-star mental power is only at 43%, and the remaining mana and experience are a big, fat 0. The Flash skill has reached level 1, accompanied by the lag trait due to a level 2 mana leak. This trait provides some interesting effects. Muscle strength increases by 5%, agility by 8%, and senses increase by a whole 15%. Sixth Sense, a special ability, is activated by consuming the user's mental power, allowing the detection of mana within an 18-meter radius and enhancing perception speed. Even better, it automatically activates when the user is in danger at a blood circulation rate of 1%. Looking at his status window, the guy was ecstatic. "Awesome. I took an elixir, the reward for 5th place, so my muscle strength got a small boost. But once I get a weapon later on, I'll probably grind experience more directly to level up faster." Thinking this, he told himself, "I need to practice my swordsmanship from now on. Looks like I'm going to be swamped." The scene quickly shifts to the next morning at the academy. In a classroom, a mage's voice rang out with authority. "Starting today, we will begin practical training in synchronous magic. Everyone, spread out and raise your wands. Get ready to practice." The professor teaching the class was none other than Professor Baron, the defensive magic instructor. After a lengthy lecture, the professor calmly walked down to observe the students. Everyone looked quite focused, and you could faintly hear the students chanting, "Magic shield, magic shield." The professor glanced around, his face showing clear satisfaction, his eyes crinkling with a smile. He thought to himself, "This year is full of excellent students. The ranking system based on tiers is working perfectly." Suddenly, he was so surprised he froze on the spot. While the rest of the class was diligently practicing, Big Elson was just standing there like a statue, doing absolutely nothing. The professor thought to himself, his brow furrowing slightly. "Huh, what's this? Isn't that kid the legendary S-class student? An S-class student who's a commoner, and even has a mid-tier magic wand, yet still ranked 5th in the recent dungeon training? Hard to believe. What an eyesore." With that thought, Professor Baron approached him, and asked with a somewhat forced smile, "Hey you're Big Elson, right? Why aren't you practicing at all?" Our protagonist was at a loss for how to explain, and hesitantly replied, "Sir, it's because I'm already learning a different defensive method, so I don't need to learn basic magic either." After hearing his answer, the professor spoke again, his voice tinged with curiosity. "Oh, is that so? I'm also curious about this other method of yours." But inwardly, he was seething. What an arrogant brat. If it were Princess Hongbi, who is learning the inherited magic of Adolavit, that would be one thing. But what the hell would a commoner like him know to look down on my class? You've got some nerve, kid. But rumor has it that besides Flash, this Big Elson kid doesn't know any other magic. Heh. Well then, this should be fun for you. With that thought, he put on a fake, friendly smile again, and said, "Oh, in that case, why don't you demonstrate your awesome defensive skill for the other students? Let everyone here broaden their horizons a bit. Your opponent will be." At this point, he paused for a few seconds, glanced behind him, and continued, "Your opponent will be Moso from Class B. How about it?" His gaze fell on a student in the distance, and this guy looked quite pleased with himself. He stood there arrogantly, smirking. While waiting for Big Elson's answer, the professor was secretly scheming. As the defensive magic instructor, these personal connections are very important for me to keep my position at this academy. Mo Dorden is from the Skaven Empire, so if he does well, I'll look good too. And what could be better than him showing off some top-tier magic in front of an S-class student, right? Over on this side, after a moment of hesitation, Elson nodded. Yes, all right. If you insist, sir. Hearing this, the instructor's spirits lifted. Then get on the dueling stage, you two. Right away. Both of them stepped onto the stage. While Mo Dorden smirked smugly, Elson seemed rather indifferent to the match. Mo's friends were shouting and cheering non-stop. Hey Mo, crush that kid, humiliate him. I know you can do it, go for it, Mo confidently replied, his voice full of challenge. Of course, just you watch. The noisy commotion drew Elson's attention. He quickly recognized the group and sighed in annoyance. Damn, what is this? Looking closer, it's us and Jaiden's gang, just a bunch of nasty kids. But whatever. Either way, this is a required class I have to take, and if I can't use magic, there's nothing else to do. If this is what you guys want, then I'll play along. Come to think of it, Professor Barron's bad reputation has been around since freshman year. How ridiculous. After that thought, the young man suddenly gave a meaningful smile, thinking he might as well use this chance to test the results of his training. It's not a bad idea, the professor solemnly announced. This match will be conducted in an attack and defense format, and no other magic is to be used. At this point, Mo had already taken a defensive stance, ready for battle. The students below began to whisper amongst themselves. Hey, if it's attacking, Mo's got this in the bag, right? Defense is just defense, after all. I heard he's learned Earth-type attack magic, so he's hard to attack. And yet, Prince Jeremy Skaven appeared completely calm, watching intently. The professor's voice rang out again. Now, prepare to begin. Show me the best of your abilities. Immediately, Mo swung his magic staff, creating a magic circle, right in front of him, and then a giant boulder appeared out of nowhere. Witnessing this scene, the students below turned pale with fear, exclaiming, "Oh my god, that's Tier 2 magic." In basic magic practice, the unwritten rule is to only use Tier 1 magic. Is Elson going to be okay? Meanwhile, on the other side, Elson remained calm, not flinching in the slightest, focusing on his opponent's every move. Mo was seething, thinking to himself, "Damn it, you arrogant S-class brat. Take this gift from me." Finishing his thought, Mo shouted, "Dorden's boulder!" Instantly, the boulder shot forward. The power radiating from it was unbelievably strong. Elson wasn't about to lose either, acting quickly. He channeled mana into the magic staff in his hand, and immediately, a sword materialized. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung the sword forward forcefully. The slash looked effortless, but its power was not to be underestimated. The boulder, created by his opponent, was sliced into dust by Elson, leaving even the instructor frozen for a good 5 seconds. Speechless. Prince Jeremy Skaven didn't seem very surprised, but Mo was so shocked he was trembling, stammering, "What? No, it can't be. My magic just vanished?" The harsh reality was that Elson had just sliced it out of existence. My friend. Ha ha ha. The students below were also amazed and started chattering. One person spoke up. "It looks like he cut through magic with a sword, doesn't it?" Everyone else is confused. But did the magic really just disappear? That's completely absurd. But the one most heartbroken right now is definitely the professor, he pondered with a worried expression. No way. It can't be. It can't have just disappeared so ridiculously from a single slash. But did Big Elson really neutralize Moso's magic? And all magic contains traces of mana, so if the mana is dispersed, the spell will vanish. Could that be what Big Elson did? Meanwhile, Elson casually raised his sword to admire it, a satisfied smile on his face. Better than I thought. I've only managed to nullify a 3rd-tier spell, but the results are this good after just a few days in the training ground. This is absolutely amazing. It was totally worth a try. Now this is my kind of playground. Moso, on the other hand, was seething. He gritted his teeth and muttered, "Damn it, how dare a commoner block my magic?" The professor started calculating in his head. If Moso loses here, it'll be hard to explain. I can't just stand by and watch. With that thought, he spoke up. "Big Elson, I admit your defensive method is something else, but that method can only stop spells one by one. It still has its limits. For example, what about a large-scale attack?" These words sounded like he was feeding lines to Moso. He quickly understood the professor's hint and flashed a cunning smile. Elson thought to himself, this old guy loves to spout nonsense. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. On the other side, Moso had already made his move. creating even more stone projectiles, a truly formidable opponent. Immediately, he directed all the stones to hurtle toward Elson, unleashing an incredibly terrifying torrent of magic. Seeing this, the students started buzzing again. Isn't that going a bit too far? He could get hurt. Why isn't the professor calling a stop to it? Moso smirked smugly, thinking, "It's over for you, sweetie. My stone projectiles, charge." The situation grew increasingly tense. Big Elson was also so shocked, his eyes went wide. Watching the stones of all shapes and sizes whizzing towards him, the protagonist calculated internally. There are 11 stones in total. If I can't teleport to dodge them all, then the only way is to block every single one. As he thought this, the stones closed in on Big Elson, but he didn't flinch at all, casually swinging the sword in his hand to parry the attack. It seemed effortless, yet he caused the stones to instantly explode into pieces. Witnessing his high-level magic being so easily neutralized by Big Elson, Moso's surprise turned into absolute fury. He furiously ground his teeth and exclaimed, "Huh?" Then he seethed internally. My strongest magic was blocked that easily? How? By what ungodly power could a detestable commoner do that? Damn it, I'm losing my mind. On the other hand, there was also someone who couldn't sit still. Professor Barron thought resentfully, "Damn it, what the hell is this? And that kid, Moso, what is he doing? This is bad. If he loses, I'm in big trouble. What should I do now?" Meanwhile, Big Elson was also a little surprised by his own magic. He then exclaimed, "I just tried to do what I saw in the game, but it seems it's not bad. Pretty solid, huh?" This is the technique called panning. Terravon has a weakness because the mental energy needed to maintain its form is many times greater than normal power, so stamina drains quickly, plummet right after use. Moreover, its defensive capability is weaker as it only blocks a single object, so in reality it's very difficult to use. Luckily, this is just a practice match. Otherwise, who knows how things would have turned out. Down below, the students were buzzing again. Whoa, this is the first time I've ever seen that. It looks like a magic shield, doesn't it? Oh, so, there's magic like that too? How amazing. That Moso guy is definitely going to lose. At the same time, Moso was probably not happy at all. His face was dazed before he shouted resentfully, "Damn it, is this young master really going to be embarrassed by a commoner like this? I can't accept this." With that thought, he began to pour mana into his magic staff, a powerful aura enveloping his body. Faced with Moso's reckless action, the students below started whispering behind the teacher's back. "Huh? Look, he's using magic again? Isn't Moso's turn to attack over?" Meanwhile, the teacher was still intensely focused on observing the match, paying no attention to his surroundings. He smirked smugly, thinking to himself, "That's more like it. That's right, keep charging and attacking. Destroy that commoner brat for me." Then, Moso shouted loudly, "Die, Big Elson. I won't let you off this time. I can't stand this humiliation." Suddenly, a voice interjected, "Teacher." At that moment, the teacher, who was still laughing gleefully, was startled and turned around in surprise. "Huh? What is it, Jeremy?" Prince Jeremy Sinvon suddenly smiled, his eyes narrowing as he said, "Why aren't you giving Big Elson the right to attack?" His nerve struck. The professor froze for 5 seconds, then stammered with a forced smile. Well, at the same time, the students also began to bombard the teacher with criticism. "Huh, isn't this a basic first-year match? If he's not careful, he could get seriously injured, and isn't it over already? A professor this irresponsible is fit to be a teacher? He's truly not qualified to be an instructor." Baron seemed to be overwhelmed by the crowd of students. He thought anxiously, "Damn it, I was so focused on the match that I ignored the students' reactions. How could I be so careless? What should I do now?" Seeing the teacher's silence, Jeremy Sinvon spoke up. "Teacher, will you give the magic attack turn to Big Elson?" The teacher stammered, his voice trembling. Magic?" Meanwhile, it seemed everyone's attention was focused on the professor, completely forgetting the ongoing match. At this moment, Big Elson had gained the upper hand. He placed his sword right at his opponent's neck. At this point, the outcome was crystal clear. Big Elson was the winner. This victory left Moso utterly humiliated. In the end, he had to accept the bitter truth that he had lost. The students below were also wide-eyed with amazement, exclaiming, "Whoa, Big Elson finally won. He's much better than I thought." And it seemed Big Elson had caught the eye of Prince Jeremy Sinvon. He suddenly flashed a mysterious smile, a smile that hinted at ominous things to come. The scene then shifts to the royal palace, a place that looks incredibly luxurious and magnificent. From within, a chilling, desperate scream echoes. "Ah, ah, gasp, please spare me." And then a mysterious figure appears. It seems that Moso, after his humiliating defeat at the hands of the commoner Big Elson, is being beaten to a pulp by someone, with blood splattering everywhere. And the one responsible for this is none other than Prince Jeremy Senvon. After a session of torture and torment, his opponent into boredom, the prince leisurely wiped the blood from his hand and turned to the girl standing before him. Varazine? The girl replied respectfully, "Yes, Your Highness. Please give me your orders." Jeremy Senvon glanced at Moso, who was lying flattened on the floor, and said, "That classmate is seriously injured. You're not going to neglect taking care of him, are you? If anything were to happen to him, I would be very heartbroken." These words sounded like a veiled threat, as if to say, "You'd better take good care of him, or else you'll face a terrible end." Varazin quickly replied, "Yes, I understand. Please rest assured, Your Highness." Jeremy Senvon added in a light tone, "Good, I'm counting on you." Watching Jeremy Senvon's retreating back, she couldn't help but feel a little worried, thinking to herself, not a loyal subject, but a classmate? That sounds so strange. But in the Senvon Empire, where the empire's strength is determined by magic, Crown Prince Jeremy Senvon surpassed all of his older brothers at just 12 years old to claim the title of Crown Prince. Doesn't "not a loyal subject" mean the Doden family has been permanently exiled from the political arena is where the political elite gather? But in reality, it wasn't just Moso who caught Crown Prince Jeremy's eye. The life of that commoner, Big Elson, will surely no longer be peaceful. The scene shifts to the next day at Stella Academy. Everything was still proceeding as usual, with no sense of urgency, since this wasn't some life or death deadline. In a certain magic class, it seemed a practical experiment was underway. At the same time, those who had heard about the intense match of Big Elson were still whispering about it. The buzz hadn't died down. "Hey, did you hear? Big Elson from the S-class is following the path of a knight. That's weird. A knight studying at a magic academy? Is he just trying to get famous or something? I heard he beat Moso from the Doden family. That proves he's got some real skill." Really? Isn't the Doden family a powerful family in the Senvon Empire? This is getting interesting. Faye, who overheard the conversation, scowled and thought to himself, how annoying. Everywhere I go, I hear the name Big Elson. I don't even care. But for some reason, it's getting on my nerves. Who is that kid anyway? Just then, the stern voice of a professor rang out. "All right, everyone, focus up over here for me. What's all this chatter about?" With that, the professor held up a vial of liquid. She continued, "Alchemy requires precise measurements, timing, and perfect temperature control." And this professor was none other than the alchemy professor, Mayent Tiren. She continued in an authoritative voice. "Today, we will practice creating the Tiren Fatigue Recovery Potion, which I developed myself. Focus on your practical work." As Faye worked, he felt frustrated. He thought, "This is so annoying. One small mistake, and the whole thing is ruined." In reality, alchemy is so difficult and complicated that I want to stay as far away from it as possible. At that moment, the professor's alarmed voice rang out. "Anta, what you're doing is very dangerous. Do you have any idea how you'll ever become an alchemist acting like that?" The blonde girl mumbled in reply, her voice full of remorse. "I'm sorry." Faye watched from a distance, thinking to himself, "Professor Mayan said I'll become a dark horse, even better than this. I should probably go find some ingredients. To prepare for that, there's no other way but to pay close attention in class. I believe I can do it." Suddenly, a smug laugh rang out, drawing everyone's attention. Flame, ha. It looks like Bake Elson succeeded, standing there laughing gleefully. Ha. Absolutely perfect. This is definitely it. Flame frowned, her face grim with annoyance. Bake Elson again? Is he crazy or something, laughing like a maniac? At first, I thought he joined this class to get close to Jan, but now I see he's just a total creep. What the hell am I witnessing right now? Then, she let out a weary sigh. Well, it has nothing to do with me anyway. I'll just go get more ingredients. A short while later, perfect experimental results started appearing one after another. As for Flame, she was exhausted. After a period of intense concentration, she gently raised a hand to wipe the sweat from her forehead, thinking, "Phew, it's finally done." It's a good thing Flame's academic performance is high, which is why she could finish this so quickly. But come to think of it, how's Jan doing? Seeing Jan still fumbling with her practice, Flame thought with relief. Thankfully, she's still doing just fine, as usual. But wait a minute, usual? If I remember correctly, in the original story, Jan accidentally obtained Maella's magic notebook. So, isn't this class supposed to be creating a product similar to the Tiren Fatigue Recovery Potion? But why is she making such an ordinary potion? While she was lost in thought, the the professor suddenly flew into a rage, shouting loudly, "Bake Elson, who gave you permission to change the experiment's ingredients on your own?" Bake Elson calmly replied, "Yes, but doing it this way will yield a better result." Hearing this, the professor was a bit startled, then continued in a bewildered and slightly trembling voice. "But the problem now is the result. This is completely different from the fatigue recovery potion I instructed you to make." But when she saw the potion, Flame couldn't believe her eyes. Her eyes widened in astonishment, thinking to herself, "Huh? That high-grade potion was supposed to be made by Jan, wasn't it? How could Bake Elson create something so extraordinary?" Meanwhile, the professor tried to keep a cool head, because getting heated would just make things worse. She put a hand to her forehead, thinking, No, that's not allowed. This kind of attitude is completely unacceptable. This just goes to show that someone from a common background can't ever accomplish anything significant. Hearing this, Flame recalled the plot and thought, this line was originally, "That's why your family was annihilated. Tisk tisk." And those words became a persistent trauma for Jan due to the pain of losing her family. It was a ghost that haunted her until the very end of the story. If Bake Elson knew this truth beforehand, then the fact that he is drawing Professor Maizen's criticism to protect Jan. What does that mean? Professor Maizen has considerable influence within Stella. If she singles him out, his academic record will be significantly affected. Holy crap, why would that kid go to such lengths for Jan? Dying for a girl is the most pathetic way to go. At the same time, Professor Maizen was furious. She shouted, her voice filled with indignation, "Bake Elson, what is this insolent attitude of yours? Didn't your parents teach you any manners? Get your parents here right now." It was only then that our male lead realized the serious trouble he had just caused. He thought to himself, his face crestfallen, "Sigh, I completely forgot. I was so engrossed in alchemy that I forgot about this hassle. How could I have been so foolish?" Then, the male lead spoke up timidly, his voice barely a whisper, "I don't have parents, and I don't have any relatives either." Hearing this, Maizen became even more enraged, her face flushing red as she yelled, If you do things that way, doesn't that mean you're completely disregarding me? Are you trying to show me up?" Bake Elson suddenly thought, "Well, I guess I deserved that scolding. What can you do?" "Oh, that's right. Tomorrow I'll try a combination of kimchi po and cola poon. The result will definitely be even better than today." And so, several weeks passed since that day. For Bake Elson, the verbal battles between the student and teacher showed no signs of stopping. Professor Mayen growled, "How many times have I told you? Don't use ingredients that haven't been taught. You hear me? Are you deaf?" Bake Elson replied calmly. But after slightly modifying the professor's method, the results were much better. Hearing this, the professor was so furious her head was about to explode at the stubborn student, shouting, "What? You've got some nerve." Immediately, Bake Elson activated his analysis glasses and began to analyze the professor. A notification popped up right after, Maya Tyran, Dark Demon, Corruption Level, 21%, Feelings of Inferiority, Jealousy, Dark Demon Contractor, Alchemy Professor, Chapter 8, Boss, Demonization Confirmed. After reading the information, he looked at the professor, who was trembling with rage. The main character thought to himself, a mysterious smile playing on his lips, "Good, everything is going just as I planned." The Chapter 8 boss is being corrupted by the dark demon Mayatiran. She is one of the villains who couldn't overcome her own emotions and became a dark demon. If the dark demon's corruption level exceeds 90%, she will transform into a complete dark demon. When the corruption level is below 50%, it can't be detected by magic. Currently, the corruption level of Professor Mine is 21%. Since I can't prove or report that she's a dark demon, there's no other way but to provoke her until the corruption level exceeds 50%, and then notify the dark demon slaying squad. If it were a normal dark demon corruption, there would still be a way to reverse it before she's completely controlled. But mine is a dark demon contractor who made a pact with the dark demon of her own free will. The seed of the dark demon is sprouting, so there's no way for her to go back to how she was. The 4th chapter hasn't even started yet, but I have to prepare in advance because there's such a strong boss. Otherwise, other students could also become dark demons and threaten Stella. Mayen continued to threaten him, her voice full of resentment. "If you don't change your attitude, don't even think about getting a good grade in this alchemy class." The main character sighed, thinking to himself, "Enough. I'd rather have nothing. If I draw attention to myself, there won't be any harm, right? Looks like I should probably get some muscle training in while doing my assignments. Haha. I have to drive this old hag crazy." A moment later, Professor Mine divided the class into small groups. Standing in front of his group, the The main character held his head in his hands, thinking helplessly, I can't believe the practical exam is a group project. Damn it, this is driving me crazy. And it seems like the people assigned to Bake Elson's group weren't very happy about it. Every single one of them looked completely dejected. Jan was no exception. Inside her, a wave of overwhelming disappointment was rising. Looking at the tense atmosphere in front of him, the main character felt awkward and thought, oh my god, look at this atmosphere. It's so suffocating just looking at it. Why is everyone so tense? Then, the main character forced a smile and spoke up to break the silence. Hello, I'm Bake Elson. The people in his group heard him and introduced themselves one by one. I'm Kasahun, I'm Maliwan, and I'm Isun Mo. As soon as she finished, Maliwan buried her face in her hands and started sobbing. Boo-hoo, our group is doomed. Why did I have to be in this group? Professor Mayan will give extremely low scores to students she doesn't like, no matter how well they do. After hearing that, the main character suddenly was lost in thought, thinking, oh my god, it's all my fault. I feel so bad for everyone. Suddenly, Jan spoke up, her voice full of determination. Come on everyone, pull yourselves together. Are we really going to give up just like this? Another person stammered, but before they could finish, Jan continued. Anyway, for the practical exam, there will be at least 3 alchemists coming to judge our compatibility. When that happens, Professor Mayan won't be able to mess with our scores. Hearing this, Kasahun and Maryuan suddenly felt their spirits lift. Their eyes lit up. And then, without anyone saying a word, they both turned and beamed at each other. Perhaps a faint glimmer of hope had just been sparked within them. A voice piped up. Well then, we'll just have to give it our all. That's a relief. I wanted to give it a shot anyway. Suddenly, the main character turned to look at Jan, his eyes filled with admiration. She was truly his savior. The girl was also a little surprised, but she quickly turned away, ignoring him. Jan continued confidently. In any case, the Vitality Fortison assignment isn't too difficult if we combine what we've learned. However, we must find some really good ingredients. So, who will be the one to go find a crested lizard's tail? It's the main ingredient for the potion. Without a moment's hesitation, the main character raised his hand and declared, I'll do it. I'll go find it. Everyone knows that monster carcasses are the most important thing in alchemy, right? You have to pick the freshest one to achieve the best results, and it seemed everyone in the group already knew this. Of course. Then, Jan continued. All right. Then it's decided. Student B. Elson will handle this. Jan thought to herself, seeing how confident he is, I think I can trust him. Meanwhile, the main character smiled smugly, thinking to himself, a lizard's tail? I'll go straight up the mountain to get one. The scene then shifts to the alchemy professor's office. A student entered and said politely, Professor, you summoned me. The professor then held up a piece of paper and said, Hello there. Could you deliver this paper to the first-year students in Alchemy Group C, but remember to exclude Group 12? The student quickly replied, Yes, sir, I understand. The practical alchemy exam will be held in front of professional alchemists. If you perform poorly in front of them, your path to becoming an alchemist will be cut off. B. Elson, just you wait. I'll show you the price for defying a professor. The scene changes again to the S-Class's private training grounds. Flame was there, diligently practicing her magic. Suddenly, she heard someone call her name and turned around. Flame, a male student approached, handed her a piece of paper, and said, They said to give this to you. It's a notice for the alchemy class. Here you go. Flame took the paper and replied, Oh, thank you. The male student didn't forget to add a warning. And one more thing. You absolutely must not tell that student. I think you understand what I mean, right? Watching him walk away, Flame sighed and thought to herself, That student? You mean I'm not supposed to tell B. Elson's Group 12, right? It's not like I'm a stranger to this. What are they afraid of? As soon as she opened the paper, Flame couldn't help but be surprised. It read, Announcement. The practical exam topic will be changed from Vitality Foxison to the Tyran Point 4. All students, please take note. Suddenly, she realized something, her eyes widening in shock as she thought, Wait a minute, right. If Big Elson knew the principle, he could have prevented this, couldn't he? Instead of preparing a lizard tail for DZ Vitality, Foxison needed to prepare an Atara spider shell for the Tyran Point 4 potion. That's right. This is a chance to test the skills of that kid. A few days later, to prepare the main ingredients for his practical lesson, Big Elson went to the Deer Bear Grand Arena. Using a teleportation gate, he quickly arrived at his destination. As soon as he stepped out, the main character clutched his head, wincing as he exclaimed, Teleportation gates are convenient, but stepping out makes me so dizzy. Oh, my head. Then, an unfamiliar voice rang out. Welcome, Mage Big Elson. It is a great honor to welcome you to Deer Bear. It was a warm welcome from the staff. Big Elson replied shyly, "I'm not yet an official mage, just a student." The staff member cheerfully continued, "As a student of Stella, you also receive the same privileges as an official mage." After hearing her mention a Stella student, the other students around them began to murmur amongst themselves, "Hey look, is he really a student from Stella? This is the first time I've seen a Stella uniform. I'm so jealous. But he's actually pretty handsome, isn't he?" The staff member spoke again. "How are you finding it, sir? If you need any assistance, please don't hesitate to tell me." Big Elson replied gratefully, "Oh, thank you very much." Right after that, he headed inside. As he walked, he thought, "All I need is a pass and a Stella pocket watch to be treated like an official mage anywhere. Stella Academy is truly amazing. Plus, I can use the teleportation gate for free, something that normally costs 100,000 credits. I'm so lucky. Thanks to that, every weekend I use the gate to visit the neighboring cities. As a result, everything I know is exactly the same as in this world." With that thought, he ventured deep into the forest. He glanced around, observing his surroundings and muttering, "This must be the place." Today's target is the fire lizard, a level 2 monster. Although their strength and physique are only slightly greater than a normal beast's, they possess magical defense and are very agile. You need to use level 2 magic or higher to defeat them. I've hunted level 1 monsters before, and it wasn't too difficult, so a level 2 shouldn't be a big deal. Very quickly, our protagonist sensed their presence lingering nearby. Immediately, he channeled his mana to transform his magic staff into a sharp sword. The main character thought to himself with a confident smirk, "Here they come." Just like that, he stood proudly alone in the sacred forest, focusing on observing and sensing every tiny movement. From the side, a pair of bloodshot red eyes stared intently at him, a gaze that looked like it wanted to devour its prey whole. Then, it aimed straight for Big Elson and charged. But our guy is no pushover. Using his incredibly sharp intuition, Big Elson quickly detected it rushing toward him. Without a single wasted motion, and with absolute decisiveness, Big Elson spun around and delivered a fatal blow, instantly killing the fire lizard. Perhaps death came so swiftly and unexpectedly that the lizard died coughing up blood before it even knew what was happening. You never know what life has in store, do you? The main character cast a cold gaze upon his achievement. It was truly not bad at all. In just a flash, one of them was taken down cleanly. He stood tall and declared with bravado, "One down. Now, who else wants a piece of me? Come on out, I can take you all on." Suddenly, he was a bit surprised by the scene before him, completely stunned. Right in front of him was a whole pack of fire lizards, crawling towards him. Every single one of them looked incredibly fresh and delicious. Heh. The main character stood there with a smirk, exclaiming with excitement, "Now then, shall we start gathering ingredients?" With that, he also charged forward aggressively, rushing forward to attack. As for the result, you guys can probably guess. It was even better than expected. For him, in fact. Then finally, the day of the practical exam arrived. Jan was so surprised his eyes went wide, exclaiming in amazement, "They're so fresh." Belson replied nonchalantly, his voice full of smugness, "Of course, who do you think I am? Who do you think I am?" Heh. Then, Jan continued, his voice a bit weary, "All right, that's ridiculous enough. At least you know how to pick ingredients." The main character replied curtly, "If you know, then just shut up." Jan's face lit up as he exclaimed with excitement, "Good, now we just need to combine them, and we're done. Let's do our best." At that moment, the eyes of everyone in the group shone with anticipation for the team's upcoming results. At the same time, the alchemy professor, Tiren, spoke up, breaking the silent atmosphere. "Has everyone gathered?" Standing beside her were 3 other alchemy professors, who would also be the ones grading the students today. Professor Mayen continued, her voice full of authority. "Today, as announced, the exam will be held under the observation of alchemists from the Alchemist Association. If you perform well in front of them, your path as alchemists will become much wider. So, what are we waiting for? Let's begin." Today's exam topic is the Type B Tiran Supplement Potion. Hearing this, Belson's entire group was so shocked their faces turned pale and their eyes widened in disbelief. "What the hell? Is she trying to screw us over?" Professor Mayen maintained her cold expression and continued, "Everyone has their ingredients prepared, right?" Jan panicked and spoke up, his voice filled with confusion. "Excuse me, Professor. We thought the topic was the Resistance Enhancement Potion." In the tense classroom atmosphere, which felt like something was about to happen, Professor Mayen just smirked slyly and said, "That's right. It was, but I already announced a change in the topic, didn't I?" The topic was changed to the Tyran supplement potion. Correct. Everyone? It was true that news of the topic change had been spread everywhere, but oh, the irony. Only Bu Seong's team was completely in the dark. The feeling of being left out, of being ambushed, was written all over their faces, and they were beyond bitter for it all. In Bu Seong's mind, a thought as sharp as a razor flashed by. She's really playing dirty. I'm fine, but if the others fail the test, it'll be a huge problem. The guy tried to rack his brain, searching his memories to see if this ridiculous plot point existed in the original story. At the same time, Flame's eyes happened to glance over, stopping at Bu Seong's team, and it was like she'd been zapped. The girl felt a slight pang of guilt and quickly looked away. That obviously flustered attitude from Flame made Bu Seong even more confused. Meanwhile, Flame was questioning her conscience. What's going on? Could it be that Bu Seong is clueless about this earth-shattering change in the original story's plot? But if he knew, why didn't he step in to help prevent this? While the situation was already a chaotic mess, the Professor Mizan then added fuel to the fire, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Student I, don't tell me you prepared the wrong ingredients? The girl, I, was so worried she became tongue-tied, not knowing how to respond to get past this. At that, Mrs. Mizan became even more displeased, continuing in a provocative tone. For an alchemist, a pursuer of truth, to mistake their ingredients and lose sight of their goal is unacceptable. As she finished speaking, she flashed a wicked smile and pronounced a chilling sentence. It seems there's no other choice. Group 12 will be eliminated. Hearing this, Yuseon could no longer sit still, and decisively raised his hand, retorting with a confident voice. Wait a minute. What's so difficult about making the Tyran supplement? This bold declaration left Professor Mizan frozen for 5 seconds. She stammered, What was that? Meanwhile, Yuseon maintained his exceptionally cool composure, affirming with absolute certainty, I'll make it. With different ingredients, and its effects will even be better than the professor's, as is my style. Yuseon's confident, slightly cocky attitude was like pouring gasoline on Professor Mizan's fire, making her blood boil with rage, but she was utterly helpless. She couldn't yell, and she certainly couldn't just get rid of him. All she could do was grind her teeth in frustration, looking quite pathetic. She began calculating in her head. The main ingredient for the Tyran supplement is the Atalus thorn. The Atalus thorn contains a large amount of nutrients, and the Tyran supplement is a nutritional potion made from that very ingredient. And yet, he plans to use a fire lizard's tail to make it? How absurd. But this is even better. I'll use this opportunity to crush your future as an alchemist in front of everyone. Just you wait, you arrogant little brat. With that thought, Mizan announced in a loud, magnanimous voice, Fine, you have 1 hour to complete the Tyran supplement within the time limit. Upon seeing the fire lizard's tail, one of the group members turned pale and exclaimed in panic, Hey, Yuseon, are you insane? What in the world can we possibly make with that? Yuseon just gave a wry smile and replied coolly, At this point, we have no choice but to take a risk. Just trust me and follow my lead. Trying is better than just getting eliminated. Who knows, Lady Luck might just smile on us. Hearing those inspiring words, the group's morale was instantly boosted, and everyone's expressions brightened. Okay, I'm in. Me too. I want to give it a shot. Let's show them what we can do. Without hesitation, the whole group rolled up their sleeves and got to work. Yuseon began delegating, his voice filled with confidence. Okay, listen up. When it came to alchemy, one had to admit that throughout his entire game-grinding life, Yuseon had been absolutely obsessed with this field. He had meticulously recorded every single formula, down to the most minuscule detail. And naturally, the formula for the Type B Tyran supplement could not have escaped his secret notebook. I didn't originally intend to use this formula, because it's the one that the Professor Mizan of the future will painstakingly research and invent. With this in mind, our protagonist confidently explained to his team, the reason the Atalus thorn is so rich in nutrients is because they're essential for reproduction. The tail of a fire lizard also has a similar organ. After speaking, he pointed to a spot on the lizard's tail, continuing his explanation. This is the blood vessel. Can everyone see this blood vessel clearly? I've heard that the Alico tribe in the southern desert often uses the blood vessels of fire lizards to bolster the health of their chieftains. They also live very long lives, so this blood vessel can definitely replace the Mai Ren. The moment he finished, Juan raised his hand to volunteer. About that I know a little about the Alaco tribe's material processing techniques. Why don't you let me handle this part? Boo smiled brightly and replied, That would work. That's great. Now, This mistletoe needs to be dried using a special method from the desert region. Does anyone know how? Kasa Hun quickly seized the opportunity. You mean the solar energy drying method, right? I learned it while traveling with my father. With this amount of blood vessel, I can get it dried within 5 minutes. So, what about this processing step? Before Boo could even finish, Eel stepped up. Leave it to me. The main character smiled gently. Then, I'll be counting on you. Right after that, the whole group got to work, everyone looking serious and intensely focused. Each person pitched in, giving it their all, because their only hope now rested on the outcome of this practical exam. No one dared to slack off or give up. Seeing everyone working so hard, Boo smiled to himself, thinking, everyone's doing quite well. This is even better than I expected. Then, he spoke up, his voice filled with determination. Let's start brewing exactly as I've instructed. Let's go, everyone. A moment later, Professor Maizen looked completely stunned, like a deer in headlights, so shocked she was frozen solid and couldn't even blink. It turned out the thing that left her so utterly flabbergasted was the supplement potion made by Boo's team. B. Yuson stepped forward confidently. Professor, this is a Type B Tyran supplement. Please, all professors, inspect it. The other alchemists watching from the sidelines were also gawking, whispering amongst themselves, unbelievable, did those kids actually do it? In the meantime, even without knowing the final results, Professor Maizen was fuming, cursing to herself. How ridiculous. Even I had to spend years researching to create the Tyran supplement, yet these brats just whip it up on a whim? How could it be completed so easily? However, another professor spoke up out of curiosity. Let me be the one to check it first. With that, she held her hand over the vial, slowly absorbing its essence into her body. Immediately, the professor felt an abundant wave of energy radiating from the bottle, making her eyes go wide with astonishment. Perhaps in all her years, she had never witnessed such a miracle. Seeing her reaction, another professor asked, Han, what are you doing? The professor who tested it quickly composed herself and remarked, while there are some minor flaws, and quite a few ingredients were wasted, its effect is actually better than my own Tyran supplement. Upon hearing this, everyone was ecstatic, their eyes shining like headlights. It seemed this result was more unbelievably amazing than anything they could have hoped for. And just like that, fortune smiled upon them. A true miracle had occurred. The other professors also took turns testing it, unable to stop their praise. Outstanding. You young people have such innovative knowledge. Meanwhile, in a dark corner, someone was trembling with rage. Professor Maizen must have been absolutely furious, but there was nothing she could do. She herself couldn't swallow this harsh reality. Immediately, Professor Men growled, hand it over. Let me see for myself. Verify it myself. With that, she also picked up the supplement potion from Buxiong's group. Suddenly, she was so shocked she froze. Her eyes widened and her mouth hung open in astonishment. Deep down, Professor Maizen couldn't accept the truth, even though it was right in front of her. She thought to herself, her voice full of doubt, this can't be wrong. This potion uses the technique I researched to convert monster nutrients into human energy. It's clearly a perfect Tyran supplement. No, it's impossible. How could they create a superior product in such a short time? How could something so absurd happen? But whatever. I'm the one grading them anyway. Haha, don't think you've won. It seems I'll just fail them right here for a lack of ingredients. With that thought, the alchemy professor Maizen spoke up, as if to seal their fate. The inspection is complete, but life isn't. A dream. And things went completely against Mrs. Maizen's calculations. Suddenly, the alchemy professor standing behind her spoke up, interrupting, it seems an A for Group 12 is too low. Don't you think? Professor Maizen, what's your opinion? Hearing this, Mrs. Maizen gritted her teeth in anger, seething and cursing inwardly. Damn it, why are these old geezers here? With that thought, she had to swallow her pride and bite the bullet, accepting the truth before announcing. Group 12 passes. Buxiong's entire group erupted in joy, their anxious anticipation turning into an explosion of happiness upon learning they had passed the test. Oh my god, that was awesome, Buxiong, we did it. And just like that, Buxiong's group brilliantly passed this tough practical exam. As for a certain someone, she must have been so angry she was about to have a heart attack. Professor Maizen's face was now scrunched up in annoyance, looking absolutely miserable. You almost feel sorry for her. But then again, who cares? Haha, I'll deal with you later. Buxiong, you just wait. At this moment, the dark corruption rate of Professor Maizen Tyran was steadily increasing, signaling that a major incident was about to occur. A few days later, at the fancy training ground, reserved for S-class students, the battle gods were training hard. After a grueling session, Flame was exhausted. panting heavily. Sigh, finally done. I've already graduated, but I still have to go to school. It's killing me. Suddenly, she froze when she saw a scene in the distance from where voices were echoing. It's okay, Shuang. You did great. That's right. You're already better than the princess right now, so don't cry anymore. Following Flame's gaze, a group of friends was gathered around, comforting Shuang, a red-haired girl who stood out in the crowd. Flame thought to herself, her mind in turmoil, that girl is supposedly known as a fire magic genius. But I find his rate of progress terrifying. I've trained for so many years, yet sooner or later, the princess will surpass my level of control. Overhearing this, Flame was completely shocked, her mind reeling. Buxiong's control ability wasn't supposed to start developing until his second year. Why is he already able to do this in his first year? Could this also be because of Buxiong? Pausing for a moment to process, Flame realized that the alchemy practical exam was also off. The formula for the Type B Tyran supplement was originally invented by the future I Cell, and then stolen and modified by Maizen. Yet Buxiong knew this secret formula. A formula that wasn't in the original story at all. I don't think this mind-bending plot point was in the original story. Wait a minute. He knows information from the future, but doesn't know the content of the original story. Could it be that he's not? So, it's not transmigration, but regression? If so, then everything makes sense. If Bu Song is from the future, then he only knows the knowledge of the future, and couldn't possibly remember all the minor events that happened to Isel. Actually, in the original story, Mao Xion also regressed once. The 11th moon, the only one of its kind in this world, possesses the power to control time. If it's that being's power, then it's truly terrifying. While her mind was a tangled mess, a familiar voice cut through Flame's thoughts. What's wrong? Is it Huang? As soon as she saw her friend, Flame was overjoyed, rushing over to ask Huang. Perfect timing. You know Bu Song, right? Did he leave any impression on you? Huang looked bewildered, and replied confusedly. What do you mean? I just think he's a slightly unusual student, that's all. Flame didn't give up, pressing him. Nothing else? You don't feel anything else? Huang maintained his nonchalant expression and answered curtly, no. Flame's disappointment was obvious as she put a hand to her forehead and let out a long sigh. Is that so? Huang found this strange and probed, Hey Flame, do you have a thing for Bu Xiong? Flame didn't hesitate, admitting it frankly. Yeah, I think I might. A thought popped into Flame's head. After all, Bu Song is just like me. We both know the plot of the original story. Thinking this, Flame unconsciously muttered, but this won't do. If things go on like this, it's not good. I can't just be stuck here. Huang became even more confused after hearing this and asked again, What do you mean? Oh, I mean that being stuck here really doesn't suit my personality at all. Since they were on the topic of Bu Song, maybe I should go see him and confess? Confess? Huang was completely frozen, unable to comprehend what nonsense Flame was spouting now. This awkward situation left Huang stunned, frozen for a few seconds, not knowing how to react. Right after that, Flame took off. Before leaving, she didn't forget to wave goodbye, her tone full of hidden meaning. Thanks for listening to me. I'm off. She left the lovesick Huang with a tangled mess of questions in his head, his dreamy eyes tinged with a hint of sadness. Watching Flame's retreating figure, Huang slowly lowered his hands. Flame's confusing words kept swirling in his mind. He couldn't, for the life of him, understand what Flame meant by confessing. What the heck was she confessing? Could it be a love confession? Does Flame have special feelings for Bu Xiong? Oh no, this is a disaster. And so, a long, tedious day ended in the character's bewilderment. A quick scene changed to the next morning. At this moment, Bu Song was sitting alone, looking as pensive as a little old man, sipping a bitter cup of coffee. He sighed wearily, thinking to himself, what am I supposed to do now? Currently, Menant Tiran's dark corruption rate has reached 37%. That means in less than 3 months, that event will occur. Menant Tiran's corruption will randomly affect a student. It could be Flame's friend, that girl Jackie, or one of Bian Huang's subordinates. And it could also be the heir of the 11th Moonshadow, Huang. If Huang gets corrupted, it would be a complete disaster. Although the probability is extremely low, Huang's corruption would mean the worst possible outcome, so I have to be especially careful. Among the three of them, the one with the highest probability is, lost in thought, Bu Song's eyes suddenly widened in astonishment, because the person standing imposingly before him was none other than Flame, and right now, she looked particularly grumpy. Before Bu Song could even process the situation, Flame spoke up. Spoke first, her voice full of suspicion. You, what are you doing? Bu Song awkwardly replied in a daze. What do you mean? What am I doing? Flame didn't let up, asking again. Last time, you didn't clearly answer my question about your identity. But after Bei Yusung realized why she kept dwelling on his identity, a thought popped into his head. Oh man, it's that question again. You're putting me in a tough spot, but how am I supposed to explain this to her? It's a very long story. Maybe I should just tell Flame the truth. Perhaps I'll get more information to reach a better ending. Well, it's all or nothing, might as well give it a shot. With that thought, Bei Yusung was about to open his mouth and confess, I am. But life is never that easy. Before he could finish his sentence, a series of red notifications from the system popped up, warning him relentlessly. A power warning. Insufficient plot progression. Warning. Do not reveal your transmigrator identity to this character. Warning. Do not share the knowledge and information you possess with this character. And so on, and so forth. Such a barrage of warnings made Bei Yusung jump, his heart pounding. Bei Yusung tiredly cursed to himself. This is seriously driving me crazy. What the heck is this? In the end, he had to change the subject. Alright, let's do this. Everyone has their own secrets, so let's only tell half the truth. What do you think? Hearing this, Flame nodded in agreement. Okay, I agree. The main character heard the definitive answer and felt a wave of relief. Phew, that was close. It's a good thing, Flame agreed. Because if she had kept interrogating him to the end, he would have been dead, not knowing how to answer. Flame immediately seized the opportunity to ask first. Then let me ask you first. You know the future, don't you? His joy was short-lived as our main character's face soured, thinking to himself, oh my god, I said only half the truth. Why is she asking so bluntly? Seriously. With that thought, the main character immediately countered. For you to ask that, it means you're the same, right? What's your purpose for coming to this school? Flame also didn't hesitate, answering frankly, of course, it's to prevent the world from being destroyed. This world is in danger. After hearing this, the main character breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, thank goodness. I don't know if that's the truth or not, but I also don't want this world to be destroyed. Flame continued her attack. Now it's my turn. Why do you act the way you do? Hearing this, the main character's head spun, wondering, act what way? I'm not really sure what she means, but I'll just try to bluff my way through it for now. With that, the main character started spinning a tale, for no reason at all. I just do what I think is right. That's all. After speaking, Bei Yusung thought to himself, how about that? That should be enough, right? Suddenly, Flame flared up, shouting, enough! Don't lie. How can someone be so kind? There must be a purpose, something that you want to achieve, right? Bei Yusung was flustered, hastily explaining, there isn't, it's not what you think. Oh, there's nothing I want to achieve? Actually, I'm not sure either. Flame grew even more bitter, growling, what did you say? Not sure? The main character replied with a deadpan expression, yeah, I just want to survive. This harsh truth. Flame was shocked to the core, frozen for a few seconds. Sir, survive? Then she suddenly realized she was being a bit tactless by abruptly asking him about this sensitive issue, so she stammered, her voice a whisper. I guess so. I'm sorry. I misspoke. But at this moment, the main character was like a deer in the headlights, not understanding what was happening. What is it? Huh? So that's it? Suddenly, Flame's eyes welled up with tears. She quickly turned away, muttering, well, I'll be going then. See you later. Later. The main character was completely shocked, as he hadn't even had a chance to ask another question. But wait, what the heck is going on? Going on? Is she crying? Hey, I didn't do a damn thing. Suddenly, a voice filled with killing intent rang out from behind. Baek Yuson, filled with killing intent, rang out from behind. Baek Yuson. Hearing this chilling call, the main character had a bad feeling that something terrible was about to happen. And just as he predicted, Hyun Ang was glaring at Baek Yusong with daggers in his eyes, his killing intent palpable. A terrifying, suffocating aura emanated from him. Without beating around the bush, Hyun Ang growled, enough, answer me now. Why was Flame crying? Lie to me, and I won't spare you. Seeing his furious expression, the main character panicked, thinking, good grief, just getting glared at by the strongest character's rival is already giving me the creeps. Now I remember, there's a plot point where Hyun Ang has a one-sided love for Flame. Crap, I'm so dead. But I didn't do a damn thing. Seriously, a misunderstanding here would be a huge pain. I have to clear this up. With that thought, Baek Yusong quickly clarified, there's nothing going on between me and Flame. Why are you asking? He-hun Ang frowned, his voice full of suspicion. You think I'd believe that? Believe it. You have to believe it. Especially what you're thinking. It's not happening, so you can rest easy. The main character forced a smile, then thought, all right, that should be enough, right? It's true that there's nothing shady between me and Flame. After hearing this, He-hun Ang pondered for a moment, then suddenly bowed his head and mumbled, is that so? I asked an unnecessary question. I'm sorry, but this awkward apology only made the main character even more terrified, and he stammered, no, it's okay. Well, I'll be going then. With that, He-hun Ang also turned and walked away, leaving Baek Yu-sung with a mess of feelings in his heart. Baek Yu-sung sighed in relief, but couldn't help but wonder, what was that? That's not like him at all. He-hun Ang, the one who's always cold and rational, acting so unstable? I'm starting to feel a little uneasy. As dusk fell, a figure quietly closed a book. It was Issei. She was tired and sighed to herself. Phew, why can't I focus at all today? Then, unconsciously, her mind drifted back to the conversation she had with Baek Yu-sung back in the practice room. Baek Yu-sung, I have something to ask you. What is it? That formula from earlier. Did you come up with it on the spot? After thinking for a moment, Baek Yu-sung replied, you could say that. But in reality, Issei was completely shocked. She had always considered herself a genius. I believed that was enough to defeat anyone, but it seems that's not the case. Thinking this, Issei was suddenly startled. What the F times CK? What was that state I was just in? How can I get revenge for my father like this? My father? It was them who framed my father as a traitor and drove him to his death. The filthy, despicable Adon Levite family. I can't get revenge on them if this is all I've got. Oh, I'm going to lose my damn mind. With that thought, she comforted herself. No, I can't give up like this. I have to try harder. One day, I will succeed. At the crack of dawn, warm sunbeams streamed through the window, shining on the bed where Flame was sound asleep. She was awake, but her perpetual laziness made her not want to get up. At that moment, Flame thought to herself with a voice full of regret, I chose a 4-person room because I like the lively atmosphere. If I had known it would be like this, I should have chosen a private room for S-class students. Flame chose a 4-person room thinking it would be fun, like a festival, making it easy to socialize and make friends. But now, it seems she regrets it deeply. When Baek Yu-sung said he didn't know his purpose, there was no doubt it was proof that he had regressed. I remember in the final part of the original story, Unse Sib Ilwol told Ma Yu-sung this, I can grant you a chance to turn back time, but the price for that is you will lose almost all your memories from the time you've returned to. And after you complete your mission, you will completely disappear from this world. No one will remember that you saved the world. Even your closest friends, the one you love, will also forget you. Are you willing to trade everything for a chance to turn back time and start over? At that time, Ma Yu-sung replied, if that is my destiny, then I will accept the fate of saving this world once more. But then, the one who stopped Ma Yu-sung was Issei. She rushed over in a panic and hurriedly said, wait, I would rather watch this world perish than live in a world without you. Let's go together, okay? Her persuasion moved Ma Yu-sung's frozen heart, causing the protagonist to give up on the idea of regressing. In the end, the world was destroyed, and the story concluded with a tragic ending. Thinking about this, Flame also slowly sat up, her heart heavy. If this world is different from the original story, and Ma Yu-sung doesn't know that Baek Yu-sung has regressed using the power of Unse Sib Ilwol, then after completing his mission, he will immediately vanish from this world, and no one will ever know of his existence again. But having lost most of his memories and with only a sense of responsibility remaining, he simply said that he wanted to survive. Yeah. As a regressor, courage must be the only driving force that keeps him from fearing his own erasure upon completing his mission. He should have run away. With the mission on his shoulders, Baek Yu-sung returned to save the world. And for him to say that he just wants to survive, even knowing that death awaits him, at the end of the road, despite feeling scared, he still accepts it. If that's the case, then I shouldn't doubt him like this anymore. Between him and me, it seems we share a common goal, so I will try my best to support him in saving this world. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed urgently from outside the door, sounding very urgent. Jackie, looking frantic, burst through the door and panted, Flame, Sir Hon Agang is looking for you. He said he'll wait for you on the first floor of the dorm. Hearing this, Flame immediately flopped down on the bed, pretending to be weak and tired, her voice frail. Tell him to go home, say that I'm not here. Jackie was flustered and stammered, but... Before she could finish, Flame cut her off, clearly annoyed. I don't care. Just tell him that I want to go to sleep. Don't bother me anymore." After hearing that, Jackie was at a loss, not knowing what to do. But deep down, a strong sense of envy for Flame sparked within her. It was a case of, some have all the luck, while others have none. With that said, she quickly scurried down to the first floor. Outside the dormitory, Hun A-Gang was standing alone, his face with a dazed and forlorn expression. His eyes held the sorrow of someone with an unrequited love. Jackie quickly ran over and spoke up, calling, "Sir Hwon-Ang." Hearing someone call his name, Hwon-Ang was secretly delighted. But when he turned around to look, oh dear, his expression visibly deflated. The person he longed for day and night was nowhere to be seen. Instead, there was a less attractive girl. Hwon-Ang's ice-cold expression made Jackie feel awkward and flustered. Despite that, she couldn't hide her passionate fangirl look, her eyes sparkling, a one-sided love blossoming in her heart. But snap! A blunt statement from Hwon-Ang echoed, crushing all her hopes. "Who are you?" Those cold words were like a bucket of cold water thrown right in Jackie's face, pulling her back to bitter reality. The young girl's heart shattered, breaking into 100 pieces. Seeing her silent as a clam, Hwon-Ang asked again, his voice naive. "Where's Flame?" Jackie mumbled in reply. "Oh, she said she was tired and went to sleep." After hearing this, Hwon-Ang sank back into his own thoughts. Maybe she confessed and got rejected by some loser, so she's in a bad mood? What does that guy have that I don't? With that thought, the young man spoke coldly, his voice devoid of emotion. "I see. I'll come back later then." With that, Hwon-Ang also took off, leaving Jackie standing there alone, watching his retreating back, with a heart full of disappointment. Jackie sadly muttered, her voice full of resentment. "Why? Why is it? I clearly love him so much, yet he can't even remember my name. It's always like this. At all times, in all places, everyone only pays attention to Flame. Outstanding talent, attention. Flame always has everything. She's the one who always gets the spotlight and the affection of everyone, like a main character. She's so beautiful that people think she's an angel incarnate. Even Sir Hwon-Ang's feelings are secretly directed towards her, without even a glance for a nobody like me. Why is fate so unfair to me? When you leave, half my soul is lost, the other half stands dazed." Thinking this, a volcano of jealousy erupted in Jackie's heart. She clenched her fists and spat out bitterly. "Damn it. This is so frustrating." The next morning, at the #1 main tower of Stella Academy, the atmosphere seemed a bit gloomy. In a room, a man spoke in a displeased tone. "I heard that Professor Maizen was severely humiliated by a student this time." Hearing this, Mrs. Maizen, her face ashen, bit her lip and replied, her voice full of remorse, "I'm sorry. I'm truly useless. I have no excuse." The man turned away and continued, his tone reproachful. "You must know that I had very high expectations for you, right?" And this boogeyman was none other than the vice principal of Stella Academy, Aki Hidden. "By the way, I forgot to ask, how is that matter progressing? The research on the random spatial permutation spell that you're conducting with the professors from Gonyang Academy. Is it going well?" Professor Maizen quickly forced a confident smile and replied, "Of course it's going well. I won't let you down, sir." After hearing this, Aki Hidden moved closer, patted her shoulder lightly, and whispered, his voice full of hidden meaning, "Good. I'm only trusting you with this. Yes, please leave it to me. I'll take my leave now." With that, the alchemy professor, Maizen, also vanished from the room. And as soon as Mrs. Maizen had made her getaway, Vice Principal Aki Hidden's contemptuous expression became clear as he muttered, "What a fool, so simple-minded and pathetically uncunning. She doesn't even know she's being used, and even if she did, she probably wouldn't care. What she craves is status and honor, because, and yet he's opened his eyes within it. How ridiculous that a mage who researches against the dark mages is now researching for them. It's truly despicable. Ha ha ha. I'm greatly looking forward to the day the demonic alchemy is completed." The scene changes to some mysterious place, where a towering, dizzying stack of documents greets the viewer's eyes. In reality, it's a slender girl struggling to carry a mountain-high pile of documents, her body trembling uncontrollably. Meanwhile, the people around her act indifferent, ignoring her plight, with no one intending to play the hero and help the poor girl. Finally, like a miracle, a kind person appears and steps forward to help. And that hero is none other than our dashingly handsome main character, Busu Seon. He cheerfully speaks up, his voice full of warmth. "Miss Teaching Assistant, are you all right? Let me help you with that." Thanks to Busu Seon's timely rescue, the enormous stack of documents was quickly settled in Professor Maizen's office. Placing the stack of paper on the desk, the teaching assistant finally let out a sigh of relief, and opened her mouth to say thanks. Thank you. If you hadn't been here, I would have gotten another earful from Professor Maizen. Bususion humbly replied, It's nothing at all. It was a small thing. Taking this golden opportunity, Bususion quickly scanned the room. Seeing the messy room with papers strewn everywhere, he thought to himself, It's truly chaotic. So messy. Suddenly, his eyes lit up when he saw a board. Bususion asked curiously, Oh, what's that? The teaching assistant explained. That? It's a formula that Professor Maizen is researching with other doctors. I think it's called the spatial random permutation calculation or something. Hearing this, Bususion was startled, his heart pounding. He wondered to himself, full of doubt. This is the spatial random permutation calculation. The first formula of demonic alchemy, the spatial random permutation calculation. In Professor Maizen's Dark Transformation arc, the Dark Mages completed this formula with Maizen. The technological gap from that point on caused catastrophic damage. It was enough to plunge the world into a sea of fire. A flower of hope bloomed on the barren and desolate land. Aunt Teresa, if it were her instead, she could have changed the situation. What if she had acted first and deciphered this formula before the Dark Mages? She is the single, solitary ray of hope in the darkness. She possesses a genius mind with brilliant and innovative ideas. She created countless items that even the Dark Mages wouldn't dare to imagine. Thinking this, an audacious idea flashed in Bususion's mind. He then called out, Teaching Assistant Aunt Teresa. Startled, she turned around and replied, Would you like some coffee? Bususion quickly waved his hands and explained, No, that's not what I meant. Is it true that Professor Maizen bothers you, so you're very annoyed, right? Why are you suddenly asking that? If there was a way to get revenge in a really satisfying way, what would you do? Would you like to give it a try? Aunt Teresa was flustered, her voice hesitant. I'm just a lowly assistant. What could I possibly do about revenge? If I'm not careful, I could get fired and thrown out on the street. You know? Am I supposed to become homeless? Bususion still didn't give up and continued to persuade her. So what? Don't you have some kind of idea? You could become an alchemist even greater than Professor Maizen. Hearing the main character paint such a future, Aunt Teresa was quite surprised, softly exclaiming, What? Meanwhile, B. Yuseong added, No one will be able to look down on you anymore. B. Yuseong's inspiring words seemed to ignite a fire in Aunt Teresa, and a small glimmer of hope began to spark within her heart. After thinking for a moment, Aunt Teresa secretly rejoiced and mumbled, That would be amazing if it's true, just as B. Yuseong predicted. Anyway, Aunt Teresa was already sick and tired of her current job. She couldn't stand having to take care of Mrs. Men and being cooped up in a dusty room like this. Aunt Teresa had been nurturing a dream of becoming an alchemist and creating many legendary inventions. More than anyone, she had the talent to make it happen, because she was destined to become a great alchemist. With her genius mind and wildly creative ideas, she completely deserved the best. In any case, it was clear that for now, Aunt Teresa had put her dream on hold due to her harsh reality, but I'll help her achieve it soon. When the first preliminary exam of Stella concluded, Buseong diligently continued to visit Aunt Teresa. Buseong only had to drop a few hints, and Aunt Teresa immediately understood, happily exclaiming, Oh, you think so too? I was also thinking about adding a color-changing feature with a button to the magic pen, and adding an eraser as well. That's right, like a mechanical pencil. That could be really good. Buseong watched from a distance with a delighted expression, thinking to himself, Excellent. Aunt Teresa's inventions are progressing quite well, but the official formula is still missing. I need to guide Aunt Teresa to find the solution before Men does. It's really not easy at all. With that thought, Buseong slowly started to leave, his mind full of worries. Suddenly, a taunting voice rang out, grating on the ears. Hey, what's with the way you're walking? Stumbling around like that, you're going to bump into someone. It turned out Flame had just been wandering by. Baek Yusong stood with his arms crossed, a confused look on his face, and spoke up, retorting, What? Who are you calling, mister? Flame didn't let up, relentlessly firing back. Who else but you? Gramps, are you not getting it? Or are you just pretending not to? Hearing this, Buseong was speechless, helplessly thinking to himself, Damn, this is exhausting. So exhausting. But then again, I've never told him my age, have I? Still, he's talking to me more than he used to. At this thought, the main character got serious and said, Anyway, you came at just the right time. I have something important to tell you. Do you remember your roommate? That girl. But as soon as Flame heard her mentioned, that pest, his expression visibly soured, and he suddenly flared up in anger. Flame instinctively turned away, mumbling, That's illegal. Buso was so horrified his hair stood on end. He hastily jumped back, stammering. What in the world are you thinking? I haven't even said anything yet, Bu continued. Please take good care of her. Her condition might not be very good right now. The main character worriedly calculated in his head. If she gets affected by black magic, she'll be in an extremely unstable state. What a pain, Flame replied indifferently. I don't know for sure, but we've already planned to go hunting this weekend, so I'll check on her then. All right. I'm counting on you, Busco nodded. However, deep down, Bu was secretly thinking about the hunt, how the season was approaching and the target was a given. That was the starting point of Chapter 4, the Matavis Cemetery, that god-forsaken place. He remembered it, featuring main characters like Maon, Ison, and Flame, all of them heavy hitters. Even an earth-shattering battle with a level 5 necromancer will take place here. He told himself not to get involved in the story, but if he could snag the hidden reward here, it would be useful for signing a contract with a familia. A few hours later, just as expected, Bu was at Professor Lee's office to ask for a pass to go outside the academy. Professor Lee Hagen took Bu's request form, read it, and declared, Training. However, you probably won't be able to learn swordsmanship or knighthood at Stella. Dream on, sweetie. Hearing that, the main character froze, not knowing how to respond coolly. Suddenly, his eyes were drawn to something. More precisely, it was Ma Yuxian's request to go out. It seems things were going just as he predicted. They had already started the hunt, exactly as in his memories, perfectly on track. Seeing this, Bu immediately started pleading with Professor Lee. Professor, recently there have been a lot of people going out to hunt. Please let me go too. Lee Hagen replied. It seems everyone is heading to the Matavis Cemetery for a club activity, probably to search for treasure, not to have a picnic. That's right, sir. Maon and Hagon Ang are both very diligent, unlike some lazy bums. Professor Lee corrected him. No. Maon said he would be returning to his family. As for Hagon Ang, he's with Flame, probably just messing around. Hearing the professor say that, Bu was startled, thinking to himself, Huh? Without Ma Yuxian, we can't possibly fight off the necromancer's attack. We're so screwed. I don't know what made Ma Yuxian want to go home. Maybe he misses his mom's cooking? But it's clear that with the current lineup, we can't defeat a level 5 necromancer. We're weak as kittens. What should I do? I can't ask for reinforcements without concrete evidence, and besides, because of the plot, I can't provide all the information. I'm completely helpless, but I can't just let things happen like this. I absolutely can't let it happen. I'll definitely have to solve it myself. Who am I, anyway? A few days later, at the Matavis Cemetery, a place so gloomy it was creepy, a male student had just taken down a giant fish, probably to make a meal out of it. The monster was now just lying on the ground, gasping for air, looking utterly pathetic. And this young man was the second-year student, Doc Gochanwang, a name that sounds very impressive. He joyfully whooped and shouted, Oh yeah, is this a level 2 threat? These predat fish are pretty strong, huh? No joke. Suddenly, a nagging voice rang out from behind him. Hey, you stupid idiot. Don't go messing things up like that. Didn't you hear the captain's orders? Are your ears just for show? Let me introduce you. The one nagging is the second-year student Sif Dick, a rather handsome young man. Doc Gochanwang heard him and scratched his head, chuckling sheepishly. Hey, yeah, my bad, I just got a little excited. Sif Dick yelled furiously, his face red as a beet. Damn, you moron. You can still laugh? Have you no shame? Another girl spoke up from a distance, her voice as light as a breeze. Just ignore him. Talking too much is just a waste of breath anyway. It'll just tire you out. And this girl was the second-year student, Bandigon, a beauty with long, flowing hair. With that said, Bandigon turned to Ison, her voice as sweet as honey. You don't need to pay any attention to them, just ignore them. They're all a bunch of weirdos. Ison replied, his voice barely a whisper. Ah, yes. Sif Dick turned his head back and shouted, his voice full of defiance. Hey, I heard all of that. Don't think I'm deaf. Bandigon nonchalantly shot back. So what? You got a problem with that? Or are you itching for a fight? Sif Dirk snapped, his voice sounding like he was about to cry. You're being too loud. Watch your mouth in front of the new student. Don't make me mad. Because when I get mad, no one can stop me. Ison watched the group argue like a chaotic marketplace, and thought to herself, I only followed them because I heard there was an opening in the club, otherwise, no way. Still, it's a relief they're not bad people, just a bit immature. While she was lost in thought, the Captain Bandigon's voice rang out, sweet as honey. Aye, son, let's get going. We've had enough drama for one day. Yes, Senior Bandigon. Suddenly, a massive explosion boomed and echoed from the distance, startling the whole group as if they'd been zapped by electricity. They stared blankly in the direction of the sound, muttering, "Why does everyone look so pale? What was that sound? Could there be a fight nearby? Or maybe fireworks?" Bandygon turned his head and made a rather bold suggestion. "If our hunting grounds overlap, shouldn't we go say hello?" "Captain, what do you think? Or should we go check out the gossip?" Cassie Dick, still looking dazed like a deer in headlights, dazedly replied, "Huh? Oh, yeah, let's go, then, let's go." As soon as the words were out, the whole team marched majestically toward the source of the explosion, their steps filled with power and vigor, looking like they were heading into battle. Suddenly, Aison's eyes widened in surprise, probably because she saw a handsome guy. She quickly spotted La Hongbong and Flame in the distance, along with the silhouettes of a group of people behind Flame, whose identities were unclear, looking mysterious as hell. What are those two doing here? It's like an unstoppable force meeting an immovable object, a perfect match. Both of them have incredible skills. They're definitely not to be underestimated. From afar, the sounds of an argument could be heard, sounding like a fight was about to break out. I clearly took down the giant piranha first. "Are you trying to steal my kill?" "Nonsense, it was in our hunting zone, so it's ours. Don't you dare try to claim it." "What?" In front of Ai Sun was a giant fish lying dead with its teeth bared, looking quite gruesome. She was a bit surprised, thinking to herself, "Is that a giant piranha? I heard it's a level 3 monster, and an extremely rare one at that. It must be a limited edition. They must be fighting over the spoils of the hunt. What a bunch of greedy kids. But getting involved in this will only cause more trouble. It's exhausting. Besides, I really don't want to face the sister of the man who killed my father. Just thinking about it is upsetting. No way. I have to get out of here right now. Time to bolt." Suddenly, someone spoke up, and it was Sif Dirk. He approached and said cheerfully, his voice like a kid about to get candy, Now, juniors, if you have a problem, you can always talk to your senior right here. The atmosphere is so nice. Don't go ruining the party." Hearing this, both Hongbong and Flame shouted in unison. Their voices thundered, "Shut up and get lost, you busybody." Cassie Dick retorted irritably, his face sour as a lemon. "How dare you talk to a senior like that? How rude." Hongbong replied, her voice filled with contempt. "If you're a senior, you should act like one. Don't mess around." This very statement threw the confident captain into a state of confusion, making him stutter like a broken record. What? Why would you say that?" Suddenly, a loud rumbling sound echoed, and the ground shook violently, as if there was an earthquake. A mysterious energy radiated outwards, and a chill that ran down the spine was bone deep. Flame thought to herself, her face pale. "This energy. I have a bad feeling that something is about to happen. Something's definitely up." A skeletal hand emerged from the ground. They burst out forcefully, looking like something out of a horror movie. Everyone was completely shocked, as no one could have predicted this. It was truly unbelievable. Their eyes were wide open as if they were about to pop out, completely shocked to the core. Flame exclaimed in utter shock, his voice trembling, "No way, what the hell is this?" The skeletons have appeared, and they look disgusting as hell. In front of them, a horde of dried corpses was charging. They opened their maws wide, screaming horrifically, as if they wanted to eat people alive. Meanwhile, at another location in the cemetery, there was a sign, with a rather creepy warning. "Attention, do not enter alone, or else don't blame us." The system updated, its voice monotonously announcing, "Skill experience increased. Stat experience increased." A familiar figure appeared, and Boo sighed and exclaimed, his voice full of regret, "Sigh, if only I could use magic too. That would be so overpowered. Why did it have to be a blink skill? So depressing." In reality, the main character had already taken down quite a few giant fish. He wasn't some kind of amateur. Their corpses were scattered all over the ground, looking like a battlefield. Suddenly, the main character dazedly looked around, muttering, his voice, like someone who had lost their soul. "I guess it's about time, huh? I can't delay any longer." In the distance, graves loomed, looking quite gloomy. Boo quickly spotted what he was looking for, saying with a voice full of excitement, "Ah, I found it. What a stroke of luck." Suddenly, the main character's expression turned sad, probably thinking about something unpleasant. "I don't have an overpowered skill to wipe out an entire skeleton army like Ma Yu Sung, nor do I have overwhelming power. There's only one way to survive here. That's right, it's tough. I have to fight like a player, and can't just rely on luck." Chapter B. The Necromancer's attack begins. This already sounds exciting. The ground suddenly began to shake violently, as if something huge was moving underneath. Immediately, something started rising from the ground rapidly, as if sprouting from the earth. A skeleton soldier, the commander of hundreds of skeletons, appeared with bloodshot red eyes that blazed with fire, fiercely, looking like an incarnate demon. It bared its hideous set of teeth, looking towards Bichu So, probably wanting to make short work of him. The main character thought to himself, his face tense. This is the Skeleton General, a sub-boss level monster that only appears 3 times in this chapter, a truly rare spawn. With my current strength, if I face it head-on, I'll definitely die. I don't stand a chance. Of course, I have no intention of doing that. I'm not stupid enough to run headfirst into death. Thinking this, the main character grabbed its head and punched it hard, shouting with a powerful voice, "Get back in there, you monster." The unwritten rule of comics is that when someone is transforming or summoning, you have to stand still and watch instead of making a move. But that doesn't mean just standing still is the only option. You have to know how to adapt to the situation. Spine Scepter, complete, sweet. Now, the command authority over the Skeleton General belongs to me. How awesome is that? So what am I waiting for? The whole world is mine now. Let's begin. Let's get this party started. Over here, the skeletons were appearing more and more, like mushrooms after rain. Very quickly, they charged and surrounded the whole group, a chilling aura continuously radiating outwards, so cold it made them shiver. Flame thought to himself. His face, pale. I let my guard down. I was too complacent. This is the Necromancer chapter. Huh? But something feels wrong. Something doesn't seem right. If I remember correctly, the one who clears this chapter is Ma Yu-sung. So why is it me? Why is I Sun with these people? Did she get lost? Where's Ma Yu-shang? Hiding in some corner? Don't tell me I have to face a level 5 necromancer with this group. What rotten luck. Seeing Flame, looking a bit flustered and bewildered, Prince Hon-ang spoke up to reassure him, his voice as gentle as a breeze. I've already sent a distress signal to the Stella Academy using my pocket watch. Don't worry, we just need to hold out until they arrive. Hang in there. The red-haired Doc Gochun Wang, a second-year student, added confidently, "That's right. Just wait a little longer, and the professors from Stella will be here. They'll handle everything. Even if we can't defeat the necromancer, we can at least escape. Running is our best bet." Just then, Hong Byung also spoke up, his voice serious. "This isn't the time for comforting words. They're useless. This is a graveyard. The longer we drag this out, the more skeletons will appear. This is no joke. We need to quickly get back to base, or we're dead." Jiki was terrified as she saw the grotesque skeletons approaching and couldn't stop backing away, muttering with a trembling voice, Don't come near me. I'm so scared." Then, it opened its maw wide as if to swallow its prey whole. Roar. It looked absolutely ferocious. Suddenly, a powerful surge of energy struck the skeleton from behind, stopping it from lunging forward to attack, a truly narrow escape from death. It seems she managed to avoid this disaster. What a relief. The one who just acted was none other than Ai Sun, a true heroine. She spoke up to check on her, her voice full of concern. "Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere?" Jeki, still trembling, stammered a reply, her voice on the verge of tears. I'm okay, thank you." Doc Gochun Wang praised her, his voice filled with admiration. "Wow, the first-year kid is pretty good, huh? Not just some pushover." Ai Sun continued, her tone analytical. "It seems this necromancer prepared very carefully. They're not an amateur. It's highly likely he created an energy container, a real investment. An energy container is a technique that necromancers use to store their mana, a pretty powerful move. Even for a necromancer, mana has its limits, it's not infinite. If summoning skeletons the normal way, a level 3 to 4 necromancer could only summon a maximum of 15, no more. Yet this one can control such a vast area. They're clearly no ordinary foe, definitely a master." Doc Gochun Wang added, his voice laced with worry. "The number of skeletons is swarming towards us, like a horde of ants. It seems this was planned long ago, not just a random occurrence. They probably want to kill us to create skeleton mages. What a sinister plot." Kasif Dirk gave a forced smile, thinking to himself, his face full of determination. "As the captain, I have to show my strength here. I can't lose face. I'll wipe them all out with a powerful spell and show them what I'm made of." But life is but a dream, and reality is often far from imagination. How cruel. Suddenly, a skeleton got close and grabbed Kasif Dirk's leg, catching him completely off guard. His face went pale with fear as he screamed at the top of his lungs, "Help me." But before he could even react, Doc Gochun Wang was a step ahead, lunging forward to attack the skeleton decisively and powerfully. A true friend, indeed. As he attacked, he shouted confidently, full of spirit, "Damn it, don't even think about escaping, you're dead meat." But unexpectedly, a hand appeared right in front of the captain's face, looking quite terrifying. In an instant, he was unable to resist. This is hopeless. Dako Qianguang quickly noticed something was wrong, thinking to himself with a vigilant expression, "Damn it, are they chanting a spell, or pulling some kind of trick? They're counterattacking. This is so dangerous. Get down now or we're dead." An incredibly terrifying power was gradually forming, its oppressive aura radiating immense strength, yet it felt very fragile. It could explode at any moment. This is no joke. Everyone was startled, their eyes filled with alarm, their faces turning pale. Hong Bidong screamed in terror, his voice full of despair. "No, if that thing explodes, we're all done for." But before he could finish his sentence, boom, an earth-shattering explosion erupted. A massive blast occurred, shaking the entire cemetery. Like an atomic bomb had gone off. The explosion left behind a massive, deep crater, and quite a few people were injured and covered in blood. But luckily, Flame was completely unharmed. What a lucky break. However, the group of necromancers was still charging forward relentlessly, like moths to a flame. Flame thought to herself, her face turning pale. "This is wrong. This is my limit. I'm too tired. I can't take it anymore. The situation is bad. My mana is almost depleted, and there's not enough time to recover. We're truly hanging by a thread." Most importantly, the enemy forces are too numerous, like a swarm of ants. At the same time, the skeletons were roaring with their mouths wide open as they approached, looking like hungry ghouls. Anyone, faint of heart, would be scared to death just by looking at them. Flame gripped her staff tightly in her hand, forcing herself to observe the situation and trying to stay calm. She thought worriedly, her voice filled with despair. "Am I going to die here? No way." But suddenly, the skeletons charging toward her abruptly stopped, as if controlled by someone. It was so strange. She couldn't believe her eyes that this was happening. Her eyes widened in utter astonishment. She must have been in shock. Flame exclaimed in bewilderment, her voice full of surprise. "What? The skeletons stopped? Or did they get? What the hell is going on? This is so confusing." In the distance, the mysterious silhouette of someone approaching could be seen. It was none other than Bu, our main character. He appeared like a god descending to Earth to save everyone here. A true hero. Even Flame herself never expected Bu to appear here at such a perfect moment, at just the right time, as if it were all planned. She regained her composure and asked curiously, "Why? Is he here? Did he get lost?" As she said that, Flame noticed the skull Bu was holding in his hand, which looked quite gruesome. Very quickly, Flame recognized it and pondered with a thoughtful expression. "Isn't that the Skeleton General? Pretty strong boss." The Skeleton General is much stronger than skeleton soldiers, but it's usually accompanied by elite skeleton soldiers, not traveling alone. Yet he faced the Skeleton General by himself and managed to capture him? How? It's unbelievable. So badass. But maybe we can survive now. A glimmer of hope appeared. A moment later, everyone else started to come to their senses, probably after experiencing a huge shock. Senior Dako Chongguang spoke up, his voice full of gratitude. "Thank you. We survived because of you. You're our savior." The main character replied politely with a humble tone. "It's nothing. It was a small thing." Just then, Aeon spoke up, his voice full of curiosity. "But how did you get the skeleton? General's head? Do you have some kind of secret technique?" The main character answered confidently with a humorous tone. "Oh, this thing? I picked it up from that bone stew pot. It was delicious." But, he thought to himself with a calculating expression, "I don't really need to reveal that I laid an ambush at the Skeleton General's summoning spot, right? It's cooler to keep it a secret." But at the joke from Busco, even Eisen was left speechless, truly at a loss for words. Hearing that, it was impossible to argue back. Songbu said calmly, his voice serious. But anyway, we need to come up with a new plan quickly. We can't hesitate any longer. If that necromancer starts controlling the skeletons directly, ignoring even the Skeleton General, then it'll be a huge pain, and that's no joke." Hearing this, Dako-chan asked curiously, "Hey Junior, do you have a plan or any bright ideas?" The main character replied confidently, "On my way here, I saw that the necromancer has already taken control of the area, nearly up to our base. There's no way to escape this encirclement. It's a truly desperate situation, so there's only one way, and that is to strike directly at his real body. We can't just run away." After he finished, everyone was bewildered by Busu's recklessness. Wow, He's truly fearless. Suddenly, someone exclaimed in alarm, his voice trembling. Wait, are you in your right mind? Or did the shock get to you? Bu replied nonchalantly, his voice unfazed. Didn't we learn this at the academy? It's basic knowledge. Although a necromancer can control powerful bone soldiers, his actual body is nothing to worry about, weak as a snail. Bandigon added worriedly, his voice filled with unease. But surrounding him, there's definitely a guard army. He won't be alone. The main character continued, his voice decisive. The necromancer's control range is already too wide. We can't escape it. If we don't attack his real body directly, we'll never get out. We'll only die. As he spoke, he thought to himself with a calculating look. Right now, the necromancer's guard unit consists of 1 skeleton general, 6 elite bone soldiers, and 50 regular bone soldiers. They're as numerous as ants. This number will just keep increasing, and our only chance is right now. We can't miss it. But how do I convince everyone? It was a tough problem indeed. While he was lost in thought, someone suddenly spoke up, their voice full of confidence. It's possible. Even though he seems a bit foolish, when it comes to combat and strategy, he still has more experience than us. We can't underestimate him. Hongbong added in agreement. I agree too. Honestly, in this situation, there's no other way to break the encirclement. We just have to risk it. The necromancer would never expect us to attack his real body directly. It's the perfect surprise attack. The 2 upperclassmen also exchanged glances. Perhaps that really was the only way to get out of here alive? There were no other options. I don't know what you're basing this on to think that, but we can't just split off on our own, so I'll join you in this gamble. Alright, let's do it then. Let's go all out, Bandigon said cheerfully, his voice full of hope. Before the necromancer discovers us, we still have a chance. We have to take it. Meanwhile, at another location in the cemetery, a place so gloomy it was terrifying, a figure appeared. He spoke, his voice dripping with arrogance. Running into Stella's little rookies here. What a stroke of luck. The heavens are truly on my side. If I turn them into skeleton mages, not even the Dark Magic Alliance will dare to look down on me. I will become the supreme ruler. And this man was none other than Saba Hyuk, a 5th-level necromancer from the Dark Magic Tower, a name that sounded as dreadful as he was. 7. For years, I've been accumulating mana in my mana bottle. And it's no small amount. 700 skeletons are resting in this place. A powerful army. No one can look down on me anymore. I am invincible. Heh. Suddenly, he was stunned, unable to believe his eyes, his face bewildered. What is this? Did I suddenly lose all feeling, or am I paralyzed? Could it be that my general has been defeated? Impossible. Even more surprisingly, a cracking sound suddenly echoed, sounding quite chilling. A powerful source of energy was directly attacking the shield behind him, as if trying to shatter everything. He was so surprised he froze, not understanding what was happening. It was completely unexpected. Even the skeletons piled up behind him were shaking violently, as if about to collapse. He thought in terror, his face pale. The shield created by 4th-tier magic has cracked? No way. How the hell could that happen? This is unreal. But he furiously yelled in an angry voice. You bastard, I won't let you escape. You're dead meat. Everything happened like a gust of wind, leaving him no time to react. He could only stare wide-eyed ahead, truly unable to react in time. Then, with a bang, a massive, resounding explosion erupted, like a bomb going off. The piles of dry skeletons were completely destroyed, reduced to dust and ashes. That flame was the combined power of the entire BU group. Their talent is not to be underestimated, truly the power of teamwork. A moment later, the explosion died down, leaving only a thick cloud of smoke and dust. He was so stunned he was frozen on the spot, unable to lift a foot even a single step. He must have been in shock. A bitter feeling washed over his entire body, he thought, so angry he was fuming, his face full of resentment. Damn it, I was too careless. What a mistake. I never expected them to dare attack my main body directly. What a bunch of daredevils. Even though they're just a bunch of rookies, Stella is still Stella, truly not to be underestimated. She's no pushover. Although I don't want to use this method, dealing with them like this is just too dangerous. I can't mess around. I must summon my elite bone soldiers. There's no other way. With that thought, he put his fingertip in his mouth and bit down until it bled, a rather gruesome sight. Immediately after, he spread his arms and shouted in a powerful voice, "You unfortunate souls, hear my command. I am your master." The ground cracked wide open with great force, like an earthquake, and terrifying skeleton warriors emerged. Each one of them grinned grotesquely, looking like demons. Very quickly, a legion of skeletons was formed, surrounding the mage, a powerful army. But everything has its price. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his body having suffered considerable damage, likely from overexerting himself. Sabahyuk wiped the blood away, thinking furiously, his face filled with anger. Although summoning the bone soldiers has wounded me, this is more than enough. I don't need any more. Stop them for me. Kill them for me. Leave no one alive. Receiving the command, the horde of skeletons roared and charged forward like hungry beasts. Meanwhile, he watched from a distance, smiling smugly and exclaiming, in a gleeful tone, "Good. Fight well. Keep it up. Now I can rest easy. There's nothing left to worry about." But like hell he could. Buso quickly used his flash skill, a rather formidable move, and in the blink of an eye, he moved right behind the necromancer, as fast as lightning. The necromancer quickly realized someone was behind him and turned his head, panicked and shouted, his voice filled with terror. "Damn it, who the hell are you? Why are you here?" On the other side, Baek Yu-so gave a cold smirk, and didn't even bother to answer. How arrogant. At that moment, the necromancer thought in terror, his face pale. He was certain he knew the location. Of all 12 students from Stella Academy through the vision of his skeleton soldiers, there was no way he could be wrong. So how the hell did this kid get so close to me without me noticing? This is insane. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. He absolutely couldn't believe his eyes when he saw what Baek Yu-so was holding in his hand, and said in utter confusion, his voice trembling like a leaf, "No way. Isn't that my skeleton general? How? Is it here? You bastard. Why is it in your hands? What did you do to it?" But unexpectedly, Baek Yu-so gently released his hand from the skull, looking quite calm. It fell to the ground with a loud, harsh thud. But that wasn't all. The main character slashed it fiercely as if to shatter it. Because the skeleton general was destroyed, the internal injuries of Sabahyuk worsened. He continuously spat out mouthfuls of fresh blood, his face turning as pale as a ghost, as if he were about to die. Clutching his wound, he couldn't help but think bitterly, his face full of resentment. "Damn it, I was too careless. That was a mistake. So this is the true power of a Stella Academy student? Unbelievable." Meanwhile, the main character was sweating as he thought to himself, probably a little intimidated. Dorothy was supposed to take care of the skeleton general and come here to back me up, but because of those elite skeleton soldiers, they got pinned down. Just my luck. Do I really have to fight him by myself? Carry the whole team alone? I'm the weakest one among them, so why do I have to carry the team? Maybe I should just run? Running is the best strategy. The main character now felt this move was a bit of a mistake. It was definitely not good. Suddenly, the necromancer coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, looking quite pathetic. Baek Yu-so snapped back to his senses. His mind had probably been wandering. He now realized the man's current condition, which looked pretty bad. It seems he's also injured, not perfectly fine. So that's it. He overexerted himself, summoning the elite skeleton soldiers, and suffered internal damage. He brought this on himself. It looks like I might be able to do this. My chance is here. Thinking this, he unconsciously broke into a confident smile, looking pretty cool. At the same time, as Hongbyong's flames blazed, as if to incinerate everything, the team members launched their finishing blows to destroy one of the elite skeleton soldiers. It was a perfectly coordinated attack, and thanks to it, they successfully wiped out the 3 elite skeleton soldiers the necromancer had sent. After them, a truly glorious victory. But there were still 4 more elite skeleton soldiers, as numerous as ants. Princess Hongbyong was gradually becoming exhausted from the continuous attacks of the remaining elite skeleton soldiers. She was clearly struggling. She thought wearily, her face full of worry. "This is bad. Everyone is exhausted. The situation has become serious. We can't mess around anymore." Because the necromancer's power suddenly surged, all I can do now is try to hold out for as long as possible. I can't launch a counterattack, but I have to deal with them quickly and get to Baek Yu-so. I can't leave him alone. Suddenly, Jackie ran over and said in a panic, her voice urgent, "Princess, it's an emergency. The necromancer and Baek Yu-so are dueling one-on-one. It's a life or death battle." Hongbyong was startled. I exclaimed, my voice full of shock. "What? Impossible." She looked ahead, to where Baek Yu-so and the necromancer were fighting, a rather dramatic scene. A powerful surge of energy radiated all around, as if threatening to destroy everything. It looked like the fight was incredibly intense, with neither side giving an inch. Hongbong mumbled, her face etched with worry. "This is bad. This is nothing like the original plan. It's completely unpredictable." For some reason, Buso ended up being the only one facing the necromancer, carrying the team all by himself. By now, The Stella students are scattered all over the place. They're probably trying to split up the necromancer's forces and eliminate the enemies one by one, which is a pretty sound strategy. Can Biyuso hold him off until we arrive, or is he going to die? If you die, I'll never forgive you, you damn fool. Buso, you have to hang on. Don't give up. Meanwhile, our protagonist was constantly using his flash skill, moving with the agility of a squirrel, his eyes wide as he observed, trying to find a rational solution instead of just fighting recklessly. His precise judgment combined with his flash skill helped Biyu temporarily dodge their attacks. He was really lucky. Knowing he couldn't dodge forever, Buso resorted to a high-risk, high-reward play, just like in the game, and went all out. He suddenly flashed right to the necromancer's position, a very bold move. The level 5 necromancer, seeing Biyu's reckless play, immediately gritted his teeth and threatened in a furious voice. You won't take me down that easily. Don't even dream of it. You dream of it. I'll show you what I'm made of. After he spoke, a cage of bones surrounded him, looking quite sturdy. Biyuso smirked disdainfully. I thought you were something special, but is this all you've got? Pathetic. Just in case something like this happened, I prepared a cola potion, the perfect counter for bone soldiers in this situation. It pays to be prepared. Haha, now this playground is all mine. Time to go wild. With that thought, Biyuso threw 2 vials of cola in his direction, a very accurate throw. Instantly, the bones began to corrode rapidly, dissolving into liquid. The necromancer's eyes widened in disbelief. He was clearly in shock. The protective magic he was so proud of was slowly disintegrating like ice under the summer sun. Remembering his earlier boasts, his face couldn't help but flush with embarrassment. How utterly humiliating. Then he roared in a fit of rage. You damn rat! How dare you destroy my bone shield? You want to die? Kill him for me, and leave nothing behind. Immediately, countless sharp bones shot towards Buso like arrows. But like hell that would work. Biyu had already flashed behind the necromancer in the blink of an eye. He smugly gripped his sword, a confident smirk on his face. This was the moment, a golden opportunity. He thought he would succeed with a single strike. But unexpectedly, the necromancer turned around with a twisted smile on his face, which looked quite terrifying. You took the bait, you fool. It seemed that everything had gone according to his plan. He had already sensed his presence from behind. What a cunning old fox. Our protagonist finally realized what was happening, his face a mask of shock. Damn it, so I was the one who got tricked, son of a gun, just my luck. Suddenly, a sharp bone spike erupted from the ground, and then it brutally pierced through the protagonist's leg, creating a bloody mess. Fresh blood splattered all around. It was a pretty, horrifying. Biyuso thought in bitter pain, his face contorted. Damn it, I'm hit. It hurts like hell. He suppressed the agony. The main character tried to back away, struggling to stay calm. Saba Hayuk let out a triumphant laugh, his voice full of glee. Haha, you bastard. You caused all this trouble, and now you're getting what you deserve. Serves you right. Go on, keep running your mouth. Let's see how long you can keep it up. 4. Haha. Feeling the sharp pain from his leg, the main character panted and thought, his face deep in concentration. Maybe I was too careless. What a mistake. Even though he's injured, he's still a genuine level 5 mage. I can't underestimate him. But I can't die here. I still have so much to do. He must be exhausted. He's not in top condition. His continuous use of magic has caused his body to progressively weaken. He's weak. In other words, this is his limit. So even if he's a level 5, he's not that scary. What should I do? I have to think of something. But if I can land just one more hit, I can finish him off. The opportunity is here. But the pain is so intense I can't focus. This is tough. Even my sixth sense skill isn't working. My head is splitting. I can't take it. And even using flash right now is a difficult problem for me. I'm stuck. What do I do? I have to think of something. Suddenly, an idea flashed in. Biyu's mind, like a light at the end of the tunnel. That's right. That's it. I have a plan. While the main character was looking down, deep in thought, the necromancer appeared right in front of him, extremely close. He was preparing an attack stance with a confident expression, as if to finish him off. Die, you piece of trash. The main character quickly realized he couldn't hesitate any longer. Without a second word, the main character bolted forward for his life like a chased dog. But because of the earlier wound, he tripped and fell flat on his face, looking quite pathetic. Seeing the main character's miserable state, the necromancer burst into a maniacal cackle, his voice full of glee. Ha ha, look at you running for your life. How pathetic, how pitiful you look, just like a dog. But Biyuso paid no mind to his taunts, showing his resolve. He told himself with a determined expression, "Just a little more, hang in there." The main character struggled to drag himself forward step by step, like a crippled man. The necromancer continued to mock him, his voice full of contempt. "Haha, it's useless to struggle. You're already dead. I'll kill you right here and won't let you escape." But Bish Yuso didn't think so. He smirked and said with a confident voice, "I've won, you've lost. The distance between the necromancer and me is 13 meters, a perfect distance, which means I don't have to cancel the flash animation, which is perfect." While the necromancer was still confused, not knowing what he was planning, his eyes suddenly widened in absolute horror, as if he'd seen a ghost. In less than a second, Bitch Yu used flash and appeared right in front of the necromancer in the blink of an eye. The main character braced himself, enduring the excruciating pain in his leg, and poured all his remaining strength into his sword, delivering a fatal blow that stabbed straight through the necromancer's heart. It was a perfect finishing move, with blood splattering everywhere in a horrifying sight. At the same time, over with Bitch Yu's teammates, because the necromancer was dead, the attacking skeleton soldiers all suddenly stopped to everyone's astonishment. It was truly unbelievable. The skeleton army had simultaneously vanished into the wind, as if they had never existed. Witnessing this, Senior Doko Chionwang spoke up in amazement, his voice filled with shock. Could it be that BU defeated the necromancer? No way. As if waking from a nightmare, Jackie collapsed to the ground, completely in shock. Her eyes filled with disbelief as she mumbled, her voice trembling uncontrollably. "I can't believe it. BU really defeated the level 5 necromancer. It was truly a miracle." Her words were like a signal, snapping everyone out of their daze. They felt as if they had returned from the dead, reborn. The whole group cheered in unison, their voices filled with joy. "We're alive. We're alive. We're not going to die." Although they didn't know how a student of first year could possibly defeat a necromancer, that didn't matter anymore. The important thing was that they had survived. All they knew was that they were alive, and that was the only truth that mattered in their hearts right now, a feeling that was absolutely wonderful. Someone cheered, crying tears of joy, completely overwhelmed with emotion. The scene shifts to BU, our main character. After taking down the necromancer, he was completely exhausted and collapsed like a dead fish. A moment later, he slowly came to, panting heavily, his face etched with exhaustion. "I'm so tired. I just want to go home right now. I don't want to be here anymore." Soon after, the Magic Knights from Stella Academy immediately flew to the cemetery to assess the situation and bring the group back to the academy. It had been a pretty rough trip. As soon as he returned, our main character was called in and scolded by Professor Lee, his voice stern. "Boo. You said you were going to train in a scenic place with fresh air, but instead you ended up at a cemetery. You lied. I suppose the air at the cemetery is quite fresh, is it? Or perhaps you enjoy the aroma there?" Buso had no excuse for Professor Lee's sarcasm, so he simply bowed his head and apologized, his voice filled with remorse. "I'm sorry, sir. I only got off the bus because I had a feeling something bad was about to happen. I didn't do it on purpose." The professor nodded, his tone softening slightly. "I understand your intentions, but rules are rules. You will be punished, and there are no exceptions, so don't even try to beg your way out of it. However, the fact that you didn't hesitate to rush into battle to protect your friends, even at the cost of breaking Stella Academy's rules, is commendable. You're a good student. You have done very well. The school will grant you a well-deserved reward and bonus points. This is your reward for your courage. Look forward to it, and don't you forget." "Yes, sir. Thank you, Professor. You're the best." After speaking, Professor Lee turned and left, likely to attend to other matters, leaving our main character standing there alone with a sigh, lost in thought. "Well, I guess I'll get going too. No reason to stay here. The doctor said it'll take a few days for the wound on my thigh to heal, so I need to get some proper rest, or it'll just get worse." As he was walking and thinking, the sound of someone's soft footsteps approached, as light as a breeze. Buso turned around, wondering if someone was coming to thank him or to collect a debt. It turned out to be none other than the female lead, Isan, a beautiful and talented girl. In the story, Iseon is a girl who always wears a radiant, angelic smile. No matter how heavy her burdens are, she always stands tall and overcomes every hardship she faces. She is truly a strong person. She's an absolutely wonderful character. Everyone adored. Seeing Yuso staring intently at her, Isoni spoke, her voice as gentle as a breeze. "I'm truly so grateful to you, because today, you were my savior." The male protagonist replied gently, his voice full of humor. "Well, treat me to a meal next time, or I won't let you off the hook." But Isone's expression didn't look too good. Something was clearly on her mind, she thought to herself, her face deep in thought. "There's one thing I've learned from this event. No, even from before that. A harsh lesson, which is that there are many people in this world more exceptional than me. I'm just a single grain of sand in a vast desert. I've always considered myself an unparalleled genius, second to none. That assessment hasn't changed. I'm still just as confident. However, it wasn't until I enrolled in Stella Academy that I learned the truth that the world is vast and there's no shortage of truly extraordinary people. I was just a frog at the bottom of a well. I came to Stella Academy with the goal of becoming the best, someone no one could surpass. But I've realized this isn't an easy task at all, it's just too hard." Suddenly, Isone spoke up, her voice filled with curiosity. "Could I do that too? If I tried, could I be like you? Or is it impossible?" The male protagonist was quite taken aback by this question, thinking in confusion, his face filled with worry. This isn't good. The Isone from before would never have asked such a question. There's definitely a problem. Perhaps Isone became this way because of me. Did I do something wrong? In the original storyline, Isone had to face all the trials a protagonist must endure, and, by some miracle, she overcame them all. A truly extraordinary person. The Necromancer's raid was just like that, no different. Izone probably managed to turn things around with a strategy she devised herself, and through those efforts, she changed the tide of the battle. Such a smart person. However, because of my intervention, Isone only had to endure the trials without any of the plot points about overcoming so-called adversity. Such bad luck. Currently, she's always relying on the people around her instead of solving things on her own. That's why, despite going through so many events, Isone's spirit remains as fragile as a delicate flower. For a moment, the male protagonist didn't know how to answer her question. It was a truly difficult question. Spouting empty platitudes would only hurt Isone more. It would be of no use at all. Therefore, Yuseo decided to express his heartfelt feelings to her, offering a piece of sincere advice. "You don't need to ask me. You've already demonstrated things that other people thought were impossible. You've accomplished something extraordinary. That is your miracle, your success. Be confident." After hearing this, Izone asked in surprise, her voice filled with curiosity, "How did you know that? Or do you have superpowers?" The male protagonist replied gently, his voice full of warmth. "Because I've always been watching you. I know what kind of person you are." This answer made Izone even more flustered, her mind probably racing with all sorts of thoughts. Her cheeks suddenly flushed red with embarrassment, looking quite adorable. Seeing Isone's reaction, the male protagonist was startled and thought to himself in a panic, "Wait a minute. Doesn't that make me sound like a stalker? Crap, what the heck did I just say? I'm such an idiot." Then, the flustered protagonist said his goodbyes and left like a thief. "Well, I'll be going now. Goodbye." Only then did the male protagonist dare to breathe a sigh of relief, having narrowly escaped disaster. "Oh man, I almost blew it. Damn it. Whew, that was close." Meanwhile, Isone was deep in thought, pondering Boo's earlier words. She was probably thinking a lot. He said he's always been watching me? Was he joking? No one has ever cared about the child of a traitor like me. I'm just an outcast. Even if someone did, their only purpose was to scrutinize and criticize my mistakes, not to genuinely care. No one really cares about me. I'm so lonely. However, has that person really been watching me? Or did I mishear? The words of the young man, Boo, pierced through the icy heart of Ison like a warm ray of sunshine. They flowed through her veins and remained etched in her mind. Unforgettable. She could feel her heart pounding, a flame growing within her, a strange sensation. Her passion for magic and her seemingly lost goals were reawakened, as if resurrected. Before Ison realized it, the sun had risen on the horizon. A new day had begun. A new day began in the city, a bustling and vibrant metropolis. There was a place where the world's most brilliant mages gathered. The Magic Council, a place of great power, where people were so immersed in magic they couldn't break away, like addicts. And here, a momentous event was about to take place, an event that would capture everyone's attention. Everyone was currently buzzing about how students from Stella Academy had defeated a 5th-tier necromancer, a piece of news that was truly shocking. This is ridiculous. What era are we in for a necromancer to appear? Or is someone joking? Have those dark mages not truly disappeared with time? Or are they plotting something? It's sensational news, but the fact that Stella Academy students defeated a 5th-tier necromancer is absolutely true. There's no mistake. Hearing everyone gossiping about the necromancer, Buso thought to himself, his face full of confusion. It's just an awards ceremony, yet the entire Ministry of Magic is here. Reporters and nobles coming to watch is really over the top. They're making a huge deal out of this. Or is there something shady going on? Wait. What? Princess Hongbong looks pretty excited. Huh, or did something good happen? He looks ecstatic over there, probably won the lottery. Sensing Biu Seo's gaze on him, Hongbong turned around, his expression as cold as ever, and said in an annoyed tone, "What are you looking at? Haven't you ever seen a pretty boy before?" The main character stammered awkwardly in reply. "It's nothing, I was just spacing out." After that, Professor Lee Hangun looked towards everyone present and shouted in a powerful voice, "Everyone, quiet down and be orderly." A solemn atmosphere filled the hall. Today, 13 of the bravest heroes, the ones who carried the news of the fight against the Dark Mage, will be called to receive their rewards. The prestige of the awards skyrocketed when the principal himself would be the one presenting it to them. This shocking news left all 13 rookies stunned, bewildered, and flabbergasted, especially Biu Sun. He never expected that the person presenting the award would be none other than Elman Elwin, the 9th-tier mage, a legendary idol, the final boss of humanity. The presence of Elman Elwin, a familiar NPC from the game and practically a main character himself, made the ceremony even more epic. Despite having grinded for 300 years, his appearance remained agelessly youthful, like a teenager in his late teens or early 20s, with a constant, mischievous smile. But hidden behind that cheesy, cute exterior was an overwhelming power, the most powerful mage in the world. A man with the intimidating nickname, the Destructive Murderer. While everyone was still processing, Elman Elwin gracefully passed by each student, patting their shoulders one by one in encouragement. "You all did very well. Continue to work hard and be brave in the future." Then, the respected headmaster's dignified steps approached the position of Big Khan. His eyes were as clear as a child's. Can you believe it? This was the 300-year-old headmaster, whose face was even more youthful than the students'. Even so, standing before him, the main character still felt an intense pressure, instinctively gulping hard. Just one look was putting on this much pressure. He was mentally shaken. This was level 9, something that only 10 people in the world possessed. No, I can't back out now. The tension felt like a string about to snap. The headmaster seemed to notice his taut tension, smiled brightly, and said, "Still as diligent as ever, just as I expected." With that, he turned and walked away, leaving the main character with a series of question marks hanging over his head. What did he mean by that? A moment later, an announcement came over the speakers, signaling that the awards ceremony had officially concluded. Back in the dormitory, Big Yusion stared at the check in his hand, attached to the certificate, his jaw dropping in amazement as he exclaimed, "Whoa, they awarded me a whole 5 million credits. This is the absolute best. With this much money, I probably won't have to worry about finances for a long time." Even in his wildest dreams, the main character never expected the academy to be so generous, giving out such a huge sum. This amount might be nothing to rich kids like Hong Byun or Haegun Rang, but for people in dire situations like Big Yuseon or Yi Seon, this was truly a massive reward. Additionally, the ultimate prize in the series of rewards for this incident was the Death Mage's mana container, something that could be considered the heart of a necromancer. He rejoiced inwardly, muttering, "Even though it's a bit tricky right now, with Anarisa, it won't be long before I can create a private space, and then carrying items around will be easy game, right?" However, to do that, he first had to solve the formula for the chaos algorithm. Fortunately, the other students happily gave up their slots, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Next up were the rewards from the system. Chapter 4. The Necromancer's Ambush has been completed. You have received a large amount of experience for progressing the story in a unique way. You will receive an additional reward from the Constellatio project. The rewards include 1. A list version of an item used in the game, 2. A demo version of a skill collected in the game, and 3. Experience points. After reading the information, he was completely stunned, bewildered, and floored that there was also this kind of reward. It wasn't that he disliked it, but he was gradually realizing how weak his current abilities were. So he really needed this compensation. So he really had to weigh his options carefully. He thought the most important thing right now was still skills. Then let's put it into the experience points for the blink skill. Through the recent battle, he had realized just how pathetically weak he was. Trying to keep up with others was useless. He had to get ahead using the knowledge he possessed. After his selection was complete, the system immediately announced, "Reward has been granted. The experience points for the blink skill are now sufficient. The skill has been upgraded." Blink was now level 2, with a maximum range of 12 meters, a maximum of 3 charges, and a 3-second cooldown. The main character could clearly feeling the change in himself. Although the distance didn't increase, It remained the same, but for now, that was enough. Big Yuseong clenched his fists in joy. The number of charges for his flash skill had finally increased. Now I can use flash more freely. Since he had some time to chill, he immediately thought about the next issue. The condition of Iseon was a bit of a mess. Initially, Iseon grew up experiencing all sorts of hardships and adversities, but it seemed she was quite shocked by the culture shock during the Necromancer event that day. As he recalled, the original case was even lamer than the current version, and also wasn't much better. Next up was Iseon. He thought he wanted to help her a bit so that the top-tier, brilliant talent she didn't even know existed within her could be unleashed. The scene changes to a dark meditation class, where Iseon was also present. She seemed to be drifting in a dream world, floating in mid-air, feeling pretty good. A cold wind blew past, and she felt as if something was stuck inside her. Iseon tried to push it out time and time again, but it was no use. She was startled by someone's call. "Student." She hurriedly looked around and saw the student sitting cross-legged and meditating just like her. Iseon thought to herself, "Huh, did I fall asleep?" A transparent butterfly flew past her ear, carrying the professor's voice. "Iseon, were you using magic during meditation again? Look up at your own head and see." Hearing that, she looked up with wide, astonished eyes. Indeed, there was a lone pillar of ice floating in the air not far from her. She had used magic without any warning. Iseon was stunned, thinking, wait. When did I create this? I didn't perform any formulas or calculations. Besides, the other students didn't notice either. Even though it's just a tier 1 magic, shouldn't they have felt the flow of mana? If this is truly the effect of meditation, Big Yuseong had introduced her to meditation, which made her very curious. Before, she was a bit hesitant, but surprisingly, the effect wasn't just okay. It was absolutely amazing. The other students who were meditating seemed to be distracted by other thoughts or were dozing off. But whenever they cleared their minds and meditated, their concentration would increase at lightning speed, and their spell-casting speed would increase significantly. Could it be that Big Yusung planned all of this? A while later, the meditation session ended. Students swarmed out to get lunch. Instead of going to the cafeteria, Iseon chose a red bean bun for her meal. As she ate, she thought with delight thanks to the prize money, I can enjoy a cream-filled red bean bun that costs 1,500 credits. What a happy ending. Suddenly, a voice spoke from beside her. Hello, Iseon. Her eyes fell upon the appearance of Prince Jeremy Skelvin. He was even smiling lightly as if he was genuinely happy. His sparkling smile wasn't manly at all, but rather had a hint of pure cuteness that made her heart flutter. Then, Jeremy Skelvin smiled brightly and continued, Have you joined any clubs yet? Iseon replied, a little surprised, No, I haven't joined any clubs yet. Jeremy Skelvin added, Really? Then why not join our club? Of course, Iseon wasn't naive enough to accept such a good offer so unexpectedly. There must be something mysterious behind this generosity. This deal needs to be checked carefully first. She narrowed her eyes and asked, What's the condition? Jeremy Skelvin smiled and said, A condition? There's nothing. It's simply me. I just like you. But this answer made Iseon think even harder. Especially for a woman like her, it was clear. Iseon was a captivating girl. She was a genius among geniuses, reaching level 3 at the age of 17, and on top of that, her looks were quite stunning. However, on the other hand, the title, Child of a Traitor, was stuck to her like glue, so no one wanted to keep her close. But Prince Jeremy Skelvin was different. He must have had a reason for approaching her. She thought he was a scheming snake. It was obvious that he was trying to make her his trophy. Seeing Iseon still hesitating, Jeremy Skelvin moved closer and added, Oh my, you don't believe me? Iseon, I'm really not setting any conditions. You just need to join my club and always be by my side. I'll do everything for you. You know who I am, better than anyone. Iseon was a sharp girl, so she knew better than anyone. The Scamb Empire was currently in conflict with the Ado Lebet Kingdom, and if she had the power of Crown Prince Jeremy, her current unbearable life could come to an end. She wouldn't have to be happy over just a red bean bun, nor would she have to endure the humiliation of being a traitor's daughter, even though she knew she shouldn't. Thinking about it made her hesitate. The moment Iseon opened her mouth to say something with vacant eyes, Jeremy Skelvin smiled unconsciously, feeling his goal was within reach. But just then, someone's hand rose, and without another word, Flame approached and suddenly landed a heavy slap across Iseon's cheek. The unexpected slap left both her and the prince frozen, not understanding what was happening. In contrast to her bewildered face, harsh words spewed from Flame's mouth. You piece of trash. Her eyes were filled with rage. Flame berated her relentlessly, to her face. You said you wanted to be with me, but now you're flirting with someone else behind my back? You clearly said you liked me, and now, you want to ghost me? Before anyone could process it, Flame grabbed her wrist and dragged her away. Come with me, we need to have a little chat. And with that, Flame quickly pulled Ison away, leaving the prince bewildered, but also intrigued, by this girl with such a cool personality. A moment later, behind the school campus, Flame let out a sigh of relief. Phew, that was a close call. Ison, still completely confused, replied, What was that about? What did you want to talk to me about? Flame continued, You should thank me anyway. If you had refused without a reason, that guy would have pestered you for life. Sorry, for hitting you, I'm leaving now. With that, Flame waved goodbye and left, leaving Ison standing there, dazed and confused, completely clueless about what had just happened. Meanwhile, as Flame walked away, she thought, I did the right thing, didn't I? If Ison had fallen for it and joined the club, she would have been completely destroyed by Jeremy, and he would have spread all sorts of insults and humiliating rumors that are unspeakable for a woman. Even the achievements Ison had earned on her own would have been ignored by everyone. Afterward, Ison's depression would have gotten much worse. I tried not to interfere with the plot's development, but seeing Ison's tragedy, I thought that intervening sometimes isn't so bad. Despite my temporary amnesia about the future, I'm still trying my best to change the events that are still hazy. Flame suddenly glanced back, feeling a little scared inside, but I wonder if my act will be exposed. The scene changes to Jeremy Skelvin's room, where he is sitting, enjoying a fragrant cup of tea, lost in thought, and muttering, Flame, was it? How interesting. The way she tried, hiding her emotions in front of me. How interesting. Who is she trying to one-up? I want her. Just like that. The prince changed his target to someone else. The scene shifts to the next day, when the sun has risen and a new day has begun. Inside a classroom, teacher Lai Hangon's voice is heard saying, Starting today, we will conduct a simulated monster combat practice. In this practical exam, your targets will no longer be the usual weakest level 1 or level 2 monsters. Instead, you will have to face mid-tier level 3 monsters, creatures that are incredibly dangerous and much tougher to handle. I know an ordinary student can't solo kill monsters this strong, so the goal this time is to form teams, find the monster's weaknesses, and take them down using your team's strategy. The specific regulations have been distributed. From now on, you can move around and choose a mid-tier monster as your target. Additionally, you will have enough time to practice with that monster. Go to the Stella Dome. To the north is a fiery valley. To the south is a sea of ice. To the west is a barren desert, while to the east is a swamp with overgrown bushes. So, go there and find which terrain best suits your team's style and hunt down a mid-sized monster that fits your team's combat style, then proceed to eliminate it. Class A and Class S will participate together in this practice. The evaluation test will take place in 4 days. After that, you will demonstrate your battle with the monster you've practiced with, form teams of up to 6 people, and submit the list to me. Hearing this, Ison stood there all alone, feeling lost, as no one wanted to team up with her. She felt a bit disappointed, thinking to herself, I hate teamwork the most. This competency evaluation is super important. If I don't get a good result, I'll have to say goodbye to my scholarship. If I don't have the scholarship money, I'll have to study and grind at a part-time job on weekends or during breaks. The consequence is that the time for my studies will shrink, and the path to a scholarship will become more and more distant. My progress in magic will also plummet, and an increasingly bleak future awaits me. I have to try harder. Suddenly, the voice of someone in front caught her attention. Princess, will you team up with me? Her train of thought was interrupted. Ison unconsciously looked ahead, only to see countless students swarming around Princess Hongbei Jian. They were constantly giving reasons why they were better than the others. As expected of a royal princess, countless students gathered around her, and Princess Hongbei Jian had the right to pick anyone she wanted for her team. But in contrast to that scene, Ison was completely alone, with no one even thinking of approaching her. Her eyes, as she looked at Hongbei Jian, showed a hint of admiration, thinking to herself, before Adon Levis wiped out my family, I was also surrounded by such flattery. Both of them had similar starting points. Back when the Moore family, with their ice attribute, was still at their peak, and the Odolovit royal family, with their fire attribute. At the time when these two families competed to dominate the magical world, both sides were always in a tense power struggle, constantly holding each other in check, with neither side being stronger than the other. It was for that very reason that Hongbei Jian and Ison were two children born with natural talent. While Ison created a needle made of ice, Hongbei Jian created a flame from her finger. This can be simply explained as having full skills. Being able to use magic right from birth, even without ever being taught, is a gift from creation. It allows them to one day reach the celestial realm, a realm that all mages aspire to, where the entire world craves to achieve unparalleled power. All eyes were on Ison and Hongbian. They confidently accepted the reality that they were the chosen ones, born into the noblest magical family and possessing the greatest talent any mage could dream of. Ison once believed that one day she would become a notorious mage until the Adon Levitt royal family completely annihilated her clan. Thinking of this, she clenched her fists, telling herself not to get worked up. Back then, I thought I was the chosen one. Can I really get revenge on Adon Levitt now? Just like that, Ison stood there dazed, lost in her own train of thought, and just as the seeds of anxiety were about to sprout in Ison's heart, a familiar voice called out from behind, "Hey, are you all by yourself?" The person who arrived was none other than our main character, Bigu-san. Seeing his bright face, Ison sighed and said, "What is it?" Hearing this, Bigu-san knew he had come at the right time. Ison's confidence hadn't been completely overshadowed by darkness yet, and this was the moment for him to help her regain her confidence and shine like a god in front of all the mages at Stella Academy. Thinking this, the main character flashed a dazzling smile, pointed to himself, and said, "Team up with me." Over on the other side, Princess Hongbian quickly noticed Bigu-san's arrival. She felt a little disappointed, thinking, "Is that Bigu-san?" She wondered why he would pick Ison as a teammate when he had a ton of other options. Meanwhile, Ison was also extremely surprised. She asked Bigu-san again, "Did you just say, team up?" Bigu-san slowly explained, "You know there's no rule about the minimum number of members, right? The two of us can form a team and get bonus points for having a small group." Hearing that, Ison was startled and exclaimed, "Are you crazy? How can two people take on a medium-sized, level 3 monster?" After saying this, Ison's mind was unconsciously convinced. A thought popped into her head. For some strange reason, if it's with Bigu-san, I believe I can do it. Seeing that she didn't refuse, the main character gave a confident smile and asked, "So, are you in or not?" Hearing this, Ison froze for a second. She thought for a moment, then finally nodded and said, "I agree. It's not like I have anyone else to team up with anyway." Bigu-san heard this and laughed. "Haha, perfect decision, then I'll go submit the roster." After saying that, the main character turned and left, leaving Ison to watch his retreating back. Just then, the sound of someone's footsteps approached. Ison was quite surprised by the person's sudden appearance. Hongbian stood in front of Ison, crossed her arms annoyedly, and said, "Hey." Startled, Ison replied, "What do you want? If you're trying to compete with me." Before she could finish, Hongbian cut her off. "What nonsense are you talking about? You should worry about yourself, you shameless pig in human skin." Hearing Hongbian's contemptuous words, Ison's heart felt like salt was being rubbed into a wound. After that, Hongbian also turned her back and walked away. Now, Ison understood the reason Hongbian approached her wasn't because she was afraid of her potential, but simply because Ison had snatched Bigu-san from under her nose. Realizing this truth, Ison clenched her fists and let out a bitter laugh. It turns out that in Hongbae-jeon's eyes, she was completely invisible. Hongbae-jeon continued to walk away, while Ison stood there with a gloomy expression, wondering why she got so worked up that she blurted out those words. Such foolish things. A princess would never act so ungracefully. Hongbae-jeon thought to herself, "This is so annoying. Am I really going to lose to a good-for-nothing and a commoner? Although I can team up with anyone, it has to be at least a decent night to be beneficial for me." She scanned her surroundings, and her attention was drawn to Ma Yusong. Without a moment's hesitation, she approached Ma Yusong, who was hesitating at a crossroads, deciding whether to form a team or go solo. Seeing the princess approach, he asked, "Hello, princess. What can I do for you?" Hongbae-jeon replied, "Have you formed a team yet?" A bit surprised by the question, Ma Yusong answered, "Not yet. I was planning to go alone." "Alone?" Hongbae-jeon was slightly shocked, but quickly composed herself and continued, "Then team up with me." Ma Yusong slightly smirked, as he replied, Is that necessary?" This was clearly a blunt rejection, but Hongbae-jeon wasn't one to easily give up. She was determined from the start. With that in mind, she said, "Big Yu-sun and I-sun have already teamed up. You know that the fewer team members, the more bonus points you get, right?" Hongbae-jeon glanced towards Big Yu-sun's group. Ma Yuseong also looked over and saw the two of them chatting happily. Meanwhile, Hongbae-jeon was still talking. "I don't think they're aiming for ordinary mid-sized monsters, but special mid-sized and large monsters. I'll say it again, team up with me." Ma Yuseong thought about it. Even though he knew Hongbae-jeon was trying to provoke him, The offer to challenge Big Yusun's team awakened his competitive spirit. Finally, he smiled and said, I see, that sounds pretty interesting. I've also wanted to test myself against Big Yusun at least once. Let's turn the tables on them. Hearing this, Hongbei-jeon let out a sigh of relief and replied, All right, then I'll be counting on you. She shot a sharp glance towards Ison and Big Yusun, thinking to herself, just you wait and see. This time, I'll make both of you disappear. Time passed, and after 4 days, the preparations were complete. The simulated monster battle was officially underway. Instructor Lee Hangon's voice rang out. All right. We will now begin the evaluation test for Class S and Class A. Each group will have the right to choose the monster they want to face, ranging from cakewalk levels to incredibly difficult ones. While Flame was warming up, whispers echoed all around. Oh, is Team 16 choosing Mick? That mid-sized monster looks like a piece of cake. Flame thought with determination. It's fine. I've trained thoroughly. Although, I can't hunt special monsters for attribute bonus points or large special monsters as long as I can. Take down this Tier 3 mid-sized monster by myself. It'll be enough to get the maximum score. Normally, it takes 5 Tier 1 mages to deal with a Tier 1 mid-sized monster, and if you can take advantage of elemental weaknesses, extensive experience, and a favorable environment, then defeating higher tier monsters is also within reach. But I use light-based magic, which automatically bypasses any elemental counters, so I'll just have to deal with it. Flame decided to skip the special or high-tier monsters to focus on getting a high score with her own abilities. While waiting for her turn, Flame suddenly saw Ison. She recalled that in the original novel, Ison, because of pressured by Princess Hongbei-jeon and her clique, she couldn't practice or form a party with anyone. In the end, Ison had to take the test alone and got terrible results, not even scoring high enough to earn a scholarship. Ison then had to work a part-time job to make a living, enduring all sorts of humiliation and oppression from other students. That situation caused Ison's magic to stagnate, and gradually, her spirit was also heavily affected. But now, a new chapter has begun. Flame and Big Yusun, transmigrators from the future, have appeared, and thus the original storyline has changed. Big Yusun chose to form a party with Ison, despite his goldfish memory preventing him from remembering anything about his past. But thanks to love and patience, Izoni's future looks brighter than ever. Just then, a loud explosion rang out, startling Flame and making her turn around. Looking toward the arena, she saw the monster had been defeated. Professor Liangon announced, Group 16 has completed the test. You all worked hard. The audience cheered, and Flame knew it was almost her turn. Her heart began to beat faster with a mix of nervousness and determination. After congratulating the group that just finished their test, the instructor announced for Group 17 to prepare for their test. Hearing the announcement, Flame immediately responded loudly, Yes, I'm on my way. She quickly moved toward the testing platform, heading to where the two main characters, Big Yusun and Izone, were standing. She coldly walked past both of them, but as bad luck would have it, while passing them, Flame accidentally stepped on her own shoelace, causing her to lose her balance and stumble forward. In that hair-raising moment, an arm from behind grabbed her by the collar, saving her from a painful fall. The sight of a small, cute girl dangling from someone's hand made the audience burst out laughing. Laughter echoed throughout the stands. Ha ha ha, so chibi. This girl is even shorter than my little sister, and the one holding Flame's collar was none other than Big Yusun. The male lead asked a bit awkwardly, Are you okay? Flame felt embarrassed being held by the collar like a baby, at a loss for words. Then, Big Yusun let go of her. Flame shyly turned to thank Big Yusun, but he just pointed at her feet and said, It's nothing. You should tie your shoelace. Looking down, Flame realized one of her shoelaces was a tangled mess. She silently recalled that Jackie had tied them securely before. Seeing Flame struggling, Big Yusun offered to help tie it, but Flame quickly refused and fixed it herself. She thought to herself, Good thing I caught that in time, or I would have totally bombed the test. After tying her shoe, Flame stepped onto the testing platform. Her demeanor was incredibly confident. When the audience saw her standing alone, they began to whisper, Is she by herself? It looks that way. No way she's planning to solo an intermediate-level monster by herself. Some of the male students glanced at each other, whispering about individuals who couldn't form a party because they were loners. In the world of magic, they said, interpersonal relationships are very important. Flame's test began with her opponent, an intermediate-level monster of enormous size. Standing before it, Flame was just a tiny ant. The pressure from the size difference was immense. The surrounding chatter continued unabated. That monster has no special attributes, so it's hopeless. Just then, the instructor's announcement rang out. All right then, Group 17, the test begins now. As soon as she got the signal from the instructor, the monster charged at Flame with lightning speed. But Flame remained still, concentrating on her chant, ignoring the worried whispers. The stands. Look at that rushed and flustered state. How could she possibly handle this alone? As she completed the spell, the whispers of flower petals followed the wind, and a golden magic circle appeared at her feet. Flame, with a look full of determination, believed she could do it. Powerful vines shot up from the ground, tightly wrapping around the monster's body, making it unable to move, standing completely still. Next, Flame cast a material transformation spell, causing the vines to harden like stone, gradually weakening the monster, its body trembling incessantly in frustration. But Flame knew it still wasn't enough to finish it. She continued to summon 3 halos above her head, concentrating her power for a one-hit attack. Just then, the beast seemed to go berserk and flexed its muscles. The vines began to crack under the strain, and just a second later, they all snapped. The beast, freed from the vines, charged again with ferocious, bloodshot eyes. It opened its massive maw, intending to swallow Flame whole. At that exact moment, Flame's spell activated, and a huge beam of light shot out, piercing straight through the attacking monster, leaving a fatal wound a large hole in its body. Meanwhile, Flame was also out of juice after using nearly all her mana, panting heavily. The giant monster was finally defeated, and it collapsed with a thud onto the ground, which seemed to shake from the impact. Watching from a distance, the students were utterly astonished. The teachers and guests took off their glasses and put them back on, not believing their eyes. The students who once mocked her were now all silent. Wow, that was unreal. Our group of 5 couldn't even take down a medium-sized monster. Who is she? Teacher Lehangon announced that Team 17's test was complete and praised Flame. She bowed her head in thanks and left the stage, thinking to herself, phew, finally passed. As Flame was returning to her seat, she was surprised to see someone's arrival. Her eyes widened in shock, wondering if she was seeing things. Meanwhile, the students from the next group were stepping onto the arena floor. The teacher's voice rang out, "We will now begin the test for Team 31. And the next intense match between 2 opponents who could be considered the strongest in this academy was about to begin." All eyes were on them, especially the first-year students. They acted as if they were seeing a Korean idol, screaming non-stop, "It's Princess Hong Baejeon, Princess Hong Bian of the Adelaide royal family, and her teammate is the one with the top server entrance score, Mao Xian. He's so handsome. How can someone in this world be both handsome and smart? This is going to be a top-tier performance for sure. Go, Princess. Go, Mao Xian. Over here." Flame leaned against the wall, thinking to herself, Hong Bian, who was supposed to team up with 6 people from her faction, is now teaming up with Mao Xian? In the original story, these 2 characters had absolutely no connection in the original novel, but now they're on the same team. The more she thought about it, the more Flame's head ached. What a strange combo. While Flame was confused, a monster was summoned by Hong Bian's team. Its body was covered in smooth diamond-hard scales and coated with a layer of slime. It also had 2 fin-like wings that allowed it to fly through the sky. It also had arms and legs, with a head that resembled a carp, giving it a very strange appearance. The students watching from the stands couldn't help but gasped in amazement. Wait a minute, this is unbelievable. A phantom fish? Oh my god, that's a special mid to large-sized monster. I can't believe they dare to challenge an impossible monster of a different attribute like that. Are they out of their minds? Some of the professors and mages in the stands had to quickly pull out their magic charts to look up information on Mao and Hong Bian's magic attributes. Many groups have tried to take on special mid-tier monsters, but all of them failed miserably. Not to mention, most of them fought with a magical advantage, but Hong Bian's group is completely giving up that advantage. This is clearly an attempt to aim for bonus points. Meanwhile, some people were extremely impressed, as expected of the princess of the Adelaide Empire. She's top tier. Just finding a phantom fish is a huge problem in itself. I can't believe they're going this big. According to the original novel, the attribute that Princess Hong Bian can use is fire, while Mao Xian can use all 3 attributes, earth, lightning, and fire. However, those are just his secondary ones. His true attribute is still carefully hidden, and Mao Xian can't reveal the truth about it. Therefore, he'll just state the attribute he's most confident in. As for the phantom fish, it's a water-type monster, one of the variants with tough scales. They were once the rulers of the sea thanks to their intelligence and large numbers. But due to a curse centuries ago, they lost all of their intellect. Now they are just simple monsters. However, those monsters still possess the special ability of a dominant species, which is the ability to fly through the air. Therefore, this water-type monster is completely immune to lightning magic, which is considered a critical weakness for flying species. Moreover, it counters the attributes that Mao Xian often uses. Not only are the two of them targeting a special mid to large-sized monster that everyone has failed against, but they're even giving up all their attribute advantages. It seems the two of them are aiming to get a perfect score on this test, but that's a score they can only get if they succeed. While everyone was still buzzing with discussion, the homeroom teacher Li Hanggan gave the signal to start. As soon as the signal was given, the monster fish shot high into the air and roared. Its foul breath spread throughout the stands. Watching the phantom fish getting closer and closer, Hong Bian said as she raised her magic staff forward. "Let's begin. Just stick to the original plan." Beside her, Mao Xian nodded and replied, "Understood, princess." After speaking, he spun his wand while backing away. Watching from a distance, a student spoke up. "What are they trying to do?" The student next to him also said in confusion, "I thought they were going to attack, but why is the knight moving behind the mage? What kind of bizarre thing is going on?" While the audience was focused on their performance, Mao Xian suddenly used Speed Boost and leaped into the air, intending to confront the phantom fish head-on. On the other side, Doc Goang saw Mao Xian's confident and incredibly cool demeanor, stroked his chin, and said, "Oh, for a first-year student, his speed boost is quite impressive, isn't it?" Banjian nodded in agreement. "That's right, this kid is quite something, but at that level, there's no way he can reach that monster. Besides, speed boost can't be used in the air, in mid-air. What on earth could he be planning?" Faced with everyone's disbelief, Mao Xian used his wand to summon a square stone platform beneath his feet. Next, a fireball cast by Hong Bian exploded precisely at Mao Xian's position. After using a speed boost, the shockwave propelled his body forward once again. Mao Xian shot toward the monster like a rocket. Witnessing the coordination of Team 31, the audience was left wide-eyed by their performance. Their teamwork is so seamless, it's truly unbelievable. Upon approaching the phantom fish, Mao Xian created a colossal stone fist in mid-air. He then slammed the giant's fist straight into the phantom fish's body, sending the monster plummeting to the ground at a terrifying speed. When the dust settled, the phantom fish lay motionless on the ground. The immense physical impact had cracked its tough shell. Without missing a beat, Mao Xian continued to cast his magic. A blue magic circle appeared on the ground, and countless boulders erupted, pinning the monster and rendering it immobile. However, Mao Xian wasn't a crowd control specialist, and his magic was quickly shattered by the phantom fish as it flexed its power. Seeing his spell broken so easily, Ma Yuxian, who had just landed, wasn't angry at all. His goal was simply to buy time, because Princess Hongbian's ultimate destruction spell was now complete. Immediately after, a massive fireball, looking like a miniature sun, descended directly upon the phantom fish's body, causing it to roar in agony. This was followed by an earth-shattering explosion that engulfed the entire area. Up in the stands, the students couldn't believe their eyes, sweat beading on their foreheads. Good heavens, that was only a third circle spell. How can a fire-type spell make it scream in agony like that? My eyes must be deceiving me. Seeing that the phantom fish still wasn't completely defeated, Mao Xian cast a lightning-type spell. As the spell completed, he smirked. "It's over." The moment the words left his mouth, a pillar of lightning descended upon the phantom fish. Even though it was a water-type monster, in the face of absolute power, type advantages become meaningless. After those two attacks, the phantom fish was finally defeated, its body gradually disappearing, leaving only dust and sand in the arena. Witnessing this spectacle, the crowd in the stands went wild. They erupted in applause and cheers of praise. The phantom fish was taken down before it could even react. That's insane. The new students this year are really something else. Especially that first-year girl earlier who took down a mid-tier monster all by herself. She was also amazing. These freshmen are no joke. Their skill level could rival the third-year S-class seniors. For real? You bet. After their performance ended, Hong Bian and Mao Xian headed back to their seats. Feeling the envious and admiring gazes of everyone, Hong Bian felt incredibly confident. The feeling of soaring high after such a glorious victory, combined with that casual flex of overwhelming power, was enough to make our princess automatically delude herself into believing she was the true protagonist of this test. Glancing over at Bakyusion and Ioi's team, in her mind, a huge question echoed, "Can you even beat me? No matter what kind of monster you and Ioi choose, you could never put on a more spectacular performance than we did." Of course, those were just her own narcissistic thoughts. Who knows? Maybe it was just to rattle the fragile soul of Princess Hongbong. The thing is, When Baek Yuseong stepped onto the platform, a single sentence from him left the entire stadium stunned. Without a single sound, please summon 5 monsters for me. Needless to say, the entire crowd's jaws were on the floor. As for Princess Hongbong, her expression of shock, bewilderment, and utter disbelief was written all over her face. While the beauty tried to maintain her composure, the other onlookers had already started to whisper. What did I just hear? Weren't all the other teams, aside from Princess Hongbong's and Flames, struggling to form 5-person teams just to barely take on a single mid-sized monster? And yet, now these two were planning to take on 5 at once. Oh my god. I've heard some rumors about him, Yusung, but is he insane or something? All eyes were now like spotlights fixed on our protagonist. Countless rays of blue light enveloped the pair, and the summoning spell succeeded. And just like that, a horde of mid-sized monsters materialized in the arena, looking quite formidable. Our protagonist and Isol were now surrounded by the monsters, like ants swarming bait, standing right in the middle of them. The two of them looked small and fragile enough to be crushed like ants. From a special vantage point, the two judges couldn't help but be a little surprised by the imposing appearance of the monster horde. For a brief introduction, according to the renowned monsterologist Bager, Yuseong's team had summoned an all-star lineup including a poison frog, also known as a Maridon, a black sand bison, a Caden bird, a Nami slime, and a rather formidable-looking bat. Princess Hongbong, who was standing nearby, turned to Ma Yusung with a look of clear curiosity and asked, "Hey, Ma Yusung, do you notice anything?" Caught by surprise, Ma Yusung glanced at the princess before letting his gaze drift back to the arena, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. "Not really. I'm just curious about what Yusung is planning. I'm actually looking forward to his performance." Facing the grand entrance of the monster horde, Teacher Lee, the one officiating the match, posed a loaded question. "I just want to ask one thing. Who decided on this monster formation?" With an expression of pure innocence, our protagonist Yuseong replied, "As it happens, I did." Hearing that the player chose the formation himself, Teacher Lee pressed the issue further. "While it's true that as a knight, you can easily score points in situations like this, that's not the case for a bishop. I think this strategy of yours might be a bit too overwhelming for the bishop." At that moment, the 5 monsters had completely surrounded the two of them. Ignoring all the worried and skeptical looks from the crowd, our protagonist flashed a brilliant, confident smile. "Not at all, sir. While it may seem a bit unclear, the strategy I've chosen this time is actually designed specifically for the bishop." Isol, his companion standing beside him, was visibly stunned. After receiving that firm answer, Teacher Lee seemed to have an epiphany, nodding thoughtfully. "Very well, let the match begin." The signal to start was given, and the horde of monsters immediately rushed in to attack our protagonist and Isol. Isol looked a little nervous. Our protagonist gently spoke in a reassuring tone. "You can handle this, right?" Isol replied with conviction. "Of course. Just trust me." Isol immediately pouted. "How am I supposed to trust you? That sounds a little ridiculous." To give his teammate a morale boost, Yuseong uttered a phrase that made Isol freeze for a few seconds. "I trust you." It was a perfect morale buff, a god-tier play from his teammate. Isoi finally let out a sigh of relief as a few stray thoughts wandered through his mind. Head. "Busan, you're really a hard person to understand." That night, Isoi quietly followed behind the main character, her heart full of huge question marks. She finally decided to break the silence. "Hey, you." The main character jumped and turned around, his eyes looking bewildered at her. "Huh?" Seizing the golden opportunity when it was just the two of them, Isoi asked bluntly, "Why me? Honestly, you're a talented knight. You could have chosen anyone else to form a party with." Faced with such a difficult question from Isoi, Baek Yusun could only scratch his head, looking completely troubled. After racking his brain for a while, trying to figure out what to say to please her, he finally spoke up. "It's true that there are many talented and outstanding people in our class. For example, when it comes to fire magic control, no one can compare to Princess Hongbongbon. In terms of control, Flame is truly unbeatable, and Mao Xian is known as the strongest first year. No one can deny that. The two Hgu Jiang are also single-target attackers who would be very suitable to party up with me." The main character seemed to have all the info on the entire class. After hearing this, Isoi became even more confused. Then why? After that tense analysis, Busan turned his back to Isoi, his voice steady. "I still feel that you're the most suitable person to be my teammate. That's all there is to it." Then he turned back and gave her a radiant smile. "All right then, let's keep going." Just as expected, Isoi watched his back, her cheeks unknowingly blushing. It was the first time she had seen him be so serious and still be able to smile. If he's being so sincere, I feel my own sense of responsibility growing. Returning to the present-day arena, Aisoi tightened her grip on the azure staff. A torrent of thoughts began to swirl in her mind. Although I still can't understand what he means, I'm sure he had a reason for choosing me. In that case, I'll show you. Aisoi immediately channeled her power, and magic began to condense around her feet. The azure staff trembled slightly, floating in front of her. In a state of intense concentration, she released powerful streams of mana, causing her to close her eyes, sensing every minute change around her. Within danger lies opportunity, and only by seizing that chance can one's talent truly shine. The students watching from above, like human cameras, also seemed to have noticed the significant change in Aisoi. One of them quickly spoke up. "Wait a minute, isn't that the supernatural resonance skill?" Another student sitting next to him hurriedly chimed in. "No way. That's a special ability that only occurs when mages of level 6 or higher enter a trance-like state. But this technique has a pretty major drawback. If the caster loses focus, the mana flow will immediately reverse. The severe consequences could lead to the user becoming crippled, but right now, she's just a first-year student." While the crowd was chattering away, Aisoi was enveloped by brilliant streams of mana. A beautiful flower was slowly blooming in the middle of the arena, causing everyone to stare in amazement. Busan also turned his gaze toward Aisoi, where miraculous changes were taking place. Countless assessments and analyses flashed through his mind. As expected, she really is a prime candidate for the title of Winter Queen. A meaningful smile appeared on his lips. Well then, let's begin. This was the epic showdown between 2 first-year rookies and 5 mid-tier monsters. At this moment, the only thing they could rely on was themselves. Immediately after, Busan, without a moment's hesitation, he charged straight forward. His flash skill activated, the sword in his hand gleaming, the aura of the main character radiating to the heavens. He unleashed a slash, aiming straight for a monster's belly. His eyes were focused intently, his sharpness on full display. A long gash appeared on the poison frog's abdomen. Feeling the bone-deep pain, the poison frog let out a pathetic, agonizing shriek. Noticing something was amiss, the main character glanced to the side. The first objective, dealing with the poison frog, was complete. Next up, the black sand bison. He thought to himself, when suddenly, the bison whipped its head around to look at the screaming frog. Its eyes were as red as blood, clearly visible on the bison's body. This time, its target was the frog, not the main character. The bison took a deep breath, its 2 front legs pulling back slightly. As if reading his opponent's intentions, Baek Yu-sung smirked, his mind continuing to calculate. Very good. Just as I predicted, the way to deal with 5 mid-tier monsters at once is to create a special atmosphere that turns them into enemies of each other. The fight grew hotter, becoming breathtakingly intense and dramatic. Witnessing this one-of-a-kind spectacle, all the students in the stands simultaneously dropped their jaws, their eyes wide with disbelief. Before them was the sight of 5 monsters beating the crap out of each other. They began to mutter, "Oh my god, what is happening? I can't believe my eyes. Are they really tearing each other apart?" Realizing his plan was on the right track, Baek Yu-sung flashed a victor's smile. Just as I predicted, the plan to make them hostile and kill each other was a success. Or to put it more eloquently, this is the tactic of using a borrowed knife to kill, one of those dirty but effective tricks people often use, employing the strength of others to eliminate an opponent without lifting a finger yourself. Baek Yu-sung continued his lecture. Professional gamers of Ether War once racked their brains trying to figure out how a group of noobs could deal with a horde of powerful monsters. After countless experiments, they finally found a solution by exploiting the monster's traits and attributes. He began to analyze his master plan. First, when I attacked and injured the poison frog, or Maradoon, its forehead emits a red light. This light stimulates the black sand bison's frenzied attack instinct. Then, the bison will spray sand around as it moves. When the sand sticks to the Nami slime, it will feel irritated and create a huge amount of water to keep its skin moist. Excellent. The plan is still on track. Thanks to the barrier on the simulation stage, the water is rising very quickly. As if suddenly remembering something, Baek Yu-sung glanced at the black crow, a cunning smile on his face. Next, it's your turn. He continued to reveal his plan. One of the special traits of the cardon bird is that when it senses moisture, it will let out a piercing shriek with a range of over 7 octaves. When the water rises to a certain level, the cardon bird will feel uncomfortable and emit that piercing sound. And finally, that stimulates the sensitive bat, a species extremely sensitive to sound, which will go berserk and relentlessly attack its enemy. Just as expected, that ear-splitting scream made the bat fly into a rage, lunging at the cardon bird and beating it senseless with a flurry of punches, kicks, scratches, and tears. A kick at the speed of light distorted the cardon bird's face, sending it tumbling backward. By some bizarre miracle, Its body, the carden bird, struck the water monster again, making it boil with rage. Next, Nami didn't hesitate to splash a whole bucket of water in the carden bird's face. Thinking the carden bird would counterattack, it instead turned to glare at the bat, with eyes brimming with killing intent. The bat was no pushover either, glaring back as if to say, "There's plenty of blood over here, come and get it if you dare." As a result, the two monsters clashed for hundreds of rounds with no clear winner. One by one, the other monsters also started picking fights and attacking each other, creating a scene of unprecedented chaos. In the stands, the scholars and professors couldn't hide their astonishment. One of them couldn't help but exclaim, "This is unbelievable. How could that student named Baek Yu-sun know all the characteristics and weaknesses of those 5 monsters? Even I, a scholar specializing in monster studies, never thought of this plan. They are so reckless and thoughtless, but it's also worth learning from." Suddenly, a female professor spoke up. "I agree with your opinion. They are indeed reckless and crazy people. But what surprises me is Excel's ability to concentrate. She can maintain her mana flow while the monsters are fighting so fiercely. That's an extraordinary level of focus. I think she must have placed her entire heart and trust in her knight." Up on the simulation stage, the monsters were still going wild, attacking each other relentlessly, paying no mind to anyone else. At the center, dust swirled thickly, the water kept rising, and a red light grew increasingly blinding. Amidst this chaotic scene, Baek Yu-sun had perfectly fulfilled his role as a knight, absolutely top tier. True to the title of knight, those who bear this responsibility must protect and block enemies until the long-range mage finishes casting their spell. Every time a monster cluelessly attacked Excel, Baek Yu-sun would instantly flash step to her side. He used his razor-sharp sword to slash at its ankle, causing it to fall backward. Just as the carden bird struggled to get up, it was ganged up on by other monsters so quickly it didn't know what hit it. Baek Yu-sun realized things were getting intense as his attack had angered the entire pack of monsters. Our hero quickly returned to his position, continuing his duty as a model knight. Suddenly, his sixth sense warned him of lurking danger. Baek Yu-sun's eyes widened when he saw an absolutely massive boulder hurtling through the air toward Excel. At this moment, Aisoi was still in a state of mana resonance and couldn't move. Without a moment's hesitation, Baek Yu-sun immediately flash-stepped to shield her. With his godlike skill, the massive boulder was sliced in two by his sword. Witnessing the entire scene of Baek Yu-sun playing the hero saving the damsel, Mao Xiong couldn't help but laugh, turning to say, "Hey Princess Hongbi, don't you think Baek Yu-sun is like an ideal knight? He's just like a knight protecting a princess in a fairy tale, isn't he?" Hearing these words, Hongbi's eyes widened. Her ruby-red eyes sparkled as she couldn't take them off Baek Yu-sun. In the midst of the battlefield, Baek Yu-sun moved as gracefully as a true warrior. The light from his sword and the faint trails left by his flash steps made everyone glue their eyes on him. One moment he'd appear in the east, the next he'd vanish to the west. This wasn't just a simple performance. In reality, Baek Yu-sun was protecting Aisoi from all sides, just like a knight protecting a princess in a fairy tale. Under his absolute protection, opponent, Aisoi was completely unscathed. The battle grew more intense, and the monsters gradually became exhausted, their bodies covered in wounds. Suddenly, a mystical magic circle appeared around Aisoi. It resembled the light of a star twinkling, or the pure morning dewdrops falling in the silent space. Finally, her eyes, as beautiful as sapphires, slowly opened. She tightened her grip on the scepter, her voice echoing, "Crystal flower." As she finished speaking, the water that had accumulated on the ground instantly froze, and a giant ice flower appeared in the sky. The flower was made entirely of ice, radiating a chilling aura from its delicate petals. Witnessing this breathtaking magic, everyone in the stands couldn't take their eyes off it. The brilliant, icy blue flower was so dazzling that it made them completely forget the original purpose of the test. They wondered if there was any work of art in the world more exquisitely crafted. Now, no one cared about evaluating a student's magic anymore. At this moment, they could only tip their hats in admiration for the magic of a true mage. Aisoi's magic, though simple in concept, was on a completely different level compared to the magic of an ordinary student. No other mage could perform such a wondrous magical display. Time passed quietly, and the water that had risen to the monsters' torsos had been turned to ice by Aisoi's magic, freezing them in place, unable to move even an inch. Of course, after the chaotic battle, the 5 monsters were battered and exhausted, so they couldn't break the ice immediately. But who knew? In just a moment, they would break free and attack ferociously. Before that happens, I have to take them down. Thinking this, Aisoi unleashed a self-destructing spell with an equally impressive name, Shattering Magic. Boom, boom, boom. Thunderous explosions rang out as the magnificent ice flower, a masterpiece of creation, shattered into pieces. They transformed into countless sharp weapons, raining down in all directions. Hundreds, thousands of ice lances, like giant spears, pierced through the bodies of the 5 monsters. Their flesh was repeatedly torn apart and then instantly frozen, causing painful necrotic wounds. Every time they tried to move, the wounds throbbed with even more pain, making them scream in despair. Witnessing this earth-shattering scene, the crowd started to buzz. What happened? I don't know either. Hey, do you think they really defeated 5 mid-level monsters with just 2 people? Suddenly, someone shouted in alarm. Huh? No way. Look over there. Hearing the sound of cracking earth and stone, everyone curiously looked in the direction the person was pointing, only to see the ice encasing the Caden bird slowly cracking. Suddenly, the monster's eyes shot wide open, and steam began to rise from its body. One of its hidden skills was that when it felt cold and the humidity rose, its body would radiate immense heat. Thanks to this hidden trait, the 5 monsters simultaneously broke the ice and escaped. They shot murderous glares towards Beyond's group, the ones who had subjected them to this humiliation. Seeing the 5 monsters were still not defeated, the teachers showed clear disappointment, sighing heavily. In the end, those 2 students still couldn't succeed. The strategy was perfectly prepared, and the battle was spectacular. But man proposes, God disposes. They failed to account for the hidden trait of that mid-level monster. What a pity, they were so close. That's it. But with this performance, I think Beck Eon's team can still get a very high score. Just as everyone was nodding in agreement with this assessment, someone suddenly raised their arm straight into the air, and a brilliant golden orb created from lightning magic appeared. The entire audience was stunned once again. No way, that flow of mana. Could it be? Without a moment's hesitation, Aisoi declared loud and clear, Advent of the Thunder God. As she finished speaking, a defiant roar erupted from Aisoi, and a terrifying bolt of lightning struck down from the sky. The sound of the thunder echoed through the space, making everyone's ears ache as if they were being hammered. The whole world was engulfed in a brilliant golden light, and a flower bloomed once more. This time it wasn't a crystal flower, or any other famous type of flower, but one that radiated a dazzling brilliance, more magnificent than anything on earth. Up in the stands, people wondered if the pure beauty created by magic could be considered a work of art. If one could empathize with the human soul, all of us couldn't deny that this was an exquisite and magnificent masterpiece. Immediately after, hundreds of thousands of currents instantly erupted, turning into countless lightning bolts that struck the bodies of the 5 monsters, causing them to endlessly scream in agony as the electricity ravaged their bodies. Witnessing the combined magic of lightning and ice that she herself had created, Aisoi stared blankly at the spectacular scene she had just made. Aisoi's eyes shone with disbelief. She asked herself, "Is this my magic? It turns out I can do it too." Just like he said, memories suddenly flooded Aisoi's mind. She remembered the first time she heard Beck Eon present that crazy plan. At that time, I was so shocked and asked him if he was insane. I thought he would be annoyed, but no. Beck Eon just gave a sincere smile and told me that I could do it, and that he believed in me. So, trust me, the one who puts all his faith in you. After hearing Beck Eon's heartfelt words, Aisoi clenched her fists. She told herself that Beck Eon was still smiling, but the serious atmosphere from his expression and composed tone of voice was strangely sincere, making it impossible for me to see it as just a joke. She felt an invisible weight pressing down on her chest. Before, I had nothing, not even a shred of faith in the path I had chosen, nor a friend who could tell me that the path I was on was the right one. My entire life has been lived in fear and anxiety. I only survived by clinging to a faint glimmer of hope. And just as that small hope was beginning to fade, the boy named Beck Eon appeared. He was the first person to reach out and save Aisoi. Could I really do things like this? Until now, she still felt like she was adrift in an endless ocean. Even though Aisoi had tried to overcome so many storms, she sometimes still hesitated, wondering if she was going in the right direction. But that question now no longer mattered. Far away on the horizon, Beck Eon had gone ahead, leaving behind footprints of light in the middle of the vast ocean. He was like the stars in the night sky guiding sailors, or like a lighthouse, illuminating the way for ships to avoid danger. Aisoi felt that light whispering to her, "Follow me, I will lead you." Immediately after, the homeroom teacher Lanwu solemnly announced that the test for Group 32 was now ended. Congratulations on excellently completing your group's test. Standing in the center, Aisoi smiled, a smile of happiness and relief. Her self-doubt and insecurity had vanished, leaving only a confident and radiant Aisoi. Her expression was still lost in a stream of wandering thoughts, unable to find a way out. As for our male lead, He was floating in midair, thinking to himself, "That was close. I almost got hit. You should at least give a heads up before casting such dangerous magic without a word." The next morning, the results of the monster combat test were announced. First place went to none other than Group 32, with 199 points, belonging to Busan and Isoi. Second place was Group 31, with 127 points, belonging to Mao Xian and Hong Bijan. Following them were third place, fourth place, and so on. Basically, there were many more. Staring at the results posted on the class bulletin board, Mao Xian's face turned grim, his voice full of bitterness. "We lost." Hearing this, Hong Bijan also fixed her eyes on the scoreboard. She nodded, her voice a bit dazed. The point difference between the two groups was too large. Surpassing the 100-point mark was already astonishing. Not to mention, the two of us faced a special mid-tier monster while at a type disadvantage, something no one had ever done before. But looking at the 199 points of Busan's group, we have no choice but to admit that our group lost. Mao Xian couldn't believe the arrogant and cold princess would actually admit defeat. He let out a teasing smile. "Oh, I didn't expect you to accept it so quickly." Hong Bijan held her head high and retorted sassily, "Humph. Shut up. No one will think you're mute if you don't speak." Mao Xian continued, his voice tinged with regret. "Although I don't want to admit it, Busan is a more talented vanguard knight than me, and Ai Sui is a better long-range mage than you." Hearing these words, although Hong Bijan somewhat agreed with Mao Xian's assessment, there was one thing she couldn't accept, and that was being inferior to Ai Sui. Looking at Mao Xian's flawlessly handsome face, the image of Busan reappeared in her mind. Hong Bijan comforted herself. "If only Busan were my knight, things would have been different." Throughout the test, he was the one who protected Ai Sui from start to finish. Not only was he a knight, but he was also the one who devised the strategy, chose the position for the long-range mage, and even set the entire stage for Ai Sui to shine. I know Mao Xian is very talented, but in the end, Busan is the most outstanding knight in Stella Academy. I wonder what would have happened if Busan had supported me. I could have cast magic just as well as Ai Sui. But why is that commoner so devoted to Ai Sui? If such a perfect knight exists in this world, then that knight should be my knight, the perfect queen's knight. The more she thought about it, the more she couldn't accept the fact that such a perfect person was taking care of another girl. Hong Bijan's expression suddenly turned frighteningly dark. Inside her, a fierce struggle was raging. "Actually, I was lying when I admitted defeat. I can't accept it. It's so confusing. I need to investigate Busan thoroughly." With that thought, Hong Bijan said goodbye to Mao Xian and turned to leave. But on her way, her gaze suddenly stopped, revealing a look of astonishment. She had spotted a woman with jet black hair, an icy expression, and crystal clear eyes, without a single impurity, as if nothing could ever tarnish them. The woman's height, she's on par with Hong Birong, and on her chest, she wears the name tag of a Baron's Academy student. Let me introduce this woman. Her name is Selen Okan, the heir of a duke, and also the best friend of the current queen of the Adalebit Empire. Passing by Selen Okan, Hong Bi felt annoyed, wondering if she came here because she heard that Hong Bi had lost to a group of commoners and a traitor. What a troublesome woman. With that thought in mind, Hong Bi glanced past the other woman as the princess's figure receded into the distance. Selen Okan let out a smirk, her voice filled with contempt. "So young and naive, don't you realize yet that your every petty action just looks ridiculous and weak? You're still so green and immature." The scene shifts to the Stella Library, where Flame is sitting, her hands deftly writing down the day's events in her diary. As she wrote, her thoughts wandered. I can't believe she was able to cast the crystal flower magic so quickly. That magic is her signature move and trump card, created after overcoming all the hardships and trials in her life. I never expected she could perfect that magic and perform it in front of everyone. If things had followed the original script, Aoi should be drowning in despair right now. Due to the immense shock from the simulated monster battle, Aoi wouldn't have been able to escape Crown Prince Jeremy Kelvin's cage and would have gradually withered away over time. But that dark future has completely changed. Perhaps it's all thanks to Busan that she was able to do that. In the original romance novel, Mao Xiang and Aoi faced the apocalypse together. But what if there was a side story the author wrote that I never knew about? What if Busan was just a nameless, insignificant character who loved Aoi his entire life but never had his love returned, even up to the very moment the world ended? Is that too far-fetched? After binging so many romance novels, these strange thoughts kept swirling in Flame's head. An answer suddenly flashed in her mind, regressing to find the love of his life and to protect a world where the one he loves could live happily ever after. Even if the price was his own existence, being forgotten by everyone. In those final moments, did Baekhyun have any regrets? Flame felt her heart clench, a strange, choked-up feeling welling up in her chest, unable to believe she was witnessing a story with a tragic ending in real life, not on a small screen or from the pages of a book, a novel, a love for which he was willing to trade his very existence to turn back time. What would that feeling ultimately be like? The scene shifts again to Busan's cozy room. Right now, he was glued to the system window, without even blinking. Chapter 5. The monster combat simulation has officially concluded. Congratulations to the host for receiving a large amount of experience for successfully guiding the story in a positive direction. The Constellatio project will grant an additional reward. After reading, Busan couldn't help but exclaim, "What reward should I choose this time? Although I've already thought about this before, I haven't had time to decide. The instantaneous transformation skill I enhanced from the previous chapter, so it's best to prepare for the next chapter." The more he thought, the more tangled his mind became. Then suddenly a thought flashed through Busan's brain. He broke into a satisfied smile and said, "That's right, that's it. How could I have forgotten, right?" After thinking it through, he immediately messaged the system. "I want to select the JFL leaf key item." The system responded, "The system is evaluating the host. Please wait a moment." Ding ding ding. The system check is complete. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the JFL leaf key reward. Seeing the cool-looking key appear, Baekhyun jumped for joy. Awesome. Although this thing might not be as old school as the gear my old account used, it's one of the rarest items that only the top-tier players could possess. This key is a tool to chat with a special spirit, but the problem is, it only has one single function, which is to open a secret dungeon. But to use it, I have to go outside. Come to think of it, after the commotion at the cemetery last time, Stella Academy has tightened its entry and exit rules. Oh, Academy. What am I supposed to do now? While Baekhyun was scratching his head in frustration, he suddenly remembered how he used to sneak out of Stella back when he was grinding the game. Back then, the Academy had a lockdown just like now. What trick did I use back then? After a moment of deep thought, a light bulb went off in his head. Baekhyun's eyes lit up. That's right, a club. I need to join a club. Outside, the sun was high in the sky, shining its warm rays. Baekhyun began writing in his growth journal. Growth journal. Since I was little, my family has been poor, so we rarely got to eat out like other people. Whenever my mom was away at work, I could only cook instant noodles for myself. Then, when I got sick of instant noodles, I insisted on eating something delicious. My mom used her savings to buy me a bowl of jjajangmyeon. I was so happy. Even though my mom was with me, for some reason she didn't eat. She said she didn't like eating jjajangmyeon. After asking for a while, I finally understood. After he finished writing, he stretched, crossing his arms in front of him. His eyes stung a little from staring at his notes for too long. Alright, I've pretty much finished my homework. A wide smile spread across his face as a thought appeared. Okay, now I should go find a club to join, right? And so, our protagonist headed straight for the school's bulletin board, which was plastered with flyers for all sorts of clubs. As he looked around, resting his chin on his hand, he muttered thoughtfully, "But which club is the right one for me anyway?" The flyers made him dizzy with indecision. Writing club, goal, get into college, chess club, the noble sport of mages, cooking club, where future chefs are nurtured. Looking at all the information on the board, his thoughts started racing again. Looks like there are a ton of clubs here, but not many of them allow off-campus activities. I really need to consider this carefully. Just then, as if by telepathy, he noticed something and glanced to the side. Are you also thinking about how you haven't signed up for a club yet? It turned out someone was standing right next to him. Caught off guard by the question, Isoi glanced over, his tone a bit annoyed. What is it? So what? Seeing that the other person didn't seem to like the question, he quickly changed the subject, his voice probing. I'd have thought a lot of clubs would be trying to recruit you. Isoi immediately retorted, his voice challenging. Don't you know who I am? Hearing the slightly odd question, he answered nonchalantly. Of course I do. You're Isoi. You've been pretty famous lately. Without denying it, the other person continued, his voice a bit awkward. Well, that's true. Seeing the other person's somewhat sad expression, Baekhyun sank back into his thoughts. After that test, Isoi's reputation had changed drastically. She must have felt it too, just like him. Waiting for him to choose, Isoi closed her eyes. Her cool and collected demeanor was no different from a male lead who had just appeared, but you have to choose a club carefully. Suddenly, there was a figure in the distance watching the two youngsters chat, and that person was none other than Ma Yu-seong. The guy now casually approached and lightly tapped the main character on the shoulder. A friendly smile appeared on his lips, and he then spoke a few words. "You're Beak Yuson, right?" This sudden appearance and friendly expression startled Beak Yuson a bit. A few thoughts flashed through his mind. Ma Yusong? Why is he here? Beak Yuson immediately brushed Ma Yusong's hand away, his voice slightly annoyed. "Alright, you get your hand off me first." But in response, Ma Yusong still flashed a bright smile. "You were amazing. I saw your test and I also heard you led the necromancer hunt. You're really skilled." Hearing Ma Yusong's flattery, Beak Yuson was a bit bewildered. It was just luck. Just as Ma Yusong expected, he kept his eyes fixed on the main character and continued, his voice full of admiration. "As expected, there's something very different about you compared to others." Ma Yusong's icy expression suddenly did a 180-degree turn, becoming unusually warm. Beak Yuson couldn't help but be surprised by this transformation. Not knowing what to do, he gulped hard. His eyes squeezed shut as he stammered out a few words. "As you know, I'm just a commoner, so I always have to think of ways to do better than others." Hearing the somewhat humble reply from Beak Yuson, Ma Yusong returned to his beaming smile. He immediately replied, "I see, you've used your time much more effectively than I have." Suddenly, Beak Yuson asked an unrelated question. "This weekend, what are you planning to do?" Hearing Beak Yuson's question, Ma Yusong was surprised. "Me?" Then he answered with a single word that made them both freeze. "Studying." Frozen by the answer, Beak Yuson's words were also a bit strange. "I was just asking to be polite." "Your answer was also just polite. Thanks." Realizing his answer was a bit confusing, Ma Yusong quickly waved his hands and explained further. "No, I'm really studying." "Studying and training too?" Beak Yuson asked, his voice faltering. "You don't usually do things like that. Why are you smiling so much?" Ma Yusong replied, his voice a bit embarrassed. "Huh? That's right. For some reason, but lately I've started to enjoy it." One was smiling like he'd won the lottery, while the other was deeply suspicious. "And this guy is already handsome, so could he please act a little more normal?" Ma Yusong, starting to train diligently, was something that happened later on. What could be the reason this time? Suddenly, Ai Soi spoke up. "The dungeon practical, right?" Seeing an excuse to change the subject, Ma Yusong immediately caught on. "That's right. If the young lady hadn't interfered then, I might have been in danger." Hearing this, Ai's temper flared up again. A few words of warning were spoken right after. "Don't call me young lady." Listening to the two of them bicker, Beak Yuson stood to the side, summarizing the situation in his head. That's right. In the original plot, Ma Yusong teamed up with Flame and easily took care of Hyo Eungang. But this time, because I interfered, Flame got stuck with me. He had to face Hyo Eungang all by himself. Could this be the reason Ma Yusong became so unusual? But anyway, everything is still fine. Thanks to this, both Hyo Eungang and Ma Yusong will have to grind more for themselves, completely different, with me. Their growth will surely bring a positive influence to the happy ending. After a while of beating around the bush, Mao Xiong finally got back to the main point. A question was posed to the main character. "Hey, you still haven't joined any clubs yet? It's been a long time since you enrolled." Since he was grumpy, his tone was grumpy too. "Because I've been busy lately." "A smile is the best medicine." Mao Song pointed to himself, his voice full of invitation. "Then why don't you join the same club as me?" The only response was the main character's cold gaze. "Let's see. If you can meet my requirements, I'll reconsider." Mao Xiong continued to persuade him. "So, what kind of club do you want?" He took the bait. Basin began to list a whole slew of outrageous demands. It has to be quiet, have few members, no private gatherings, and guarantee full insurance coverage. Lunch must include pork cutlets with cheese. And we must have freedom for outside activities. It has to respect personal activities and allow special off-campus excursions. After hearing this, both of them froze. Ai Soi exclaimed in bewilderment, "In this world, is there even a club like that?" The main character knew full well there wasn't, but continued to play the part. His thoughts just spilled out. "Of course not. I was just kidding." Suddenly, Mao Xiong's voice rang out, full of interest. "Interesting, that's interesting. So if I create a club like that for you, will you join me?" Hearing that Mao Song intended to start a club, both of them were wide-eyed again, frozen for 5 seconds. Busan asked back, trying to stay as calm as possible. "Holy crap, can you really establish a club that allows special off-campus excursions?" Mao Song, with a radiant smile, answered firmly, "Yes, I absolutely can." Hearing that, Bosun calculated silently. That's right. Mao Xiong is well connected. He even has ties to the underground power factions within Stella Academy. Although those connections are a bit scary, they would definitely be useful in this situation. it would be a dream life, freely participating in extracurricular activities with top-notch health insurance. Eating famous Kobe beef every day without having to worry about any ridiculous rules. And besides, having the golden boy Mao Song, the main character of the story, by my side isn't a bad idea either. But of course, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Between me and Mao Seong, up to this point, our relationship is still just that of strangers on different paths, with nothing intimate about it at all. Of course, with my vast game knowledge, I've shown myself to be a real genius. But that's not nearly enough to make him willing to create a whole dream club just for me, right? With that thought, his face turned serious as he stated bluntly, "That's a great idea. But what do you get out of creating this club for me?" Hearing this, Mao Seong's eyes suddenly sparkled with emotion. He gazed at him intently, as if admiring a priceless diamond. "Well, of course, you are someone very special." Suddenly, as if he understood something, the main character's face hardened, his expression turning serious. "What do you know?" "Exactly." But then, his train of thought suddenly derailed, coming to an abrupt halt. "Ah, I remember now." One of Mao Song's chronic headaches was the fact that he had to endure extreme loneliness. At this point, he had no choice but to seal the deal, nodding his head repeatedly. "All right, go ahead and create the club." Mao Seong's face lit up as if he'd struck gold, asking again immediately. "Really?" "Yeah. But you have to let her join too." The main character nonchalantly pulled Isoi into the group. This move left Iso completely flabbergasted. "Huh? Me too?" Seeing the plan go to hell so smoothly, I secretly felt smug. In this universe, those two were definitely a match made in heaven. If it was Iso, she could totally heal Mao Seon's soul. That guy, he's just like a pufferfish. The moment he's pulled out of the water, he automatically turns dark and plays dead, or worse, goes completely insane. I couldn't really expect anything from Flame, since she was always busy fooling around with He Jiang. Mao Seon, on the other hand, was overjoyed to have someone by his side, so he didn't hesitate to flex his generosity, giving Iso a spot in the group. If a beautiful young lady like Iso joins, I would welcome her with open arms. Hearing herself called lady for the second time, Iso's face soured, and she snapped, "Don't call me lady, it's annoying." Witnessing the cat and dog fight between the young pair, Eason sank back into his thoughts, wondering if this decision was a stroke of genius or the mistake of his youth. Just then, Mao Seon curiously asked, "So what's our club's name going to be?" Eson, having already prepared for this, calmly replied to them, "Leave that to me." A moment later, a sacred application form appeared before their very eyes. Club establishment application. Club name, the Culinary Club. President, Eson. Members, Mao Seon and Iso. Purpose, to explore the cuisines from all corners of the southern continent. Sensing something was off, Iso hesitated. But is this really okay? To get the special activity approval stamp, we need at least one faculty advisor and a minimum of 5 members. Hearing this, the corners of Mao Seon's lips curled into a meaningful smirk. He beamed like a descending savior. "The members and the stamp, leave them to me. But finding a faculty advisor will be difficult. Even for me." Hearing this, Eason shot a sharp glance at Mao Seon and asked suspiciously, "How are you able to get the special off-campus permit anyway? It's just that all the professors here are a bunch of scumbags." Mao Seon smirked again, a smile that was unsettling, since no one understood the reason behind it. That smile sent a chill down Eason's spine, and he could only mumble, "It's nothing." Seeing that everything was settled, Mao Seon took the paper in hand and solemnly declared, "All right, I'm off to get the stamp for our club application." We're counting on you." Watching Mao Seon's back as he walked away, Eason once again sank deep into thought. That special activity stamp isn't something just anyone can get, but if they're willing to stamp it for him, then I'm absolutely certain that they must be one of their insiders. The scene shifts to the #1 main tower, the residence of Vice Principal Stella. At this moment, the Vice Principal was leisurely admiring an antique porcelain vase. Suddenly, the sound of a door opening shattered the quiet atmosphere, causing his expression to shift slightly. Mao Seon had already calmly walked right up in front of the Vice Principal. Gazing at Mao Seon's devastatingly handsome face, the Vice Principal suddenly broke into a deeply respectful smile, his voice dripping with honey. "My goodness, what pleasant wind has brought you here? Welcome, young master." Mao Seon saw the man's obvious fawning expression and, not to be outdone, replied with an equally friendly smile, "Yes, it's been a while." With that, Mao Seon casually plopped down into the Vice Principal's chair and crossed his arms, then flashed a self-satisfied smile, looking all high and mighty. "Oh, your seat is more comfortable than I thought. I'm starting to like it. Ha ha." Faced with such arrogant words, the vice principal could only force a laugh, quickly bowing his head in reverence. Thank goodness, it is an honor that the young master likes it. I'm so glad to see you've grown up so much. Mao Song replied nonchalantly, as if it were no big deal. Is that so? My life at Stella Academy is very good. I've met many interesting friends. This place is much better than home. As he spoke those words, the smile on his lips was brighter than ever, like the brilliant sun. But in complete contrast to that joy, the vice principal frowned slightly, muttering to himself, "What the hell is this psycho brat doing here?" Trying to regain his usual composure, he asked, "So, what brings you here?" Mao Song didn't answer right away, instead gently placing a piece of paper on the desk, his lips curling into a meaningful smile, making the man across from him curious. "This is a club application form. I need you to stamp it here." The vice principal was stunned, his face frozen like a statue as he stammered, "What?" His eyes were glued to the paper on the desk, unable to hide the surging doubt in his heart. A notorious eccentric like Mao Song wants to start a club? If his family heard about this, their jaws would surely drop in surprise. At that thought, he fell silent, deep in thought. After racking his brain for a moment, the vice principal sighed before finally nodding. "I see. A club application form, is it? First, let me check if it meets the criteria. After all, to establish a club, the minimum number of members must be valid, that's the rule." But the moment he reached out to touch the paper, Mao Song, quick as a flash, covered it with his palm, giving the man no chance. The entire room suddenly fell into a suffocating silence. The vice principal froze, looking up with a bewildered expression. Just then, Mao Song's radiant, sun-like smile completely vanished, replaced by a terrifying coldness. His eyes darkened, becoming as deep as a bottomless abyss, sending a shiver down the man's spine. His low voice rang out, carrying an invisible pressure that weighed down the air. "You don't need to check the contents, your job is just to stamp it." The vice principal's throat suddenly went dry. He could feel something incredibly terrifying, a cold, dark aura hidden deep within the arrogant young man's eyes. Unconsciously, he swallowed hard, a single thought forming in his mind: do not resist. Or rather, I have absolutely no standing to object. As long as this child is still the heir to that great man, I absolutely cannot refuse any of his requests. No matter how unreasonable, cold sweat broke out, running down the vice principal's back. He tremblingly reached under the desk and pulled out the precious stamp. "Yes, of course I'll stamp it. But please, I beg you to keep this a secret," he subtly reminded Mao Song, as his trembling hand stamped the form, as if performing a solemn ritual. When the final seal was pressed onto the paper, Mao Song saw that his goal was accomplished and immediately dropped the act. His cold expression from before reverted to his usual demeanor. "I understand. Thank you. I'll be on my way." With that, he immediately vanished from the office, as quick as the wind. The office door closed, but the vice principal remained standing motionless for a long moment, as if he hadn't recovered from the recent shock. Finally, he plopped down into his chair, letting out a sigh of relief, as if a massive weight had been lifted from his shoulders. "Damn it, a brat with half-baked talent dares to be so arrogant in front of me, just like his father." He gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, his eyes darkening, filled with glints of resentment. How can he be so much like that man? But this will all be over soon. One day, I will personally crush that arrogant brat's neck with my own hands. The next morning, the bell signaling the end of class rang loudly as usual. The professor at the podium announced, "All right, class is dismissed for today, remember to do your homework." With that, he quickly took off, not bothering to linger for even a second. The classroom instantly erupted into a noisy chatter, like a bustling marketplace. "Hey, did you see that? That professor is always nitpicking for no reason during presentations." "You're right. He's especially hard on the commoners." After packing up their books, the students began to file out, leaving only Jackie standing there hesitantly. She stared intently at the presentation notes in her hand, her expression filled with disappointment. Jackie's heart was filled with regret, and she cursed to herself. "Damn it, I could have made a much better impression, but I was so nervous that I messed everything up." Seeing that Jackie hadn't left yet, and knowing she was kicking herself over the failed presentation from earlier, Flame tried to comfort her with a bright smile. "Jackie, your presentation was better today. Don't pay any mind to the professor's harsh words. You did a great job." Hearing this, Jackie flared up and snapped without holding back. "Shut up, I don't need your phony pity." Flame was stunned for a moment, but she wasn't one to back down, and she retorted indignantly, "You ungrateful brat, I was worried about you, so I came over to cheer you up, and you have no idea what I'm going through at all." Suddenly, a voice from behind cut into their argument. "I have to admit, that's true." Flame jumped and let out a startled shriek. Could you not sneak up on people like that? You scared the life out of me." Then she crossed her arms and frowned, clearly annoyed, asking, "What do you want?" Looking obviously flustered, he awkwardly scratched his head and replied, "It's nothing major. Are you close with any of the professors? I'm planning on starting a club, and I was wondering if you could help me find a professor who's free to be the faculty advisor for it?" Flame raised an eyebrow, looking skeptical. "Why don't you do it yourself?" Eon let out a long sigh, his tone a bit dejected. "That? Well, it seems like all the professors hate me, so it's probably better if I don't ask them directly." Flame froze for a few seconds after hearing that, then suddenly burst out laughing. "Ha ha, well of course they do. With your attitude, it's no wonder they feel that way. I mean, you talk back to the professors, sleep in class, and you've even cheated. You're lucky you haven't been expelled yet. Ahem, you don't have to list everything out." Eon's face flushed red with embarrassment as he coughed awkwardly and quickly turned her face away, as if trying to escape the harsh reality. Flame closed her eyes, lost in thought. Being a club advisor sounds prestigious, but it's actually a pretty troublesome and time-consuming job. Therefore, finding a professor willing to take on the burden and help out is not easy at all. Suddenly, a name flashed in her mind like a light at the end of the tunnel. "Come to think of it, aren't you really close with the assistant of Professor Martin? I see you visit her lab often." "Oh, that's right. So why don't you ask her for help?" He raised an eyebrow, his face full of surprise, as if he had just heard something earth-shattering. "An assistant can also be an advisor?" Flame crossed her arms and looked at her friend with clear disdain, as if looking at an idiot who just fell from the sky. "Are you stupid? This is Stella Academy. Of course it's possible." The main character's jaw dropped in surprise. It was like, wait, what? He couldn't believe he'd been running around like a headless chicken without realizing the easy way was right under his nose. So a professor's assistant can also be a club advisor. How awesome is that? Because I was so focused on grinding through the game's story, I missed this important detail. What a waste. Thinking that, he quickly said goodbye to Flame and dashed off to the teaching assistant's place at lightning speed. As he ran, he excitedly considered this sweet offer, but as he got close to the lab, the main character suddenly stopped, as if an invisible wall had blocked his path. His eyes widened in surprise when he saw Professor Martin calmly holding a stack of pristine white paper as she walked out of the lab. There was something very strange about her demeanor today, completely different from usual. A sinister smile played on her lips, enough to make anyone shudder. Her sharp eyes seemed to hide something unpredictable, a shocking secret, perhaps? Eson narrowed his eyes, trying to follow her figure as it faded into the distance. An indescribable suspicion grew in his heart. Why is she here at this hour? But before he could think any deeper, he noticed the lab door was ajar, as if inviting him in. Without a moment's hesitation, the main character pushed the door open and stepped inside. Grinning from ear to ear, he cheerfully announced, "I'm here." However, the very moment he set foot in the room, the smile on Eson's face vanished like a candle in the wind. Right in the middle of the room, Ansa was standing there, looking incredibly pitiful, like an abandoned kitten, hastily wiping away the tears on her cheeks. She spoke flusteredly, her voice choked with emotion. "Eson, you're here?" Seeing this, the main character's heart filled with worry. He gently walked closer and asked, his concern evident, "What happened here?" Ansa sobbed, trying to force an explanation, her words broken. It's like this, and this." Looking at her deliberately evasive eyes, he knew she was lying, a clumsy lie. He got serious and asked straight to the point, without beating around the bush. "Assistant, the research you said you'd been preparing for so long, where is it?" Ansa clenched her fists and then suddenly laughed, a bitter laugh, as if she were mocking herself. "Just like a fool. About that, I already gave it to the professor. You know, there's an alchemy conference coming up. The professor said she would present the research on my behalf at the event." A faint glimmer of hope suddenly appeared in Ansa's eyes, like a small flame in the cold winter night. How wonderful. How could her research be presented before the top alchemists from all over the world? But before she could finish her sentence, she couldn't hold back her anger and cut in loudly, "I get it. But Ansa, your research was just blatantly stolen. Is your name even going to be on it?" Ansa froze as if someone had just hit a critical nerve, her weak spot. She hesitated for a long moment before letting out a bitter, sorrowful laugh. "Haha, it's fine. It's also an experience for me. That's just how alchemy is. I'm not the only one who's had their research taken. Everyone goes through it. Everyone just silently accepts this fact." Hearing those words, he felt extremely uncomfortable, as if a heavy stone was pressing on his chest. Is this how they endure things to become a great alchemist? How ridiculous. He knew full well that Ansa was deliberately hiding the rest of the story. some harsh truth. But somehow, miraculously, Bello, or rather I, could still understand, as if through telepathy, touching her deepest thoughts. Nowadays, the world of alchemists has shrunk to an incredibly small size, extremely tiny. It's not for nothing that people say everyone who's been in this field for a while automatically knows each other. If some clueless person were to carelessly make an enemy of a veteran alchemist, then it's game over. That person might have to say goodbye forever to the bitter path of becoming an alchemist. Just as she said, everyone is the same. They all have to abide by the dark side of this difficult field. However, not a single one of them truly accepts it with all their heart. They are forced to go with the flow, follow the crowd, and obey the ridiculous unwritten rules that have existed since time immemorial until now. Perhaps this upcoming conference is the golden opportunity, the moment Ansa has been eagerly awaiting her entire life. This would be the first time her brainchild, her passion project, would be unveiled and announced to the world. Just for that historic moment, she had patiently endured so much torment and immense pressure from Matilne. But then what? The very woman she once respected was the one who ruthlessly extinguished that faint glimmer of hope. How cruel. Isun suddenly recalled a familiar phrase from Ma. Every time she stole Ansa's research. Just wait another year. You still have a chance, right? And poor Ansa had accepted those sweet words. Because this was the harsh reality she had to face, with nothing she could do about it. Soon, Professor Ma would also decipher that secret formula anyway. Although I really wanted Ansa to crack it herself, to complete it before that terrible thing happened. Seeing her brainchild so blatantly stolen, I really couldn't just sit back and do nothing anymore. My blood was boiling. Getting that research back is the easy part. The real deeper purpose of EN was to deliver a crushing blow to Matilne's face, to teach her a lesson. Thinking this, he opened his mouth, his tone full of hidden meaning. Hey, teaching assistant, besides that, there's another research project you're working on. What about it? Ansa looked visibly surprised, her face filled with bewilderment. The research we were working on together? Are you asking about the random number interference technique combined with key, right? She let out a weary sigh, her voice full of helplessness. That technique has been an unsolved problem for 300 years. There's no way anyone could solve it now. I've tried over and over again, following your unique idea, but it still didn't work. Isun smiled confidently, a glint of pride in his eyes. If we could solve that problem, this research would have a major breakthrough. But actually, I've already solved that part. Hearing this, Ansa's eyes went wide and her jaw dropped. Her pupils constricted in shock, unable to believe her own ears. What did you say? You really solved it? The main character nodded firmly, his voice resolute. Yes, let me show you, although I don't really understand how it works myself. With that, he immediately began, furiously scribbling the divine enhancement formula on the blackboard. Ansa watched intently, following every character, every number as it appeared, not daring to miss a single detail. Suddenly, countless images flashed within her pupils, images and memories of complex alchemical techniques and formulas. She was so stunned, she was left speechless, her mouth agape. When Isun finished his masterpiece, he looked directly at Ansa, his eyes filled with a confidence that seemed to say, "But with you, it will definitely be different." Ansa mumbled, slowly stepping closer, her voice filled with doubt. Does that mean if we add the dispersion and reflection rates to this formula, combined with the Pa flow added to the Gini coefficient? She was completely lost in the maze of the formula, oblivious to the world around her, even forgetting the person standing right beside her. Seeing this one-of-a-kind sight, he could only admire her in silence, tipping his hat in respect to Ansa's incredible ability to concentrate. This is truly insane. Unlike me, someone who just copies and pastes, duplicating and memorizing existing things like a machine. The brain of a true genius like Ansa must be processing at lightning speed, flashing with countless images, techniques, and mind-bending alchemy formulas I shouldn't get involved in. Completing this research. The most important thing is that Ansa has to carry this on her own, finishing the remaining tough parts. She has to become the primary author, the one who truly creates this monumental work, and she must regain her faith in herself and take back what she has lost. As for me, I'm just here to provide moral support and cheer her on. I've never had the fanciful notion of becoming an alchemist. I'm not skilled enough, and I don't have the noble ideals to pursue such a thorny path. I'm just a freeloader, relying on the repository of knowledge, already in my head, pretending to be brilliant by simply rehashing information that was stored a long, long time ago. But Ansa is different. She's a true genius. Someone who can change the entire world, change the future of all humanity, and that's no joke. The main character quietly slipped out of the room, gently, closing the door behind him, so softly that it didn't make the slightest sound, afraid of disturbing the beautiful woman concentrating so intensely. My role here is over and done with. All that's left is to place my complete faith in her talent, and wait for the results. There's nothing more I can do. Sometime later, thanks to a stroke of luck and some enthusiastic help, with the help of assistant Ansa and his buddy Mao Xiong, the main character finally managed to smoothly establish his legendary culinary club. As the model club president, I managed to get an exit permit and teleported here using a high-class portal. Although that border crossing process made my bones and joints a little sore, and I was also grilled with mind-bending questions by old Professor Li Han. But thanks to my thorough preparation beforehand, I luckily passed the test with flying colors and was granted an unrestricted travel permit with surprising ease. As long as I don't cause trouble or stir up drama, everything will be fine. Following the long, winding path, I couldn't help but freeze for a few seconds, mesmerized by the breathtakingly poetic and romantic scenery before my eyes. A giant tree, rumored by the locals to have the beautiful name, the Third World Tree, stood majestically tall, reaching up to the deep blue clouds. Hundreds, thousands of branches spread out wide, forming a giant umbrella that covered an immense, sprawling garden below. The characteristic green aura, the trademark of the World Tree, also known as the Manhwa Spirit Garden, gently enveloped the entire world, making everything under its protection look so peaceful and happy. A scene that was totally chill. The garden surrounding this magical place was nicknamed the Garden of Dreams. Just hearing the name sounds surreal. Anyone, whether a commoner or a noble, could just drop in here to pick and enjoy the most ridiculously delicious and amazing fruits. Looking down from above, the scenery was like something straight out of a fairy tale from once upon a time, making this place a famous, well-known resort destination. This picture-perfect check-in spot was even considered one of the must-visit places for gamers who wanted to capture some top-tier screenshots in the game. The main character couldn't help but let out an amazed wow. Wow, the in-game graphics are a complete joke compared to this miraculous beauty right in front of me. They're worlds apart. Just then, a stunningly beautiful young woman with characteristic pointed ears and flawless, snow-white skin gently approached. Seeing the familiar Stella Academy insignia on his uniform, she flashed a friendly smile, as radiant as the sun, and said in a gentle voice, "Welcome, mage from Stella. We are very pleased to welcome human mages to this place." Not to be outdone, he replied with a dazzling smile, his voice full of charm, "I am delighted to meet such a beautiful lady." Another person who happened to be passing by also seemed extremely enthusiastic, offering a warm welcome. "May your sincerity reach the Mother Earth." The main character nodded earnestly, replying with all due respect, "Yes, I too would like to express my gratitude to Mother Earth and the World Tree for bestowing upon us such a beautiful garden today." They were greeting him with the exclusive salutation of the elf tribe, something he had committed to memory from a secret tome of knowledge. He thought to himself, the streets are saying that once upon a time, the Elm and Elwyn people saved the world, rescuing them from the Second World Tree, which was burning like a torch and about to collapse. Perhaps that rumor was the real deal, because many of the elves here seemed to recognize the trademark uniform of Stella Academy, so their attitude was genuinely friendly, not at all fake, but in reality, that was a rare sight to see. Find any mage in this world who's mastered that tricky offensive magic. Besides, the test to level up to a magic knight is ridiculously hard, a real pain. Because of that, the number of talented people holding that badass title is as rare as autumn leaves. You can count them on one hand. By the way, it's not hard to notice that among the elves, there are countless individuals with captivating looks, a beauty that could topple nations. The main character couldn't help but stare in awe at them as they walked gracefully down the street, their aura shining brightly. However, not all elves are automatically so devastatingly beautiful at first glance, you know. It's just that the percentage of outstanding individuals with flawless looks in the elf race is slightly higher than us humans, that's all. Of course, there are still those with average, run-of-the-mill appearances, nothing too special. If I had to make a comparison, it automatically reminds me of the distant country of Uzbekistan on Earth. That place is definitely a paradise of beauties. There are many people with unforgettable, impressive beauty, but there isn't anyone with a look that's completely superior, on a whole other level compared to the average person. Among those picture-perfect elves, there was one person with an appearance more special than all the rest, standing out from the crowd, and that was the queen of the flower elf tribe, Saren, a name that just sounds classy. She possessed a surreal beauty, like a goddess descended to Earth, who successfully stole the hearts of countless gamers in this virtual world. In fact, Saren was the legendary character with the biggest, most massive fanbase in the entire game world, And of course, she was also one of my waifus, a character I was hopelessly obsessed with, my absolute favorite. My preference for pure, innocent ladies is a given. Essentially, the elf race is born without a gender, a rather shocking fact. Only when they fall in love, experiencing a true, unforgettable love, does their gender transform, changing to match the person they've given their heart to. The elf queen Seren was blessed with the appearance of a breathtakingly beautiful woman. But because she was chronically single, having never been moved by anyone, according to the game's lore, she was still genderless, which is pretty ironic. Later on, when she was saved by the universally adored female-led, Flame, she fell head over heels for Flame and decided to become a man so she could stand side by side with the one she loved. Such a disgustingly lovey-dovey story, it's freaking insane. I don't know what kind of sicko could come up with such a twisted and messed up plot like this. No matter which official story route the player follows, there's no way for the elf queen Seren to become female. That cruel twist made countless male gamers cry their eyes out, sinking into despair. It was truly a tragicomic story, so funny it made you cry. The main character wondered what Seren would look like after transforming into a man. Just thinking about it was a total buzzkill. In the past, I also tried to woo her, but not because of her beautiful looks, but because of her soul-stealing charm curse. The moment someone foolishly looked into those enchanting eyes, regardless of age or gender, they would automatically be plunged into a passionate love, completely smitten, head over heels. That passionate feeling was so intense it was as if your soul was being stolen, only to die in the agony of unrequited love, truly a suffering born from love, drifting in an endless stream of memories of a glorious past, while wandering around the outskirts of the mystical world tree. Finally, Bish, or rather, I, had found the mysterious labyrinth, the forbidden garden of the spirit Lino. I silently made meticulous calculations, weighing every single detail. Right now, my skill has been buffed and strengthened quite a bit. It's best to prepare for the events that are about to explode. This is no joke. With that thought, I opened my inventory, rummaged around for a moment, and took out Lino's leaf-like key. A precious item. Hey, how lucky that I can use it sooner than expected. The heavens are truly on my side. I jammed the key into the lock and was about to turn it excitedly. But suddenly, bam! A notification popped up, appearing right before my eyes. If you open the gate to that place, it's possible that other co-owners of the key will also be able to sense it. Be careful. I jumped, my heart pounding like a festival drum. This familiar warning message, I've definitely seen it somewhere in the game before, no doubt about it. In the game, the Divine Key also carried an identical message, but the problem was that many players had been utterly disappointed and had their mood ruined because no special event ever happened. What a cruel joke. Screw it. Whatever happens, happens. At this point, what the hell else could happen? What's there to fear? With that thought, I decisively jammed the key into the lock and gently turned it with a click. In the blink of an eye, the mystical gate to the Garden of the Spirits swung wide open, welcoming its visitor. At the same time, in the Holy Land, the cradle of the Wood Spirits, where the Elf Kingdom reigned, and not far away, on the highest peak of the majestic Tazel Mountain Range, stood a towering, desolate castle, yet no less magnificent and heart-wrenchingly beautiful. The ancient castle, weathered by time, though partially in ruins, blended strangely with the majestic and beautiful natural scenery around it, creating a picture of flawless beauty. At a glance, you might mistake it for just a lonely tree in the middle of a vast, green, lush forest. At the very top of that majestic castle was a pitch-black bedroom, shrouded in thick darkness, with only a faint glimmer of light peeking through a tiny crack in the window, just enough to feel the gloominess of the place. This made one wonder if even the brilliant sunlight was powerless, unable to reach this remote and secluded place. As if stimulated by that sudden, dazzling light, a woman with a slender and graceful figure gently rose from her warm bed. She walked slowly, step by step, toward the mysterious window. Her flowing, snow-white hair gently cascaded down, like pristine snowflakes on the majestic Ice Peak mountain range. Looking at the breathtaking natural scenery before her, her eyes gradually widened, sparkling as if they held an entire starry sky. Those eyes were the color of sparkling gold, as regal as the precious metal itself, and they suddenly shone more brilliantly than ever, dazzling the entire area. If someone were to accidentally gaze into them, they would instantly lose all reason, freezing on the spot, completely mesmerized and captivated by that surreal beauty. A beauty that surpassed all imagination, beyond the tolerance of any creature with a brain in this world. She was none other than the Elf Queen, Seren, the Queen of all flowers. She often struggled with overwhelming drowsiness every morning, coupled with her annoying low blood pressure. So, Even after waking up, she could only sit helplessly and silently by the small window, watching the world go by. She watched the little birds soaring freely in the clear blue sky, and a feeling suddenly welled up inside her, an unsettling, restless feeling. She wondered when she would ever be able to spread her wings freely like them in the vast sky, but she herself was imprisoned, unable to leave this confining place she was so envious of, those carefree, free birds. Suddenly, a strange, indescribable sensation came from her chest, causing Saren to jump in surprise, her heart pounding. She raised a hand to her head and frowned slightly, her expression full of doubt. It seemed like someone had broken into her secret garden, her forbidden sanctuary. That place was the final resting place of her longtime soulmate, the 1,000-year-old divine spirit, Lino, a legend. Saren couldn't believe her eyes. That place was supposed to be an inviolable sanctuary where no one could set foot. So what, son of a gun, had the audacity to trespass here? They truly knew no fear. Setting aside the unbelievable fact of how that person managed to obtain the divine key that had vanished ages ago, she was even more curious about the identity of the one who dared to use it. So reckless, she decided to go there herself to see what was happening. Even though she knew full well that she couldn't step out of this confining room, she stubbornly grabbed the doorknob, intending to throw it wide open, regardless of the consequences. In that fateful moment, her heart suddenly clenched. Excruciating pain, a sharp pang like hundreds of needles piercing through her, made her stop and freeze on the spot. I've endured for decades without daring to reveal this God-given face. I can't act so rashly now. What if that wicked curse activates again, causing someone to accidentally fall into madness? It would be a disaster for everyone. Saren clenched her fists, trying to suppress the chaotic emotions surging within her. Just wait a little longer. The birthday of the sacred world tree is coming soon. As the Supreme Queen, she must appear before all her subjects. She cannot hide. At that time, I will investigate thoroughly and find out who the hell that mysterious person is who dares to cause trouble. After making her firm resolve, Saren continued to gaze out the window at the world. The warm, gentle sunlight softly caressed her elegant face, bringing a small bit of comfort. There were countless reasons why she had to be confined to a dark, secluded place like this. How ironic. Whether she was deep in slumber or going about her daily life, she always lived in fear, afraid that someone might accidentally see her devastatingly beautiful face and cause a disaster. Now, back to our main character. As soon as he set foot in the gloomy dungeon, a strong, thick scent suddenly hit his nose, making him sneeze uncontrollably and miserably. The main character got so frustrated he couldn't help but curse. Damn it, this freaking pollen is so annoying. Because of that loud noise, the monster lurking in the dungeon, a sentient tree root, was quickly attracted and charged forward, like an arrow to attack without hesitation. S saw that things were looking bad and immediately bolted, running for his dear life. But he knew he couldn't escape the inevitable. He couldn't just keep running forever. He stopped and resolved to fight a proper life or death battle with the monster. Even though he fought with all his might and unleashed all his skills, the monster, this tanky wood-type monster, had an unusually strong life force, making it incredibly tough. There was no way to one-shot it easily. Alright, let's go all out. He pulled out a premium item, a top-notch alchemy bomb, because fire is the nemesis, the critical weakness of all wood-type monsters, which was the main reason why I carefully decided to choose alchemy as my minor. Even though I can't combine gunpowder and illusion magic as magically as other high-level pro-alchemists, just a level 1 firebomb is more than enough to take care of this nasty monster. With that thought, the main character didn't hesitate for a second and decisively tossed the firebomb into the monster tree root's nest, aiming straight. Boom! The bomb exploded violently, creating an earth-shattering sound. The monster shrieked pitifully, writhing in agony as if it were about to be finished off. Seizing that golden opportunity, he immediately drew his treasured sword and used his godly flash step skill to close in on the target in an instant. Observing, with lightning speed, he spotted its unmistakable critical weak point. Without a hint of hesitation, he delivered a critical blow to the head of the unfortunate tree root. Bam! The monster collapsed and vanished into thin air without a trace. The sound of the system notification rang out, announcing his victory. Congratulations, you have gained experience points. Onan breathed, a sigh of relief, looking pleased. Phew. At least these weakling monsters give a decent amount of experience, which isn't too bad. He looked ahead and continued his arduous journey without faltering, because the ultimate and most important goal of this fateful journey was right before his very eyes. He couldn't waste another second. Time is precious. The system notification sounded again, its tone solemn. You are now entering the final boss room. The labyrinth's boss room. Prepare yourself. As soon as that mysterious sound faded, the massive wooden door behind him slowly creaked shut with a heavy thud. A gentle breeze drifted by, carrying a slight chill. The scenery before him suddenly unfolded in a spectacular fashion, like a beautiful painting that had come to life from a fairy tale. Under the mystical, hazy night sky, a full moon shone as bright as a mirror. This moon was more magnificent and majestic than the one back on Earth, gently enveloping the vast, fragrant field of flowers. Above, countless stars twinkled like diamonds, adorning the night sky, making it even more poetic and romantic. The silvery moonlight coated each delicate petal, making them shimmer mysteriously, as if they were coated in a layer of sparkling silver. The main character took a deep breath, steeling his resolve, determined not to tremble. He took slow, cautious steps toward the center of this complicated labyrinth, his eyes shining with a steady glimmer. He wondered, with a heart full of doubt, the woman with her hands clasped in prayer on that ancient stone pillar, could she really be Lino, the heavenly spirit, the final boss of this tough-as-nails labyrinth? Unbelievable? According to the inner monologue of our boy B. Yusun, the most mystical entity in this world is indeed a divine soul. It means a super pure soul that has cultivated for 100 years, finally achieving enlightenment and transforming into a brand new form of existence. And rumor has it that even in today's advanced world, they're incredibly rare and hard to find. What's before me isn't a perfect divine soul. The being in front of him wasn't a perfect soul. Not by a long shot. That woman had lost her heart right before she could ascend into a soul, getting stuck in that state forever with no way out. Under the mystical moonlight, amidst a breathtakingly shimmering night scene, B. Yusun saw a figure leaning against the towering pillar in the center. A sudden sense of anxiety crept in, overwhelming his mind. Taking a deep breath, trying to calm himself, the young man took one step forward at a time. Even though the opponent was just a soul, her mana aura was terrifyingly immense, pressing down on the kid until he felt like he'd be squashed flat. His body just buckled under the pressure. Despite being warned beforehand to wear a full set of high-level protective armor, right now he was as naked as a jaybird, without even his crappy Lifben armor to wear. The horrifying pressure quickly forced him down, to his knees. His thoughts ran wild in his head. Supernatural mana pressure. It's true that even after death, a soul is still a soul. The proof is this pressure it's emitting right at the moment of its demise. But to give up here for that reason would make me a pretty lame main character. He gritted his teeth, pouring every ounce of his strength into every muscle fiber, and slowly, awkwardly forced himself to stand. The pressure resisting him was no joke. Because he couldn't store mana himself, every step he took was incredibly heavy and difficult. And yet, in the end, he managed to stand up straight on his own, although most of his body was still shaking like a leaf because of that whole not being able to store mana thing. After dragging himself along for a while, he finally managed to get close to the soul, completely out of breath. At this point, we can see more clearly that the soul has its hands clasped, as if it's praying for something. The mystical blue light made the scene even more magnificent. And then, a not-so-small surprise occurred. A system notification window suddenly flashed. Experience for the mana leak delay attribute has increased. Stopping his panting, B. Yusun leaned back a bit, letting out a weary but relieved sigh. Ha! Now life feels a whole lot brighter. The system notification window was still there. The stats were increasing. He once again sank into a line of thought that was a bit deep. Yes, this place is a natural training ground left behind by a divine soul. It's one of those rumored places that mages from all over the world have desperately searched for. A mana vein. Truly a mystical place. Just training lightly here is 100 or even 1,000 times more effective. Moreover, by absorbing energy from the soul, his natural compatibility also increased significantly. And then, the young man's expression turned bewildered for a moment as his next thought emerged. This is really hard to swallow, to find such a suitable training ground. But here, I can practice new moves that I've never been able to practice in other training rooms before. But before I could even chill, boom, he immediately shifted his attention to the soul statue, or more precisely, to something resting on it. Without hesitating for a second, he quickly snatched it, holding it firmly in his hand. The notification window popped up again, specifying the details. You have obtained the item, Branch of Hatred. A confident smile spread across his lips, accompanied by a hand on his hip in a show-off pose. Detailed information about this hot new item also appeared clearly. Branch of Hatred, high grade. Description, hatred. That does not fade with time, it only grows stronger. Special function, hatred. 1. The first contact causes the target to fall into a state of hatred. 2. The second contact causes the target's hatred to explode, dealing damage. 3. The accumulated hatred deals damage over time and can be stored for up to 3 months. 4. If the target has a risk level of 6 or higher, the damage may be halved. Single use. Looking at the toy he had just picked up, a confident smile once again appeared on his lips, pushing his own badassery to a new level. With this bad boy, I can take on even the final boss of the 8th tribe, the sorcerer Main Tin. I've got the visual artifact in hand now, so what's the holdup? Let's do this. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, several weeks had passed. Busan opened his system window again to check the status of the level 3 leak delay. Strength increased by 8%, agility by 12%, senses increased by 20%. Sixth sense consumes the user's mental energy to activate. It faintly detects mana phenomena within a 24-meter radius and activates accelerated perception. It automatically activates when the user is in danger. Mana circulation rate in the blood, 2%. He let out a sigh of relief and rested his chin on his hand, remarking, "These current stats are probably around the 2-star level." And then a thought crossed his mind. There's still a long way to go, because those other main characters have probably already reached the 4-star level, or higher. The training process continued relentlessly. Where in this world could I find a master to teach? Top-tier swordsmanship? That's why I need to constantly repeat these basic thrusts and slashes so I can aim for the enemy's weak points with pinpoint accuracy. His determination burned more fiercely than ever before. I need to try even harder. The ento blade in his hand swung back, ready to sacrifice his body, blood, and bone, and sweat for this grueling training. A few slashes that he considered basic were unleashed, but then an invisible pressure suddenly pierced his body. It felt like something had just stabbed through his chest, and the sword in his hand fell to the ground. But it seemed this was a stroke of luck, not misfortune, because his realization came immediately after. Amazing. He himself was panting heavily, constantly wiping the beads of sweat from his face. As if to show its concern, the system window appeared again, providing some new information. You have learned a part of a special breathing technique. You have acquired the skill, Breath of the Divine Soul. But before he could celebrate, Big Yusan felt that something was wrong. His vision began to blur. The world, in his perception, started to twist abnormally. A heavy feeling enveloped his body, and his eyes felt like they were about to shut from sleepiness. And then his worldview was completely distorted into a strange shape, but soon after, he was startled awake by a barrage of questions flying at him from somewhere. What are you doing? You're not. Can you hear my voice? Can you hear me? No? Are you ignoring me? I hope so. Are you listening to me? Huh? What? Answer me already. I'm waiting. Answer me. The look of surprise was still frozen on his face, and then he quickly placed a hand on his chest, as if he'd just had the scare of his life. That's terrifying. What the hell is this? Where is that sound coming from? But then, a new sound made him whip his head around in surprise. He turned to look behind him. Huh? You can hear my voice now? Baek-yu-sun immediately confirmed. Are you a spirit? His eyes were fixed on the spirit statue present here, and then a thought flashed through his mind. Is this the spirit Li Fanel was talking to me about? And then he immediately brought a hand to his mouth and exclaimed, What the hell is this? That corpse is talking to me. What? A corpse is talking. This was immediately answered. By someone here. I'm not dead. You're a terrible person. I've been talking this whole time. You know. Although you couldn't hear me because you were deaf. Before he could fully process the situation, Baek-yu-sun asked another question. Why can I suddenly hear that sound? When I couldn't hear anything before? Picking up the sword he had just dropped, he couldn't help but wonder. Isn't it because we're the same? He paused for a few seconds, but then his expression showed even more surprise as the voice continued. You just exhaled the same breath as me. A line of thought immediately formed in the young man's head. Incidentally, a notification had appeared earlier, stating that a skill had been learned. A new detailed information panel appeared. Breath of the Divine Spirit, Level 1. Through the Breath of the Divine Spirit, you can become one with nature. Your mana circulation speed increases significantly, but the Divine Beast Erosion effect appears. First form, increases strength by 107%. Second form, increases agility by 125%. Third form, increases senses by 147%. Fourth form, increases durability by 101%. Maximum duration 15 seconds, Divine Beast Erosion rate 1%. Looking at the information panel, he fell into a rather long train of thought. The duration is ridiculously short, but my physical abilities jump to level 4, instantly, right? Then he immediately spoke up. Oh, wait, The penalty is the erosion of divine power. This means I'll lose my human body. Divine beasts can maintain their form with their own mana. But for me, with my delayed mana leakage, losing my body means death is imminent. So this is a skill that shortens my lifespan the more I use it. And then his gaze focused forward. A new thought formed. No, I need to think more positively. After all, it's true that I've gained a useful skill that I can use in an emergency. On the other side, the spirit statue seemed contemplative for a moment before speaking. How astonishing. This is the second time a human has been able to use the breath of the divine spirit. You are just like that person, with a faint presence, because your body has no mana at all, as if you don't exist in this world. Although he didn't understand much, Baek Yu-sun grasped the key point and asked, in return, "What? Who is that?" The spirit statue replied, "That person also used a sword just like you. They could cut through all magic and souls." An expression of utter shock appeared on his face. What? And then he started to process it in his thoughts. The game never mentioned this test. If you can slash a soul, doesn't that mean you're incredibly skilled? He then asked another question. Can I meet that person? The spirit statue replied, No, you cannot. They were killed by the 12 disciples of the Origin Mage. The news hit him like a thunderclap, and Byusun's face fell. The Origin Mage, that means they died a very long time ago. But then he heard a new offer. How about I teach you? I was very close to that person, so I have recorded all of that person's breathing and movements. Byusun was surprised again. Really? And then the spirit's voice continued with a condition. But there is one condition. I cannot leave this place, nor can I speak to anyone else. I am surely dead. So please, save my heart. Save me. Byusun paused for a few seconds. His expression then turned grim. This was the answer I was expecting. But then he spoke up. I'm sorry, that's impossible to do. With my current abilities, I can't save the hearts of other spirits. The spirit, Li Fanel, stopped speaking. Its subsequent contemplation was clear. After a moment of hesitation, the spirit said, It doesn't necessarily have to be the heart of a spirit, it just has to be the pure heart of a god. Byusun wondered, if you use a god's heart, will you lose most of your power? Upon hearing that, the voice of Li Fanel softened for a moment. It's all right. Rather than being stuck here forever in loneliness, there was a somewhat bitter feeling in these words. He didn't know what that felt like, but Byusun sighed and agreed. Yeah, I guess so. All right, if it's just the heart of a normal god, it probably won't be a problem. That voice carried an air of expectation. Really? A few hidden thoughts formed in Byusun's mind. Anyway, the reason I'm training here is for the upcoming Spirit Beast contract ceremony. At that time, I'll encounter countless creatures. It's worth far more than saving a spirit's heart. A smile appeared on his lips and he said, I'll bring it to you, as many as I can. The spirit before him replied, Thank you, I will wait. Oh, I have something for you as proof. Byusun was skeptical again. Proof? Pointing towards another item, the voice from the spirit emerged. Look at the pillar behind me. He asked, What is this? The spirit replied, This is proof that you are my friend. Byusun picked it up, and the system immediately provided more information. IPHL's flower necklace. Proof of becoming friends with IPHL. Abilities. None. A new thought rushed into his mind. I've never heard of an item like this, even in the game, and so he put it into his bag. Oh well, if I run out of fire, I'll just use this as kindling. But then he stopped putting the necklace into his bag. No, wait. That's a sacred spirit. And so he held it up in front of him to look at it and smiled. This is a sign of friendship. Perhaps this is a pretty useful item. As dawn breaks, soft light shines through the window of a certain room. Someone's hand appears, writing on a board. This place is no stranger. It's Stella Academy, Aunt Teresa's laboratory. She suddenly stops writing with her chalk, and before her eyes is the complete system of a formula she's managed to create. In the somewhat cramped room, Aunt Teresa has solved the entire formula that Byusun had presented earlier. But then a sound rings out, though she doesn't pay it much mind. Ah, this isn't the time. And so, she immediately walks over to her desk and starts writing. The pen nib touches the paper. After a while, a satisfied smile spreads across her face. Tomorrow, a new era will begin. I wonder if Yusun will be happy to know about this? Welcome to the Black Iron Empire, the capital of the Dwarf Kingdom, a prosperous place thanks to two precious commodities, gold and iron. This place looks like a living cyberpunk painting, with buildings so tall their peaks are hard to see with the naked eye. Soaring so high they seem to touch the very edge of the universe. The sky is a tangled web of steel cables, with trains zipping back and forth like shuttles, creating a true spider city with a dark, somewhat eerie vibe. Yet, the dwarf population here is full of life, completely unfazed. Amidst this scene, our Yusun and Antarisa have set their precious feet in this place. Yusun, with the brightest smile possible, speaks first. We're here. Antarisa, though a bit stunned, quickly replies, yes, that's right. And here's a little info drop for you, the audience. Today is the day of the academic conference. The location rotates every year. And this year, the honor belongs to the Ghostsmith Academy, the top-tier alchemist training ground in the Dwarf Kingdom. Since dwarves are the masters of material magic, this year's conference promises to be even more magnificent. What's more, there's a rumor that one CO Golden, also known as the Golden Alchemist, an idol in the field, will also be attending. Hearing this, Yusun immediately gets an idea, a calculating smirk playing on his lips. This is the perfect time to present Antarisa's latest research findings. But then his gaze is drawn to Antarisa. She speaks softly, her voice full of concern. But Yusun, is this really okay? Her worry is plain to see. This is what that professor spent half his life researching. Seeing his friend looking down, Yusun also gets stressed, but only in his head. Huh? Is that person a good guy or an idiot? She couldn't do anything even when her research was stolen, and yet she can still say such nice things? Seeing that the situation wasn't looking good, he quickly changes the subject, trying to dispel the heavy atmosphere. Don't worry, Antarisa looks up, and Yusun continues, his voice firm. It's not that I copied Professor Majiniran's research, it's just that his assistant is more talented than Professor Main. Antarisa looks confused for a moment, then mumbles, yes, thank you. And so, hand in hand, the two of them walk forward. Yusun continues to chat away. Alright, let's go in. The red carpet ahead is way too crowded. Let's use the back door to keep it healthy and balanced. Antarisa nods in agreement, without a word of refusal. Oh, right, that's a good idea. And so, they sneak into the conference hall. The formal voice of the host rings out, cutting through the buzzing atmosphere. Greetings to all the doctors, professors, and researchers of the Retirees Association. The 87th Golden Section Scientific Conference is about to begin. For our first presentation, we will introduce a new medicine. A light click echoed as someone's high heels stepped onto the podium. It was none other than Professor Megatyran. The host waited for her to settle in before continuing. First, we will have a presentation from Professor Megatyran of Stella Academy. After the introduction, Professor Megatyran began her presentation. The large screen behind her displayed a wealth of information. She spoke confidently. Hello, I am Megatyran from Stella Academy, and today I will be introducing the alpha type of red paws. First, I'd like everyone to take a look at this. A radiant smile spread across her lips as she began her lengthy speech. The audience below listened attentively, even though we couldn't understand a single thing. A long while later, she finished, and that was all. The entire hall erupted in excitement. Buson stood in a corner, observing with his arms crossed amidst the endless murmurs and discussions. Oh, Professor Megatyran, what a wonderful idea, to improve that difficult-to-make red potion. Yusun glanced over the crowd, as a few cold thoughts crossed his mind. It seems she's very good at talking about Antarisa's thesis, as if it were her own. There are many ways to have fun here. The main event will begin right now. Then, another figure gently stepped onto the stage, and the host's voice rang out again. Continuing on, next up is the presentation by Assistant Antarisa from Stella Academy. Antarisa stood in the exact spot Professor Main had just left. She took a deep breath and began to speak, her voice trembling slightly. Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you all. I am Antarisa, an alchemist from Stella Academy. However, hardly anyone paid attention to her words. From below, the sound of murmuring rose again. Hey, that's the person from the pharmaceutical company I mentioned before. I really liked the presentation on the natural regenerative cell extraction method that the professor explained. This time, it's the protective coating for the potion he's developing. Up above, Yusun was still listening intently to Antarisa's every word. The topic I will be presenting today is... A knowing smirk flashed across Yusun's lips. Then, Antarisa's next words silenced the entire hall for a moment. This is a perfect summary and understanding of the Zhongong Jiansu cross technique. The noise suddenly died down. No one dared to utter another word. But then, someone unable to bear the silence shot up from their seat, their voice full of challenge. Do you know what kind of place you're standing in? Antarisa was momentarily flustered, but she managed to reply. Yes, of course. This is a wonderful and honorable position for someone like me. The other person didn't let up, their voice growing harsher. So how should we interpret what you just said? Antarisa began to worry again, her hands unconsciously clenching in front of her chest. A thought suddenly flashed in her mind, like a light at the end of the tunnel. Oh, I knew this would happen. My hair is slowly turning white. What should I do? But then another voice, Yusan's voice, echoed encouragingly in her mind. If you find it difficult to be alone, then call for me. Calmness gradually returned. Aunt Teresa narrowed her eyes slightly and then decisively raised her hand, her voice much steadier now. I need a helper. I want to call one more person to appear. The entire hall, including Tannock Golden, was bewildered, sharing the same question. Who is that? Aunt Teresa continued, her voice firm. I am the co-author of this entire report. Her finger, trembling but full of determination, pointed straight at the standing Yusun as she declared loudly. That student is back, Yusun. Needless to say, Yusun's expression changed, so surprised he froze for 5 seconds. He stammered in his head. I'm the co-author? Hearing Aunt Teresa introduce him as the co-author, Professor Mayan Tian's eyes also shot immediately toward Yusun, curious to see what his partner looked like. Not keeping anyone waiting, our protagonist heroically strode straight to the podium. Of course, the hall once again erupted in lively chatter, mixed with a few scornful chuckles. A student that young? I don't think anything will really change. Yet, instead of mocking along with the crowd, the golden alchemist Professor Burrock Stone Fox on the side looked openly intrigued, crossing his arms to watch the show, muttering, "Oh ho, I'm really looking forward to this." As for our idol Baek Yu-sun, after a moment of walking, the young man had landed near the lectern. His gaze seemed a bit deep, staring at the ground as if he were contemplating some vague sorrow. Soon enough, he approached Professor Mayan Tian. This time, his gaze wasn't deep anymore. Baek Yu-sun looked straight at the SOS professor without a hint of worry or hesitation, then quietly walked past Professor Mayan Tian, but then a stream of magical energy suddenly flowed out. It turned out the culprit was the beloved tree branch he was holding in his hand. The direction this spiritual power reached was the professor's arm. Ding! A massive system notification window appeared, updating the hot situation. Special skill Grudge of the item Vengeful Branch has been activated. Target of Grudge, Mayan Tien. As Yusun walked by, Professor Mayan seemed not to have noticed it, only feeling a bit annoyed. He looked over and said, how rude. Seeing that the other party didn't realize, he allowed himself a slight smile as the thought materialized. Alright, it worked. After reaching the required position, he stopped and officially faced the scholars below. A silence fell first, and then with an expressionless face, Yusun spoke his first words. First of all, I will listen carefully to Professor Mayan Tien's argument. There's a saying that, seeing once is better than hearing 100 times. So, let's resolve the cross-training technique right here. A smile appeared on his face, and once again, the crowd's chatter erupted. A debate between a professor and his assistant to resolve this report? That sounds pretty interesting. The crowd was clearly eager for drama. Aunt Teresa's worry was directed at him, and she said, somewhat hesitantly, Hey Yusun, I see you're a bit worried. He turned his gaze to her, but then, he turned the question back on her. Hey assistant, you don't trust me? Hearing that, Aunt Teresa was a bit taken aback. No, I do trust you. To reassure her further, Baek Yu-sun added comforting words. I've been by your side all this time, so don't worry, Assistant Aunt Teresa, you can do it. I believe in you more than anyone else. Looking at his smiling face, Aunt Teresa blushed a little, the thought running through her mind, can I really do this then? Her hand then tightened, clutching at her throat, her shirt. Her focus returned as she adjusted her glasses, and a thought rushed back to her. That's right, Yu-sun is right. I have to trust in what I've been doing all this time. She also neatly fixed her hair. Meanwhile, Professor Mace Tiron was left bewildered, unable to control the situation here. After giving herself a boost of confidence, Aunt Teresa stepped forward to face Mayan and said, Shall we begin then? Professor Mayan received Vu's Busan earlier. Aunt Teresa had completely regained her confidence. And so, the main event began with some mind-boggling information being thrown out. The method of variable interference in alchemy. 300 years ago, an alchemist declared, I have found a magical formula that can solve this equation. This is the magic circle that can solve the dimensional formula, but I urgently need to use the restroom, so I can't write it down. Afterward, he passed away in the restroom, making this formula famous. Since then, countless alchemists have tried to test this, but the results were all complete failures, so now no one wants to try it anymore. Because of that, this unsolved formula was considered impossible, but now someone has declared they will solve it. The random spatial interference formula. A cool-looking young man smoking a cigarette with a badass expression nearby couldn't help but exclaim, Interesting, This guy's profile was also quickly updated. A key member of the Moon Mage Tower, belonging to the notorious 13th Destruction Squad, Captain Ken. Right next to him, another beautiful woman in a similar outfit was yawning widely, looking bored to tears. What's so interesting? It's so dull. Her info also popped up, Vice Captain Hajin Macaron, and so, these two appeared here by using some form of invisibility. After finishing her long yawn, Vice Captain Hajin Macaron looked up and gave a half-lidded assessment. By the way, is that professor really a dark magician? And then someone nearby also commented, I think I smell cigarettes around here. Looking towards the spot where the two were starting to write information on the blackboard, another observation was made by Vice Captain Hajin Macaron. The more I think about it, the more this mission seems like a huge setup. But then, Vice Captain Hajin Macaron glanced at Ken standing beside her without saying a word, and an ellipsis appeared afterward. And then, she helplessly rubbed her head, closed her eyes, and continued. What can you do? The captain believes every word that old man says, but then she had to suddenly open her eyes and look forward. Yeah, it wasn't just her. Ken also noticed that direction, where both Professor Mayan Tai and Assistant Antharisa were facing each other again. A realization formed quickly in her mind. After that, the atmosphere in this hall changed, didn't it? And then the voice of the host rang out afterward. Yes, the first difficult problem-solving section has just concluded. Turning to the position of the gold alchemist Professor Burrock Stone Fox, he was currently surprised by the information written below. That was after observing a series of specific and detailed information written on those two blackboards. He then made another observation. Although similar, it was a completely different approach. And over here, Captain Ken had also formed a line of thought of his own, while watching intently in the same direction. However, the assistant's explanation was simpler than the professor's, Professor Main Tai. Moreover, the final result was also a bit different. Down below, the host's voice rang out, once again. Next up is the second difficult problem. Both of them once again approached their blackboards and started writing, again. In the observation area, a few people had started to focus, and a mixture of anxiety and surprise was clearly visible on their faces. It's incredible. Quite a few people have solved the second problem before, but a solution like this is the first time I've ever seen it. A problem that was supposed to require at least 200 lines to solve and clarify. Yet she managed to solve it in exactly 12 lines. The person they were both discussing was Antonisa. From a strategic viewpoint, Biyusan maintained his regal demeanor, watching with his arms crossed, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. He thought to himself, the audience's reaction is quite good. Keeping that smile on his face, his thoughts began to shift. But now is when the real show begins. The host's voice rang out, again. Currently, the third difficult problem is underway. Will the third problem, which no one has ever solved until now, actually be cracked right here? Both of them focused on writing their research results on the board. Beads of anxious sweat started to appear on Antonisa's face, while Professor Mine T looked even more worried. Both of them stopped writing, and down below, Burrock Stone Fox began to show his surprise. The judgment was delivered, continuously. Did she really solve it? Professor Mayan, the one who solved the third problem previously considered impossible, the result is truly respectable. Despite hearing this praise, Professor Mayan showed no signs of joy. Instead, there was a mixed feeling of surprise. Burrock Stone Fox's words had pointed that out. But more than that, Assistant Antonisa had something even more impressive. Looking at the result that was hidden on Antonisa's side, Professor Mayan started to feel annoyed and angry. His thoughts quickly became overwhelmed. What in the world is that solution? Over here, giving himself a satisfied smile, Biyusan then overheard the endless chatter from those around him, chiming in. How could she possibly have come up with an approach like this? Even though I'm seeing it with my own eyes, I still can't believe it. Some new information was then provided by the host. Until now, the previous alchemists had always treated the 5 difficult problems as 5 separate issues, solving them one by one. But Antonisa was completely different. She treated all 5 problems as a single entity and proceeded to solve them with an integrated approach. And that was the key difference between Mayan Tai and Antonisa. After that, the process of solving the difficult problems continued, and Professor Mayan's writing hand began to tremble. His own train of thought for calculations was no longer functioning properly. Wait, what's the formula for the next part? He looked back at his blackboard and started cursing. Damn it, there's not enough board space to write. And so, he immediately turned to a nearby host and yelled, Please, bring more boards in here, hurry up. But then, a familiar voice was heard, instantly dispelling the tense atmosphere. I've finished solving it. Professor Mayan's gaze froze, and then he immediately shifted it to the side, where Antonisa was calmly turning her back to the blackboard and looking at the people below. Antonisa then began her explanation for everyone, providing a complete analysis and solution regarding the random spatial interference formula. A light flashed where she stood, and a calm voice echoed throughout the square. That was the analysis of the complete understanding of the random spatial interference formula. That concludes the matter of this difficult problem. Everyone began to lose their composure. Insane. And then the noise quickly overwhelmed everything. This is insane. Truly insane. I'm witnessing a historic moment. In a place like this? Ah, I'm so moved. This is truly the moment of the century. Down below, Anarisa heard these words and felt overjoyed, a newfound confidence forming in her mind. I did it. Thank you, Yusan. It's all thanks to you. Her smile was still there, but then another voice appeared. Anarisa. Anarisa. Facing her now was the darkness emanating from Professor Mayan, Tien. Anarisa looked over, filled with worry. Professor. B. Yusan's heel touched the ground next to Anarisa. A hand reached out, accompanied by the demonic energy from Professor Mayan Tien, which was visibly swelling by the second. The professor's distorted voice rang out instantly. Anarisa. Then, like a bitter old woman pouring out her heart, she pointedly asked, How long do you plan on making me suffer? Any longer? Does it make you happy to revise a stolen thesis and pass it off as your own? Sensing trouble, B. Yusan took a step forward, acting as a shield for the frozen Anarisa behind him. His eyes were as cold as ice, but his mind was racing. Is this old lady planning to turn into a dark mage right here and now? This is a bit sooner than I expected, but that's even better. Pondering for a moment as he watched Professor Mayan power up, he came up with a new idea. If at this moment, she becomes a dark mage in front of everyone, oh my. Unable to contain her surging jealousy, the professor once again screamed Anarisa's name. Anarisa! Her eyes finally shot flames of indignation. Anarisa! Meanwhile, Anarisa's heart was pounding, and her legs were trembling, trying to stay calm by biting her lip. After suppressing her emotions for so long, Anarisa suddenly exploded and screamed, I told you to just admit it. With her confidence suddenly soaring, Anarisa pressed her advantage, unleashing a tirade. My thesis is even more brilliant than yours, Professor. Wasn't my presentation just now enough proof? How much more of my thesis do you have to steal before you're satisfied, huh? Hearing this rap battle, the audience and the scientific community were wide-eyed, eagerly watching the drama unfold. That thesis about the crimson potion from before belonged to the assistant? No wonder. After boasting for just a few seconds, Anarisa started to tremble again. Professor, her emotions erupted like a volcano, this time even louder than before. You're even more foolish than I am, Professor. Hearing this, B. Yusan, standing beside her, looked completely dumbfounded. Huh? What was that? This frozen moment quickly spread to the captain and vice-captain duo, Ken and vice-captain Hajin, who were eavesdropping nearby. And the center of everyone's attention was none other than Professor Mayan, who was stealing the spotlight. To break the tense and awkward atmosphere, the golden alchemist, Kimoko, cleared his throat and crossed his arms, laughing heartily, as if he'd hit the jackpot. Ha 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 ha, how interesting. Today's conference is truly very interesting. At that moment, Professor Mayan snapped back to reality, a sense of confusion mixed with a trembling voice as she realized she had just leaked a bit of demonic energy. What? And then she looked down at her own slightly shaking hands. What did I just do? What in the world? Her thoughts were racing. This is dangerous. Understanding the full situation, Professor Mayan focused all her fury into her glare, shooting it in one direction. Striding hastily, she marched right up to Anarisa, her aura brimming with hostility. Anarisa, how dare you? This caused Anarisa to turn pale, visibly shrinking back, and yet, that shock was quickly transferred to Professor Mayan herself when she noticed a very familiar figure blocking her path. That person was none other than B. Yusan. He spoke in a calm tone. Professor Mayan, I suggest you take a look at the current situation. Hearing this, Professor Mayan's face froze like a statue, and then it slowly morphed into a state of utter shock and bewilderment, as if she was having an existential crisis. The professor was then forced to endure the immense, unseen pressure from countless unsympathetic pairs of eyes from the crowd below. The alchemists, including Wan Xioko, remained completely silent, waiting to see how things would end, hoping everyone would calm their confusion and grasp the situation. Professor Mayan Tianan whipped her head to the side, stammering as she tried to explain. No, it's not what you think. To top it all off, She placed a hand on her chest, and her voice rose in pitch. That little brat stole my thesis. From below, the elder Wan Sioko had heard it all and understood the true state of affairs. He then gave a curt command, "Drag her out." Someone immediately responded, "Yes, sir." After that command was given, the order was carried out. Two spirit supervisors came forward and began to escort Professor Mayan away. Faced with this predicament, Professor Mayan continued to struggle. No. I'm telling you, I did nothing wrong. The duo from the Annihilation Squad 13 could only watch as she was dragged off, her voice still shouting, let go of me." After the massive storm of a fiasco passed, Aunt Teresa went limp, slumping to the ground right where she stood. It felt as though a huge weight had been lifted from her shoulders. Then, from in front of her, a hand was slowly extended. Her shimmering eyes gazed up at the familiar hand. It was Biyuson, who, with a smile fit for a heartthrob, looked down at the girl sitting on the floor and said gently, "Assistant, you've worked hard today." Hearing his warm words of encouragement, Aunt Teresa couldn't help but stare blankly for a few more seconds, before breaking into a bright smile that washed away all her troubles. The warm, golden lights from outside added to the shimmering beauty of the scene. The scene shifts to Annihilation Squad 13 from the Moonbone Tower, where the two members are now walking somewhere. Vice Captain Hajin spoke with her eyes closed, beginning a new conversation. In the end, we gained nothing at all. Hearing her seemingly random comment, Captain Sen immediately understood what she was getting at, and added, "I see. If her emotions erupted to that degree, there definitely should have been a sign, right?" The sensor for dark magic corrosion showed no reaction whatsoever. Vice Captain Hajin then raised another point. "That's true. After all, the psychic detection of the Moonbone Tower isn't foolproof." And then, a new question popped into her head as she glanced over at Biyuson and Aunt Teresa, who were swarmed by scholars. "Hey, is that kid, the high school student they mentioned, was the co-author?" Turning to Captain Sen next to her, she seemed a little unsure of her own judgment. "He's pretty cute, don't you think?" Sen heard this and shot her a sidelong glance. "Did you run a background check?" He tossed the question back at her. Hajin looked a bit dazed as she answered, I just received the report from Maya, and then some information about B." She provided more details about Yusun. Before coming to Stella, his hometown was destroyed by dark mages, it seems. He's a commoner with the lowest grades, so how did he get into the S-class? On top of that, he's attending the world's most prestigious magic academy without using magic. It's all very strange, and today I didn't expect to dig up so much information. Captain Ken calmly looked ahead. "Is that so? Remember it well." And then, his eyes showed surprise at something. From ahead, Busan looked directly at Ken. He seemed 1 part focused, and 9 parts completely oblivious. And then, he decided to flat out ignore him, turning to look forward with a bright smile. Standing there, a bit bewildered, Captain Ken asked himself, "Wait a minute. Our eyes just met, but the two giants next to him just glanced over and dismissed it? No way." And then he looked towards Yusun ahead and continued, "The captain's perception dampening spell and my shadow barrier were so easily pierced through like that, it must be an illusion." Focusing his gaze forward, Ken fell silent for a few seconds. Busan's smile appeared as if nothing had happened with their earlier exchange of glances. Just like that, Ken had nothing more to say about him. Countless ellipses appeared in his mind. There was nothing left to do here. After confirming that Professor Main was fine, Ken turned to leave, saying, "Let's go. We're done here." Hain put his hands behind his back and followed, adding, "I'm sick of this boring place too." The scene changes to a luxurious carriage, reeking of nobility. Inside, someone was so furious they were biting their nails. This person was none other than Professor Majin Taiyan, who had just caused a scene. The curses kept coming. Damn it. If it weren't for Yusun, I wouldn't have had to suffer this humiliation." But then, from in front of her, someone who was sitting and reading a book with their eyes closed, spoke calmly. "Now that it's come to this, we have to deal with Busan. Calm down." Seeing this person suddenly appear here, Professor Mayan's voice became dramatic. You're ridden?" The other person opened his blood-red eyes, his displeasure clear. "You just caused a lot of trouble." After giving a somewhat indifferent look, our young man quickly snapped the book in his hands shut upon hearing Magan's assessment. That wasn't trouble. Professor Majin Taiyan's face showed considerable surprise. "Like, what do you mean? It almost was." Raiden continued with a slightly displeased expression, glancing sideways as he added, "It almost was. Luckily, a timely suppression from the powerful contract of Flake kicked in. If your emotions had surged just a little more and caused a disturbance, it could have ruined all of our plans." Realizing she had nearly caused a huge risk, Professor Majin froze on the spot. "I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry." The professor could only utter those words. Ridden, while storing the book in his personal dimension, kept his eyes half closed and sighed. Do you think a simple apology can solve the problem? The leader is extremely disappointed. You need to reset your attitude back to how it was immediately. The young man continued. You've almost lost your value as a professor at Stella Academy. Unable to accept this, Professor Majin screamed, her voice a constant stream of explanations. No, I have many connections within the association, Professor Majin immediately screamed, frantically explaining. No, I have a lot of connections in the guild, plagiarism review board. I can handle this incident. I can still smooth everything over. I haven't been kicked out yet. Hearing her ramble on, Raiden closed his eyes and cut her off. Be silent and still. Bow your head to the ground and pace. That is the most useful thing you can do. The interrogation will take over the atmosphere, understand? He himself then used teleportation to leave. He left Professor Mason Beaver there with a series of instructions. Don't move and stay silent until the commander gives further instructions. Left all alone, Mason Tyran channeled her resentment and clenched her fists. Her blame was directed straight at one person. This was all Bai Kuang's fault, and just like that, her expression was etched with visible danger. A plot was beginning to form. Recalling the image of the two of them before they were dragged away, Professor Mason sank back into her thoughts. Just wait a little longer. Just a little bit more. His image was etched deeper into her mind. The scene shifts to Bi Kuang on a train, rolling towards an unknown destination. In one of the train cars, Bi Kuang sat with his arms crossed, staring at his assistant Aunt Teresa, who had an indescribable expression on her face as she sat across from him. And then, his gaze shifted to the side as a thought crept into his mind. What a pity. I think if Professor Mason Tyran had used black magic during her presentation, it could have prevented the collapse that led to the disaster of the 8th story. I guess things would have gone smoothly, even until the story was supposed to erupt. His eyes closed, and he began to lean back, but his thoughts lingered. It can't be helped, and there's no need to rush. The academic conference ended smoothly, and the branch of resentment has been activated. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open. There's just one thing that's bothering me a little, he recalled, the moment his eyes had unconsciously glanced to the side. It was where Captain Ken and Vice Captain Hajin were standing next to each other, cloaked in shadow stealth. Looking at Ken, who was staring back at him then, a new realization took shape in his mind. That person is definitely Sen. A more detailed introduction is added, a small group of elite mages, selected through an extremely rigorous process. The top dark mage unit of the Exak Yuan Tower. Even at the Exak Yuan Tower, which is famous for hunting dark mages and sorcerers, the commander of the 13th Destruction Unit, the most elite team, is none other than Sen. His thoughts reached a new level of depth. If I didn't have a sixth sense, I would never have noticed until the very end. I can guess why those dangerous individuals were there. They were probably there to monitor Professor Mason Tyran. Whatever the case, it would be great if we could get actively involved. As this thought crossed his mind, he noticed his assistant Aunt Teresa looking drowsy, as if she had just woken up. The story continues with a new development. Excuse me, but could you spare a moment? As soon as the words were spoken, someone appeared near where Assistant Aunt Teresa was sitting. She asked with a hint of surprise. Who are you? Before the other person could even introduce himself, she was taken by surprise. Could you be the one? Who appeared before her in an elegant white suit, with the characteristic ears of an elf. He was currently holding his hat. Removing his hat with a cheerful expression, the man began to speak to her. It's a pleasure to meet you all. A character profile appeared, featuring the chairman of the Nebula Corporation, Fion. Following this appearance, an in-depth explanation was added, expanding the lore. As the game's chapters progress, the world building will also gradually expand, and as the main character Flame grows, naturally, many other characters will become targets. Among them is the man known as the Heart of the Southern Han Plains, Chairman Fion of the Sion Vium Corporation, Wium Fion. Thanks to his golden ratio of fate trait, he was destined to become the richest man in the world. Even though he was over 50 years old and had a daughter, he was still a target for many. The reason wasn't that he was wealthy or handsome, but because his daughter, the villainess Jellian, was also deeply connected. The High Elf Jellian, true to her title as the villainess, tormented the main character throughout several chapters. The players grew furious and figured out the best way to torment Jellian. The method was to target the person she cherished most, her father, Fion, marry him, and destroy their family. After that somewhat lengthy introduction, Big Yu Song let out a weary sigh, but he didn't forget to file away a few key points in his mind. It sounded like a joke, but everyone was excited by this dramatic plot twist. Continuing with the story, our guy was now staring ahead with half-lidded eyes, his apathy clearly showing. I was expecting this, but I didn't think he'd actually show up here. His thoughts began to overlap. I need to make a good impression during our conversation today, to prepare for the upcoming chapters. Fion was smiling as he looked over at the two of them sitting together. With that same smile, he started with his first few questions. You must be alchemist Anteresa? And this must be the alchemist whose identity hasn't been revealed, correct? Ah, if you don't mind, may I ask for your name? Our guy had already thought to himself. I knew this was coming, but that was a smooth way to ask. And he replied immediately. I'm Big Yu Seong, a first-year S-class student at Stella Academy. Fion was immediately surprised by this information. Oh, so you're a student at Stella Academy. It's a pleasure. As he reached into his coat, Fion closed his eyes and continued. The reason I've come to see you both is this. A meticulously prepared document was placed in front of them. The explanation clarified what it was. It's a proposal for an exclusive contract for alchemist Anteresa's formulas with the Nebula Guild. Of course, the terms are very generous. Would you like to look over the contract? Our guy's expression showed no surprise at this, but Assistant Anteresa was completely shocked. As she held it, she was left speechless, her hands trembling slightly, making the document shake as well. The moment she opened it, her eyes lit up, and she exclaimed excitedly, Ah, this is unlimited support for materials and technicians. I've never seen a sum of money like this before. A few thoughts ran through her mind. With these terms, I can finally create all the inventions I've always dreamed of. Yukon would definitely love this too. She immediately glanced over at him, but our guy just looked back blankly, not understanding her intention. Assistant Anteresa faltered for a moment at his reaction, and then she turned to Fion and added, Excuse me, could you give me a little more time to think it over? Knowing that something was sensing it wasn't to her liking, Fen added as she observed the paper. Are the conditions still not enough? If you have any requests, please state them. But Anteresa quickly cut in. No, that's not it at all. The conditions are not just sufficient. They're more than generous. It's just that, she explained more reasonably, I need to discuss it with the co-creator of this formula. Big Yu Seong, sitting beside her, was also surprised by her words. He couldn't believe he was the reason for such an important issue, his face clearly showing his bewilderment. Hearing this from her, Fen let out a slight smirk, his words carrying a hidden meaning. Is that so? A thought popped into his head. A co-creator? I thought that was just something she said for show. Turns out that wasn't the case. Looking at the two of them smiling brightly across from him, You don't need to worry about me. How can this be? That thought continued. To be able to help solve a problem that has persisted for 300 years in his teens, he must be an extraordinary genius. No matter how you look at it, he is still just a student. Having made this assessment, Fen extended his hand, asking if the boy wanted to look over the contract. Another thought entered his mind. Even if he's a genius in magic or alchemy, when it comes to business dealings, he's still just a child. At the suggestion, Big Yusong took the paper and observed it intently, which further confirmed Fen's assumptions. With conditions like these, there's no way he can refuse it. With a smile on his face, he immediately received an answer from the young man. I refuse. He never imagined this could happen. Fen's expression was one of utter bewilderment, looking at the young man across from him as a huge question formed in his mind. Could you tell me the reason? If the conditions aren't satisfactory, I will revise them immediately. Pausing his speech there, the young man stared intently ahead. His thoughts began to unravel the entire issue. Signing an exclusive contract with the Nebula Merchant Guild, the world's largest merchant guild, is naturally a good thing. But while Fen is an excellent businessman, he has an extremely stubborn nature, unwilling to lose anything that belongs to him. If this formula were to be bound to him, only cheap items would be mass-produced, causing the diversity, uniqueness, and overall performance of equipment to be restricted. Moreover, due to the excessive monopoly, many mages would be unable to access the equipment, and the development of the technology would be skewed towards commercial interests, allowing the dark mages to catch up technologically. In fact, I've seen players who chose this storyline before. They could only make money. But in return, they faced a sad ending. Based on these deductions, he raised a new issue unrelated to the conditions. I simply don't want to sign an exclusive contract, that's all. Fen faltered for a moment. You mean? Holding the paper, his expression betrayed no emotion. He added, This technology, a fusion of magic and alchemy, will have a huge impact not only on daily life, but also on the crafting of equipment for mages. We want the technology for these new pieces of equipment to be used by as many mages as possible. Hearing this string of words from him, Fen then offered some confirming remarks. You have very grand dreams and ambitions. It's good to have great aspirations, but to make those wonderful dreams a reality, money is essential, he immediately replied. As it happens, I also just finished a negotiating with a series of investors, and one of them was Chairman Million. And then, as if understanding his intention, Million immediately asked the important question, so you plan to sign contracts with them and with me at the same time? If that's the case, most of the conditions I've offered will have to be cut. Without denying it, the young man closed his eyes and confirmed with a bright smile. That's right, to be frank, I also greatly desire those conditions. Then, his eyes slowly opened, his voice calm, and slowly will elevate the product to a high-end item. A new smile bloomed on his lips. That is the proposal I'm making. After sealing the deal, the objectives were neatly secured. The goal is to make the items available to the general public. However, as for the super hard-to-produce limited edition luxury items, I will sign an exclusive contract with the Stardust Commerce Guild. Our boy Yusun is subtly flexing his plan to entice Million with a strategy to build a supreme-class brand. This is it. What a troublesome guy, making everyone else look pensive. A professional businessman is on another level. Million instantly caught on to Yusun's intentions in a flash. He extended his arm, along with the perfect smile of a successful businessman, and asked a question to probe. Excellent. Will those luxury items actually sell? I would never do anything that would harm myself. Knowing full well what his partner was worried about, Yusun just bowed his head slightly and calmly replied with a few reassuring words. Yes, that's why I won't ask you to sign the contract immediately. And then, his already cold eyes became even more confident, a sharp glint appearing in the young man Yusun's eyes. In 6 months, let's hold a press conference for our internal investors. As for Chairman Million, his expression showed a hint of surprise. Huh, what's this now? As he heard Yusun continue, if you like the product I present, then please sign an exclusive brand contract with us. Seeing that Yusun had calculated every single step meticulously, Million closed his eyes and gave his familiar, meaningful smile. Yes, that's really it. It's truly wonderful. Antharisa, standing beside him, also smiled knowingly, understanding that the partner had preliminarily agreed to these terms. To prove their trustworthy partnership, Million immediately took out something that looked like a business card and said, "This is a messenger slip. It also has my contact information." Yusun reached out to take it, replying politely, "Yes, thank you." A small caption appeared. Messenger slip. An item used to write a message on paper and send it, ensuring the letter reaches the recipient with perfect accuracy. With the business seemingly concluded, Million put his hat back on, the smile on his lips like a gentlemanly farewell. All right, I'll be taking my leave now. Yusun's expression after the guest left was still a bit dazed. Meanwhile, Antharisa maintained her mysterious smile. As cool as Yusun was before, now, Yusun was in full-on panic mode, his face pale, clutching his chest to check if his heart was still beating or had already given out, his voice trembling. Oh my god, I thought I was going to die from anxiety. Seeing her master suddenly scared out of his wits, Antharisa, standing beside him, also grew concerned. Is that really how a person who is often anxious behaves? To her clueless expression, Yusun replied, I really was anxious. Hearing Yusun's confession, Antharisa couldn't help but let out a natural laugh, followed by a sincere compliment. As expected, Yusun, you were amazing. Hearing his assistant's praise, which felt a bit strange, Yusun was bewildered again. Huh? Seeing her master was still processing, Antharisa quickly changed her tone. Ah, it's nothing. Never mind. Her anymore. Yusun's attention was now on the door where M had just left. A stream of wandering thoughts and a relieved smile appeared on his handsome face. At least one problem was solved. Whoosh. When I get back, I should probably invite the club members out for a proper feast at some fancy restaurant. Another notification popped up. The science conference has concluded smoothly. Classes at Stella Academy are proceeding as normally as a carton of milk. In the classroom, a professor stood at the podium, announcing to the students below, Professor Mean is unwell, so I will be teaching this class in his place today. Yusun, still wearing his intellectual glasses, heard this and narrowed his eyes, his thoughts flooding back once more. So he really did disappear without a trace? The thought grew heavier as images of Professor Mean's demonization resurfaced. If things had gone according to the original plot twist, Mean would have fully awakened in Chapter 8, and then it would be all over. This school would have suffered heavy damage. I don't know how sharply things will swerve in the future because of this incident. His gaze grew more serious. Could this chapter make a comeback sooner than expected? I just hope it happens on a scale that I can still carry the team, he told himself, adding a new realization. It's not just Mean. Antharisa didn't come to school either. The class ended. Yusun was now walking down an empty hallway. It seems like she's really taking it easy. and might as well have gotten an early retirement, he thought with a bit of humor. Just then, a student up ahead spoke. Hey, did you hear? B. Yusan inadvertently paid attention to the nearby conversation. Assistant Antharisa. Wasn't she the one who deciphered that thing called the magical linkage? That insanely difficult, mind-bending thing? The conversation grew more and more lively. Oh, I heard. But wasn't there another co-author? They said that person's identity was kept a secret, but why would they do that? B. Yusan tried to ignore it by looking ahead, but the crowd continued to gossip. Seriously, could that person be extremely ugly? Haha, really? A moment later, B. Yusan reached the campus grounds outside. His overthinking hadn't let him go yet. Keeping it a secret that I was one of the authors really helped me avoid a lot of fame in this school. His steps suddenly halted. First, I dropped a hint by borrowing knowledge from these divine glasses, because all the focus and attention had to be on Antharisa for the plan to work out perfectly. Stopping in his tracks, B. Yusan noticed something familiar appearing near him. Ah, there she is. Isn't that B. Yusan? Wait, look at Anel. She looks like a human version of a giraffe. After a long absence, the two main characters, B. Yusan and Anel, have finally made their comeback. Everyone around got to see B. Yusan watching Anel with a somewhat embarrassed expression, and then the uninvited gossip began to rise again. He gets high grades and has top-tier looks. Isn't that a bit much? Is the person next to him Krat or something? She looks as pretty as a doll. Well, she's still not a very good person. Yes, she's beautiful. But B. Yusan, standing to the side with his hands on his hips, looked over and thought to himself, with a look of resignation. Even if the game crashed, this market would never die down. There would never be a quiet day. To get their attention, he called out loudly, "I'm over here." Seeing B. Yusan appear, Mausan, the friend with Anel, immediately greeted him with a smile. "Hey, Yusan." B. Yusan waved back. "Sorry. Did I keep you guys waiting long?" Anel added. "Not really." Then she got straight to the point. "So what are we going to eat? Didn't you say you were deciding?" Knowing that Anel rarely got to enjoy delicious food due to her family's tight finances, B. Yusan flashed a confident smile, his tone a bit mysterious. "You'll find out when we get there." The scene shifts to a restaurant, where there are 3 people at the table, but only 2 plates of food? A little stingy, don't you think, Mr. Owner? If I'm not mistaken, this dish is pizza, glowing brilliantly and giving off a captivating aroma that filled the room. Anel's eyes lit up with craving, her face flushing at the thought of digging into such a delicious meal. B. Yusan, for his part, noticed her undeniable cuteness. Right now, Anel's gaze was glued to the plate of food. Yusan couldn't take his eyes off her. A few overthinking thoughts started dancing in his head. Come to think of it, something seemed off about Anel's explanation and introduction. That when you order pizza, you're supposed to order a side drink first, maybe something like pickled radish water. So, he passed a strange-looking drink over to Anel and said, "Here, try this." Anel's eyes went wide as she looked at it, a series of huge question marks popping up over her head, along with a good deal of anxiety. What is this, and how am I supposed to eat it? The worry once again washed over Anel. The question marks just kept spamming in her head. Seeing this, B. Yusan was at a loss for words, his thoughts trailing off into a long ellipsis. Her adorably clueless expression made him wonder for a moment. "Hey, is this her first time at a pizza place?" He said, "Oh, yeah, that's right." Just then, Anel bravely lifted the cup to her lips for a taste, and then an expression of utter surprise appeared on her pretty face. "Wow, this is delicious." Her face immediately flushed with delight. Across from them, Ma Yusan noticed the cup, identical to Anel's, and curiously brought it to his own lips for a taste. A feeling of pleasant refreshment spread through his body. Ma Yusan turned to B. Yusan, his voice full of approval. "Yeah, this is actually really good." B. Yusan looked over, maintaining his usual cool, blank expression, but inside his head, his thoughts were hilariously over the top. "Dude, take a picture, you have to capture this divine moment." He's just taking a sip, but he looks like he's posing for a Michelin food magazine photo shoot. After the 3 of them had finished their appetizers, B. Yusan held up a slice of pizza with a smile and said, "Now, try this. Time to eat." The anticipation was written all over Anel's face. She quickly picked up her knife and fork, ready for battle. Seeing her handle the utensils so formally, B. Yusan wasn't surprised, merely closing his eyes with a teasing tone in his voice. "Oh my, are you actually planning to use that knife on the pizza? Nobody does that." Caught off guard by the teasing, Anel looked at B. Yusan blankly, waiting for some instruction on how to eat it. He immediately demonstrated, by lifting a slice of pizza to his own mouth, was the perfect explanation. "They say it's delicious to eat it this way. Aso watched and once again fell into a state of confusion. Isn't that a little strange? Isn't it impolite? Meanwhile, Ma Yusun, sitting across from her, burst into a bright laugh. Oh, isn't this way more fun? Just like that, the cool Ma Yusun then picked up the pizza with his bare hands, chose a spot, and took a delicious bite. Well then, let me give it a try. Ba Yusun thought to himself. You never know until you try. Now that I've had it, I realize I've never eaten this before. Oh well. Ignoring her bewildered moments, and her desire to crawl into a hole from embarrassment, Ano also decided to follow the two guys' lead, picking up a slice of pizza, and then she took a tentative bite, her eyes instinctively closing to savor it. Her body then trembled slightly, attracting the attention of the two male classmates at the table. Ano placed a hand on her cheek, her face glowing with indescribable joy. A few sweet thoughts began to surface in her mind. There's a gentle sweetness melting in every slice of rich cheese, and there are also fresh bell peppers that seem to be dancing on top. Just by adding a little bell pepper with olive oil, you can create such a special dish. Not to mention there's also smoked savory bacon and sweet, crisp onions. It's as if they're all blending and dancing together to create a symphony of wonderful flavors. Seeing her looking so ecstatic and cheerful, Bayusan asked, So, do you think it's good? Lost in her enjoyment, Ano was a bit surprised by Busan's question, but then she looked back at the slice in her hand, her face blushing even more, and mumbled, Yeah, it's really delicious. Both of the guys looked at Aso and couldn't help but give a knowing smile. And then a few suggestions and more friendly exchanges followed. Let's come here to eat more often from now on. Let me come with you, okay? That depends. Oh, come on. The scene suddenly shifts to a field bathed in the colors of sunset. An unexpected incident occurred. A very peculiar crack suddenly appeared in the ground, emitting strange rays of light and signaling that some kind of danger was about to be born. Just as she was leisurely walking back to class, Flame suddenly heard someone's voice shouting to get her attention. Her gaze shifted over, accompanied by a bright smile. She answered nonchalantly. After hearing her, the other female student looked dumbfounded, seeming a bit weirded out. With that, the girl took off, not forgetting to drop one last line. Flame stood frozen, watching her retreating back, and a moment later, she let out a long sigh. Her brain started working overtime. She probably came to tell me about the incident with assistant Aunt Teresa, solving that mess caused by the divine artifact's god-forsaken magic formula. But according to the information I have, it was all that guy Busan's doing. An image of the boy lingered in her mind. Flame was once again reeling with a new mess of thoughts. It's as clear as day. You have to pay a price to make a comeback. Almost all of his future memories, except for a few events related to plot twists and the main storyline, were erased. Did he hack his memory, or does he just have an infinite IQ? In the middle of Flame's brain buffering, a crowd was whispering about something up ahead. But then, a familiar figure loomed and approached her, calling out a greeting. It was none other than Jeremy Scanvin, who flashed a radiant smile and immediately started a conversation. Seeing Jeremy sticking close by, Flame automatically switched to defense mode, muttering, Why are you being so ridiculous? If you go, does that mean I? Do I have to go too? She asked bluntly, her eyes just barely open. With that said, Flame turned on her heel and walked away, leaving Jeremy Scanvin behind, with a slightly creepy smile. Truly special. The camera pans to a huge notice, where the words are crystal clear. The crowd of students looked up at Flame, who was still standing there, their minds spinning. Some bonus information appears. Persona Gate, another dimension created by the power of dark mages. If this gate isn't cleared immediately, when it appears, the area will turn into a wasteland where not a single living creature can survive. Moreover, unlike dungeons where you just have to beat a boss or destroy a core, to clear a Persona Gate, players must rack their brains to analyze and decipher its rules and tricks. Flame was lost in thought again, analyzing things like density, the rate of spatial distortion, topology, soul-sealing techniques. In short, you need a sharp mind to understand and remember thousands of rules, plus insane combat skills. In reality, the reason for training magic warriors is to stop these Persona Gates. To put it bluntly, this is the most important subject. Her hand clenched unconsciously. If things go as they usually do, something is bound to go wrong during this Persona Gate practical training, and she can't let Busan carry the team alone. She resolved to stop it this time. She can't allow major damage to occur. The scene shifts to the 9th Star Tower at Sion Orium Café Terce. Princess Hongbion's group is gathered here, the table laden with cakes and tea. A surprising question was thrown out. The other girls chimed in with answers. Princess Hongbion took a sip of tea amidst the cheerful chatter of her friends, but deep down, the princess found the cake tasteless. Just then, her eyes widened as she overheard a recent hot topic. Ron continued, and her two friends' eyes widened in surprise, unable to hide their curiosity. This was a sure thing, because Ron's father is the director of the intelligence agency, but a huge question mark appeared. On the other side, Princess Hongbian put down her teacup, her mind starting to analyze again. Even the intelligence agency doesn't know who that student is? And then, the image of Busan and his assistant Aunt Teresa reappeared in her mind. The princess's expression darkened, her rising agitation clearly visible, as her hand unconsciously stroked the side of the teacup. Thousands of why questions danced in her head, but why would Busan hide the truth so completely? Could he be intentionally helping to raise assistant Aunt Teresa's status? Then a thought flashed. It's possible that Busan also has feelings for assistant Aunt Teresa. With that thought, she shot up from her seat, startling the friend next to her, who asked in confusion. Princess Hongbian had already turned and left immediately. Her friend was still bewildered. The remaining three could only look at each other, not understanding what was happening. Another question was asked as they watched the princess leave so quickly. The scene changes to the school grounds, where Princess Hongbian was striding along when a figure suddenly appeared, blocking her path. Her eyes hadn't even registered who it was at first until a familiar voice rang out. Recognizing the person, she replied. Hearing Busan call her by her first name, Hong Siwa quickly covered her mouth, feigning surprise. A few lines of information appear. A cruel twist of fate had forced them, one a legitimate child and the other an illegitimate one, to become rivals. My half-sister, Hong Siwa Adalabit, I despise this woman. Pushing those thoughts aside, Princess Bian got straight to the point. Siwa scoffed, her gaze seeming to bore into her opponent. This question made Princess Bian's heart skip a beat. You is talking about an ordinary person, one who still holds on to the knightly spirit that has all but vanished from this world. Huh? Yusun's image flashed through her mind again. Seeing the change in Bon's expression, Siwa crossed her arms and smirked. Siwa's tone grew more pointed, her eyes cold, and her smile full of mockery. Princess Hongbon's fist clenched tightly. Siwa's words couldn't help but irritate her. Princess Bon walked past coldly, while Princess Siwa took the opportunity to burst out laughing. So cold indeed. But then, as if remembering something, Siwa unconsciously brought her index finger to her chin. Could it be because their eldest sister passed away? Bon's face suddenly darkened, her eyes reflecting an unconcealable sadness. Bon continued walking, and Siwa's gaze followed her younger sister's back, a hint of sadness and contemplation rising within her. Maybe I went a little too far this time, Siwa thought to herself. It's probably too soon for her to hear about our eldest sister. Just then, her guard, Siran, appeared. Seeing Siran's sudden presence, Princess Siwa was slightly surprised. Siran presented a file. Siwa took the file. Oh, really? I didn't expect to find this so easily, without having to dig for it. Excellent. So there really is an assignment with this kind of content? Siwa opened the file to take a look. Reading it, Siwa couldn't help but laugh, quickly covering her mouth. Haha, so childish. Time passed, and about a minute later, the hands holding the document began to tremble. Siran noticed something was wrong, and was taken aback. A few tears rolled down Princess Siwa's cheeks, Siran asked with concern. Meanwhile, Siwa had quickly covered her mouth. Sensing something was amiss, Siran quickly changed his tone. Siwa had already turned her face away. Siwa replied, trying to wipe away the tear that had just fallen, as she became lost in thought again. Her eyes softened slightly. A gentle smile appeared on her lips as the scene changed to another location. The students had gathered in full on the grassy field. A professor stood up to explain. Hearing the announcement, Yusun stood tucked away in the crowd amidst the incessant whispers. Another thought interrupted him on the verge of the impending storm. Our boy Yusun started seriously overthinking with a jumble of thoughts, while simultaneously peeking at his awesome system window, considering it a reward for faking his knowledge during the recent academic presentation. Ah. These glasses also have a gait analysis function that's top tier. I'll activate it right now. I've been grinding like crazy in Yaron's garden to raise my stats. Yusun thought to himself. Perfect. This should be enough to get by. Yusun's status window was complete down to the last detail. Strength, 2 stars, 61%. Senses, 2 stars, 45%. Agility, 2 stars, 42%. Stamina, 2 stars, 12%. Durability, 0 stars, 97%. Mental fortitude, 1 star, 59%. Mana EXP remaining. Skill, forward blink, level 1. His expression suddenly became pensive. Over here, the professor was probably pointing emphatically towards the gate. Alright then, all students entering gate C7, please head this way. Flamam, the girl standing near Yusun, spoke up in response. Yes, it seems Yusun's charm is nothing to scoff at, as he's attracted quite a bit of attention. And it wasn't just Flamam. A whole lineup of other potential waifus also appeared at once, including Princess Hongbon and Yan. Yusan's mind started racing. So these are the people I'll be teaming up with on this trip? This Persona Gate practical exercise will be conducted in teams, with each team having from 4 to 18 members. The key is that the members must be perfectly in sync to clear the game together. Yusan's gaze remained fixed, into the crowd, silently assessing that the average first-year student at Stella was only around the second-class level. Conquering the Persona Gate, which was designed with 3 risk levels for this first combat mission, seemed pretty tough. This was no joke. One extremely concerning thing here was that the C7 Persona Gate, where the main event was happening, had a maximum capacity of only 16 people. It was a real shame that Mayusa and He Gunryong weren't present, but having Flame and Hong Bian was good enough. On top of that, with Ison, a heavy-hitting cry, clearing this stage was practically an auto-win. There was no way it could be a game over. The young man stepped forward, calculating in his head that he probably wouldn't even need to get involved in the strategy to take down the final boss. The gate beckoned right before him, and Yusan thought that no matter what, the hidden reward was what he was truly after. Those petals from the enchanting tree. Suddenly, the scenery shifted, and Yusan's face showed a flicker of surprise. A brand new information panel appeared immediately after. Welcome to Ihan's. A magnificent plaza materialized, shimmering under brilliant golden lights. People began to gather around the large carpet in the center of the hall. Instantly, Princess Hongbon's group also appeared in the area, just like him. Everyone's eyes darted around, scanning the situation, and then a voice rang out, capturing all attention. Greetings. A maid with the professional air of a butler, her hands held gently behind her back, flashed a bright smile. I have prepared dresses and shoes for everyone. Huh? Hearing this, Princess Hongbon furrowed her brow, sensing something was wrong. Her voice filled with suspicion. A dress and shoes. What? A rush of thoughts immediately flooded her mind. Huh? Was there ever a precedent for a ballroom appearing inside a Persona Gate? But she quickly composed herself, knowing this wasn't the time to get distracted. We need to analyze the Persona Gate and check the guide notice first. Countless complex, difficult ancient characters appeared on an old scroll, but a sense of anxiety began to creep into the princess's heart. Wait a minute. They dare to give such a complex and difficult task in a trial for first-year students? Unbelievable. The maid then addressed the group. Miss, it's almost time for the evening party. You must hurry. Princess Hongbei-jeon still couldn't process what was happening. Huh? The maid approached kindly, smiling as she asked, Is something wrong? Hongbon blurted out her concern, her voice filled with bewilderment. How are you able to speak like that? Is that a pre-programmed phrase? Thoughts continued to race through her mind. I don't know if this is a live NPC inside a Persona Gate. I remember hearing that beings inside gates created by mages don't exhibit any individual actions. But that phrase just slipped out of her mouth. Looking at the maid who was still smiling freely, combined with her natural speech from before, Hongbon's mind began to reel. No, it can't be. This is for Stella students. There's no way a real Persona Gate would appear here. It must just be that Stella's technology has gotten a little more advanced. The smiling expression remained on the maid's face. Why would you say that? Princess Hongbon quickly changed the subject. Never mind that. Just go get the dresses, the maid replied. Yes, I understand. With that, she simply walked away, leaving the princess with a pensive look as her anxiety continued to mount. I don't know if it's just my mood, but something feels strange about this training session. I have a feeling it's not going to end so easily. Time flew by in a flash. The sound of high heels echoed, and Princess Hongbon appeared in a completely new outfit. Her platinum hair with reddish-pink highlights was now tied up in a neat bun, perfectly complementing the magnificent evening gown she had just changed into. Her beauty seemed to have multiplied tenfold. She was truly at the peak of her charm. And then, her gaze suddenly landed on a familiar figure. It was none other than Yusan, looking dapper and charming in a luxurious suit. His gaze was also directed somewhere. Princess Hongbon instinctively followed his gaze, her face flushing slightly. He cleans up pretty well. It suits him. But then, something else unexpectedly intervened, capturing her attention. Some vague memories suddenly flooded back. Princess, this paper was submitted by student Yusan as an assignment for a specific course. I heard it's a story related to that student's past. She took the file, unconsciously brushing her hair back. Is that so? Skimming through the lines of information, she seemed to have grasped an important clue. Back in the present, her eyes were still fixed on Yusan, her mind racing with thoughts. Could it be because of the personal file on Yusan I received a few days ago? I feel like he's different now. A complete change from the guy who was constantly yawning before. Huh. Yusan's gaze met hers just then. while the princess's train of thought was still going on, about him overcoming his past like that. Yes, he's taking his first steps on the path of a knight in Stella. His hilariously clueless expression suddenly cut through her thoughts. What are you looking at? First time seeing a commoner? Yawn? Princess Hongban was startled for a moment, but she quickly regained her composure, averting her gaze with a bit of embarrassment as she replied, "No, it's nothing." Just then, another voice cut in. "Looks like everyone has gathered?" Someone approached where the two of them were standing. As a result, everyone's eyes turned towards the person who had just appeared. A lady with fiery red hair, holding a paper fan, continued her unfinished sentence. "From now on, you will all attend the ball hosted by Duchess Yen." And then, the lady's gaze suddenly shifted, moving her attention to a nearby wall. It is rumored that those 4 passages lead to the mansion's basement, but the basement is a labyrinth full of traps. And the moment any of you get lost, the knights of the mansion will spring into action. A mysterious smile played on the lady's lips. "You have no choice but to trust in your teamwork along with your own intuition and knowledge. Can you do it?" B. Yusun, who had been standing silently this whole time in a corner, replied, "Yes." Hearing his firm response, the lady couldn't help but look at Yusun with some surprise. "You seem very confident. It's a pleasure to meet you. That confident demeanor of yours is truly admirable. I like that." Yusun replied, still confident, "Thank you." Witnessing this smooth and assertive exchange, the other students couldn't help but stare wide-eyed in amazement, whispering amongst themselves, "What the? That person just talked like a real person. A base NPC can have dialogue that cool?" The woman's voice rang out again, cutting through the chatter. "Well then, good luck to you all." With that, she simply turned and walked away, leaving everyone to gaze at her mysterious retreating figure. The male students started looking at each other, their worried expressions clear. Alright, we should get going." A sense of unease enveloped them all. They started moving towards the gates, preparing for the upcoming mission. Just then, another voice rang out, forcing everyone to stop and look back. "Hey guys, wait a moment." The person who had just spoken was Flame. She posed a question. "This training test, does everyone feel like something is a bit off?" She calmly analyzed further, providing countless suspicious details that were hard to interpret. "But these NPCs are acting very realistically. Also, I can't analyze anything from this persona gate at all. Normally, a practical exam for first-year students wouldn't be this difficult and mysterious." The male students in front nodded in agreement with Flame's point of view. They also added their own analyses. "Actually, I feel like something strange too. I can barely understand what's happening." That's right. That NPC seemed very realistic when she saw the students, starting to be swayed and agree with her. Flame's expression brightened up. "Alright, I'll convince everyone to go this way." Her voice continued to ring out. "In my opinion," but then, another voice suddenly cut her off. "Wait, Flame." Jackie appeared with his arms crossed, his face clearly showing his displeasure, and continued, "You're not trying to tell me that this might be a real place, are you?" Worry was evident on Flame's face, huh? Jackie continued his analysis, his voice full of certainty. "As I see it, this is a situation the professors have set up. Isn't that obvious? In a real battle, we can't always completely decipher the information of a persona gate. In other words, us being in this difficult and unanalyzable situation is also part of their plan." Analyzing further, Jackie emphasized, "Moreover, Stella is the place that trains the most elite magic warriors, and it also has the continent's top magic knight squad. Is it possible that they wouldn't notice if a real persona gate appeared right on campus?" Everyone started to be convinced by Jackie's sharp words. Is that so? So that's how it is." Meanwhile, unease began to creep into Flame's mind. "This is bad. If I argue that this persona gate is real, no one will believe me for sure. No one would believe it. That's why I tried to give them a sense of unease." And then Flame's gaze swept over Jackie's smug face. "What should I do now?" Silence fell over the area again. Yuan, who had been observing the situation, thought to himself, "So, in the end, we still have to follow this story branch?" Some fragmented information flashed in his mind. E006, Jackie's corruption route. In the original novel, the character Jackie didn't exist. So, Flame must be really confused and in deep trouble. But this scene where Flame blocks the way is one of the countless branching paths that appeared in the original game. In any case, this is also a situation where one of the 3 students must become a corrupted sacrifice, and a new worry began to form. even though I was hoping no one's mind would be corroded. But can a predetermined fate really not be changed? Looking at the difficult situation unfolding before his eyes, Yusun sighed. Even if he helped Flame here, the outcome wouldn't change. If that's the case, the best choice right now is to take a step back. The two of them looked at each other for a moment, and finally, Jackie decided to turn and leave. No matter what you say, I'm still going. Flame hurriedly tried to hold him back. What? Wait, Jackie. Jackie turned back, his cold gaze fixed directly on Flame, and replied, even in this situation, everything was arranged by the professors. We just need to handle it calmly, and it'll be fine. While you guys just stand there dumbfounded and deal with it. Just like that, Jackie chose a gate and teleported away, leaving Flame behind with a look of utter helplessness. At this point, the male students began to look at each other, with worry clearly written on each of their faces as they finally made a decision. I'm going in too. I've always been prepared for tough situations like this. Meanwhile, Yusun stood with his arms crossed, continuing to observe and assess the situation. No one was acting systematically at all. His fingers began to twitch slightly. In any case, now that it's come to this, the only option left is to go in. A mysterious smile flickered across his lips as he slowly moved forward. Yeah,